Chapter 1. Gazing at the dense rows of congratulatory comments celebrating the conclusion of Naruto, a wave of nostalgia washed over me. After over a decade of companionship with Naruto, it was hard to believe that it had come to an end just as I contemplated closing the webpage. A survey unexpectedly appeared. The survey's title read, "If you could traverse into the world of Naruto, what choices would you make?" Question 1. The time of traversal had only a question without any options. Wouldn't that require me to type? How troublesome. But having watched for over 10 years, I might as well consider it a token of my affection for Naruto. In the realm of Naruto, battles were a constant. Yet the era of Naruto and his companions was a remarkable one. However, am a peace-loving individual, let it be clear. I am not timid or afraid of conflict. I simply wish to clarify. Question 2. My family situation should be one where I never have to worry about food or clothing. Ideally, I should possess a financial advantage, and I would love to have a charming little sister who admires me. It would be preferable if our family had a special bloodline. For in the world of Naruto, survival often hinges on lineage or a fervent spirit like Lee's. I certainly do not wish to embody the passionate nature of Lee. Question 3. Without a doubt, my choice of village would be Konoha. Konoha was established by the two strongest figures. Rich in heritage during the initial territorial divisions, it secured the most favorable living conditions even when it began to decline under the third Hokage. Its policies were far superior to those of other nations, unlike the weakest, the Land of Sand, which is plagued by endless deserts. Would I willingly go there to meet my demise? And then there's the Land of Water. Obito and Madara treated it as their base. Engaging in assassinations day after day, there's no telling when I might unexpectedly meet my end there. It's far too perilous. The Land of Lightning, specifically the Hidden Cloud Village, surged to prominence during the third Hokage's reign, becoming the strongest village. However, the Raikage were all brash individuals. Prone to recklessness, the villagers likely share that impulsive nature, which would not suit me. As for the Land of Earth, beyond Dust Release, it boasts no formidable figures without Dust Release. One is largely unremarkable, lacking prospects. Question 4. The talent I desire should ideally require no effort, allowing me to cultivate even while I sleep, enabling multitasking. This way, I could train and dream simultaneously. Perfection. I also wish for formidable regenerative abilities, preferably to the extent that a good night's sleep would mend most of my injuries. After all, in the world of Naruto, one remains unscathed until they move. Once in motion, injuries are inevitable. Question 5. My age upon traversal should undoubtedly be 6 years old, a carefree child, blissfully ignorant of worries, particularly since that was a time devoid of wars. How serene. At the end of the survey, rather than a submission prompt, it presented a question. Would you like to traverse? Oh my, this survey is surprisingly immersive. I couldn't help but exclaim. I clicked to traverse, and that was it. Time to celebrate Naruto's conclusion with a grand feast. That was my initial thought. Suddenly, a blinding light emanated from the computer, drawing me in. When the dazzling sensation subsided, I opened my eyes. To my astonishment, it felt as though I had teleported. The wooden floor and paper doors were unmistakably reminiscent of traditional Japanese style. Oh dear, could it be that I truly traversed? This room, this courtyard, it appears my home, is quite extraordinary. A life of privilege and power as a wealthy heir is about to unfold. Observing this foundation, supporting 5 or 6 wives should pose no issue. Splendid indeed. No, I must remain composed. Just as I reveled in thoughts of whom my harem would comprise, a delightful voice shattered my daydream. "Sister, are you awake? Come play with me, please." A sweet, endearing voice echoed from outside the door. Such a soft, adorable, and healing voice. "My precious little sister, I shall come out to play with you." Ha ha, why do I laugh so wickedly? This certainly isn't me. At that moment, my multitasking talent kicked in. Wait, why is my adorable sister calling me sister? Hearing that I was awake, my sister couldn't contain her excitement and flung the door open. Upon seeing my lovely sister, I was taken aback. "Aren't you Hanabi?" Hanabi looked at me quizzically and replied, "Of course, I am Hanabi." I pointed at myself with trembling fingers. "I am Hinata." Hanabi gazed at Hinata with wide, innocent eyes. "Yes, that's right. Sister, are you feeling unwell? No, I'm not. Please allow me some peace. Hanabi's naive voice could not mend my shattered harem dream. Heavens above, why must you treat me this way? Why not transform me into Sasuke? I could effortlessly flaunt my prowess, charm the ladies, inherit my brother's Sharingan, and ultimately acquire my forefather's Rinnegan, paving my path to greatness. And marrying a wealthy beauty, why does the universe show me such disdain? Heaven, keep complaining, and I will turn you into Sasuke's sister, and you shall not survive beyond 2 episodes. Hinata broke into a cold sweat, hastily bowing and saying, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Hinata is wonderful, gentle, and beautiful. In the days that followed, Hanabi frequently asked, Sister, what's wrong? Why are there often tears in your eyes? Hinata replied, It's nothing, it's just that my love for Konoha runs deep. Hanabi's head was filled with question marks, unable to comprehend the connection between the two. Nevertheless, that was of little concern. My sister is the most beautiful, and I adore her the most. Observing Hanabi, who clung to me with starry eyes, Hinata found some solace in adoring little sister, something I had only seen in others' families. To alleviate my gloomy mood, Hinata often mused, at least I'm still a privileged heir, destined to become the 7th Hokage. Wait, am I actually contemplating marriage? This must be the universe's cruel joke, not my own thoughts. What a melancholic affair. Yet, Hinata eventually found a way to cope with her transformation into a girl. Becoming Hinata, while safe, with constant protection, left her feeling that the heavens bore some malice towards her. Thus, she resolved to abandon any notion of complacency. She must grow stronger to safeguard her life, for that is of paramount importance. Who knows if death would permit her return, or if even stranger occurrences might transpire. This accursed fate allowed her to become a girl. Who knows? Next time she might end up as a pig. The thought alone is terrifying. Thus, Hinata approached her antiquated, stoic father, stating, Father, I wish to become stronger, please grant me funds. Her father, the antiquated figure, was at a loss for words. If money could make one stronger, he would have long been the strongest in Konoha. No, rather, the strongest in the ninja world. Ever since the Uchiha clan was wiped out, he had considered himself the mightiest in Konoha. Thinking Hinata sought funds for training tools, her father casually handed her 100,000 ryo. Hinata had always trained diligently, and he had taken note of it. Thus, when she asked for money, he had no reason to refuse. Upon receiving the 100,000 ryo, Hinata exclaimed, Truly, as a wealthy heir, this is equivalent to 10,000 yuan. Hanabi, let's go indulge in delightful food. Sister, aren't you going to train? Hanabi asked, puzzled, as her sister typically trained at this hour, and her serious demeanor was truly captivating. Train? I am someone who can grow stronger, even in my sleep. Training is non-existent for me. One morning, Hinata embarked on her arduous training journey. Her antiquated father introduced a beautiful maid, around 20 years old, into her room. Hinata gazed at the stunning maid and couldn't help but think maliciously. Could her father be pursuing a younger woman? No, he's my father. How can I think such thoughts? That would be inappropriate. Her father, noticing Hinata's peculiar expression, explained, Hinata, she will be your personal maid, Hinata Erasure, responsible for ensuring your safety and overseeing your training. From now on, I will evaluate your progress monthly. You can no longer afford to be lax. What? Is it because I haven't trained for over 10 days that they've dispatched someone to supervise me? Am I to endure days of training for over 10 hours? This is terrifying, Hinata lamented. Hinata Erasure chuckled. Lady Hinata, there's no need to be so disheartened. Tomorrow is the enrollment day for the Ninja Academy, and the day after, you shall attend. You need only train for 2 hours after school. Tomorrow, you can even enjoy a day of rest. Hooray for studying. Hooray for Erasure. Hinata cheered. Little did she know that beneath Arashi's cheerful facade lay a hidden agenda. 2 hours of training would render her utterly exhausted. Seeing Hinata's exuberance, Erasure had no intention of dampening her spirits. Reluctantly, Hinata spent her final day of rest lounging in bed. The following morning, accompanied by Erasure, she arrived at the Ninja Academy, commencing her new life. Without a doubt, Lady Hinata was placed in the so-called elite class. This class included Sasuke from the Uchiha clan, the trio of Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji, as well as the Oil Girl clan and the Ninja Dog family. These young individuals hailed from Konoha's most formidable factions and could be regarded as the future hope of Konoha. The first 2 years at the Ninja Academy primarily revolved around learning reading and writing. With little substance to learn by the time Hinata arrived, her reading and writing skills were already well developed, as if the heavens had translated her prior knowledge for her without hesitation. Hinata chose a position in the middle of the last row, given that it was an amphitheater-style classroom with a sparse number of students. Wherever one sat would be under the vigilant gaze of the teacher. However, the last row provided a splendid view of the playground, making an ideal spot for daydreaming. Elevated and distant, it was indeed quite favorable. Arriving early has its advantages. I can choose any seat I desire. Hinata mused as she settled into her chosen spot, gazing out at the scenery beyond the window. At that moment, a languid youth sporting a bun hairstyle sauntered into the classroom, followed closely by a chubby boy munching on potato chips. This unmistakable duo was none other than Shikamaru and Choji. Shikamaru, it seems your throne has been usurped by someone else, Choji remarked nonchalantly. His mouth full of chips, Choji harbored no particular preferences regarding seating. He simply wished to sit alongside Shikamaru. Can you believe someone arrived even earlier than us? During the initial assessment of the classroom, I never anticipated someone would beat us to it. Choji, this is all your fault. Had you not gone to buy chips, we might have had a chance. Shikamaru lamented to Choji. Scratching his head, Choji replied, My apologies, Shiko. I too did not expect anyone to be here. So early the school had just opened its doors. Never mind though the prime seat is taken. The one beside it is still quite decent. Shikamaru had no intention of switching seats with Hinata, influenced by his mother's opinions. He found girls to be exceedingly troublesome, and notably fierce. Reasoning with them seemed futile, and he doubted his own ability to match their strength. As expected, Shikamaru allowed Choji to occupy the middle seat while he took the spot next to him in the spirit of camaraderie. He decided to let Choji take the lead, as he held no aversion to girls. Observing the pineapple-haired boy and the chubby one, Hinata felt an urge to tease them. After all, with only the three of them seated so closely, silence would surely breed awkwardness. Were you both drawn here by my exquisite beauty? Indeed, you two little rascals are quite the lechers, ha ha ha, Hinata proclaimed unabashedly. Since her arrival in this world, she found herself becoming increasingly self-absorbed. She firmly believed that her heightened self-esteem was the result of excessive female hormones and failed to reflect upon her own behavior. Shikamaru, with a furrowed brow, thought to himself, this girl is indeed a handful. Choji, however, straightforwardly remarked, not at all. We are simply innocent boys looking for a place to sit. Fear not, I understand the shyness of young lads. You shall have plenty of opportunities to confess your feelings in the future. After all, it is perfectly normal to feel bashful on the first day, Hinata reassured them. Shikamaru contemplated the prospect of associating with her. Realizing it would undoubtedly lead to complications, he pondered whether he should switch seats. Choji, unfazed, declared, the only thing I love is food. Goodness, this Choji was even more of an unfiltered straight shooter than anyone from her past life. He was truly hopeless. Shikamaru, too, seemed indifferent towards girls, and yet these two had somehow managed to find romance. Unbelievable. Seeing Hinata's flustered expression, Shikamaru concluded that there was no need to change seats. After all, Choji was proving to be quite the ally, and he silently applauded his friend. Just kidding. Aren't you two going to introduce yourselves? We are desk mates after all. I am Hyuga Hinata. I look forward to our time together. I am Nara Shikamaru. I am Akimichi Choji. Huh. Then we can consider ourselves friends. I brought some delicious treats from home. Would you care to share? With that, Hinata retrieved a beautifully crafted box of premium sushi from her backpack. Shikamaru gazed at the exquisite box. Swallowing his rejection along with his surprise, he suddenly found this girl to be less bothersome than he had initially thought. Meanwhile, Choji's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Clearly eager to partake in the feast, it seemed he had found a friend worth keeping. Having intended to share with classmates, she had asked her family's chef to prepare extra, so satisfying the appetites of these two young boys would be a simple task. Hinata, observing their enthusiastic consumption, thought to herself, indeed, children are easily won over. Thus began the voyage of their friendship, providing her with a legitimate reason to hide behind them during future escapades. Ha ha, Hinata, why do you look so mischievous? Choji inquired. Nothing. I was merely contemplating some delightful thoughts. Hinata replied. It's evident that your idea of delightful thoughts doesn't involve such a smile, Shikamaru remarked. This sushi is absolutely delicious. Where did you buy it, Hinata? Choji exclaimed. Hinata beamed with pride. Oh ho ho, this isn't store-bought, it was specially prepared by my family's esteemed chef. Isn't it splendid? Truly, you're the epitome of nobility, Hinata. How fortunate you are to have a dedicated chef, Shikamaru complimented. Indeed, I envy you, Choji added. As they chatted, other classmates began to arrive, engaging with those around them, gradually forming their own little groups. Currently, the students appear to have divided into 3 factions. A group of girls captivated by Sasuke's charm, led by Sakura, and Ino, a faction of boys hostile toward Sasuke. Naturally led by Naruto, had there been more of them, a confrontation would have surely ensued. The words may suggest otherwise, yet my father is steadfast in his desire to pass the family legacy into our hands, always preoccupied with the well-being of his grandchildren. Hinata, with a resigned smile, expressed her thoughts, believing that as long as the family's assets remain within, that is all that matters. The Hyuga clan is, after all, one family. However, Hinata Hizashi holds a different view, determined to reserve the finest for Boruto and Himawari, wishing to spare his children from hardship, a sentiment that is, after all, a natural inclination of the elder generation. Why draw such clear distinctions? Konoha commented, it is merely an old-fashioned way of thinking. Hasn't Kaguya already abolished the restrictions between the main and branch families? Hanabi glanced towards Kaguya, who was absorbed in her meal. Recalling how this esteemed ancestor had once furiously annulled the clan rules of the Hyuga family, otherwise, the branch members would have had no opportunity to inherit the family business. Indeed, wealth and power are the sharp blades that sever kinship. It would be far simpler, as in ancient times, when families toiled together in the fields. Kaguya responded, laying down her chopsticks. She observed the progression of the times, noting that the modern era contrasted starkly with the one in which she once lived. However, with the enrichment of life came an increase in cunning and rivalry, an innocence lost compared to the simplicity of the ancients. I am no longer concerned. I am a wife now, responsible for my husband and children. My sister is not adept in such matters. If I were to leave early and return late each day, Hanabi would end up raising my children. Hanabi puffed out her cheeks, acutely aware of her sister's nature. She knew that the lofty heavens were ill-suited for conflict, let alone the intricacies of management. A tender heart does not lend itself to decisive action. Thus, she resolved to relinquish her role as a ninja, content to embrace the role of a homemaker, caring for the family's daily needs. Hanabi envisioned nurturing her children herself. If she entrusted everything to Hinata, she would not deem herself a worthy mother. At the very least, she wished to wait until her children were older, cherishing the moments spent together. Very well. As you wish, Hinata replied with a smile. It was natural for Hanabi to care deeply for her children, a reflection of a devoted mother. Forcibly separating mother from child would not serve any purpose. Hence, matters concerning their father would have to wait for another time. After lunch, Boruto engaged in his usual games with Himawari, but this time, Kawaki joined them. Having spent considerably more time at home than Boruto, he was among Himawari's closest companions. Witnessing their closeness occasionally sparked a twinge of jealousy in Boruto. Amidst this idyllic family atmosphere, time flew swiftly, and soon dusk settled as the sun dipped below the horizon. Just before the household lights flickered on, the sound of the front door echoed through the home, announcing the return of the 7th Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki, who had completed a day's work and returned home early. Welcome home, my dear husband, Hanabi greeted, standing at the entrance. Her face aglow with a radiant smile as she approached him with warmth and concern. Dear wife, I'm back. Today's work was truly exhausting. Naruto exclaimed as he enveloped her in his arms, resting his head on her shoulder with a weary sigh, clearly indulging in a moment of affection with his beloved. You've worked hard, my love. You are the best and the most remarkable Hokage, Hanabi encouraged, gently patting his back and cradling his head against her comforting embrace. Her soothing words banishing the fatigue of the day from Naruto's visage, replacing it with a blissful grin. Wow. As Boruto peered into the living room, He was struck by the sight of his father, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. At his age, he thought, how could he still be so affectionate towards Aunt Hanabi? It was a scene replete with the sweet, albeit cloying, scent of love. Yet, Boruto also understood his father's actions. Managing an entire village as Hokage was undoubtedly exhausting. Such burdens could not be concealed within. If one constantly reassured family members that everything was fine, the weight of those unsaid worries would only accumulate. Eventually, that could lead to a breakdown, both physically and mentally. Thus, their family's dynamic revolved around Naruto bearing the pressures of his role outside, only to return home to share tender moments with those who loved him, allowing him to rejuvenate for the next day's duties. It was precisely because of the love and support from his family that Naruto could approach each day with a sparkle in his eyes, rather than turning into a heartless machine preoccupied with official matters. Naruto, are you tired? Kagaya had quietly appeared behind Hanabi, who released Naruto from her embrace, allowing Kagaya to nestle into his arms. Her delicate, pale fingers caressed his face as she inquired gently, "Not at all. Having you in the village by my side is truly a tremendous help," Naruto replied, wrapping his arms around Kagaya's slender waist and whispering in her ear. The silver-haired princess gazed at him with tender eyes, planting a soft kiss on his cheek before continuing to bask in her beloved's warmth. A large question mark seemed to hover over the small head of Hikari, who wondered if she was superfluous, given that even her biological mother was too preoccupied to acknowledge her. "Welcome home, big brother," Hakamichi greeted as he appeared in front of Naruto, holding a perfectly warm cup of tea to alleviate his fatigue, effectively dispelling any lingering darkness. "You know how our mother is," he added, observing Hikari quietly changing her shoes. Communicating with this century-old woman could indeed be challenging, but he remained confident that their mother would find a way. After sharing a moment of intimacy with Naruto, Kagaya moved over to embrace Hikari, who felt enveloped by a warm hug. The maternal comfort stirred something deep within him, prompting him to pause. "Good boy," Kagaya whispered softly. Hikari's lips curled slightly. Though he feigned indifference, he felt a surge of joy from his mother's praise. Kagaya's love was palpable and needed no articulation. He could sense it deeply, and that was enough for him. Meanwhile, Naruto entered the open kitchen to find Hinata preparing dinner. He wrapped his arms around her from behind, encircling her slender waist. "Hinata, you've worked hard," he murmured tenderly. Thanks to Hinata's diligent management, their home was well maintained, allowing him to focus on his duties outside and return to a haven of warmth and tranquility, an idyllic scenario every man dreams of. "Ah, Naruto-kun, stop that. The kids are watching," Hinata exclaimed, her cheeks flushing with bashfulness at his affectionate gesture. Despite their long-standing marriage, Boruto and Himawari's curious gazes made Hinata's position feel rather delicate. However, Naruto did not put her in an awkward position. He simply expressed his gratitude for her contributions to their family. Soon, they all sat down to await dinner, with Naruto positioned at the center, flanked by Kagaya on his left and Hanabi on his right. The shared glances of exasperation from his beloved wives filled Naruto's heart with a peculiar sense of happiness. "This is made by me. Is it delicious?" Hanabi inquired, offering Naruto a piece of potato with meat, her eyes sparkling with delight as he savored it. "My sister taught me well," she added, noting that while their flavors differed, both were undeniably delightful. "Whatever you make is delicious," Naruto complimented, prompting an even brighter smile from Hanabi. He then served Kagaya some meat, and the atmosphere during dinner was filled with warmth and familial affection. After the meal, Naruto cradled his little daughter on the sofa, playfully teasing the adorable angel while planting kisses on her tender cheeks. Meanwhile, Hinata's son, Hate, gently patted his father's cheek, seeming to engage in playful mischief while also appearing to disapprove of such affection. "Brother Hikari, what are you watching?" Boruto and Yukihira Yumiro were seated on a separate sofa, with Yukihira intently examining a rare scroll in his hands, his posture reminiscent of an elderly sage, a sight Boruto had long since grown accustomed to. This was a copy of the Warring States roster, which he had brought back before he had the chance to finish studying it. Yukihira casually remarked, as two distinct colored nine-tailed foxes nestled beside him. One was a lighter shade of orange, while the other was deeper in hue. These foxes were manifestations of the nine tails outside the Jinchuriki, akin to shadow clones, with a penchant for lounging on Yukihira's legs, shoulders, and even atop his head. "May I take a look?" Boruto's curiosity was piqued. Children of his age naturally possess an insatiable interest in everything, especially that which remains unfamiliar. "Very well. But this is an item of the same caliber as the Book of Seals, and must not be shared with others." Yui nodded, passing the scroll over. Had it been the Navi Boruto of the past, he would never have entrusted such a perilous object to anyone. However, at this moment, Boruto reflected upon his father's experiences and recalled participating in the battle against the Otsutsuki clan. Yui was convinced that Boruto had matured significantly. I would never do that. Boruto chuckled as he spoke, but when he took hold of the Warring States roster, he felt as if he had been jolted by an electric shock. However, this sensation quickly dissipated, and he paid it no mind, attributing it merely to static electricity. Meanwhile, Hikari and Hakamura's gazes fell upon the Warring States roster, and they exchanged a silent yet knowing glance, neither uttering a word. What a bore! It was all rather trivial. Boruto's curiosity flared swiftly, only to dissipate just as quickly. The records in the Warring States roster did not chronicle ninjutsu, but instead detailed the time and location of various perilous objects sealed away, rendering it a rather unconventional historical tome. Within its pages were both individuals and creatures. Boruto was not a reckless youth inclined to courting danger. Thus he returned the book to Yuhi after merely 2 pages. The atmosphere grew intriguing as Yuhi spoke with a meaningful glance, and Hanabi nodded in agreement. Boruto could not shake the unnerving gaze of the 2 brothers, prompting him to excuse himself to bed and retreat upstairs. As night fell, Naruto, having finished his bath, returned to his room, where Hanabi was already nestled in bed, engrossed in a book illuminated by the overhead light. In the crib beside her, Hinata Hanayoshi was peacefully asleep with closed eyes. With several wives to accommodate, their overnight rotations were organized into 2-day segments, with 3 individuals sharing the 7 days, culminating in a journey to the land of snow on the final day. What book is this? Naruto inquired with curiosity as he approached the bedside, recognizing the cover as vaguely familiar, an elusive memory that he could not quite grasp. Hanabi flashed a mischievous smile and handed the book to Naruto for his perusal. Upon reading the title, his eyes nearly widened in shock. The Temptation of the Younger Sister, a book marked for mature audiences. Simultaneously, Naruto recalled the reason for his familiarity with the cover. It was a risque book often pilfered by Kakashi-sensei, titled Paradise of Affection. However, the author of Paradise of Affection had ceased writing for certain reasons, not from a lack of desire, but due to the painful consequences of each word penned. What do you make of this? Naruto remarked, amused. Though there was no issue with Hanabi reading such adult literature, as she was, after all, a mother, the implications of her identity as Naruto's former sister-in-law rendered her interest rather ambiguous. I simply wish to see what kind of man marries an older sister and is favored by a younger sister, Hanabi responded, her eyes twinkling with a playful charm. Naruto couldn't help but acknowledge that his sister-in-law had matured, yet retained the same adorability from her youth. Who authored this? It couldn't possibly be someone we know. Naruto mused, taking a seat on the bed, suspicion creeping in. He sensed a traitor among them, as Jiraiya had long since stopped writing. However, the market for such literature surely had successors. It could not be based on his life, or that would indeed turn the Hokage's world upside down. Hee, Hanabi smiled subtly, neither confirming nor denying, leaving Naruto with an insatiable curiosity. Darling, the book claims that the best method to test a man's resolve after a long day's work is to see if he can withstand temptation. Please, do not use me for strange experiments. The following day, Boruto awoke to find he had missed breakfast and, naturally, an encounter with his father. By the time he arrived in the living room, only remnants of the meal remained. Boruto, your package has arrived, Hanabi announced, entering from the entrance. Boruto smiled and nodded at her, sensing that his aunt appeared even more radiant than the previous day. Perhaps it was due to the warmth of his father's embrace during the night, for Boruto had long been aware of his father's rotation. Indeed, sleeping beside his father had always been a comforting experience in his memories. Boruto swiftly finished his breakfast and proceeded to the entrance to unbox the package delivered by the courier. Inside, he discovered a gaming console along with a VR headset, prompting him to marvel at the remarkable efficiency of television shopping, placing an order yesterday and receiving it today. With no tasks scheduled for the day, he planned to indulge in a full day of playing new games at home, which he deemed a fitting pursuit for a mentally healthy youth. Hey, Uchiha, good morning. Are you still at home? Boruto, clutching a box in his hands, was about to ascend the stairs when he noticed Hiyori descending from above. He promptly stepped aside and greeted her. Are you heading to see father? Do you need something from me? Hiyori's gaze fell upon the peculiar box Boruto held, and her brow furrowed slightly. Yet, she refrained from mentioning the odd object, instead discerning Boruto's thoughts through his expression. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she hesitantly asked, Could you allow me to experience that moment again? You know, the one where I returned to the past to see Dad. I've been a bit lackadaisical lately and thought a glimpse of him might inspire me. Boruto shyly expressed that the last time he watched Naruto's journey to becoming Hokage, he was moved to tears, laughing and crying in equal measure. However, he had recently found it difficult to recall the finer details, prompting him to wish to rewatch it for a nostalgic revisit. The last viewing had been facilitated by Yuhi's use of a space-time ninjutsu, a feat that seemed effortless to such a prodigy. All right, I shall assist you, Yuhi readily agreed, much to Boruto's delight, who always knew that his elder brother was a good person. Aside from his usual stern demeanor, reminiscent of a grumpy old man, he was truly commendable. Thank you, Yuhi and I. You were truly wonderful. If Boruto were not holding a box in his hands, he would have rushed to embrace Yuhi. Yuhi merely smiled and, after changing her shoes, swiftly exited. Boruto understands that Yuhi has gone to assist the Hokage with his duties, and indeed, it is a wonderful opportunity for him to spend more time with his father. However, it is only a personality like that of an old man that can endure such a meticulous desk job. How many young individuals could truly withstand such a mundane routine during their formative years? Let me observe how this unfolds. Upon returning to his room, Boruto eagerly powered on the computer atop his desk, connecting both his gaming console and VR headset. A spark of excitement illuminated his face as he remarked that this was his inaugural experience with such a VR game, having heard tales of its immersive nature, which sent a thrill coursing through him. Ninja Heroes, activate, he exclaimed. As Boruto pressed the login button, the visuals within the headset momentarily blurred before sharpening into focus, revealing a village meticulously crafted in homage to the Hidden Leaf Village, populated by familiar structures and figures. To his astonishment, he discovered the option to select character appearances, including that of his father from over a decade ago. Have they paid my family for the rights? He pondered. Boruto gazed at the character selection interface, scratching his head in confusion. Is this something I can use freely? Surely it requires the individual's consent. But my father has never been one to concern himself with such matters. Thus, with a natural inclination, Boruto selected the appearance of Naruto from his younger days, the visage he bore upon returning from his training with Jiraiya, embodying the essence of a spirited golden-haired youth. Transformed into the youthful Naruto, Boruto stood upon the bustling streets, feeling an exhilarating elevation of his entire being. The breeze that caressed him felt authentic, the earth beneath his feet was genuine, and even the aroma wafting from the street food stall was vividly recreated. It was astonishing that he had only discovered such an exceptional game just yesterday. It was truly a disgrace for any gamer. However, Boruto soon encountered a dilemma. While he could move freely, he could not locate any areas that had undergone narrative progression. Nor could he find a suitable venue to test his skills, as the village prohibited player versus player combat. Anxiously, he began to leap around in search of someone who could offer assistance. The game's tutorial proved to be quite beneficial, guiding Boruto as he bypassed main storyline NPCs, overlooked a kindly old lady seeking help, and missed the PvP guide, ultimately arriving before the event guide NPC. The sole reason for this detour was the NPC girl, who sported a strikingly similar head of golden hair, making her both conspicuous and appealing. As the details of the unnamed NPC materialized before Boruto, he noted the lack of any substantial information. Even the name felt rather superficial. Yet, being a game, he found it acceptable. Upon closer inspection of the unnamed character's attire, Boruto understood why she had caught his eye. She shared his hair color and possessed the same cerulean blue eyes, adorned in a light orange ninja jacket, complemented by shorts and black ninja leggings. She appeared to be of similar age to Boruto, unmistakably a peer. Excuse me, miss, how does one play this game? I wish to engage in combat. Boruto cheerfully inquired of the nameless figure, completely oblivious to any wrongdoing in his actions. In truth, this was merely an event NPC, one who managed nothing beyond the activities at hand. Please refer to page 13 of the instruction manual, came the mechanical response. Where should I go to accept a quest? Kindly consult page 13 of the instruction manual. Reading the manual is too tedious. Just take me there directly. Please refer to page 13 of the instruction manual. Miss. Boruto persistently lingered before the activity NPC, reluctant to depart. Ultimately, the NPC could no longer maintain her composure. Her mechanical expression and movements faltered, infused with anger that bordered on a roar. Are you out of your mind? The unnamed NPC bellowed, startling Boruto, who had not anticipated such a shift in a machine's behavioral logic, leading it to turn against him. If you're unwell, Why not seek medical attention instead of tormenting an NPC here? Is this amusing to you? The NPC continued, glaring at Boruto. She had endured this for far too long, and even a clay figure would have its limits. Besides, she was no mere clay figure. She was a tempestuous young girl, incapable of tolerating such torment from Boruto. Oh, have NPCs become so aggressive nowadays? Perhaps it's due to my incessant dialogue prompts triggering hidden storylines. Truly, I am remarkable, he mused. Boruto gazed at the unnamed individual who was venting their frustration at him, feeling no semblance of the humiliation one might experience in reality. Instead, he found the entire scenario to be a rather intriguing construct. Please, do not be upset. This is my first time playing this game, and I find it quite fascinating. Boruto observed as the expression of Nameless gradually twisted into a grotesque grimace. He quickly raised his hand, shaking it in a gesture of goodwill, yearning for her understanding. It matters not. I shall consider it my misfortune. Thus, Nameless contemplated that engaging in a quarrel with a fool would render her foolish as well. Consequently, she waved her hand, intending to dismiss this ailing young man. Nameless, please escort me to the mission location. Boruto beamed with a radiant smile, revealing 2 rows of pristine teeth. His genuine visage seamlessly fused with the youthful appearance of Naruto, rendering any distinction virtually imperceptible. You honestly, I truly. Nameless felt her blood pressure soaring beyond measure at the sight of Boruto, wishing fervently to silence him. Yet, contemplating her time, she realized it would be more prudent to guide him to engage and play rather than squander time remedying her elevated blood pressure. Follow me, she remarked. Her expression tinged with exasperation, before turning to lead Boruto to the quest location. Observing her demeanor, Boruto promptly followed, offering his praise. You are truly a good person, no, a splendid NPC. Boruto's praise did little to uplift the spirits of this peculiar NPC, who merely felt relieved to finally be rid of the burden. Just as he prepared to depart, he was greeted once more by Boruto's radiant smile. Thank you, Nameless. Until we meet again. Bolan's words caused Wuming to pause in her tracks as she gazed at the youth before her with a sense of bewilderment. It was the first time in her life that she had received gratitude from another, and they had even made plans to meet again. The simplicity of his words sent a tremor through Wuming's heart, although she understood that Bolan perceived her merely as an NPC in their dialogue. He was the first to express a desire to see her again. This brief encounter left a subtle imprint on her scarred soul. Ha! Achieving an S rank with such ease. Boruto's laughter resonated from the task reception area. As a gaming virtuoso, his skills were undeniably remarkable. In his inaugural battle, he achieved an S rank and acquired numerous in-game items and rewards. The finesse with which he executed his moves mirrored the authenticity of employing ninjutsu against adversaries, igniting immense optimism regarding the game's potential, prompting him to consider it as his primary gaming pursuit. Throughout the entirety of the day, aside from moments dedicated to nourishment and restroom breaks, Boruto immersed himself in the game titled Ninja Hero, playing with such fervor that the world around him faded into oblivion. When he finally regained his senses and exited the game, he realized that the outside had long since succumbed to darkness, with only the glow of streetlights illuminating the room. This is bad, Boruto exclaimed in surprise and hurriedly dashed out of the room, making his way downstairs. Indeed, he found his family gathered in the living room, enjoying dinner. And Naruto had also returned. Boruto, why did you come down at this hour? Naruto inquired, observing his son. There was no cause for concern regarding the boy's behavior. At least he was not indulging in the same mischief as during his own childhood, such as pilfering forbidden scrolls, though he could be a bit mischievous at times. Oh, haha, I made a friend in the game and got carried away playing for a while. Boruto revealed a smile tinged with guilt, skillfully masking his obsession with gaming by framing it as a means of fostering camaraderie with friends. Oh, is that so? Then let us cherish our friendships. Naruto replied with a gentle smile, exerting no pressure on Boruto. This alleviated Boruto's anxiety. He realized that once his father spoke, his mother would likely refrain from scolding him. Indeed, having a kind-hearted father was a true blessing. After dinner, Boruto's gaze fell upon Naruto, who embraced the 3 women of the household before bidding farewell, transforming into a golden light and vanishing. Boruto understood that this was the Flying Thunder God technique, allowing Naruto to traverse any location on the planet as long as he bore the Flying Thunder God seal, merely dependent on the amount of chakra consumed. By chance, Naruto was never lacking in chakra. It had been quite a while since Boruto had seen his 2 younger sisters, Yukihira and Mizuki. Boruto muttered to himself, reflecting on the unique status of his two aunts, both of whom were esteemed leaders tasked with governing their own small nations. Naturally, they could not reside in Konohagakure. Their gatherings were limited to festive occasions, while his father would employ the Flying Thunder God technique to visit them. At times, Boruto pondered the implications. Had his father not mastered this technique, his aunts would have become mere figures of longing. Has that thing been resolved, Yuhi? As Boruto stealthily approached Yuhi while Hinata was engaged in washing the dishes, he mischievously remarked that while the game was indeed entertaining, he had not lost sight of his intentions for the day. He planned to observe Naruto's past in a spiritual form, allowing his physical body to rest in bed, akin to experiencing a lucid dream. Thus, it was particularly suitable for such endeavors during the night. Boruto had also quietly resolved to take a closer look at how his father had developed a connection with the two ladies from the Land of Snow. Follow me, Yui said without uttering another word, as she flicked the long white sleeves of her attire, which had never been washed nor sullied, and led Boruto upstairs. With a joyful smile, Boruto followed her to her room. The technique is here. Once activated, I will send you to bed. Yui indicated her desk, where an open scroll lay. Upon it, intricate and esoteric tadpole-like symbols were inscribed, forming a complex array. At the center of this formation was a specially crafted kunai. Embedded within the scroll, Boruto undoubtedly recognized the three-pronged kunai, a cherished possession of his grandfather. The last time he encountered such an object, it was the key to unraveling Naruto's experiences. Thus, this time, he seized the kunai's grip with ease and without suspicion. The formation immediately radiated a brilliant blue light, and Boruto collapsed as if his soul had departed from his body. After catching him, Yui intended to transport him back to his room. However, an unexpected anomaly emerged within the formation, something Yui had not anticipated, prompting her to pause and observe the unfolding changes. Full moon. After a moment of contemplation, Yui discerned the mysterious force altering the formation, the enormous full moon hanging in the sky that night. It was the night of the full moon, a time when the lunar orb symbolized extraordinary power throughout the ninja world. This moon, once the site that sealed Kaguya, had been influenced over the years by the might of the divine tree, resulting in subtle alterations to its essence. Yui hoped that the reincarnation technique would not be necessary. Heartlessly, she chose to step back from the situation, aware that Boruto was in peril. However, she refrained from intervening, recognizing that each individual's fate follows its own path, and forcibly altering it is seldom a prudent course of action. Boruto was oblivious to the fact that he had been forsaken by his beloved brother. As darkness enveloped him, he felt a sudden blackness before awakening once more to find himself in a dimly lit cave. The cave was damp and shadowy, with occasional droplets of water cascading from above. Boruto was somewhat perplexed. This resting place was far from what he had envisioned. As an exceptional ninja who had already graduated, he promptly began to survey his surroundings. To his astonishment, he discovered a formidable iron-barred gate before him, adorned with a heavy iron door that unmistakably resembled that of a prison cell. Boruto's ears twitched as he detected the faint sound of breathing nearby. Turning his head, he beheld a boy with long black hair curled up, cradling his knees in slumber. The boy's head was bowed, obscuring his features and rendering it impossible to discern his gender. Boruto could only ascertain that he was of a similar build and likely of comparable age. "Oh, greetings to you." Boruto instinctively raised his hand in greeting, but he quickly recalled that he had arrived in the past as a spiritual entity. Thus, he could neither be seen nor touched, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. He turned to leave this confinement. "Who are you?" a frail voice called out, prompting Boruto to halt his steps. He turned back in surprise to look at the boy seated on the ground, as if he were beckoning him. "You can see me? I am Boruto Uzumaki, a ninja." Boruto pointed at his own face with his thumb and, aided by the dim light of the moon, observed as the young girl slowly lifted her head, revealing a visage marked by exhaustion, with her dark hair and ebony eyes. She bore a striking resemblance to Boruto's childhood companion, Sarada Uchiha. The girl was clad in a tattered, deep blue robe, soiled and worn, lacking even a pair of shoes. Her feet wrapped in bandages as a substitute. Her toes, long exposed to the elements, were marred with numerous wounds, and shackles bound her ankles, clearly marking her as a captive. "Go to hell," the nameless girl spat at Boruto, before once again lowering her head and burying her face in her knees. "Well, your aggression is a bit much. I haven't done anything to provoke you." Boruto felt utterly innocent, having inexplicably found himself in this place only to be met with scorn. As a competent ninja, he resolved to remain and engage in a meaningful dialogue with the girl. The ninja world deserved to perish, along with all its inhabitants. The girl shouted vehemently, and from her voice, Boruto discerned a palpable hatred, a sentiment he had not encountered in quite some time. However, his thoughts raced swiftly. Considering the timeline, it was evident that this was shortly after the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War, a period marked by mutual animosity among ninjas, thus making her feelings somewhat understandable. I must say, although this era is indeed dire, if you can just hold on a little longer, in a decade or so, you will witness the dawn of peace. Boruto scratched his head in a moment of helplessness, then took a few steps closer to the girl seated on the ground and spoke of the future as he understood it. What gives you the right to say that? The girl inquired. Because I simply know, he replied. My father is the protagonist of this era. He will usher in peace, provided that you can survive until that time. Boruto found himself at a loss for words. Claiming to be a person from the future seemed far too extravagant, a notion only a fool would believe. Yet, he was aware that once his father matured, the world would transcend the chaos of war, ushering in a true era of peace. Nonsense. You must have been imprisoned here for deceiving others, right? The young girl harbored no faith in Boruto's assertions, viewing him merely as a boastful wrongdoer. If that is the case, this must be a prison cell. How did you end up here, and what crime did you commit? Boruto retorted, questioning how much wrongdoing a girl of similar age could possibly commit to warrant such confinement. Crime? The gravest mistake I have made is not eliminating all of you wretched ninjas. The girl suddenly erupted with fervor, her voice resonating powerfully as she lifted her pair of three-tomo Sharingan. The blood-red eyes glistened hauntingly under the moonlight, sending shivers down Boruto's spine. Sharingan? How did I step into this trap? Do not approach me. My Rasengan is formidable. Boruto possessed a profound understanding of the Sharingan. He was aware that members of the Uchiha clan typically activated their eyes only in moments of heightened emotion. Yet, he had done nothing out of the ordinary, merely engaging in a casual conversation. However, his counterpart did not afford him the opportunity to explain. Consequently, Boruto clenched his right hand, summoning a sphere of azure chakra, preparing to engage in a serious dialogue. Unbeknownst to him, the true purpose of the cell around him had already been compromised. The surrounding rock walls were embedded with special seals designed to disrupt the flow of chakra. These seals rendered the chakra within the cell incapable of coalescing, thereby preventing the formation of his Rasengan, which simply dissipated into nothingness. Boruto lowered his gaze to the vanishing Rasengan in his hand, then turned his attention to the girl charging toward him. He could only silently lament his predicament, as he was left with no choice but to resort to the taijutsu in which he was not particularly skilled. Moments later, Boruto found himself sprawled on the ground. The girl perched upon his back, fiercely biting at his ear. The pain elicited cries from him, and he momentarily forgot that before the Sharingan. Every movement in taijutsu seemed to unfold in slow motion, rendering any counterattack futile. Consequently, he was easily subdued. Fortunately, his opponent was unable to utilize ninjutsu and lacked the strength to break bones. Thus, she opted to employ another part of the human body that could be deemed a weapon for her biting assault. Why was she targeting his ear? What fueled her disdain for ninjas? Boruto said with a grimace that even spiritual entities are capable of feeling pain. In an attempt to protect his ears, he endeavored to coax the girl into sharing her story. However, she stubbornly clung to her silence, showing no inclination to speak. Just wait, I will make you talk. When the time comes, I shall pull you from the whirlpool of hatred. Keeping my word is my way of the ninja. Boruto spoke with a hint of irritation, causing the young girl to momentarily pause. At that moment, the moonlight outside the cell was obscured by dark clouds, and Boruto vanished from her sight as if he had never existed. The unforeseen turn of events left the girl in a daze for a few seconds. However, her understanding of ninjas was superficial. She was unaware of the myriad of jutsu in the world and simply felt that Boruto had escaped from prison. Liar. She murmured softly after returning to her previous spot, burying her face in her knees. The notion that someone could flee from this confinement and never return aligned perfectly with her recollection of ninjas as deceitful beings. Far away from the Hidden Leaf Village, in the land of snow, Naruto found himself within a square box, facing a row of numerical buttons. He casually pressed a few to input a password, and the elevator began its ascent. The top floor was designated as his home. Although Naruto's Flying Thunder God technique could transport him directly home, he refrained from doing so, fearing that his sudden appearance might startle those busy at home. Thus, he typically chose to enter the elevator before returning. With a soft ding, The elevator doors opened to reveal a modern interior adorned with pristine white tiles. Several sofas were arranged in the living room according to the preferences of the lady of the house, and a flat-screen television mounted on the wall displayed a movie. Naruto. You're back. A lively figure rushed into Naruto's embrace, her deep blue hair cascading around her as she moved, carrying the scent of shampoo. I'm back, Yukino, Naruto replied, gently patting her back, and they shared a quiet moment in each other's arms until a young woman with red hair emerged from another room. Why don't you come to see your daughter more often? Look how much she misses you, Kushina complained upon seeing her son, holding the hands of two little girls who mirrored her fiery red hair. As a grandmother, she adored them, especially when it came to protecting them from any distress. Daddy, Daddy. The two sweet, understanding girls approached Naruto, who bent down to embrace them both. Despite being 12 years old, he effortlessly lifted them, savoring the weight of his daughters. Didn't you hear your mother speaking? Kushina raised an eyebrow, walking over to tug at Naruto's ear, raising her voice. He instinctively shrank his neck. Although he was now Hokage, he could only comply in the presence of this fiery matriarch, an inherited trait. Mom, it's not my fault. Being Hokage keeps me so busy. Naruto explained with a pained expression. The responsibilities of Hokage were indeed overwhelming. But he made a concerted effort to visit his daughters in the land of snow whenever he could, utilizing his flying thunder god technique for these precious moments. You're over 30 now? Why not consider finding an heir? Kushina released his ear, innocently offering her unsolicited advice. The ninja world had transformed significantly since her youth. In times of peace, anyone could be Hokage, she thought. Cough. I've only been Hokage for a few years, Naruto nearly spluttered in disbelief. Was this really a conversation one would expect from a mother? He had worked tirelessly to attain this position. Yet, to Kushina, it seemed merely an accomplishment, once achieved. The focus shifted to her son's leisure. But the first and second Hokages didn't last long either. Your father didn't even reach 30, Kushina remarked. They died. Naruto retorted, trying to voice his frustration. Kushina was straightforward, saying whatever came to mind, a trait she had likely inherited from Minato's indulgence. Just make sure to spend more time with Yukino and Shirayuki, she added, though her words held no real pressure. In truth, she had reservations about the woman who had married her son, considering her unworthy due to past actions. However, upon the birth of her granddaughters, those opinions fell by the wayside. She could not bear to see her granddaughters unhappy. Now, tell Daddy what you've been up to lately? Naruto settled onto the sofa with his daughters, allowing them to snuggle against him. Yukino lay across his lap, while Shirayuki perched on his shoulder, playfully tugging at his golden hair. We're competing for the lead role in a new movie. Shirayuki, the elder sister, naturally took the lead in answering. The sisters, born around the same time, shared a close bond and a keen interest in acting. What new movie? Naruto inquired, glancing at the smiling Yukino. Mom is remaking the Snow Princess Ninja Scroll, Shirayuki chimed in. Being Yukino's mother, she had inherited exceptional acting genes, while Shirayuki, with a ninja for a mother, excelled in action scenes. Each girl possessed her own unique talents. I see, but there can only be one lead role, Naruto chuckled, pleased that his children had their own interests. In this age of advanced technology, many things could replace the role of a ninja. Yet he felt a twinge of concern about potential rivalry between them. The other role can go to the male lead. Using transformation jutsu, Shirayuki reassured him. In the end, it seemed both lead roles might be claimed by his daughters, causing Naruto to chuckle softly as he kissed them both. You certainly make good use of ninjutsu, he remarked. Where's Bai? After a moment, he noticed his wife was absent. Bai was typically quiet and could remain unseen unless she chose to approach him. She's downstairs with Mr. Zabuza. Dad is there too, Yukino replied, referring to Minato. Since Kushina was present, Minato must be around as well, as he was the only one capable of long-distance travel using the Flying Thunder God technique to bring his wife to see their granddaughters. Naruto soon felt a longing for his wife, and he quickly led his family down the elevator to a room adorned in a vintage style. Tatami mats covered the floor, and the windows were draped with roller blinds, casting a warm, dim light suitable for those who thrived in shadows. Zabuza sat cross-legged on the floor, facing Minato across a chessboard, while Bai assisted by refilling their tea, quietly observing their game. Ha ha ha, the fourth Hokage is nothing extraordinary. I wonder what those fools will think when they learn I defeated the Hokage. Zabuza laughed heartily after making a decisive move, his bandaged face unable to conceal his triumphant expression from winning against the fourth Hokage. Zabuza, your chess skills have certainly improved, Minato replied with a smile. Mizuki smiled gently at Zabuza, his expression serene, undeterred by the mockery of his defeat in the game of chess. His demeanor had always been such. As long as one did not become an enemy, one would forever encounter his gentle side. "Father," Naruto called as he approached Minato, placing his two daughters beside him. Yukihira and Mizuki immediately called out Grandpa and clambered onto Minato's back, making the youthful man, who bore no semblance to a grandfather, smile even more warmly. "Naruto, you've arrived." Minato acknowledged his son with a nod. At this age, Naruto was no longer a source of concern for him, whether as Hokage or as a father. He had surpassed Minato in every regard. "Welcome home, dear." Kushina had already risen upon Naruto's arrival, clad in a traditional women's kimono, her hair styled in a ponytail cascading down her back. After drawing near to Naruto, they embraced for a moment, during which Naruto whispered something in her ear, prompting a radiant smile to grace her face. She then pressed a gentle kiss upon his cheek, resting her forehead softly against his chest, accompanying him in silent solidarity. "Good day, Mr. Zabuza," Naruto greeted Zabuza while still holding Kushina. After all, his wife had been nurtured by Zabuza as a daughter, and this non-biological father-in-law held a genuine affection for her. "Well, how is that old fool Kakashi faring lately?" Zabuza, accustomed to his cabbage being devoured by pigs, could only sigh. What could he do when his children were already grown? Thus, he bypassed that topic to inquire about his most despised rival. "Kakashi-sensei has taken to retirement, occasionally arranging training plans for some shinobi, but mostly just reads," Naruto replied. "Seems his health isn't that great either. When you see him, tell him I intend to outlive him, and I'll toss cockroaches into his coffin," Zabuza proclaimed confidently, puffing up his chest to display his robust physique. After all, he had the esteemed medic, Kushina, by his side. Her expertise in pharmaceuticals was one of her many talents, particularly after technological advancements. Many of the special medicines from the land of snow were her creations, which was undoubtedly part of the reason for Zabuza's longevity. "Ahaha," Naruto chuckled, realizing that his teacher would hardly be bothered by such low-level provocations. Yet, this marked a visible change in the shinobi world. Once deadly adversaries on the battlefield, they had now matured into mere bickering old men, with Zabuza's blade nearly rusted from disuse. After their brief exchange, Naruto took his two wives back to rest. Yukihira and Mizuki had intended to act as the light bulbs between their parents, but were thwarted by their grandmother, who explained that although the bed was spacious, it could not accommodate 5 people, so they ought to sleep with her instead. "My ears." Boruto awoke with a start, his voice escaping in a gasp. He touched his ears, and, upon confirming their presence, he exhaled in relief. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized he had returned to his own room, clearly indicating that the previous day's events had merely been a dream. It was peculiar. Something felt amiss. Upon rising, Boruto descended to the first floor, where dawn was just beginning to break. Yui sat on the sofa, appearing as if she had not slept all night, engrossed in her book. A cup of tea that had long since cooled resting before her. The sight of his elder brother brought Boruto a sense of reassurance. "Yui, it seems there is an issue with the formation. Why was I attacked by individuals from the past?" Boruto straightforwardly inquired, having long since outgrown the age of envying his elder brother's superiority. Now, he sought answers with unrestrained curiosity, confident that Yui, with her boundless knowledge, could elucidate any query. Upon witnessing Boruto's safe return, Yui felt a sense of relief. She set aside her book and fixed her gaze on him, eagerly awaiting his narrative. Thus, Boruto swiftly recounted his experiences. In truth, time had seemed to fly by in his memory. He had scarcely uttered a few words before being returned, missing out on a greater array of experiences. "Yesterday, there was a malfunction in the formation, which inadvertently transported your spiritual essence to an unknown era. As for its whereabouts, the information you have gathered remains insufficient. All that is known is that it involves the Uchiha clan, a lineage spanning numerous epochs." Yui candidly shared her conjectures with Boruto, who inwardly resonated with her insights. Had it not been for the unforeseen incident, he would still be observing his father's romantic pursuits. "Let me think," he mused. "I seem to recall that outside the cell was a village, characterized by its antiquated dwellings. I did not encounter any 2-story buildings." Boruto endeavored to recall the world he glimpsed beyond the prison bars. The houses he saw had long been abandoned, relics of a bygone era, now likely only utilized by the most backward of villages. The Uchiha clan, a prominent lineage within the shinobi realm, would never have resided in such dilapidated surroundings prior to their downfall. There are 2 possibilities. 1. This setting may belong to the era preceding the establishment of Konohagakure by Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, or 2. It could be a settlement founded by those Uchiha clansmen who rejected the peace with the Senju family and chose to sever ties. What do you think? Hyuga expressed his thoughts and respectfully inquired about Boruto's perspective, valuing his younger brother's opinion. I am uncertain, Boruto replied. However, that girl is of a similar age to mine, and she already possesses the 3 Tomo Sharingan. If she hails from a lesser Uchiha branch, should she not be nurtured as a prodigy? Why then is she confined in a cell, clearly having been imprisoned for an extended period? Boruto racked his brain to articulate these words. He was not particularly adept at contemplation. He was willing to go to great lengths for that unknown girl. Regardless, you have returned safely, and this time I shall ensure the formation is more secure, Yuhi remarked with an air of indifference, treating Boruto's recent ordeal as merely an unfortunate incident. Upon hearing this, Boruto was momentarily taken aback. No, I cannot return. I have promised her that I would rescue her from the vortex of hatred. I cannot be unfaithful to my word. I long to meet her once more. Boruto shook his head vigorously. Although he was unaware of the era from which the nameless girl hailed, he did not wish to disregard her presence now that she had spoken. He could not forget the pair of eyes filled with hatred, crimson like a blazing inferno. He yearned to assist her. You are just as stubborn as your father. The formation is not something that can simply be mismanaged at will, Yuhi remarked, allowing a faint smile to grace her lips, intentionally provoking Boruto. He immediately grew anxious, realizing that their encounter had been the result of an accident, and it was improbable for her to have survived into this era. Repeating such an accident would indeed be exceedingly challenging. What shall we do then? Perhaps you could beseech your aunt. The reincarnation, I can accomplish many feats in place of the moon, Yuhi replied nonchalantly. If the Rinnegan is considered the mightiest eye on earth, then the reincarnation eye stands as the most formidable on the moon. To cultivate this eye, Otsutsuki Kagaya sacrificed all her kin, only for its ultimate power to be inherited by Hanabi. Ah, indeed, I still have a sage in my family. Upon hearing Yuya's words, Boruto felt an immense sense of relief wash over him. Hanabi, his aunt, typically kept a low profile, and aside from their family, no one was aware that she had ascended to become one of the most formidable forces in Konoha. It is no exaggeration to assert that she certainly ranks among the top 5. With the assurance he received, Boruto set off for work with a tranquil mind. As a genin, his daily routine involved accepting missions and working under his father, the Hokage, earning a salary as an officially recognized minor laborer. Sarada, is Uncle Sasuke home? During the execution of their mission, Boruto inevitably encounters his 2 companions from the 7th Division, coincidentally coming across a member of the Uchiha clan. Seizing the opportunity, he inquires, "Since your father happens to be home, what do you intend to do?" Uchiha Sarada regards Boruto with a wary expression and replies, "At present, Sasuke has not been away from the village for long. He merely travels occasionally between the land of fire and the land of rain. Due to the Akatsuki organization gathering various intelligence across the continent, he enjoys a relatively leisurely pace. Moreover, Uchiha Itachi, being so fond of his younger brother, would naturally not burden Sasuke with all responsibilities." Boruto reassures her, "There's no need to be so on edge. Is it not entirely normal for me to check on my mentor?" Boruto sighed, expressing his frustration. It seemed as though Sarada's reaction implied he intended to usurp Uncle Sasuke, whereas he merely hoped to learn a few skills from him. Sarada huffed but chose not to elaborate further, agreeing to take Boruto home to see Sasuke after work. Meanwhile, Mitsuki stood quietly to the side, observing the occasional verbal sparring between the 2 adversaries with amusement. The working hours for a genin were not particularly long. As they were still but children, after completing a few basic tasks, Boruto concluded his day. He couldn't help but lament the uncertainty of when he might undertake a disguised S-rank mission, masquerading as a mere C-rank task, much like his father. "Excuse me, Uncle Sasuke," Boruto called cheerfully as he peeked into the Uchiha household's living room. Inside, Sasuke was engaged in the routine maintenance of his ninja tools, surrounded by an array of scrolls and shuriken, alongside his beloved Kusanagi sword. Sasuke's appearance remained largely unchanged, save for the intentionally lengthened hair on the left side, which concealed his left eye. Since it had transformed into a Rinnegan, it could not be retracted, and thus he chose to hide it behind his hair to avoid startling others. "Is there something you need?" Sasuke's demeanor remained as aloof as ever. Upon seeing the son of his friend and his own pupil, he merely offered a cold, haughty expression, granting him the barest acknowledgement. I have a few questions I would like to discuss. Do you think we could speak privately? Boruto rubbed his hands together with a charming smile, mindful not to appear overly arrogant before his master. Otherwise, if reprimanded, his father would undoubtedly side with Sasuke, as he was, after all, Naruto's half-brother. Huh. Sarada clenched her fists, expressing her skepticism. What could possibly warrant secrecy from her? Is this even a conversation? Apologies, Sarada, but this is a secret among men. Boruto clasped his hands in apology to Sarada, her lips twitching slightly, yet she ultimately refrained from speaking. It was a rare moment of earnest inquiry from Boruto regarding her father, and she felt it inappropriate to pry too much. Follow me, Sasuke indicated, showing no dissent. After greeting Boruto, he led him to his study, a space he seldom occupied, merely a sanctuary for solitude. Uncle Sasuke, actually, yesterday During a moment of solitude with Sasuke, Boruto recounted his experiences from the previous day. Sasuke listened intently, his brow furrowing slightly as he idly manipulated the forces of time and space. Indeed, only that old man could accomplish such feats. For years, he and that old man had been at odds. Were it not for his connection with Naruto, they might not have crossed paths even once in a year. What do you wish to ask? Sasuke inquired. Was there someone like you in the Uchiha clan during your childhood, Uncle Sasuke? According to your account, at your age, one would already possess the three tomo. Such brilliance is rare among geniuses. The only person I know with such talent is Itachi. Moreover, I can assure you that there has never been any record of a village within the Uchiha clan. Sasuke shook his head, stating that he had encountered numerous historical texts from the Uchiha clan, none of which documented a time when they had gathered into a village. The earliest records predated the reconciliation between the Senju and Uchiha clans. Could it be that those Uchihas were captured by other factions? Boruto inquired further. The likelihood is exceedingly low. Geniuses with three tomo are not commonplace and are typically documented, Sasuke replied. I see. Thank you, Uncle Sasuke. Upon hearing this, Boruto comprehended that his conjecture was indeed correct. He had been transported to a distant era. His incessant inquiries stemmed from a desire to ascertain whether the peace he had promised was attainable. For it is essential to recognize that prior to Naruto's ascension as Hokage, peace was virtually non-existent. What does the girl look like? Sasuke inquired, as he picked up a pen and paper to hand to Boruto. In this new era of tranquility, the curriculum at the Ninja Academy had expanded, with sketching and painting now included among the assessment criteria. Back when Naruto was still a student, the graduation examination consisted solely of the shadow clone technique, and academic subjects were only tested during the Nin exams. Without this, Naruto, being academically challenged, would have struggled to even become a genin. Something like this, Sasuke replied. Her hair bears some resemblance to yours. Boruto's fingers, gripping the pen, moved delicately as he sketched the features of the nameless girl on the paper. Unable to accurately render her face, he resorted to a simplistic cartoon representation, only managing to recall her hairstyle. How could she look like this? Sasuke observed Boruto's depiction of the hairstyle, lost in contemplation. The Uchiha clan's hairstyle is emblematic of one's identity, and at that moment, Sasuke was reminded of Madara Uchiha's distinctive hair. The thought was nearly blinding. Could Boruto have encountered a female version of Madara? That would be exceedingly bizarre. Uncle Sasuke, I will help her. The Uchiha clan cannot possibly harbor malevolence. With unwavering confidence, Boruto declared at the end, while Sasuke remained silent. Although this trust warmed the heart, was there truly no ill-intentioned individual within the Uchiha clan? Even Sasuke himself harbored uncertainties. Boruto, would you like to stay for dinner before you leave? Sarada casually remarked as she saw Boruto emerge alongside her father in the living room, though deep down, she sincerely hoped he would linger a little longer. No. I haven't informed my mother. She would worry. I appreciate your kindness. Boruto flashed a radiant smile at Sarada, waved goodbye, and departed from the Uchiha residence. Sarada couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment. Observing this, Sasuke reached out to gently pat his daughter's head, suddenly realizing that Boruto seemed to be preoccupied with another girl from the Uchiha clan. No wonder he hadn't let Sarada in on it. One could only wonder whether this young man was acting out of intention or mere coincidence. Upon returning home, Boruto, as is customary, sat down to dinner with his family. However, after the meal, instead of departing the living room, he raised his hand and spoke in front of everyone. I would like to convene a family meeting. Boruto spoke with a grave expression, stating that a family meeting is a gathering where family members discuss a particular matter. When confronted with an insurmountable or perilous situation, It is imperative to consult with one's family rather than harboring secrets that may exacerbate the issue. Although Boruto is still quite young, Naruto has entrusted him with the authority to convene a meeting. While this may seem akin to a jest for a child, it instills a profound sense of recognition, making him feel valued and acknowledged by all. Boruto, what has transpired? Naruto's immediate instinct is that Boruto has encountered some unexpected trouble. Otherwise, he wouldn't have called a meeting with such gravity. The eyes of others are fixated on Boruto, which causes him to feel a slight flush on his cheeks, as he is still unaccustomed to such scrutiny. Nevertheless, Boruto is determined to engage in a serious discussion, for he senses the gravity of the situation and understands the necessity of informing his family. I wish to assist someone. Boruto passionately recounted his experiences, and it is difficult for an ordinary person to comprehend why a mere encounter and a few exchanged words compelled him to consider returning to that bygone era in search of an unnamed girl. However, Boruto's family, being understanding and compassionate, recognized that this was merely a child's kind-hearted intention. To dissuade him at this moment would be to stifle his goodwill, which could be perilous. Hinata found herself in a state of indecision. She wished to support her son in pursuing his desires. Yet the thought of the spiritual entity traversing back in time filled her with dread. If any unforeseen mishap were to occur, it could lead to the demise of his physical form as well, evoking her deepest fears. If only she could accompany him, her anxieties would be significantly alleviated. Thus, she implored her aunts, younger aunts, brother, and father for something to ensure his safety, for she wished to avoid further whispered admonitions. Boruto's tone shifted abruptly, transforming into that of someone demanding something, catching everyone off guard. It was little Himawari who first broke the silence with her laughter. Ha ha ha, you're so amusing, brother. Her melodious laughter resonated through the living room, dispelling the earlier tension. Naruto joined in the laughter. Boruto, your father supports you. As the head of the family, Naruto's words held great authority, leaving no room for dissent. Even Hinata made her decision to stand by her son. Yamato, this is your forte, Yuhi remarked, directing her gaze towards Yamato. With his Byakugan, Yamato was more suited for this task, so she opted not to intervene. Indeed, I will place a protective talisman on your spiritual essence. It will activate in times of peril, Yamato replied with a smile, not elaborating on the significance of such an act. However, the truth remained that if it were as simple as that, ninjas skilled in illusion techniques would have long since found themselves in dire straits. Thank you, brother Yamato. Boruto cheerfully remarked that he didn't rely solely on his own awareness, as he had numerous formidable allies to lean on at home. Why should he overthink matters? He was not undertaking this endeavor to prove anything to himself. Kurama, would you be so kind as to share some chakra with me, so I too may experience the connection mode? Boruto once again stood before the Nine Tails in the realm of pets, cheerfully requesting something of value. He was well aware of the formidable alliance between his father and the Nine Tails, and he yearned to experience that golden sensation for himself. Humph. The audacity of this little brat. Just because I acknowledge your father does not mean I will extend the same courtesy to you, the Nine-Tails scoffed. For it prided itself on being the mightiest of all tailed beasts. How could it possibly acquiesce to the whims of a mere child? Yet, before it could finish its retort, Boruto had already embraced it. Yes, I recognize you as the strongest tailed beast, I am fully aware. And that is precisely why I have come to seek your favor. Boruto affectionately rubbed his face against the Nine Tails, playfully utilizing its 9 tails to wash his face, much to the fox's annoyance, causing its brows to twitch in irritation, wishing it could devour the cheeky boy. Such a brazen little rascal. I might grant you some life-saving chakra, but do not even think about connecting modes. You are not worthy. Ultimately, the Nine Tails, unable to resist Boruto's persistent antics, relented and agreed to provide a portion of chakra. Had it been 13-year-old Naruto requesting fusion, the great fox would have haughtily consented without hesitation, but as for Boruto, it wished he would simply go elsewhere. I need to prepare for some time. You should also make your arrangements, Yuhi advised Boruto. He nodded in response and ascended to his room, feeling a sense of calm settle in his heart after the family meeting. He had not concealed any dangerous endeavors from his parents. Rather, he had secured everyone's approval, which invigorated his spirit. Nevertheless, despite this assurance, there remained little to occupy his time. Boruto scratched his head, realizing that all his preparations would be futile. In the end, he would have to rely solely on his spirit's capabilities. Consequently, Boruto turned on his computer and gaming console, logging into Ninja Heroes. Upon entering the enchanting realm of the game, he made a beeline for the location of the NPC. His intention was not to indulge in gaming, but rather to seek companionship and conversation, and fortuitously, the NPC he sought was present. Nameless one, I've come to play with you. Boruto approached Wuming with a smile, acknowledging that engaging with an NPC might seem rather foolish. Yet, the ability for this NPC to respond freely to any utterance certainly piqued one's interest. Oh, it's you again, Wuming remarked, furrowing his brow at the sight of Boruto and deliberately turning his gaze away. However, a sense of relief washed over him. Indeed, Boruto had come to seek him once more, which brought a hint of joy. Hadn't he previously stated that they would meet again? I almost thought you wouldn't log in today, Wuming replied in a nonchalant tone, though he had the option to disconnect much earlier. He remained there, standing still. As an inner voice urged him to wait a little longer, perhaps something worthwhile was on the horizon. Strangely enough, despite his prior unfavorable impression of Boruto, he found that upon waking, the memory of him had inexplicably deepened in his mind. How could this be? This game is so captivating, and with unique NPCs like you. I will definitely return when I have the chance. Are you logging in so late because you were exhausted from playing yesterday? Wuming casually inquired. Though his true intention was to assess Boruto's well-being, for he alone understood that this game was far more complex than it appeared. Exhausted? I think I'm doing just fine, Boruto replied. Boruto chuckled innocently, and upon catching a glimpse of the smile concealed behind his character, Nameless felt an urge to join in the laughter. Perhaps it was due to his sluggish reflexes or his inadequate awareness of his own physical state. What a peculiar individual, Nameless remarked, his tone laced with a subtle warmth. Spending an entire day as an NPC, subjected to the scrutiny of others, was indeed a nerve-wracking experience. However, upon encountering Boruto, he found that his grievances had considerably dissipated. It's about that time. I shall take my leave. Farewell. Boruto glanced at the time that popped up in the game. Rather than making others wait for him, he deemed it more prudent to wait himself, so he waved goodbye to Nameless. Aren't you playing today? Nameless raised his hand, seemingly attempting to persuade Boruto to stay. But the words transformed into a question about the game. It was rather peculiar that this internet-addicted youth, who had played for an entire day yesterday, was now leaving without engaging in play. I am unavailable today. I must assist someone, a rather unusual girl. Boruto shook his head and spoke. Upon hearing this, Wuming chose not to say anything further. What he intended to do was of no concern to him. Yet, inexplicably, he felt that it seemed to be a noble endeavor. Until we meet again. Upon finishing his words, Boruto transformed into a white mist, vanishing before Nameless, who nearly disappeared alongside him. However, once Boruto logged off, this NPC found herself devoid of any reason for existence. After Boruto exited the room, he made his way directly to the third floor's Yuhi room, where the conclusion of the technique was just unfolding. Upon arrival, he beheld his aunt Hanabi, her eyes transformed entirely. The once ordinary Byakugan had shifted into deep azure orbs. Surrounding those blue pupils were intricate threads resembling electric currents, intertwining like bolts of lightning. This was Hanabi's rebirth eye, one of the most potent ocular jutsus. However, Boruto had seldom witnessed her wielding such power. According to her, it should be employed in the service of others and for their protection. To use it for selfish reasons would inevitably lead to a backlash from that very strength, a sentiment echoing Naruto's enduring philosophy. Aunt Hanabi, I appreciate your assistance. Boruto, feeling somewhat touched, remarked that without the support of an adult like Hanabi, he would truly be unable to engage in such capricious endeavors. The concept of traversing time was still far too premature for a mere genin. It is no trouble at all. You are my dearest nephew. If I do not assist you, who else shall I help? Focus on courting the girls of the past, Hanabi said, turning back to gently pat Boruto's head. Having watched him grow since his birth, her affection for him was further amplified by their familial bond, yet her words left Boruto feeling a bit vexed. I am not like Dad. After much contemplation, Boruto finally devised a rebuttal to Hanabi's remarks, asserting that he was a youth with dreams and aspirations, unlike his father, who was quick to pursue beautiful maidens. Naruto would undoubtedly be troubled by such words for at least a couple of days. Hanabi couldn't help but chuckle, for she was aware that Naruto's heart had initially harbored only thoughts of his sister. However, kindness often invites exploitation. It seems she too could be deemed a wicked woman in this context. Having spoken, Hanabi prepared the necessary items, fully aware of her intentions. She closed her eyes and gently brushed her fingers over them, summoning a delicate green light that flowed forth and settled into the scroll on the table. Instantly, the scroll radiated with a vibrant green glow, revealing the formidable power housed within the reincarnation eye, potent enough to transcend time itself. With the capability of the reincarnation eye at her disposal, I have pinpointed the temporal moment you inhabit, where the passage of time is equivalent to that which you will experience upon your return. Proceed with caution, she advised Boruto. He nodded in acknowledgement, casting a grateful glance at the omnipotent Hanabi. At that moment, she raised her hand, revealing two luminous orbs resting in her palm, one red and the other white. These were the life-preserving talismans previously agreed upon, ensuring Boruto's spiritual essence would not unexpectedly perish, preventing his body from becoming a mere shell. As Boruto grasped his grandfather's kunai once more, a mysterious force enveloped him, and he collapsed into Hanabi's embrace, his spiritual form transported once again to the distant past. After having traversed several realms, Boruto had long since acclimated to the experience. Thus, he swiftly opened his eyes to behold the familiar cave from his memories, along with the young girl imprisoned within its confines. "Ah, I have returned." Boruto raised his hand in greeting to the girl seated on the ground. She looked up in astonishment, recognizing once more the blonde intruder from the previous day. For a moment, her small mind struggled to comprehend, and she simply stared blankly at Boruto. "Why are you here again?" The nameless girl inquired in a whisper, bewildered as to why Boruto had reappeared before her. He should have vanished like the other ninjas in her memories, appearing only once before dissipating into smoke. "I keep my promises," Boruto replied resolutely. "I vowed to pull you from the whirlpool of hatred, and I will not go back on my word." Boruto pointed to his own face with his thumb, radiating an extraordinary brilliance that even the dark night could not obscure. However, this did not sway the nameless girl. "You wretched ninja, a complete stranger. What do you truly know about me to utter such grandiose claims?" The girl's countenance twisted with indignation. She despised braggarts. Moreover, how could someone oblivious to her past presume to persuade her to relinquish her hatred for ninjas? Such a notion was utterly implausible. Once again, the nameless girl erupted in fury, activating her Sharingan as she sought to confront Boruto. He lamented inwardly, caught off guard by this turn of events. Had he foreseen this, he would have sought training under Rock Lee. After all, at this juncture, taijutsu would prove far more advantageous than the techniques imparted by Uncle Sasuke. "Ah, well, if you wish to strike, then strike. Even if it leads to my demise, my resolve shall remain unyielding. Yet, I implore you to articulate the source of your anguish." Boruto was struck with a punch, yet he stubbornly declared his defiance. After uttering his words, he received another blow to his chest, ultimately being knocked to the ground. Although he attempted to resist, his bravado proved ineffective. The nameless girl also came to the realization that assaulting Boruto did not bring her any joy. Instead, it only heightened her agitation, prompting her to deliver another kick before returning to her previous seated position, resuming her earlier posture. Boruto brushed off the dust from his clothes and stood up, feeling a sense of helplessness within. What could he do when the other party refused to engage in conversation? He was not afraid of being struck. Rather, he dreaded the thought of not even having the opportunity to be struck at all. It was evident that the girl before him harbored animosity towards all ninjas, making it quite challenging for him to confide his troubles to an adversary. At the very least, "Could you tell me your name?" "I am Boruto Uzumaki," he ventured. Inherently, Boruto embodies the relentless tenacity that defined Naruto's character. However, while Naruto fixated on Sasuke in his unwavering pursuit, Boruto now directs his fervor towards an enigmatic young woman. Yet, both are members of the Uchiha clan, rendering their situation somewhat comparable. "My father is the Hokage, my grandfather is the Hokage, and my grandfather's master was also the Hokage. The wife of my father's mentor is the Hokage, and her grandfather and uncle are both Hokage as well. Furthermore, my father's teacher is likewise a Hokage. Indeed, my entire family is comprised of Hokages." Boruto did not allow the atmosphere to grow awkward. Instead, he continued speaking to himself. The nameless girl found it impossible to block out his voice, thus she listened on. However, how could a girl who had been confined in a prison since childhood possibly comprehend such a convoluted relationship? After much contemplation, she still could not discern who was who. "Shut your mouth, or I shall have your tongue removed," the nameless girl said, raising her head and glaring at Boruto. Her current state of mind capable of such a threat. Yet Boruto remained unfazed. It was utterly absurd. He had ventured here at the peril of his own life to find her, so how could he easily capitulate? "If you tell me your name, I shall cease my words. With an audacious demeanor, Boruto spoke unabashedly, while the nameless girl glared at him with clenched teeth, contemplating the possibility of ending his life on the spot. However, she had not mastered the techniques required to kill without ninjutsu or weapons, though unleashing the full power of her Sharingan could incinerate him. Doing so would impose a tremendous strain on her eyes, an endeavor not worth undertaking for someone so unworthy of her effort. She had no desire to linger amidst the remnants of a charred corpse. The nameless girl, too, possessed the inherently stubborn temperament characteristic of the Uchiha clan. Even as Boruto rambled on incessantly, she remained resolute in her silence, giving him no indication of her identity, allowing him to prattle on until his throat grew parched, dismissing his words as though they were merely the buzzing of a fly nearby. Boruto is indeed troubled. His experiences in conversing with girls are exceedingly limited. He wonders how his father managed to charm so many young women. If only he possessed half of his father's prowess, he would not find himself in such a state of ineffectiveness. Shortly thereafter, Boruto sensed the waning of his temporal powers, signaling that he must depart from this place and return to his original era. Nameless one, I am about to leave, but I shall not abandon you. I will return. Farewell. Boruto shouted loudly at the nameless girl, startling her. The name he called was precisely her code name, a designation belonging to weaponry. After uttering those words, Boruto's form gradually faded away, just as it had the previous day. The girl opened her mouth but refrained from calling Boruto a liar this time. Yet, she felt an unsettling sensation, suspecting Boruto might merely be a figment of her imagination. After all, illusion techniques were a requisite for the Uchiha clan. Excessive use of such techniques could sometimes lead to a disordered mind. It was hard to comprehend how a person could traverse the Uchiha clan's prison without detection. Perhaps he was merely a creation of her mind, which explained his knowledge of her name. While Boruto endured his tribulations, Naruto found himself enveloped in warmth, lying in bed not beneath a quilt, but rather a cascade of silver hair. Under the moonlight, these tresses radiated a luminous glow, entirely substituting for the blanket, one of Kagaya's minor yet exquisite skills. Boruto, that child, perhaps shared a resemblance in his ordeal. Kagaya nestled closely against Naruto, relishing the sensation of their bodies entwined in hair, feeling their heartbeats resonate with one another. She could remain in this embrace all night, unperturbed by sleep. If there were topics of significance, they could be shared without reservation at that moment. Is there? Naruto's mind, albeit slower, did not grasp the essence of the query. However, his confidants would diligently organize the information and offer necessary assistance. Returning to the past, one could not disregard a stranger, insisting on illuminating the darkness of another's life and granting a chance for redemption. Kagaya gently caressed Naruto's chest, stating that although she seldom spoke at home, she attentively listened to family exchanges. Otherwise, she wouldn't understand Boruto's aspirations so well. I believe Boruto will succeed. He is my son. Previously concerned for Boruto's safety, Naruto felt reassured by Kagaya's words, realizing that his son had indeed inherited a boldness essential for success. Yet, what of the Uchiha girl? It must be recognized that those who have endured tragic lives often develop a profound dependency on their saviors. If Boruto were to rescue her and then depart, how would a member of the Uchiha clan respond? Kagaya posed a pivotal question, one Naruto had not contemplated. As he pondered her words, he recalled the deep affection within the Uchiha clan, and a cold sweat began to form. Could it be that Boruto had stirred trouble? Naruto envisioned the actions of Obito Uchiha, and he could almost hear the girl from the past cry out, "This is a hell. I shall create a world with Boruto," as she unleashed chaos upon the ninja world, sending chills down his spine. Furthermore, the information indicated that the girl possessed far greater talent than Obito. If he could awaken his Sharingan in the throes of losing his beloved, the girl would be even more formidable. According to Kagaya, Boruto was undertaking a grievous task. He was illuminating the depths of her heart yet could never meet her again, thus binding her to his memory for eternity. Fear not, for you have the wisdom of a father to guide you, Kagaya smiled, patting his chest, well aware of the pain of losing a cherished one. Therefore, she wished to assist the nameless girl in whatever way she could. You are an exception. How many can achieve such a feat in this world? Naruto sighed, acknowledging the fortune of encountering Kagaya in this era, wondering if Boruto could inherit such luck. The most prudent decision of my life was to seal myself in the era where I could meet you, Kagaya spoke softly. It was precisely this choice that allowed her to lie in this warm embrace, sharing thoughts and feelings with him. Kagaya, Naruto recognized her feelings for him and the sacrifices she made. She had relinquished even the fruit of the god tree for him. Now, only the bloodline of an extraterrestrial remained as a semblance of strength. She was no longer that invincible ancestor, but rather resembled a carefree wife, relishing a tranquil life distanced from battle. When Boruto opened his eyes, he found himself back in the familiar confines of his bedroom. He gazed at the well-known ceiling for a moment before recalling that he had failed to achieve even a minor goal the previous day, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. However, this sentiment quickly dissipated. After all, he was the son of Naruto, and if he could not withstand such trivial setbacks, how could he ever hope to surpass his father? After Boruto rose and freshened up, he ventured out onto the streets. Having refrained from staying up late playing video games the previous night, he awoke unusually early. He meandered through the bustling morning market, exploring various shops and purchasing an array of breakfast items to take home. Each family member possessed unique culinary preferences, and Boruto, ever attentive to his loved ones, had memorized their likes and dislikes. Upon returning home with his bags laden with breakfast, he was greeted by Hinata, who emerged from the door, a look of mild surprise crossing her face at the sight of her son. However, upon noticing the assortment of morning treats he had procured, her expression transformed into one of maternal pride, reflecting the joy of seeing her child grow up and take initiative in helping out. Hinata took the breakfast bags from Boruto's hands, resting a reassuring hand on his shoulder as she guided him back inside. She efficiently organized the breakfast items on the table, a routine she repeated daily. Meanwhile, Boruto sat quietly, observing his mother's industriousness, his thoughts drifting to the stubborn individual he had encountered the previous day. Before long, the rest of the family began to gather in the living room for breakfast, all recalling Boruto's intentions from the previous day, leading to a natural curiosity about the outcome of his endeavors. "Boruto, how did it go?" Naruto inquired, sitting beside his son. This marked the first time Boruto had set his heart on rescuing someone, and as a father, Naruto was wholly supportive. "It was a total failure. She wouldn't even speak to me and didn't even ask for my name." Boruto lay on the table, utterly dispirited, when Samaire, observing his defeated demeanor, couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, brother, how embarrassing. You can't even ask a girl for her name. My classmates are far more impressive than you." Samaire's teasing left Boruto feeling a pang of regret. As her words implied, he was even less competent than an elementary school student. However, he quickly remembered that he was not alone. He had many people around him to turn to for help. "Dear family, does anyone among you possess the skills to pry open someone's mouth? I find myself in a truly helpless predicament." Boruto lifted his head and earnestly inquired. While the family members exchanged glances, their eyes converging on Naruto. "Why are you all looking at me?" Naruto said, bewildered, pointing to his own face. "Naruto-kun, nearly all the enemies you've encountered have been brought back by you," Hinata gently reminded him with a smile, noticing her husband's lack of self-awareness. "Except for those hopeless little characters, everyone else has been persuaded by you. If you can convince them, you certainly won't resort to violence. Indeed, your words could resurrect the dead." Hanabi chimed in, acknowledging, "If it weren't for your eloquence, Konoha would have perished during Pain's assault, as well as during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Well, I can't help it if I encounter someone unwilling to communicate. Sometimes it takes a fight to break the ice." Naruto scratched his head, admitting that he usually brought people back after winning a battle. "If I were to be defeated by my opponent, no matter how skilled my words, they would be of no use. I believe she has suffered enough. There is no need for further conflict." Boruto spoke with a tinge of anxiety, refraining from mentioning how he had been bested by an unnamed girl the day before. After all, he was the son of the Hokage. It would be utterly humiliating to be constantly overpowered by his peers. "Boruto, if you encounter someone with a tragic background, perhaps you should share an even more sorrowful tale to resonate with her." Yamanaka, who had been smiling silently until now, suddenly interjected. Boruto regarded his older brother, sensing that there was a certain wisdom in his words. Who could possibly be more unfortunate than he? Boruto instinctively inquired, and once again, the gaze of his family turned towards Naruto. Memories of Naruto's childhood experiences flooded Boruto's mind, causing his nose to tingle with emotion as he looked up at his father with tear-filled eyes. "Please don't look at me like that," he thought. "Honestly, I've been doing quite well since I unsealed Kurama and reunited with Dad. Especially after meeting Hinata, my happiness has only multiplied." Naruto, oblivious to the gravity of the moment, responded with sincerity, recalling how frequently he visited the Hyuga household after becoming acquainted with Hinata. While he may not have lived in luxury, He was well-fed and had the delightful company of little Hinata to play with. Upon hearing this, Hinata smiled, remembering that Naruto was once laboring for an ungrateful boss, only occasionally visiting her home. Yet, those fleeting moments were enough for her to remember him fondly. "Hey, you still recall the time you joined my family, don't you?" Hanabi chimed in, embracing Naruto from the side, her smooth cheek pressed against his. "Since you married my sister, you must keep your word. So, I suppose I'll reluctantly allow you to join our family. After all, the children bear my surname." "What nonsense are you spouting? Is there anyone in the entire ninja world more unfortunate than you? I watched you grow up from within your own body. What kind of life were you leading before we even met?" Kurama's roar abruptly interrupted their conversation, causing everyone to gaze at the suddenly irate creature, puzzled by its agitation. "Kurama, please don't be angry," Naruto quickly reassured him. "Your circumstances have improved a bit over time, but only marginally. If it weren't for your sudden lapse in judgment to become a son-in-law, your arduous life would have continued." In contrast, while the Uchiha clan's massacre was indeed tragic, at least they had lived happier lives before the tragedy struck. During the most vulnerable stages of life, Naruto had to walk alone, devoid of companionship. Kurama expressed his displeasure, noting how Naruto remained blissfully unaware of his plight. Among the inhabitants of Konoha, Naruto and Sasuke bore the heaviest burdens. However, Sasuke had once known the love of his parents and brother, whereas Naruto had been alone from the moment he gained consciousness. This solitude led him to believe that life and death were indistinguishable, compelling him to recklessly unseal Kurama. "All right, it's settled. I shall recount the story of my father." Boruto slammed his hand on the table, resolutely deciding that his father's woeful tale would undoubtedly touch the heart of the nameless girl. Although he remained unaware of the extent of her misfortunes, he was confident that in the contest of sorrows, his father would emerge victorious. "Please do not regard me as a typical case. My plight is not nearly as tragic," Naruto replied, feeling a tinge of embarrassment at the assertion. He had nearly forgotten those past grievances. The void within him had long been filled with love and familial bonds. It was perplexing to find himself once again cast as the most unfortunate of all. Boruto did not dwell on many thoughts. After making his decision, he left for work. His daily tasks were similar to those of usual days, and his classmates, Sarada and Mitsuki, noticed he appeared more invigorated than yesterday, as if there were matters awaiting his attention. However, Boruto said little, and they felt it improper to inquire further. After completing his daily duties, Boruto swiftly returned home, for he could only meet the unnamed girl at night. The power of his traversal required the moon as a medium. Thus, upon returning home, he transformed into a youth consumed by online gaming, logging in to play Ninja Heroes. "Unnamed, I have come to play with you." Boruto arrived at the nameless respawn point as usual. For him, NPCs were straightforward, as long as he remembered the respawn locations. He could encounter them regardless of when he logged in. "Oh, it's you," the nameless figure remarked, hands on hips, gazing at Boruto with an indifferent expression. Yet within, a subtle ripple of emotion stirred. This young man had logged in quite early today, and notably, he had come specifically to seek him out. How astute of him. "Do you know how to communicate with the Uchiha clan?" Boruto engaged in casual conversation with the mysterious figure, contemplating that collective wisdom might prove to be a commendable choice. Although the stranger was merely an NPC, he possessed a plethora of thoughts, potentially offering valuable insights. A sense of caution arose within the mysterious figure, unsure if this young man had uncovered something. Standing before him was an NPC, yet one belonging to the esteemed Uchiha clan. "Recently, I encountered a girl from the Uchiha family. Her demeanor is fiercely resolute, burdened by profound enmity. She harbors a deep-seated hatred for all shinobi in this ninja world, rendering communication nearly impossible, which has left me quite distressed." Boruto spoke with a hint of helplessness, while Nameless wore a perplexed expression, questioning whether this young man had truly uncovered his identity. It seemed implausible. Unless he possessed the gift of telepathy, how could he possibly discern his thoughts? "Why not simply disclose my UID?" Nameless glared at Boruto, feeling as though he intentionally broached these subjects with ill intent. Yet, deep within, a contrasting emotion stirred, a curiosity to uncover more of the unfolding narrative. "What?" Boruto inquired, bemused. "Nothing. If that is the case, then perhaps it is best to leave it be," Nameless replied, shaking her head. She soon grasped that Boruto was likely not mocking her, but rather referring to the Uchiha clan of this era. After all, it was not uncommon for the Uchiha family to harbor unsavory individuals, and the appearance of a girl akin to herself was quite normal. However, she felt a profound empathy for the anguish emanating from her. She could not bear the thought of her being eternally shackled by the chains of hatred. They were of similar age. If she remained ensnared by her animosity, what a bleak and sorrowful future awaited her. The expression on Boruto's face gradually solidified with determination. As Nameless listened to him speak, an inexplicable pang of sorrow welled up within. Would his own innate misfortune have been altered had he encountered such a fool like him earlier? What did that girl look like? Suddenly, Nameless felt an intense curiosity about the girl who had endured a fate similar to his own. If she were someone close to Boruto, perhaps he could offer some assistance. Possibly influenced by the charm of this simpleton. With black hair and eyes, her face bore a stubbornness, yet there was an undeniable charm about her. Boruto attempted to describe the features of the nameless girl, yet he found that his words could only echo the traits possessed by every Uchiha, ultimately reducing his observations to a mere adorable, as he struggled to find a fitting adjective. Is she truly more beautiful than I? The nameless girl inquired, her cerulean eyes concealing a myriad of emotions. In any case, upon witnessing Boruto extolling the virtues of others, an undeniable flame of indignation ignited within her heart. Ha ha! You are quite the amusing NPC. Why do you compare yourself to someone from the real world? Boruto pointed at the nameless NPC, expressing his admiration for its intelligent system, which intriguingly demonstrated a capacity for comparison. However, he found it absurd to consider the NPC's appearance as anything but a facade, feeling there was no basis for comparison at all. At that moment, the nameless NPC's expression twisted into a grimace, her teeth clenched in frustration, as she yearned to seize Boruto by the throat and silence him. Yet, she swiftly regained her composure. This was her realm, and she had myriad ways to toy with Boruto. Young man, will you accept the task? She inquired, shifting the focus of the conversation. It was then that Boruto remembered he had come to enjoy a game and relax. His eyes sparkled with anticipation as he awaited the NPC's offerings. A hidden quest? Yes. I accept. With excitement, Boruto exclaimed that although he did not approach Nameless with the intent of concealing a task, he certainly saw the advantage in seizing such an opportunity, as surprises are an integral part of the game. Here, he was to perform 100 frog jumps. Nameless gave Boruto a thumbs up and, with a benevolent smile, directed his gaze downward towards the ground, saying, What kind of bizarre task is this, and why must it be done in the middle of the street? Boruto was in a state of disarray, mistakenly believing it to be a hunting or combat mission. However, this peculiar task, reminiscent of a training exercise, was truly unprecedented. Just tell me whether you will do it or not, Wu Ming stated without any courtesy. Not doing it would be embarrassing. Boruto surveyed his surroundings. The streets were teeming with gamers. Witnessing a fool performing a frog leap would undoubtedly elicit laughter, and one might even find themselves immortalized in a humiliating video. A disgrace in their gaming career. 10,000 gold coins. A sardonic smile crept across Nameless' face as he spoke, mentioning a substantial sum of in-game currency. Is that for real? Boruto inhaled sharply. In the realm of ninja heroes, procuring consumables required currency, acquiring scrolls demanded payment, and learning skills came at a cost. Everything hinged upon money. Gold coins served as the game's currency, a vital medium of exchange, and he found himself sorely lacking in this essential resource. Could NPCs truly deceive you? Nameless retorted, and Boruto found her argument compelling. This had to be an extraordinary quest. I shall undertake it. Boruto shamelessly agreed, though it felt somewhat humiliating to employ his father's game character for such antics. However, he reasoned that once he had accumulated wealth, he could simply alter his appearance. After all, integrity crumbles in the face of monetary gain. Out of nowhere, an enigmatic figure conjured a chair, settling down to watch Boruto leap about with legs crossed, a smile gradually spreading across his face as the clouds of envy towards the other girls vanished. Gradually, a crowd of players began to gather, bewildered by the antics of this foolish player, some even erupting in laughter, pointing and mocking Boruto. A faint frown creased the enigmatic figure's brow. It was permissible for her to laugh at Boruto, but when had it become acceptable for others to do so? With a mere gesture, she ignited flames upon the individual who had just ridiculed Boruto, the fire transforming his character into a flaming specter, causing him to scream in terror and sending the crowd into a frenzy. Some fled in panic while others scrambled to extinguish the fire, turning the street into a chaotic scene where no one paid attention to Boruto any longer. Nameless, I have completed my task. Boruto is indeed an extraordinary ninja. 100 frogs leaping is but a trivial matter for him. Moreover, This is not the realm of reality, but merely a game character, performing such actions, aside from being somewhat taxing, does not entail any substantial loss. Here, without hesitation, Wuming bestowed upon Boruto the game reward. Observing the delightfully foolish expression on Boruto's face upon receiving 10,000 coins, Wuming's lips curled slightly in a smile. Such pure joy is truly infectious. Wuming, I must take my leave now. Remember to summon me for any hidden quests in the future. Boruto glanced at the time and realized it was nearly time to log off. He had reaped considerable rewards. An ordinary player might toil through an entire day in the arena without accumulating 10,000 gold coins. This bountiful fortune was largely due to the generosity of the nameless benefactor. What do you take me for? The nameless one crossed their arms and turned away from Boruto, intending to convey that such fortunate occurrences would be rare in the future. However, to their surprise, Boruto responded to this remark with utmost sincerity. Friend Debesa. Boruto deliberately emphasized the meaning of this word with his characteristic catchphrase, while Nameless stood there, hands at his sides, gazing at him in a daze. I am merely an NPC, Nameless murmured softly, as if transforming from a haughty character into a lost little one, waiting for someone to guide her home. After 3 encounters, we become friends. That is who I am. Boruto's face once again radiated a smile as bright as the sun. Without awaiting a response from Nameless, he promptly logged off. How delightful. Nameless placed his right hand upon his chest, where his heart resided, beating rapidly. A wave of joy surged within him. It was the first time since arriving in this unfamiliar place that he experienced such a profound emotion. After Boruto emerged from the game, he inexplicably felt a sense of fatigue, as if he had truly experienced the leap of 100 frogs. However, he dismissed the thought, knowing that the chakra reserves and recovery speed of the Uzumaki clan far surpassed those of ordinary individuals. A brief period of rest would suffice for a complete recuperation. As night fell, Boruto once again prepared to meet the enigmatic girl under the moonlight. Yet, before he could depart, Naruto called out to him. Boruto, come here. What is it, Dad? Boruto, filled with curiosity, approached Naruto, awaiting his father's next words. Although it was not a particularly useful technique, it was a gesture I had learned through years of interaction with the Uchiha clan, one that could provide them with a sense of reassurance. Naruto raised his right hand, slightly bringing his index and middle fingers together, and then pressed them gently against Boruto's forehead. Boruto instinctively recoiled, thinking to himself what sort of technique this was. However, he vaguely recalled having seen this scene before, reminiscent of the moment when Sasuke had performed a similar gesture for Sarada just before leaving home. I understand now, father. Today, I shall certainly learn her name. Boruto nodded emphatically at Naruto and then swiftly ascended the stairs. Naruto and Hinata exchanged a glance, simultaneously emitting soft chuckles. In that era, far removed from the modern age, night had descended. The young girl, confined within her cell, bowed her head in contemplation, pondering whether that person would once again materialize before her this evening. Although she had bested him in their previous encounters, he seemed undeterred. Yet a vague sense of dread loomed within her, fearing that Boruto might not return and that all of it was merely a figment of her deranged imagination. Oh, I have come. Suddenly, Boruto's voice echoed, prompting the young girl to lift her head abruptly. Once again, she was greeted by that familiar smile and the well-known golden hair. Why have you come back? Are you not afraid of me? The nameless girl rose unsteadily from the ground, trembling as she approached Boruto. Her emotions were a tangled web, confusion, uncertainty, anger, and an unrecognized glimmer of hope. It was merely because she could not abandon him, and that was all. With a serious expression, Boruto spoke earnestly. The nameless girl gazed at him, taken aback by his unreserved emotions, and fell into silence for a moment. Gradually, she clenched her hands, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing in the air. You truly are such a... The nameless girl struggled to articulate her feelings at that moment, unable to find the words to describe this stubborn fool named Boruto. She reflected on her own disposition, realizing that it would have been easier to simply disregard the situation. Hold on, please don't act rashly just yet. I have brought a story with me. Could you listen to it before taking any action? As Boruto observed the enigmatic girl activate her crimson Sharingan once more, he sensed the impending threat of a beating. This girl was undeniably tempestuous. Her propensity to resort to violence at the slightest provocation suggested that he might truly be an eyesore. Yet, he resolved not to yield to her aggression. Gradually, the girl began to calm, realizing that she was not necessarily inclined to confront Boruto. Upon hearing his offer of a story, her heart softened inexplicably. Within the fragments of her incomplete memories, it seemed as though someone had once shared tales with her, though the faces of those individuals had faded from her recollection. Ah, to ensure you comprehend the narrative's premise, may I inquire if you are familiar with the existence of tailed beasts? Boruto wished to commence his tale from the moment his father became the Jinchuriki. However, fearing that the nameless girl might not comprehend, he posed his inquiry cautiously. The girl shook her head, indicating her ignorance. She was but a pitiable soul confined within the shadows of this dreary cell, wholly unacquainted with such peculiar stories. They are entities of concentrated chakra, resembling enormous beasts, Boruto elucidated. I believe I overheard the guards here mention that the Uchiha clan once endeavored to capture such creatures, but ultimately met with failure. The nameless girl pondered for a moment before responding, and Boruto felt a wave of relief wash over him. He was on the verge of tears, grateful for this breakthrough in communication. Very well, allow me to begin my narrative. Once upon a time, there existed a nine-tailed fox. Boruto began recounting a tale he was well acquainted with, and the nameless girl, initially merely listening casually, gradually became engrossed in the narrative. The two of them settled against the rocky wall, as Boruto narrated the grim beginnings of the story once more. The tale of Boruto is indeed profoundly moving. To the nameless girl, the protagonist mirrors her own existence. Both are similarly despised and bullied, yet their lives are spared solely due to their perceived utility. It is evident that the protagonist is sheltered within the village because of the value of the tailed beast. And then, the nameless girl. Noticing that Boruto ceased his narration upon reaching the part where Naruto encounters the nine tails, inquired anxiously, for halting mid-sentence is truly exasperating. I too yearn to continue the narrative, but my time here is regrettably limited. Boruto said with a hint of helplessness that, in truth, the time he could stay was never long. Perhaps the extensive duration spent during his travels had resulted in his encounters with the nameless girl always concluding far too swiftly. Are you leaving again? The nameless girl felt a pang of reluctance this time. Seldom did anyone wish to engage with her in such a manner. No, or rather, since her consciousness had become hazy from a certain period, no one had cared about her feelings upon regaining clarity. Boruto was the first. Before I depart, could you share your name with me? Boruto, undeterred, remarked that the reason he had taken a moment to bid farewell to the nameless girl was to ascertain a name. At the very least to return home and consult historical texts. Haven't you already discovered it? The nameless girl, noticing Boruto's persistent quest for her name, pressed her lips together in melancholy and replied, in truth, I long to bestow upon you a beautiful name as an answer, yet I find myself unable to do so. What? Boruto gazed blankly at the nameless girl, pondering how she seemed to possess the ability to read his thoughts, a skill he himself did not possess. Observing his dazed expression, the nameless girl felt compelled to provide an unnecessary explanation. Nameless, you have called me that before. Is this your true name? Boruto expressed his skepticism. Unperturbed by the nameless girl's reluctance to reveal her name, what truly unsettled him was the possibility that, should she choose to disclose it, it might merely be a deception, rendering the exchange meaningless. They refer to me in such a manner, claiming that weapons do not require names. As she spoke of those individuals, a palpable hatred welled up in her eyes, coalescing into a fierce expression, prompting Boruto to realize something profound. Are you, then, a weapon? Upon discovering the true identity of the nameless one, Boruto began to piece together many elements. For instance, the reason behind her prolonged confinement and her profound hatred for ninjas and the ninja world became evident. She had been forced into the role of a weapon. You truly know nothing, yet you draw near to me, the nameless one said, clenching her fists, her expression one of despair. She believed that once Boruto learned of her identity, he would be filled with fear and distance himself from her. Much like the protagonist in a tale she had once heard, realizing the striking similarities between their fates. It is all right, nameless one. I shall not fear you. Just as I recounted in our story, fear is merely another form of inflicting harm upon others, and I shall never act in such a manner. Boruto shook his head and spoke, asserting that he had not departed. Rather, he had drawn closer to the enigmatic figure, gently grasping her somewhat cool hand to demonstrate that he was devoid of any such emotions. Boruto, am I merely a figment of your imagination? If not, why do you approach me in such a manner? The expression on the nameless one's face shifted from surprise to a complex array of emotions. She believed that no one could be so kind to her unless they were a figment of her own imagination, as it seemed to defy all reasonable explanation. Do you perceive me as an illusion? Then allow me to prove to you that I am Uzumaki Boruto. Boruto grasped one of Nameless' hands, raising his right hand to gather the swirling patterns of the Rasengan above. Though the cell was adorned with seals that suppressed chakra, this did not imply that he was incapable of manifesting it. Before the seals could dissipate the Rasengan, Boruto pressed it against the rock wall, leaving behind a diminutive spiral imprint, a testament to his power. Farewell, Nameless, until we meet again tomorrow. As Boruto spoke, his form gradually transformed into radiant light and faded away. Wuming glanced down at his palm, where the lingering warmth still resided, and then cast his gaze upon the spiral mark etched on the rock wall. Tears began to flow unrestrainedly down his cheeks. The following day, when Boruto awoke, he felt a renewed sense of well-being. He had finally established a preliminary bond of trust with Wuming, who was now willing to utter his name. Yet, the mystery of Wuming's weapon identity remained unanswered. Boruto believed he might glean some insight that evening and would then address the matter accordingly. Family, I have succeeded. During breakfast, Boruto eagerly shared the progress he had made the previous night with his family, recounting his conversation with Wuming. It became evident that evoking sympathy had proven effective. Did you employ the gestures I suggested? Naruto, observing his son's enthusiasm, felt a surge of joy for him. He raised his fist, and Boruto instantly understood. Their fists colliding in a moment of camaraderie. Naruto, filled with anticipation, inquired, "What is your plan for today, Boruto?" Hanabi looked at Boruto and asked. Having sensed the plight of Wuming, who truly seemed like a pitiable child, the other adults in the household shared this sentiment, determined to offer Boruto as much support as possible to prevent any further misfortunes from befalling the girl. Of course, I shall ask her why she is referred to as a weapon. Boruto foolishly remarked that yesterday's conversation was insufficient, thus it ended abruptly. Today, as soon as the opportunity arose, he inquired, undoubtedly seeking a reason. Foolish boy, a girl's heart is far more delicate than you can imagine. You are addressing one who has been harmed and imprisoned by her kin. To inquire directly is akin to exposing old wounds. Hanabi gently reminded Boruto of this, noting how straightforward his thinking remains. To compel Nameless to articulate the reasons for being treated as a weapon is undoubtedly a form of psychological torment. Forcing her to revisit such painful memories, this is far too premature for their relationship. So what should be done? Upon being reminded by Hanabi, Boruto realized that he had not considered the issue from her perspective, which led him to feel a twinge of guilt. It is at moments like these that the value of family becomes evident. Let us first share some joyful anecdotes. After all, replacing some of the painful memories with new ones that you can provide her may be beneficial. Hanabi raised her index finger, earnestly imparting wisdom to Boruto, noting that, as it stands, there are almost no happy memories within the Nameless recollections. Introducing a dash of joy, at the very least, could grant her some pleasant reminiscences. Aunt Hanabi, how come you are so adept at this? Boruto could not help but praise Hanabi, exclaiming, "This is my aunt, a truly astute woman, but alas, she is at the mercy of my father." He added, "Your father was far more adept at charming the ladies at your age than you are." Hanabi, hands on her hips, proudly declared as if the impressive one was not Naruto, but herself, despite being the one who was charmed. "Is this truly the reason for your infatuation?" Boruto quipped. "Oh, come on. How do you know that my parents are the epitome of marital bliss?" "The model couple of Konoha?" Hanabi replied, her face radiating with pride, her hands cradling her cheeks in a feigned bashfulness. Though she was already a mother, she had been well protected by Naruto and Hinata, retaining a mischievous spirit akin to Boruto's, which is why their bond was so strong. "Who asked you anyway?" Boruto's brow furrowed in confusion, unable to comprehend why a pleasant conversation had turned into a mouthful of dog food. However, Hanabi's words rang true. Ever since marrying Naruto, she had faced no grievances. Even Hinata Hayashi, the unfortunate father-in-law who had lost 2 daughters, had to concede that they were indeed a model couple. Father had once captured our mother's heart in a similar manner. Yuzuru pondered aloud that if Naruto had previously been a master of conquest, Kagaya's affection for him was hardly surprising. The approach was likely akin to what Hanabi had described. It was merely good fortune, stemming from their mother's naivety upon arriving on this planet, unaware of the treachery that lurked within human hearts. Yuka cast a sidelong glance at the smiling Naruto and remarked that if not for his luck, Kagaya would hardly have crossed paths with him, a man who preyed on young girls. Kagaya's psychological age was similar, making her an unfortunate victim of his deceit. Yet, given these circumstances, what sort of jest should I share with her? As Borin departed from his home on his way to work, he began to ponder this question. It seemed rather impolite to tell a joke, and evidently, modern humor would likely fail to amuse someone from ancient times. One might inadvertently end up making a fool of oneself, rendering yesterday's efforts futile. I recall that in my father's recollections, there were quite a few amusing anecdotes. Perfectly poised to continue the tale from yesterday. After much contemplation, Boruto ultimately decided to recount the tales of his father. Coincidentally, just yesterday, he touched upon the theme of enduring hardships before enjoying the fruits of one's labor. Following this, he delved into Naruto's integration into the Hyuga family, which led to a plethora of humorous incidents. Once Hanabi was born, her close bond with Hinata sparked jealousy in her sister, often resulting in the tempestuous younger sibling physically overpowering Boruto. He found it perplexing that the same Hanabi, who frequently unleashed her wrath upon their father, had transformed into a loving aunt, relishing in daily embraces with him. Truly, girls are intricately complex beings. Boruto believed there was no necessity to comprehend the intricacies of what constituted a girl. After all, his sole aim was to ensure that Nameless found joy in the days to come. With this thought in mind, he was filled with vigor and accomplished all of today's tasks in one go. Hey, Boruto, who permitted you to use the Rasengan on the wild boar? Konohamaru reprimanded him with evident dissatisfaction. The task was fundamentally completed, yet as a teacher, he felt it imperative to have a serious discussion with his student regarding the subsequent matters. Is there anything wrong? The task has been completed, hasn't it? Teacher, you are merely nitpicking. Boruto, filled with confusion, inquired, having slain the wild boar, believing that henceforth no entity would ravage the farmer's wheat fields, a manifestly benevolent act. The task of eliminating the wild boar was accomplished. However, the agricultural workers lost an additional source of income. The wild boar's destruction of the fields could have yielded some monetary gain through the sale of pork and hide. Yet, with a single spiraling sphere, not only was the skin rendered unusable, but the bones and entrails were shattered, rendering the meat unpalatable. Konohamaru's expression gradually morphed into one of resignation. Cognizant that children seldom regard such matters, only adults, upon maturing, tend to scrutinize these nuances more closely. Such lessons are also essential for teachers to impart to their students, not solely the mastery of power but also fundamental truths. Konohamaru-sensei, you resemble an old woman, he remarked. Boruto expressed his frustration, noting that he had not been informed of such matters beforehand, thus he was unaware. Now that the events have transpired, words are of little consequence. I have sensed your distraction these past few days, as if you are eager to complete your tasks and return home. What is it that you are up to, my friend? Does Naruto know? Konohamaru gently patted Boruto's shoulder, expressing his concern. He did not intend to accuse Boruto of seeking the spotlight. Rather, he wished to emphasize that employing traps combined with teamwork could enhance their collaboration. Moreover, Boruto is not one to seek attention, so something must be troubling him. Of course, I am aware. This is a matter concerning my family. Boruto felt no need to deceive in this regard, confidently informing Konohamaru's family, which put the teacher at ease. Are we not allowed to speak of it either? Sarada inquired, gazing curiously at Boruto. As members of the same team, she and Mitsuki had noticed a distinct change in Boruto over the past few days. However, it did not hinder their missions or daily life. I apologize, but I shall reveal everything once this matter concludes, as I am uncertain about what may follow. After pondering for a moment, Boruto realized that he was at a loss for words. He was uncertain whether he could truly assist Nameless. If his efforts ultimately proved futile, it would render the concern of his two companions meaningless. Boruto finished speaking and promptly departed for home, observing the direction in which he headed. The members of the team felt a sense of relief, as long as he was not engaging in any peculiar activities, such as stealing the sealing book. There was a hint of femininity in the air. Mitsuki, touching his nose, gazed in the direction where Boruto had vanished and murmured to himself, "Huh." Sarada looked at Mitsuki in confusion, unsure of whom he was referring to. An instinctive feeling suggested that Boruto was preoccupied with matters concerning a girl. Mitsuki remarked, "Isn't little Aoi's birthday approaching?" Sarada inquired, presuming that Boruto had no female friends and would be at a disadvantage. Mitsuki found himself at a loss when faced with Sarada's straightforward reasoning. As for her concerns, Sarada dismissed them entirely, as Boruto's circle of friends mirrored her own. If there were ever a new girl to join, their social circle would have long since been refreshed. Upon returning home, Boruto immediately powered on his computer and logged into Ninja Heroes. Before the night descended, he resolved to seek inspiration within the game, perhaps encountering some intriguing events to share with Nameless. Good afternoon, Nameless. Boruto discovered the Nameless One at the familiar location, and as he uttered the name, an odd sensation washed over him. It felt as though he had encountered two nameless individuals in such a brief span of time. Nevertheless, the NPC named Nameless was rather commonplace, as various games often feature characters by that designation. It seemed that the current generation of ninjas had become rather idle. Nameless observed Boruto and expressed her astonishment, noting that many players in this game were genuine ninjas. She realized that their online presence often exceeded that of ordinary individuals, leading her to conclude that they were neglecting their duties. Boruto was certainly among them. I only arrived after completing my mission, he remarked, with a confident demeanor. Boruto gazed at the unnamed figure and asserted that he was no idle person as she had suggested, but rather someone who had diligently completed tasks to accumulate contributions. He believed that by continuing to undertake missions and amass experience, achieving the rank of Nin would be well within his reach. Have you taken a life? The unnamed figure inquired, her brow furrowing in concern. I have slaughtered pigs, Boruto replied candidly. A gentle breeze wafted between them as they stood in silence, exchanging bewildered glances. She found it challenging to comprehend the workings of this young man's mind, and a sense of exasperation washed over her, leading her to abandon her thoughts. What transpired yesterday? She asked seemingly nonchalantly, though she was genuinely curious about the fate of the Uchiha girl who shared a similar destiny. If Boruto had failed to assist her, her ire would undoubtedly be provoked. All is well. I have learned her name, Boruto responded with a smile. Do you understand the source of her anguish? Not yet, however. It pertains to her privacy, so I cannot divulge too much. Boruto initially intended to recount the plight of the Nameless One, but hesitated at the thought of being regarded merely as a weapon. Such a notion was too painful to bear. He preferred not to broach the subject with outsiders. As for his family, it was imperative to report to them and seek their counsel. So, what do you wish to do today? Nameless shot Boruto a glare, surprised by the boy's tight-lipped nature. However, upon observing Boruto's earnest efforts, Nameless chose not to press further. After all, not everyone possesses the same resolve as Boruto to strive for the betterment of others. Do you know where I can engage in combat with the Uchiha clan? Boruto inquired. Why seek them out? Nameless responded. It may prove useful in the future. Boruto has indeed undergone numerous trials as a young lad. Instinctively, he feels that to alter the current state of affairs, a confrontation with the Uchiha clan of that era is imperative. Even though his father has ventured to the other side, a peaceful resolution seems improbable. Violence, it appears, serves as the most expedient means to address issues, while verbal sparring is a matter to be dealt with subsequently. Very well, I shall assist you. With a nod, he gestured and formed hand seals, initiating the preparatory actions for the technique. Soon, Boruto sensed a shift in the surrounding space. The streets vanished, transforming into the training grounds within a castle's interior. Opposite him materialized three adult men, each a male ninja with crimson eyes, their pupils adorned with the iconic three tomo, unmistakably marking them as scions of the Uchiha lineage. You can accomplish even such feats. Truly, you are the most powerful NPC I have ever encountered. Boruto gazed at the enigmatic figure in astonishment, having merely inquired without any mental preparation for such a response. Furthermore, this NPC exhibited an extraordinary level of intelligence. You need not ponder anything. Simply eliminate these worthless foes. The figure replied with an impassive demeanor. These apparitions were mere imitations crafted from her memories, and she regarded them wholly as detritus. Do you truly believe I can triumph over three Uchiha ninjas who have awakened their three-tomo Sharingan? Boruto expressed his frustration, stating that this is a remarkably realistic virtual game, with opponents whose strength closely mirrors that of the real world. In addition to utilizing the game character to learn ninjutsu, he is also able to employ the techniques he has mastered in reality. Yet, even so, facing these three opponents simultaneously proves to be exceedingly challenging. Difficult? Wuming inquired, her expression one of confusion as she regarded Boruto. To her, these three insignificant foes could be easily dispatched with a mere breath, so why was it so troublesome? It was exceedingly challenging, akin to a hellish difficulty level. Boruto endeavored to convey to the NPC the formidable nature of his struggle. However, he believed this only further substantiated that Nameless was indeed an NPC. After all, NPCs perceive everything as mere data and are incapable of comprehending the intensity of their adversaries. Without affording Boruto a moment to choose, Nameless swiftly formed a hand seal, and in an instant, the three foes surged forward. The perspective then shifted to the azure sky adorned with white clouds, while Boruto's cries of desperation reverberated throughout the training arena. "Are you still alive?" Nameless inquired, crouching down to poke at the nearly lifeless Boruto. The scene of battle could only be described as harrowing, had this been reality rather than a game. Boruto would have been gravely injured. Fortunately, he was still alive. Boruto abruptly awoke, sitting up in surprise. It was his first demise within the game, and the sensation of death felt all too real, underscoring the game's remarkable level of realism. "Why didn't you call for my help when you were in such dire straits?" Nameless inquired, perplexed. She was right beside him. Had Boruto merely uttered a word, those foes would have been effortlessly obliterated. Yet, he chose silence. "I believe this is a challenge I must overcome on my own. Otherwise, I will struggle to assist that girl." With a smile, Boruto remarked that Wuming was confined within the Uchiha clan's village, and it was evident that the surroundings were filled with Uchihas. Perhaps the moment they stepped out of the cell would mark a critical juncture between life and death. Listening to this, Wuming felt an indescribable surge of emotions within her heart. It was as if she wished to strike Boruto, or perhaps yearned to become the girl he cared for. Yet, she had never encountered such feelings before, leaving her bewildered about her own state. It was only after Boruto logged off, having grown weary of the game, that she hurriedly followed suit, burying these emotions deep within her heart. In the distant past, Wuming found herself perplexed by her own feelings as she began to anticipate the arrival of night amidst the confines of her prison. She knew that only during the night would that person appear, and the daylight hours felt more unbearable than ever. Aside from sleeping, Wuming would gaze at the spiral indentations on the rock wall, assuring herself that she was not trapped in a dream. As night enveloped the village, the torches were lit, and Wuming kept her eyes wide open, scanning her surroundings in anticipation of Boruto's arrival. After counting her heartbeats countless times, Boruto suddenly leapt into view from the air, appearing before Wuming just as he always did. "Wuming," he said, "I hope I haven't kept you waiting." Boruto smiled as he gazed at the Nameless One. Having grown accustomed to his affable demeanor, the Nameless One merely shook his head stiffly in response to the inquiry. "I wasn't waiting for you," he said, feigning indifference. In truth, had Boruto not shown up today, he might have wept for quite some time. Once Boruto arrived, the moonlight outside seemed to shine considerably brighter. "How do you manage your sustenance here?" Boruto initiated today's conversation with a rather lackluster topic, originally intending to inquire about the plight of Nameless. However, after receiving a thorough admonishment from Hanabi, he felt compelled to divert the discussion. There are indeed many food enthusiasts in Konoha, and several of Boruto's classmates share a penchant for culinary delights, often asking what delights await them that day. Thus, he posed this very question to Nameless. A droplet descended from above, and pointing to the water trickling down the rocky wall, Nameless remarked, "The humidity here predominantly originates from that direction." She then retrieved a cloth bag from behind her sitting spot, and upon opening it, revealed a handful of small, red dumplings. "Bingrimaru? I have tasted these before. They serve little purpose aside from filling the stomach, and their peculiar flavor lingers in the mouth for quite some time. Is this what you consume?" Boruto glanced at the dumpling and quickly recognized it. Although the era has changed, the necessities for ninja warfare have remained relatively consistent. This clearly indicates a lack of regard for the Nameless, as even their sustenance is reduced to mere consumables that cannot truly be classified as food. Boruto recalled his dinner from that evening, a hamburger lovingly prepared by his mother, accompanied by a refreshing salad and a rich meat soup, infused with her devotion to the family. Yet, despite this heartfelt meal, he ate with indifference, finding it less satisfying than the burgers from nearby shops. As he reflected upon his current, nameless predicament, a surge of anger ignited within him, his gaze turning fierce. What a mockery this was! Why should he be subjected to such treatment? He had done nothing wrong. He was, after all, just a child like anyone else. Boruto struck the rocky wall with great force, his fists turning crimson without his awareness. Nameless observed the irate Boruto with confusion. When he had previously assaulted him, he had not exhibited such fury. It was perplexing that he would now be angered over what Nameless might consume. "What do you have to eat?" Nameless inquired with curiosity. In her world, aside from military rations, she had seldom encountered other foods. In the distant recesses of her memory, she vaguely recalled porridge and meat. Yet the flavors and shapes eluded her. There are plenty of delicious options. I highly recommend Ichiraku ramen. You probably don't know what ramen is. It consists of noodles cooked to perfection, immersed in rich broth, adorned with a circle of tender chashu pork, topped with a perfectly cooked egg, and garnished with 2 sheets of nori. This is the luxurious version that my father adores. Boruto candidly expressed his fondness for his favorite dish, Ichiraku ramen, a place that holds a plethora of cherished memories for Naruto's family. It is there that Boruto shares heartfelt moments with his father, and the exquisite flavor keeps him returning at least once a week. As for other occasions, he often finds himself indulging in fast food at a burger joint. For what child can resist the allure of hamburgers and fries? Gulp. Although Nameless struggles to envision what ramen truly is, Boruto's vivid description of its delectable taste instinctively prompts him to swallow. If the opportunity arises, I shall certainly take you there to experience it. Boruto wished to introduce his favorite restaurant and dishes to Nameless, but as the conversation progressed, he fell into silence. Setting aside the fact that Nameless was confined within the Uchiha clan's village, one could not help but ponder whether she could survive until that moment. Evidently, it was an implausible notion. Nevertheless, at that juncture, Boruto had made up his mind. Regardless of the impossibility of sharing ramen, he still yearned to see Nameless regain her freedom. Even though the endeavor was fraught with challenges, he could not bear to witness her suffering in such circumstances. Comparing her plight with that of his peers, Boruto found himself restless, unable to sleep. Putting that aside, let me tell you. The reason my father has an affinity for Ichiraku ramen is that the proprietor is a kind-hearted individual who neither scorns nor fears my father. Boruto deftly shifted the topic, seamlessly weaving in the tale from yesterday, captivating the attention of the Nameless listener, who became engrossed in the narrative. As she heard about the protagonist being encouraged by the tailed beast to join a prominent family, her expression transformed into one of delightful surprise. Utterly unprepared for such a twist of fate. Then, upon learning that the protagonist had vaulted into another's home only to be fiercely beaten by the brother of his betrothed, a smile began to form at the corners of her mouth. What followed was a blissful escapade of innocent camaraderie, with Boruto selectively recounting the joyous moments. The Nameless one could sense the profound shift in destiny, as the protagonist found companionship and began to feel valued. Though Boruto seemed inclined to infuse a bit of the Uchiha narrative into his storytelling, it inadvertently suggested a lack of fidelity regarding his own father. He chose to omit the tale of Uncle Sasuke, naturally prioritizing the story of his beloved mother. As the day of their exchange drew to a close, the Nameless one heard Boruto's assurance, "I will return tomorrow." Boruto felt that today's interaction had gone remarkably well. He had at least witnessed Nameless smiling, and the girl's smile was truly enchanting, as if it had nestled itself deep within his heart. When the time came to part ways, Boruto displayed a sense of reluctance, as though he wished to prolong their conversation. Nameless nodded, her own feelings of reluctance weighing heavily within her. Though she refrained from expressing it, she was hesitant to depend on someone so elusive, even though he genuinely cared for her well-being. As they bid farewell, a simple goodbye lingered in the air. Boruto gently encouraged, "If I could hear you say goodbye just once, it would bring me joy for at least half a day." Wuming opened his mouth, seemingly on the verge of uttering the word goodbye, but then resolutely held it back, shaking his head at Boruto. "Wuming, I have a bold idea." As Bo, on the verge of dissipating, raised his right hand before the Nameless one, forming a fist in front of her, he proclaimed, "What? One day, I shall take you away from this prison and into a world of freedom." After Boruto uttered those words, he vanished, leaving Nameless staring blankly at the spot where he had disappeared. Tears streamed down her face once more, despite having believed she had exhausted her sorrowful tears earlier. Yet, with just a few words, Boruto could effortlessly evoke her emotions. "Goodbye, Boruto," Nameless whispered her farewell, though Boruto had already departed and could not hear her. However, his image was indelibly etched in her heart. At that moment, Naruto leaned against his wife, relishing the warmth of his sanctuary. Hinata cradled his head, enveloping him in her warmth to nourish his weary soul after a long day's work. Naruto's routine of early mornings and late evenings was steadfast, allowing him to return home for dinner each day. "Naruto-kun, you must be tired today as well. I may not understand the responsibilities of Hokage, but I can only cheer for you from home," Hinata softly remarked. She had witnessed the gradual transformation of Konoha from a humble village into a bustling city. And while she could not fathom the extent of Naruto's dedication, she knew that his tireless efforts were pivotal to their progress. Almost every development required his personal approval, and Hinata felt immense pride in her husband. "That's all I need. Just knowing you are at home fills me with motivation," Naruto said, embracing Hinata's slender waist contentedly. He could maintain this intimate posture all night, not out of mere desire, but out of habit, having grown accustomed to her comforting embrace that alleviated his fatigue. "Do you think our child, Boruto, has developed feelings for that girl?" Hinata inquired, her chest warming as she shifted the topic to their son. Boruto's willingness to strive for a girl seemed extraordinary in her eyes. "Why do you say that?" Naruto asked, puzzled. To him, it seemed unrelated to affection, attributing it instead to Boruto's inherent kindness, which he believed mirrored his own. This is the first time he has recklessly pursued the welfare of another, especially a girl. "The Uchiha clan possesses a unique allure," Hinata explained, asserting that other girls might not inspire the same devotion. It was a well-known fact that members of the Uchiha clan had an innate charm. Naruto himself was a prime example. And how could Boruto, being Naruto's son, not be captivated? "Boruto likely isn't overthinking it," Naruto chuckled. "Then do you consider this early romance?" Hinata pressed on, now contemplating whether it was premature for the two children to be involved, regardless of Boruto's feelings for Nameless. "Hinata, do you not remember how everyone viewed us as a couple from the moment we entered the Ninja Academy?" Naruto raised his head, looking at Hinata with a bemused expression. Their own love story had begun long before Boruto's, and no one deemed it an early romance back then. It was unfair to impose such scrutiny on their son. "That doesn't count." Hinata's cheeks flushed slightly, realizing Naruto's point. Some matters were deemed acceptable for parents, but not for children, which seemed exceedingly unjust. "So, you didn't like me back then?" Naruto inquired. "Of course I did. From the moment I laid eyes on you, I was captivated. I liked you immensely," Hinata replied, tightening her embrace upon hearing his words. Their relationship had blossomed naturally into love, and they continued to share a deep affection. "Ah, hearing you say that brings me joy. If we mutually liked each other, doesn't that make us early lovers too?" Nothing inappropriate ever transpired, Hinata noted. However, if Boruto and Nameless were to part ways and never see each other again, he would surely think of her every day. Hinata's tone reflected her concern. She feared that if Boruto experienced heartbreak after falling in love too soon, it would be a devastating blow. When Naruto had left Konoha for 3 years, Hinata had been inconsolable, so the thought of a permanent farewell was unbearable. "I see your concern, but we cannot predict how things will unfold. Let's not dwell on it too much," Naruto admitted, feeling uncertain about how to address the situation. All they could do was take it one step at a time, confident that if Boruto sought their assistance, they would wholeheartedly support him. "Yes," Hinata acknowledged, understanding that events were still evolving. Even if there were genuine feelings, they would require time to develop. She silently wished for her son to achieve a satisfactory outcome. Lost in thought, Hinata instinctively kissed Naruto's cheek, unable to resist the impulse when in the presence of someone she adored. Naruto smiled back, reciprocating the kiss, and together they settled under the covers, enveloping themselves in their tender sanctuary. Naruto's final words reverberated softly in their small space. "The wisest decision of my life was to heed Kurama's advice and seek you out at the Hyuga clan." The following day, as the family gathered for breakfast, they noticed Boruto seemed unusually downcast. Connecting his nightly visits to Nameless with his current mood, Naruto tentatively inquired, "Boruto, is something bothering you? Has that girl grown to dislike you?" Hinata, sitting beside him, gently nudged his side, urging him to refrain from being so blunt, lest he add salt to their son's wounds. "No, it's not that. I just realized that having warm food to eat every day is truly a blessing, and I never paid attention to it before." Boruto shook his head and, with his gaze fixed upon the meal before him, uttered words imbued with a hint of philosophy, leaving his family utterly astonished. Alas, Boruto had begun to ponder the intricacies of life. It seemed that a philosopher was about to emerge from the Uzumaki clan. Hanabi, rolling her eyes, looked up with an expression of exaggerated fear, as if she could hardly bear to witness this moment. Upon hearing her words, Boruto immediately bristled. "What are you so afraid of, Aunt? Is my newfound ability to think truly so unacceptable to you?" Boruto exclaimed loudly, prompting Hanabi to lower her hands and rest her chin upon them, gazing at him with a cheerful smile, awaiting his explanation for the source of his discontent. "It is about Nameless," she. Boruto recounted Nameless' plight, and each recollection of her situation made the food before him difficult to swallow. Had he not arrived by chance, how arduous her life must have been. As his thoughts wandered, he realized that there must be countless others who share similar hardships. Such occurrences were indeed tragic. Hanabi, her smile fading, remarked on her dwindling vocabulary, finding herself at a loss for words beyond pitiful. After all, she felt powerless to aid. recognizing that extending a hand was not a remedy for such profound suffering. Naruto, after a moment of silence, set down his bowl and chopsticks, turning to Boruto to share his own experiences. Indeed, the number of those unable to afford meals has diminished, he mused. During my childhood, while my master was away training in the lands beyond the 5 great nations, I encountered numerous refugees who could scarcely afford a morsel. With a hint of nostalgia, he recalled how he once believed his own childhood was filled with misfortune, only to discover children, with both parents present, living in even greater hardship, leaving an indelible impression upon him. In his reminiscence, Naruto remembered a red-haired girl adopted by Kaguya, who was perpetually eating or on her way to procure food. A true glutton, yet her insatiable hunger was born of fear. His master had once told him that in lands devoid of the protection of the 5 great nations, years of conflict had rendered the fields barren, yielding no crops, and thus, hunger ensued. Consequently, war was the root cause of starvation. As ninjas, it was our duty to strive for a peaceful world, for only in the absence of conflict could people find sustenance and pursue their aspirations. Naruto unexpectedly found himself in the role of an educator, speaking earnestly as Boruto listened intently. He began to grasp the immense value of the peace they currently enjoyed. The games he played, the snacks he consumed, and the comfort of his life were all made possible by the tireless efforts of the previous generation of ninjas who fought to establish this era of tranquility, sparing them from hunger and hardship. I see now, Dad, you have such experiences, no wonder you never leave food uneaten. Boruto felt as though he had stumbled upon a profound revelation within himself. These experiences were not present in his memories. Rather, he had overlooked their significance at the time, failing to grasp their deeper meaning. However, under Naruto's guidance, he was gradually beginning to comprehend them. The era to which he had been transported was marked by chaos and strife. The 5 great nations had yet to materialize, and sustenance was scarce. The purpose of the military food pills was to ensure that the Nameless could maintain sufficient stamina and chakra at all times. Yet transforming the current circumstances proved to be a formidable challenge. Seeing his son willing to engage in reasoned discussion, Naruto's face lit up with a smile of satisfaction, and he continued to converse with Boruto. This exemplified the disparity between eras and the evolution of understanding. In fact, during Naruto's own rigorous training, there was a period when he relied on military food pills as his primary sustenance. Although they were somewhat unpalatable, their efficacy was undeniable. Yet, for a contemporary ninja like Boruto, consuming military food pills daily felt akin to a form of torture. Father, I wish to save the Nameless. This may mean opposing the entire Uchiha clan. Am I capable of such a feat? Boruto, resolute in his determination, gazed at Naruto, his azure eyes ablaze with fervent intent. Such a serious expression was impossible for even adults to overlook. You cannot accomplish this alone, so prior to that, consider seeking the thoughts of the unnamed one. If she is willing to confront this alongside you, there may be a chance for escape. Assess her capabilities before making a decision. Naruto shook his head, sensing that this somewhat disheartened Boruto. However, he had transcended his former arrogance and had begun to earnestly heed the wisdom of his elders, learning how to navigate his choices. Thank you, Father, for sharing so much with me. I shall take my leave now. Boruto picked up his bowl and chopsticks, swiftly finishing his breakfast, ensuring not a single grain of rice remained in the bowl before he took his ninja headband and left the house. Naruto, it seems our child has truly transformed into an exceptional ninja, Hinata said, placing her hand on Naruto's shoulder, her face radiating pride. Nothing brings greater joy to parents than witnessing their mischievous child gradually mature. Hinata never anticipated that a single incident could prompt such a remarkable change in him. Indeed, this rare experience will likely elevate him to new heights, Naruto replied, acknowledging that this was a unique opportunity for Boruto, one that his peers did not possess. They would need much time to grasp such profound lessons. Today, Team 7 was not assigned any low-level missions. Konohamaru intended to impart some training methods for ninjutsu. The 3 genin were among the finest of the younger generation, and Konohamaru felt there was little he could teach them, primarily focusing on reinforcing their foundational skills to prevent them from making basic errors due to overreach. Konohamaru expected Boruto to oppose such rudimentary training, yet to his surprise, Boruto complied and engaged earnestly, leaving Konohamaru bewildered, wondering if Boruto had been reprimanded the previous day. Was Boruto showing signs of maturity? Sarada observed Boruto throwing shuriken at wooden dummies on the training field and pondered that maturity might be subtle, but his serious demeanor was unmistakable. I noticed it too. Perhaps he has someone special in his heart. Mitsuki nodded, acknowledging that boys could be more perceptive than girls at times, with sharper insights. That's impossible. I called Chuji and Aoi yesterday, and they haven't seen Boruto lately. Even the class representative hasn't. Sarada exclaimed, filled with confusion. Even if he did have feelings for someone, there must be a real person involved. Yet, with such a limited social circle, it seemed far-fetched. Are you still concerned about what I said yesterday? Mitsuki teased. No, not at all. Sarada averted her gaze, stubbornly insisting she didn't believe Boruto could genuinely like any girl. Rather, it was more a question of which girl would be interested in him. If it weren't for their childhood bond and the familiarity of their parents, who could tolerate his personality? Hey, Boruto, why have you suddenly taken your training seriously? Sarada approached Boruto with genuine concern, handing him a clean towel. I have something I want to achieve, and becoming stronger, even just a little, is essential. Boruto took the towel and wiped away the sweat, his face adorned with the same smile as always. This assured Sarada that he was not experiencing any mental distress. So, are you looking to defeat someone? We can assist you, Sarada remarked. I'm sorry, but this is something I must handle alone, he replied. Boruto shook his head, rejecting Sarada's goodwill. Until now, he was the only one capable of reaching Nameless' side, an occurrence that was inherently peculiar. He was supposed to return to the past in a spiritual form, devoid of physicality. Yet, beside Nameless, his spirit had materialized, a phenomenon that remained shrouded in mystery. We are comrades. Sarada felt a pang of hurt from Boruto's denial. As a team, it seemed contradictory for Boruto to engage in perilous endeavors without articulating his reasons. Is this what it means to be partners? She pondered. I understand that you all care for me, just as I care for you. However, some matters are beyond our control, much like an examination. Who among you can assist me in completing the test? Boruto sensed Sarada's intentions and promptly clarified his own situation, which was something beyond the interference of others. If he could bring someone along, it would indeed be a personal desire fulfilled. If you wish for assistance, I can extend my hand to help you, he offered. With an ever-constant smile adorning her face, Mitsuki elongated her arm, wrapping it around Boruto's neck several times, showcasing this ability during the exam. Regardless of the distance that separated them, she could assist in answering the questions. Mitsuki truly was a dependable comrade. The Chunin exam relied on you. Boruto grasped the hand around his neck and gave it a gentle shake, his expression gradually transforming into one of delight. Are you already contemplating the Chunin exams? Sarada remarked with a hint of sarcasm, bemused by Boruto's peculiar ability to shift his thoughts so quickly to the notion of cheating in the exams. However, the fact that Boruto was also considering preparations for the test reassured her, indicating that he was not in a troubled state of mind. Throughout the day, Boruto diligently engaged in training. Sometimes he practiced alone, but more often he trained with his team. He even sought guidance from Konohamaru on the finer techniques of the Rasengan, aiming to enhance his control over this jutsu, a legacy from his grandfather. While the technique itself is not overly complex and can be mastered through practice, its effective application hinges on personal effort. As evening approached, while bidding farewell to his classmates on their way home, Boruto noticed that the streetlights had already illuminated the path. It was indeed rare for him to return home so late. He wondered if his mother might be worried. When Boruto arrived at his doorstep, he happened to witness his father and Hinata entering the house together. To his surprise, he had returned home later than his father that day, causing a slight smile to curve his lips as he followed suit and stepped inside. Upon entering the foyer, Boruto was met with an eye-catching scene. His father, the Hokage, was nestled in the embrace of Aunt Kagaya, requesting a loving hug. Kagaya, I made an error while working on documents today, and Hinata called me a useless old fool. Naruto lamented, his expression filled with sorrow. The entire family was well aware of Hinata's temperament. She was known for her bluntness, often speaking her mind without regard for others' feelings when angered. Now Kagaya cooed, wrapping her arms around Naruto's shoulders and gently stroking his golden hair in an attempt to console him. She then raised her eyes, piercing with authority, to Hinata. Hinata, how could you refer to your father as an old fool? You are far older than he is, Kagaya admonished with a mother's authority. Though it was evident that she bore no real anger, this was merely a part of their familial routine. Is this the crux of the matter? Boruto, in a fit of exasperation, remarked that he initially intended to enjoy a performance. However, upon hearing the current conversation, he could no longer contain his frustration. Questioning whether their focus had gone awry, Do you have any sense of dignity? How could you, as a father, report your son to his mother? In a huff, Hanabi grasped Naruto's sleeve, forcibly pulling him away from his mother while voicing her complaints. Boruto realized the peculiar hierarchy within their household. Hanabi ranked above Naruto, who in turn was superior to Kaguya, while Kaguya held sway over Hanabi. The dynamic was both amusing and heartwarming. After dinner, Boruto hurried to his room and turned on his computer. This was not due to an addiction to gaming, but rather a means to authentically experience the thrill of battle within the game and to test the fruits of his training from that day. Upon logging into the game, Boruto was greeted by the unexpected presence of Nameless, who had made the initiative to find him this time. "I thought you wouldn't come," she remarked, her expression a mixture of relief and complexity upon seeing him. Unbeknownst to her, she had started to care about his existence. Nameless herself was perplexed. Ever since she had met Boruto, her thoughts of him deepened with each passing day. Despite perceiving him as an arrogant brat, she found herself thinking of him in a manner akin to obsession, unable to explain why, but choosing to follow her heart nonetheless. "Nameless, are you waiting for me? Is there something you need?" Boruto greeted her with a smile. "I have a task for you. Will you accept it?" Nameless stated directly. Aware that her free time was limited, despite her joy at seeing him, she kept her words brief. "What task?" "Defeat those 3 Uchiha ninjas in the arena. The reward is 10,000 gold coins," Nameless commanded, exercising her authority to issue the task. Although Boruto's mind was elsewhere, he was taken aback by the unexpected nature of the task. "How coincidental, as I was planning to challenge them today as well," Boruto replied. "Then do it well. You are not allowed to log off until you finish," she insisted. "Is this a mandatory task?" Boruto grumbled as Nameless took hold of his arm and pulled him into the arena. After setting up the opponents, she vanished, leaving Boruto bewildered. Nevertheless, he began his battle against the Uchiha ninjas with determination. As Boruto fought valiantly in the game, an eerie transformation occurred in the sky. The full moon turned a deep crimson, resembling a blood-soaked orb, with dark patterns gradually emerging. Once the transformation was complete, the blood moon resembled a giant red eye, gazing down upon the earth by night. The patterns upon the blood moon resembled 3 small triangular shurikens rotating around a central point, emanating a powerful imprinting force towards the night sky below. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of Naruto's household sensed the change even before the moon's transformation was evident. Hyuga and Hayabusa materialized in the courtyard, followed by Naruto and Hanabi, while Kaguya stood behind the living room window, gazing at the now scarlet moon. Only Hinata and Himawari were left in confusion, looking at their family members who had rushed into the courtyard. "Brother," Hayabusa called out to Hyuga, both of them understanding the gravity of the situation. Especially Hayabusa, who had once lived on the moon until his old age, felt the moon had once again become a medium for casting jutsu. "It's not the infinite Tsukuyami, but it certainly isn't a benevolent ocular technique," Hyuga observed, his expression unchanged as he deciphered the nature of the jutsu. "Which of your descendants is responsible for this?" Hayabusa grumbled, recognizing that only those of the Uchiha clan could perform such feats. The first Uchiha was Hyuga's eldest son, while Hayabusa's lineage had never engaged in such frivolities, merely wishing to bring the moon crashing down to earth. "Who knows? For now, let us ensure the safety of Konoha," Hyuga replied nonchalantly, as if safeguarding the village were a trivial task. As he spoke, circular lines appeared in his eyes, turning his pupils a vibrant purple as his Rinnegan manifested. With a lift of his right hand, a purple barrier enveloped the skies above Konoha. From the perspective of the blood moon, one would observe a Rinnegan staring back, nullifying any ocular techniques and thus protecting Konoha from its influence. Simultaneously, the other 4 great ninja villages were affected, lacking the protection of the Rinnegan. They could only watch helplessly as the jutsu activated. Every ninja in those villages bore a mark identical to that on the blood moon, a mark that brought no pain but instilled a sense of foreboding, prompting their leaders to initiate an urgent investigation. In the land of snow, night had also fallen. Fubuki and Yukino were watching television with her daughter when suddenly, Shiro rushed out of the elevator in haste. Without a word, she struck the wall with her arm, hitting a conspicuous red emergency button. Upon activation, the building began to tremble. The snow-laden ground shook, and 3 massive metal panels hidden beneath the snow rose up, rotating to envelop the building like a corn cob, blocking the red light streaming in from outside. "What is happening?" Fubuki asked, bewildered, as the emergency measures activated. Darkness enveloped the home momentarily until the backup power restored illumination. It resembles the infinite Tsukuyami. My parents instructed me to activate the emergency measures, Shiro explained. Having finally found time to clarify the situation, Minato was the first to sense something was amiss. Having experienced the infinite Tsukuyami, he was unwilling to gamble on the absence of harm and acted decisively. How could this happen? What will become of my people? Fubuki recalled her own harrowing experience of being hung like meat by the god tree. Though she had been happy in her dreams of marrying Naruto and having children, she never wished to endure such an ordeal again. For now, we must act. We cannot allow our parents' formidable powers to be controlled. Shiro shook her head, acknowledging that such protective measures could not extend to the entire nation, and merely safeguarding the capital was a remarkable feat after the effects of the infinite Tsukuyami faded. All nations had engaged in proactive research on countermeasures. The infinite Tsukuyami was not merely a light that induced slumber. Even those hiding deep underground would be drawn out by the god tree. Scientists surmised that this was likely an enhanced form of chakra emanating from the moon. Thus, technological tests commenced, with researchers striving to develop materials capable of blocking this unique chakra. The first nation to succeed was the Land of Snow, known for its advanced technology. This special metal could sever chakra transmission, and they even enlisted the Hyuga clan for testing, as the substance was impenetrable to Byakugan's vision. Other ninjutsu could do nothing against this metallic barrier, save for space-time ninjutsu. What about my husband? Will he be alright? Fubuki fretted, shaking Shiro's shoulders anxiously. If Naruto were to succumb to the moon's control, it would spell calamity. He should be fine. Konoha has many skilled ninjas, Shiro replied. Though she too could not be certain of Naruto's safety. Yet, intuition told her he would manage, as he was no stranger to combat. Although Fubuki was anxious, she could do nothing but wait at home for the effects of the special moon jutsu to subside. At that time, Watergate and Kushina would undoubtedly go to assess the situation, and it should not take long. In the Land of Rain, at the headquarters of the Akatsuki organization, the crimson complete body Susanoo enveloped the entire base, countering the radiant light of Tsuki no Mi. Uchiha Itachi gazed up at the blood moon, his eternal kaleidoscope eyes flashing with unknown colors as he began to worry for his younger brother. Meanwhile, in the Hidden Leaf Village, the blood moon gradually regained its original hue, the dark patterns on its surface having vanished entirely. The pure white moonlight cascaded down upon the earth, as if the recent blood moon had merely been a fleeting dream. The Rinnegan above the village slowly dissipated, and Yui's eyes returned to normal. At that moment, his legs buckled, nearly causing him to collapse. Naruto, quick on his feet, rushed to support him, concern etched on his face as he looked at his eldest son. Yui, are you alright? Naruto inquired. I'm fine. This body is still somewhat feeble. To tire from such a simple maneuver is quite pathetic, Yui replied calmly, displaying no dissatisfaction or anger at his own weakness. Naruto, however, felt a sense of helplessness. Just moments ago, Yui had single-handedly protected everyone in the village. Yet he regarded it as a trivial feat. Take it easy, brother. Mother didn't have the energy of the god tree when she bore us this time. So don't overexert yourself, Hayabusa interjected with concern. This time, the two brothers were no longer invincible as they once were. In the past, they were indeed the strongest beings on this planet, for Kaguya had given birth to them after consuming the fruit of the god tree. However, this time was different. It directly resulted in their lack of sage-like powers. Isn't it all for father? Yui said resignedly, to which Naruto responded with a smile. He then picked up Yui and cradled him in his arms as one would a delicate princess. What are you doing? Put me down. Yui's face flushed with embarrassment and annoyance as he looked at Naruto, who ignored his struggles and carried him over to Kaguya. Kaguya, take good care of our child. I likely want to be back tonight, Naruto said, gently stroking Kaguya's cheek. As she nodded in agreement, he glanced at his other two wives, exchanged knowing looks, and then vanished from the courtyard, returning to the Hokage office. It was clear that tonight would again be an insomniac night for the J-Nin. Meanwhile, within a hidden base nestled in the heart of a mountain, a muscular man, his head wrapped in bandages, was roaring in fury. Why is the Hidden Leaf Village unscathed? The strongest forces in the entire ninja world are gathered there, and you tell me it's fine? The bandaged man seized a young scientist in a white coat, his anger palpable even without the need for eye contact, evident in the tension of his muscles. Could it be that the overwhelming strength is precisely why they remain unharmed? The bespectacled scientist replied, his expression one of bitterness, though the bandaged man could not see it. He even rolled his eyes. Humph. Well, it doesn't matter. All 4 ninja villages are already under my control. Soon, I'll have them besiege the hidden leaf. Let us see if they dare to strike, the bandaged man declared, releasing the scientist before turning his attention to a stone chair shrouded in shadows, behind which stood a girl with black hair and black eyes. Sensing her presence, the bandaged man smiled. Nameless. I am here. The Uchiha girl with black hair and black eyes stepped forward, her expression devoid of emotion as she regarded the bandaged man. Their connection was devoid of warmth, bound only by ties of vengeance and destruction that tethered them together. Enjoy the spectacle. Soon you will witness the ninjas you despise most engage in mutual slaughter, ultimately leading to the ruin of this ninja world. The plan will proceed as promised. I am weary now. The image of the golden-haired fool's radiant smile surfaced once more in her mind, stirring a pang of reluctance. Yet the years of hatred compelled her to shake her head and vanish before the bandaged man. Upon returning to her room, she donned a specialized headgear. And when she closed her eyes and opened them again, she had transformed into the golden-haired, blue-eyed NPC known as Nameless, arriving in the previously vacated training arena. Boruto, where are you? Nameless called out, surprised to find the arena empty. Both Boruto and his training partner were nowhere to be seen, leaving her perplexed. I'm here. Boruto suddenly appeared behind Wuming, startling her. Upon closer inspection of Boruto's game character, it was evident that his attire was tattered and worn, a testament to countless fierce battles endured. Did you win? Wuming inquired. Yes, I emerged victorious, he replied. Have you learned how to deal with the Uchiha? Wuming asked once more. I have acquired some knowledge, though it's limited. Such methods seem ineffective in the real world. Boruto lamented, stating that after a prolonged struggle, he had discovered a method to counter the Uchiha's onslaught, yet it bore little significance. Why? I exchanged my life for theirs. Boruto candidly remarked that in the game, he could recklessly engage in fierce battles against the Uchiha, knowing that eliminating just one opponent at the start could secure victory. However, in the realm of reality, such a course of action was far too perilous. You truly are a fool. Wuming couldn't contain herself, and a charming smile graced her face. As Boruto gazed at her smile, he found himself momentarily entranced, simply observing her. What are you doing? Why are you staring? Wuming quickly realized that her laughter had been too overt. Yet, it was an instinctive reaction, and she promptly composed her expression, inquiring, I feel as though your smile resembles that of a girl I once knew. Boruto was momentarily taken aback by the striking resemblance between the nameless girl and another he had encountered. Upon closer inspection, he realized their similarities were indeed quite pronounced. As he pondered this intriguing dilemma, the nameless girl before him was already engulfed in a fury. Her golden locks stood on end, and her gaze bore into Boruto with an intensity that suggested she might devour him whole. Before he could utter a word, she delivered a swift kick to his face. Go play with your girl, she shouted, her words laced with contempt. The force of her kick sent Boruto tumbling out of the game, his body crashing onto the wooden floor of the room. He removed the VR headset from his eyes, staring blankly at the ceiling. Is NPC authority truly this formidable? Boruto has gained a new understanding of being kicked offline. It truly is a dismissal. He only hopes that Nameless will refrain from banning his account, for that would render all his previous efforts in vain. Boruto was on the verge of logging off, which was rather fortuitous for him. Upon leaving his room, he discovered the house enveloped in an eerie silence, prompting his curiosity to lead him downstairs into the living room. There, he was met with the serious demeanor of his family, which only deepened his bewilderment. Brother, the moon just changed color, exclaimed Himawari, rushing towards Boruto and throwing herself into his embrace. With an expression brimming with excitement, she began recounting the extraordinary event that had just transpired, leaving Boruto utterly perplexed and unable to grasp what had occurred. Boruto, you have no idea what just happened, do you? Hanabi observed the confusion etched on Boruto's face. Realizing he hadn't even bothered to glance out the window, she proceeded to explain the happenings in Konoha while he was engrossed in his game. What? Such an intriguing event. Auntie, why didn't you come and get me? Boruto suddenly cried out in alarm at the sight of the replica of Infinite Tsukuyomi, a powerful illusion that only his father and the others had experienced. He felt a deep sense of regret for missing the opportunity to witness such a spectacle. You fool. What's there to see? If it weren't for Hinata, you would have been strung up like a piece of cured meat, Hanabi exclaimed, striking Boruto lightly on the head to bring him back to his senses. Boruto stuck out his tongue, realizing he had missed the events entirely, and since nothing was amiss in Konoha, he merely shrugged it off with a comment. Come on, I'll take you to see your little girlfriend. Hanabi said after admonishing Boruto, gesturing for him to follow as she prepared to use the power of her Rinnegan to send his spirit back to the past. Are you really going to go after all this? Boruto inquired with astonishment, initially believing that something significant had occurred today, leading Hanabi to be preoccupied with concerns for their father and unable to accompany him to meet Nameless. You foolish boy, you promised to meet her every day. You mustn't allow the girl to feel disheartened, Hanabi scolded. Nameless needed Boruto now more than ever. How could she be made to wait another day? How deeply disappointed she would feel. Boruto recognized the wisdom in his aunt's words and promptly followed her lead, eager to see Nameless. For he too had something of great importance to convey. In her era, Nameless remained in her cell, awaiting Boruto's arrival as usual. However, a sense of dread began to envelop her at the thought that he might not come. The prospect of a future devoid of him loomed ominously, threatening to cast her back into solitude. Having experienced a glimmer of light amidst her otherwise bleak existence, how could she bear to witness its departure? Nameless realized that ever since she met Boruto, the incessant echoes of hatred and destruction that once plagued her mind had gradually dissipated. It was only in his absence, when she encountered her Uchiha kin, that those negative emotions resurfaced. She sensed that if he remained by her side, perhaps she could undergo a transformation. Nameless, I have arrived. As the familiar voice resonated, Nameless lifted her gaze, and her eyes sparkled with a visible brilliance, a testament to the solace she felt upon seeing Boruto. Are you injured? Upon observing the enigmatic figure before him, Boruto discerned something amiss. Her garments were tattered, faint traces of blood lingered in the air, and minuscule wounds marred her visage. Just a few minor injuries, she replied with a tranquil demeanor, accustomed to such afflictions. However, upon encountering the gaze of Boruto, she found herself momentarily taken aback. It was imbued with genuine concern, a sentiment her kin had never bestowed upon her, regardless of the severity of her wounds. You went into battle, didn't you? Boruto inquired. Indeed, the Uchiha engaged the Senju once more, and I was thrust into the fray, taking many lives, she confessed, lowering her gaze to evade his penetrating stare. The more she encountered such eyes, the more her heart softened, making it increasingly difficult to maintain her emotional barriers. She feared her inability to refuse any of Boruto's requests, dreading the possibility of being exploited once more. Boruto felt a sense of heaviness in his heart. A ninja like him had never taken a life. He had only heard from his teacher that in the midst of missions, most ninjas fought to the death. Yet, Nameless had already carved a path of destruction on the battlefield, seemingly unafraid, as if she had long since grown accustomed to such brutality. Do you think this can continue? What? Nameless did not quite comprehend Boruto's sudden inquiry. Her ebony eyes were filled with confusion, as she had not yet developed the understanding with Boruto that would allow her to grasp his thoughts. Is it truly acceptable for you to remain confined here, battling until death? Boron's inquiry pierced the depths of Wu Ming's soul. Who would willingly choose to reside in such a place if not compelled by circumstance? She, too, harbored no desire to step onto the battlefield. Yet, regardless of her reluctance, what could she possibly do? I have attempted to resist, but each time, I have only faced brutal repercussions. Wu Ming spoke with anguish etched across her face. She had languished in confinement for many years, her acts of defiance dwindling until she ultimately succumbed to a state of resigned acceptance, for she could not fathom any alternative course of action. Wu Ming, do you recall what I mentioned yesterday? I yearn to take you to a world of freedom. Would you be willing to accompany me? Boruto extended his palm towards Nameless, their proximity allowing her to grasp it with ease. Yet, at that moment, Nameless stood frozen. Shall we depart? Indeed, I shall guide you out of this confinement. Boruto declared earnestly. It is impossible. The Uchiha ninjas are formidable, and we cannot even escape this cell. Nameless instinctively shook her head, fear gripping her heart. She dreaded the repercussions of resistance, the inevitable beating that would follow, and the torment of verbal bullying and humiliation from those frenzied crimson-eyed adversaries, afflictions far too heavy for a child of her tender age to endure. Do not give up. Alone. You may find it unfeasible, but united, we possess a glimmer of hope. Boruto still extended his hand, aware that the moment of life and death had arrived. He had to convince Nameless. Otherwise, she would never escape. Why must you do this? What do you intend to achieve? Nameless inquired, perplexed. She could not comprehend what benefit her escape from this place would bring to Boruto. Unable to grasp this notion, the sealed world within her heart remained unyielding. Is it not obvious? It is to assist you. Boruto shouted loudly. as if the volume of his voice could enhance the credibility of his words. Yet, for someone like me, merely an unexpected acquaintance, why should I be questioned to such an extent? Wu-Ming pondered, her head aching from the effort, unable to comprehend why Boruto would extend his assistance. She had witnessed the darkest facets of human nature, rendering her oblivious to the existence of someone like Boruto. Apart from the malevolent. Because I consider you my friend, and I cannot bear to see a friend endure further suffering, he declared. Boruto articulated his desire to assist Nameless, presenting a rationale that was strikingly simple. As a ninja residing in an era of tranquility, he was educated to routinely extend help to companions in distress. After conversing with Nameless for numerous days, he had already come to regard her as a friend. Nameless found herself struggling to grasp the essence of this term, yet a warmth began to blossom in her heart. She sensed it was a benevolent word, one that held the potential for her redemption. We might perish. Nameless bit her lip forcefully before speaking, unwilling to embrace death. Nor did she wish for Boruto to sacrifice himself on her behalf. Her instinctive mindset was to prioritize her own survival, a fundamental human instinct. Indeed, the specter of death loomed, yet if we adequately prepare in advance, success may not be beyond our reach. Do you still wish to remain imprisoned in this cage? Nameless, this may be your most viable opportunity to escape. Are you willing to place your trust in me? Boruto, with unwavering determination, sought to touch the depths of Nameless' heart. He could forcibly take her away, yet the life that awaited her would require her to start anew. The assistance he could provide was regrettably limited. Therefore, it was imperative for her to unseal her closed heart and emerge from her confinement to forge ahead. I yearn to believe in you, but the impossible remains insurmountable. Indeed. Nameless was moved by Boruto's words, yet she remained shackled by her own understanding. She perceived the Uchiha clan's ninjas as formidable beings, beyond the reach of both herself and Boruto, and deemed them as insurmountable adversaries. If I could unlock the door to this prison, would you then find the confidence to proceed? Boruto raised his hand and pointed at the iron gate before the cave, stating that opening the door was merely the first step. If one could not accomplish even such a simple task, there was no need for further discussion. The door was adorned with an abundance of flame seals, rendering it inaccessible. Having spent many years in this place, Wu-Ming was well aware of the mechanism on the door. The ninjas of the Uchiha clan excelled in manipulating fire. Should anyone dare to touch the prison door, a fierce blaze would ignite, a fate Wu-Ming had come to dread. All that was required was a simple affirmation or negation. Boruto did not grant Nameless the opportunity to continue her explanations. Instead, he met her gaze with unwavering determination. Upon beholding the reflection of herself within his azure eyes, she finally shattered the first chain that bound her body and soul. Yes, Nameless proclaimed as she extended her delicate hand towards Boruto. He grasped her slender fingers firmly, lifting her from the ground. In that moment, Nameless felt an unexpected lightness in her body, as if all burdens had dissipated, freeing her from the need to contemplate anything. All she needed to do was follow Boruto. Hand in hand, they could escape this place together. Very well, let us formulate our battle plan. Boruto held Nameless' hand and paused, a playful smile gracing his lips as he contemplated his next course of action. Nameless gazed at Boruto in confusion, unable to comprehend the sudden shift in his demeanor. Wasn't their intention to break through the prison door? Did he truly believe they would rush headlong into chaos? Certainly not. A ninja must possess a strategic plan before embarking on any endeavor. Boruto, with a raised finger, earnestly imparts wisdom to the novice ninja Nameless, advising her that while thoughts may be impulsive, actual actions must be approached with caution to avoid disastrous outcomes. It is truly exasperating how much he has said. Nameless experiences a blend of amusement and frustration for the first time. She had been prepared to witness Boruto perform miraculous feats that would inspire her, yet he suddenly halted, leaving her at a loss for how to respond. Allow me to introduce myself. The only jutsu I possess are the Shadow Clone Technique and the Rasengan, which resembles the small orb you previously observed. Once we depart from this place, it will grow significantly larger and possess considerable power. Boruto has indeed acquired valuable knowledge at school. Understanding his peers' combat abilities allows for the formulation of more refined strategies. Once actions are taken, the opportunity for trial and error vanishes, necessitating thorough contemplation from every angle. Nameless nodded. Her heart inevitably stirred as she observed Boruto earnestly imparting these thoughts. His unwavering effort to liberate her from confinement could not be doubted. And you, Nameless, during our escape, battles are inevitable. Therefore, as comrades, it is essential for us to comprehend each other's capabilities in order to devise an effective plan. Boruto gazed at the nameless one, acknowledging that his understanding of her was rather limited. He could not even ascertain the nature of her ninjutsu as a weapon. But now he found himself presented with an opportunity for discovery. I possess some basic fire-style ninjutsu, she stated. Is it the Great Fireball technique? Boruto's understanding of fire-style ninjutsu is rather limited. He seems only somewhat acquainted with techniques such as the Great Fireball jutsu. And this is the sole technique that comes to mind. Fire Release, Great Firewall, Fire Release, Dragon Flame Jutsu, Fire Release, Great Fire Dragon Technique. Fire Release, Great Fire Extinguish. Wuming shook her head, indicating her inability to perform the Great Fireball technique. However, she is proficient in 4 other simpler fire release techniques, which she promptly recited. As Boruto listened, an unsettling feeling began to wash over him. The ninjutsu being discussed was never taught in the academy. He had only been fortunate enough to glean this knowledge from surreptitiously perusing the scrolls written by Yui. Gradually, his mouth fell agape in astonishment. What is the matter? Is it too simplistic and ineffective? Wuming, observing Boruto's expression, inquired with concern, genuinely apprehensive that her repertoire of simple ninjutsu might not meet his expectations. No, that is not right. Are these techniques classified as S rank or A rank? I haven't read much. Please do not deceive me. Boruto placed his hands firmly on Nameless' shoulders, shaking her vigorously as he expressed his disbelief. He found it hard to fathom that a girl of similar age could master such advanced ninjutsu. While he struggled with the shadow clone technique, Nameless was capable of dispatching enemies with powerful jutsu in an instant. The Fire Release, Great Firewall technique, as its name suggests, serves to defend against enemy attacks. The Fire Release, Dragon Flame Bomb is a technique that unleashes a descending dragon of flames upon foes, delivering an element of surprise. The Fire Release, Great Fire Dragon Technique and the Fire Release, Great Fire Extinguishing Technique are direct offensive maneuvers, incinerating adversaries with the fiercest flames. Possessing these 4 fire techniques signifies a formidable balance of offense and defense, elevating Nameless combat prowess to a terrifying level. Why would I deceive you? These are merely jutsu I use casually, Nameless remarked, tilting her head in confusion as she looked at Boruto. Suddenly, Boruto sensed something amiss. Was this what his father referred to as a generational gap? Coming from an era of peace, the ninjas around him learned their techniques gradually. However, it seemed that in this war-torn era, the descendants of ninjas began rigorous training as soon as they learned to walk, striving to cultivate combat readiness and successors at the fastest pace possible. Though harsh, it was arguably the best way to ensure the survival of future generations. The Uchiha clan, positioned at the pinnacle of the food chain in this era, employed training methods far more rigorous than those of ordinary families. Hence, the weaker ones were eliminated, leaving only the exceptional to shine in this time. Nameless, having been raised as a weapon from a young age, would have been discarded long ago had she not been strong enough. What about when you're not being casual? Boruto comprehended the pivotal point, thus acknowledging that Nameless was an individual even more formidable than himself. However, upon hearing her words, he sensed that there might exist even more potent ninjutsu. His curiosity was piqued. What could it possibly be? Then I shall employ Amaterasu, Nameless declared. Amaterasu? Are you about to reveal that you possess the Manjiki Sharingan? Boruto rolled his eyes in astonishment once more. He was all too familiar with Amaterasu. His master, Uncle Sasuke, was a user of this technique. It is said that the flames are inextinguishable, consuming life force rapidly upon contact, leading to a swift demise. Yet, paradoxically, it has never claimed a life, which raises some contradictions. The most crucial aspect is that Amaterasu is a hidden ability of the Sharingan. It does not fall under the category of ninjutsu but rather belongs to ocular techniques. It cannot simply be wielded with a standard 3-tomo Sharingan. One must unlock the Manjiki Sharingan to randomly acquire it. The powers bestowed by the Manjiki Sharingan are entirely arbitrary, and Amaterasu, as an eternal flame, is likely a formidable ocular technique. Indeed, look here. Wu Ming raised his right index finger and pointed to his right eye. The 3-tomo of the Sharingan gradually emerged, their 3 blades elongating into small triangular shurikens encircling a central blact, embedded within his crimson irises. I must be dreaming. I am certainly dreaming. Boruto cradled his head in his hands and mused that, theoretically, he was indeed dreaming. His physical form remained asleep in that era, while his spiritual essence stood before the nameless entity. "Are you afraid of me?" the entity inquired. "No," Boruto replied. "I merely find you exceptionally powerful. At least 10 times stronger than I." Boruto shook his head resolutely, and upon hearing his words, Nameless felt her previously anxious heart relax, revealing a sorrowful smile. "Yet, I do not cherish such abilities. They bring me nothing but suffering." Nameless spoke from the depths of her heart, for she had long understood that her tragic circumstances stemmed from possessing powers that were never meant to be hers. Had she merely been an ordinary member of the Uchiha clan, her plight would not have been so dire. Boruto comprehended the essence of Nameless, for it mirrored the plight of his father. Had Naruto not housed the Nine Tails within, he would not have endured such an abundance of unjust treatment. Thus, he refrained from allowing Nameless to succumb to despair. Instead, he grasped her hand firmly. "Nameless, the nature of power bears no intrinsic good or evil. Since this strength is inherently yours, wield it wisely. It is not the power that inflicts suffering upon you, but rather those who seek to exploit you. In the future, this very power will transform into a shield for you and others. Trust in me." Boruto's tone was filled with certainty, as he had witnessed his father's journey firsthand. Although Nameless hailed from the Uchiha clan, he firmly believed that with proper guidance, he would undoubtedly become as remarkable as his father in the future. Nameless murmured, gazing at the hand that was firmly grasped in his own. At that moment, he found himself at a loss for words, only able to respond to Boruto with a tone of affirmation. Boruto frequently tugged at his hand, seemingly treating him as a true friend. "If you possess Amaterasu, our escape plan will become significantly simpler. Let me ponder." After Boruto released his hold on Nameless, he sat down on the ground, lost in contemplation. He pondered the extent of their collaboration and whether there existed an opportunity to escape from the heart of the Uchiha territory. "I possess other ocular techniques as well." At that moment, Nameless was prepared to engage in an earnest dialogue with Boruto. She did not grant him the luxury of time for reflection. Instead, she uttered words of significant weight. Indeed, you have 2 eyes, which should imply the possession of 2 ocular techniques." Boruto tapped his own head and remarked that although he was surrounded by peers from the Uchiha clan, they had yet to awaken their Sharingan and had even forgotten that each eye could possess distinct abilities. This is precisely why the Uchiha members who could unlock the Manjiki Sharingan were regarded as monstrous geniuses. "For," said Nameless. A large question mark appeared above Boruto's small head. "No, even if you regard me with a twisted expression that seems to convey a desire to speak, yet remains unspoken. This is indeed the truth." Nameless' mood began to shift positively once again. To put it simply, he found amusement in the foolish demeanor of the boy, who had his mouth agape, a bit of snot trickling from his nose, clearly too astonished to articulate a response. "Initially, I contemplated teasing you about having 4 eyes. However, I feel compelled to first acknowledge that acquiring such a capability must have brought you considerable anguish." Boruto suppressed his astonishment, gazing at her with an unfamiliar expression. He stepped closer to Nameless, attempting to grasp her arm. Noticing her lack of resistance, he gently placed his other hand on the girl's back, drawing her into his embrace. Boruto realized that he too had been oblivious to the pain that accompanied the awakening of a kaleidoscope eye, a fact that Naruto had once shared with him but had completely forgotten. Thus, upon hearing that Nameless had acquired 4 abilities, he recalled the immense suffering she had endured at that time. A flicker of astonishment crossed Nameless' eyes, yet after absorbing Boruto's words, her expression swiftly crumbled. No one had ever acknowledged the anguish she experienced in gaining her powers. They only sought to exploit her formidable abilities in battle. Boruto was the first to recognize this aspect of her struggle. In a moment of vulnerability, Nameless grasped the fabric of his shirt tightly, pulling him closer as she broke down into tears. "What was that?" she cried out with all her might, her tears cascading down onto Boruto's shoulder. Boruto, feeling equally distressed, could only pat her back, waiting patiently until her tears subsided. "Nameless, I'm so sorry. I never intended to bring up anything that could cause you pain. Yet, there is no escaping those memories. All I can do is help transform your sorrowful recollections into joyful ones." After the cries of the Nameless gradually subsided, Boruto gently wiped her face with his sleeve and softly comforted her fragile spirit. "Why are you being so kind to me?" the Nameless one stammered, her voice trembling. Boruto's kindness was nearly beyond description, and her limited vocabulary failed to convey her true feelings. "Because we are friends." Boruto spoke earnestly, and upon hearing that term once more, The turbulent warmth within Wuming alleviated a portion of her sorrow, restoring her emotions to a semblance of normalcy. My kaleidoscopic Sharingan was awakened many years ago. Its inception rooted in the tragic demise of my parents during a fierce battle. Leaning against the rocky wall of the cave alongside Boruto, she finally recounted the origin of her abilities. Yet, Boruto felt no joy. Just as he had anticipated, the kaleidoscope ultimately emerged from the shadows of sacrifice. Wuming once had parents who cherished her, though the memories had long since faded, their visages slipping from her mind, replaced gradually by a growing resentment and fury. Nevertheless, with Boruto's assistance, she managed to retrieve fragments of those memories. Wuming truly embodied an undeniable genius, albeit somewhat ruthless. The reality remained that even in the face of a beloved one's death, the Uchiha clan had but a handful capable of awakening the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. It is not a certainty that the loss of a loved one would lead to the activation of such power. Otherwise, they would have already dominated the ninja world. After I activated my kaleidoscopic Sharingan, bereft of parents and family, I was captured by those individuals who informed me that the Uchiha required a weapon, and I, having lost my kin, was perfectly suited for that role. They commanded me to relinquish my capacity for thought and to abide solely by their orders. Wuming still vividly recalls the faces of those captors. Each recollection ignites a surge of hatred within her. Clearly, she has not lost her ability to think. Rather, she conceals all her rage, biding her time for the day when she can exact vengeance upon all ninjas and the ninja world. For the devastation of her family and her current plight is not solely the fault of the Uchiha clan, but encompasses all shinobi. Such a situation is utterly outrageous. Boruto leaned against the rocky wall, gazing up at the dripping stones as he murmured to himself. Despite having mentally prepared himself beforehand, hearing the tale of the Nameless One left him feeling an unsettling heaviness in his heart. Among his peers, Boruto resonated most deeply with the nameless individual, as he had witnessed Naruto's experiences firsthand. Reflecting on those memories, he yearned to assist his father, yet felt utterly powerless. Now, encountering someone in a plight similar to his father's, but in an even harsher environment, he found himself compelled to offer his unconditional support. My innate abilities consist of two, the 8,000 spears and the Kagaya clan's bloodline. Additionally, I acquired two more powers through the transplantation of a relative's Manjiki Sharingan, which are Amaterasu and Tsukuyami. The Nameless One began to elaborate on the reasons behind her formidable strength. As Boruto listened, his astonishment grew. Possessing four different Manjiki Sharingan techniques must grant her immense power, perhaps rivaling that of his uncle Sasuke. However, it was undeniable that Sasuke, with his Rinnegan gifted by someone, was undoubtedly stronger still. Have you also undergone an eye transplantation? Boruto's expression was not one of surprise, but rather imbued with a subtle sadness. In this era, medical ninjutsu was almost non-existent, and he could scarcely fathom the suffering that Nameless endured after having her eyes forcibly removed and replaced. It was fortunate that she had managed to persevere. Had Boruto witnessed that harrowing scene, he might have been moved to tears. They claimed that this ability would be more suited to me upon its integration, a price to pay for the cultivation of weaponry. Nameless had long since grown accustomed to such treatment. Yet seeing Boruto's sorrow on her behalf stirred an indescribable feeling within her. A profound sense of being cared for was indeed a delightful sensation. I have heard my master speak of the powers of Amaterasu, Kagutsuchi, and Tsukuyami, but what exactly is the 8,000 spears? Boruto refrained from elaborating on the subject of eye exchange. Instead, he deemed it more prudent to divert the conversation through the capabilities of the Nameless One. Furthermore, he harbored a genuine curiosity regarding this unheard-of ninjutsu and its effects. In simple terms, it entails imprinting a mental seal upon you. With the seal, I can freely manipulate your chakra and mind, the Nameless One elucidated. Boruto had heard of such mental manipulation ninjutsu before, yet he sensed that the abilities of the kaleidoscope Sharingan must extend beyond this. How exactly does this manipulation work? I can transfer 60 to 80% of your chakra to myself, disregarding distance. The Nameless One revealed yet another bombshell, causing Boruto to feel a shiver run down his spine at the mere thought. He envisioned himself battling the Nameless One, only to be branded with the seal. Even as he fought valiantly to expend their chakra in mutual exhaustion, she could effortlessly siphon away the majority of his chakra, resulting in his inevitable downfall. As for the mind, it involves erasing your existing memories and implanting new ones. If I were to envision you as my dog and instill that memory within you, you would indeed become a dog. Why resort to such an example? We are friends, are we not? Boruto felt that the power of the 8,000 spears was truly terrifying. Not only was chakra manipulated, but one's very spirit could be subjected to control. Fortunately, he had chosen not to oppose the Nameless One. Otherwise, he might presently find himself on the ground, barking like a dog. Such abilities are indeed fearsome. And were it not for this, I would not have attracted their attention. The corners of the Nameless One's mouth twitched, revealing a bittersweet smile that tugged at Boruto's heartstrings, prompting him to once again clasp her small hand tightly. Can you pilot a Gundam? Boruto suddenly inquired, leaving Nameless momentarily stunned as he grappled with the unfamiliar term. Gundam? It refers to the popular animated series about robots from our era, produced by the Land of Snow. It is said that its inspiration stemmed from the kaleidoscopic Sharingan's Susanoo. Boruto smiled brightly, attempting to divert the conversation and prevent Nameless from recalling her painful memories. Alas, she was a woman of antiquity. Otherwise, he could have invited her to watch animated series together. I cannot, Nameless replied, understanding the term Susanoo. After a moment's hesitation, she turned her head away, avoiding Boruto's gaze, firmly denying it. Even without having studied the art of insight, Boruto could discern her deception. The reason was not difficult to surmise. Nameless was reluctant to reveal her capabilities, fearing exploitation. If she were indeed able to wield Susanoo, it would only lead to more battles, and her ocular prowess could not withstand such strain, risking her vision. To be unable was perfectly acceptable. After all, it was hardly common for a teenager to pilot a Gundam. With a cheerful smile, Boruto remarked. And upon witnessing his foolish grin, the unnamed one felt a sense of tranquility wash over her, accompanied by a twinge of guilt for deceiving a friend. In truth, she had uttered the phrase "I cannot perform Susanoo" countless times, transforming it into a lie she had come to believe herself. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt an inexplicable urge to share the truth with Boruto. There's another question, Boruto continued. Why do you have so many questions? The unnamed one shot him a glare, having already endured an endless barrage of inquiries from him that evening. This fellow was truly insatiable. He had initially seemed intimidated by her presence. Although he no longer appeared afraid, she sensed that he still harbored some trepidation, one that would bring him greater satisfaction. Why has your clan, the Senju, not been eradicated yet in this era? Boruto posed a pivotal question. In this era, the legendary sage of the Six Paths, Senju Hashirama, remains hidden in some obscure corner, while Uchiha Madara shares a similar fate. It could be said that the true apex of this age is none other than the enigmatic figure known as Nameless. Consider the terrifying ocular techniques. What sort of individual from the Senju clan could possibly stand against her? Are you a fool? Utilizing these ocular techniques comes at a cost. If overused, I shall soon find myself blind. Moreover, I have no desire to heed Uchiha commands during battle. Nameless raised his fist, gently placing it atop Boruto's head, remarking, In truth, I had already surmised this, and a foolish grin spread across my face. It seems you have indeed let your guard down. How fitting of you. Such peculiar remarks were exchanged, as the bond between Nameless and Boruto deepened. This playful banter was a novel occurrence, drawing their tender hearts closer together and weaving a stronger connection. The Uchiha clan scoundrels truly are quite dim-witted. If I were in their position, I would surely be preoccupied with thoughts on how to prolong the life of your eyes. Who would dare to send you into battle? After the commotion, Boruto spoke up in defense of Wu Ming, and then began to earnestly formulate a battle plan. Although Wu Ming's 8,000 spears were formidable to the extent of seeming like a cheat, dealing with members of the Uchiha clan proved quite challenging. They were perpetually on guard against her abilities, with the family members being the most familiar with her skills, rendering any risks unnecessary for Wu Ming. I believe we should prioritize retreat. Once we escape, the Uchiha clan will not pursue us with full force, as they will be wary of potential attacks on their home, and the number of pursuers they send will be limited. In a cavern, Boruto diligently inscribed and sketched his escape plan upon stones he had gathered from the ground. Nameless sat beside him, resting his chin on his hands, seemingly captivated by Boruto's earnest efforts, as if he could watch him for an entire day without growing weary. When the pursuers arrive, I shall employ the shadow clone technique coupled with the transformation technique to divert a portion of them. Subsequently, we will swiftly eliminate the pursuers surrounding my original self, and once they are defeated, we shall retreat into the depths of the forest. Nameless, my combat prowess is limited. I fear I shall need to rely on you to swiftly resolve the situation. Do you possess the confidence to do so? Boruto's plans are fraught with uncertainties. the most significant of which stems from his lack of understanding regarding the strength of the Uchiha clan's ninjas in this era. Based on the prowess of the unnamed, it can be surmised that even the CH Nin here possessed the combat capabilities of J Nin. The harshness of their environment fosters even greater strength. Indeed, there is no doubt about my animosity towards ninjas. The unnamed nodded, recalling how she once spent her days and nights consumed with the desire to eradicate all ninjas without mercy. However, despite her resolute words, her slightly trembling arms betrayed her. After all, she had never before turned her blade against her own kin. Very well, then. Ensure you rest well during the day tomorrow. When I arrive here at night, we shall make our escape. Boruto extended his right hand towards Nameless, who instinctively grasped his palm. Their fingers intertwined, and after sharing a warm smile, Boruto gradually began to fade away. Farewell, Boruto, Nameless reached out, wishing to retain his presence, for she had forgotten to utter her parting words. Yet, at that moment, Boruto had already departed, and once again, she lamented the missed opportunity, silently vowing to express those words on the morrow. The following day, Boruto rose early as usual, reflecting on the rare exchange of words he had shared with Nameless the previous night. It seemed as though their time spent in the ancient realm had stretched, prompting him to ponder a particular dilemma. If they were to escape together and he were to return home unexpectedly, would that not be rather awkward? With this thought weighing on him, Boruto could only rise and descend the stairs in search of his aunt, hoping to inquire if there existed a means for him to return of his own volition, rather than being compelled, thus allowing him to confront their adversaries alongside Nameless. Upon reaching the first floor, Boruto found his father conspicuously absent. As anticipated, he was undoubtedly preoccupied within the Hokage's office. At that moment, Hanabi was in the living room, cradling her daughter, Hanayo, as they wandered about the house, familiarizing the little one with her surroundings. In her mother's embrace, Hanayo felt utterly secure. Boruto, you're back. How did things go? Hanabi greeted him with words befitting a homecoming, well aware that he must have returned after fulfilling his duties in the ancient past. This child certainly bore a heavy burden, even playing with girls during his slumber. I made arrangements with Nameless. Tonight, I shall lead her away from this confinement. After Boruto settled into his chair, he remarked that neither Hinata nor Hanabi found his decision surprising. He had expressed his desire to save Nameless the previous day, albeit they had not anticipated such swift action. During breakfast, Boruto recounted his interactions with Nameless, and the family became aware of how she had transformed into a weapon. Hanabi, known for her fiery temper, clenched her teeth in rage, declaring that if she could return to ancient times, she would undoubtedly slay all those despicable Uchiha. Yui and Yumura listened quietly, acknowledging the ruthless nature of Indra's descendants. However, there was little they could do. Since Indra's era, the Uchiha clan had always been shadowed by Kagai's influence. The moral dichotomy within this clan was more pronounced than in others, embodying extremes of virtue and vice. Suddenly, Yui felt an icy chill and turned to find Kagaya glaring at him, the veins around her Byakugan eyes visibly protruding, indicating her displeasure. Instinctively, Yui recoiled, for despite being referred to as a sage, he still harbored a sense of trepidation towards his mother. As a member of the Tsutsuki clan, he understood well the source of her anger. The Uchiha were descendants of Indra, and she blamed herself for not properly guiding her progeny, resulting in the Uchiha becoming such a distorted lineage. Yet, Yui felt powerless. He was merely the sage of six paths, not a philosopher or thinker. In his time, everyone was preoccupied with tilling the land to survive. Who had the capacity to ponder how to educate children? The primary concern was to stave off hunger. Moreover, with Kagaya's scheming presence lurking in the background, he felt utterly despaired. Yui himself was a pitiable child without a father, and his mother, a taciturn figure lost in her thoughts, had little understanding of how to instruct her son. The fact that he managed to devise a simple trial for his two sons, each possessing different talents, was already an extraordinary feat. Ultimately, the responsibility lay with Naruto. Mother, please do not be angry. My elder brother has recognized his mistakes. And this is not solely his fault, Yumura said, moving to Kagaya's side, gently kneading her shoulders and adopting a sweet demeanor to placate her. Yui, however, found it difficult to lower himself to such antics. Had he done so, it would have been more effective. Understanding that all the mischief stemmed from Kagaya's adversary, she sighed softly, the tension around her eyes gradually easing after hearing Yumura's words. Aunt Hanabi, I must stay there a bit longer tonight. I cannot return until Nameless is safe. Can you think of a way to assist? Boruto expressed his concerns, and considering this, It signifies that he has matured into a capable ninja. Hanabi felt a sense of comfort upon hearing this. Very well, I shall devise a plan. You must save Nameless, she declared. Naturally, Hanabi supported Boruto's decision, though as his aunt, she could not provide substantial assistance. Yet, within her means, she was determined to do her utmost. Boruto, your mother understands your desire to help others. However, remember not to overextend yourself. Your safety is of paramount importance. Hinata approached Boruto, enveloping him in her embrace, and remarked that his current demeanor resembled that of Naruto in his youth. While she felt a sense of pride in witnessing her husband's legacy in her son, she also worried that he might push himself too hard, leaving her emotions quite conflicted. Thank you, Mom, Boruto replied. Boruto nodded and remarked that with the support of his family, he felt invigorated, acutely aware of the profound happiness that stemmed from having such understanding relatives. He understood that should they ever express dissent, it would hinder his endeavors, transforming what should be successful undertakings into failures. Brother, although I may not fully grasp your words, I am certain that you can achieve what you speak of. Little Sakura approached Boruto, gently tugging at his hand, for in her heart, he remained the omnipotent brother, destined to succeed in any endeavor he pursued. You are truly wonderful, Sakura. Your brother's affection for you has never been in vain. Boruto's heart softened as he picked up little Himawari, twirling her around the room. It was essential to relax mentally before embarking on a mission, and now, surrounded by his family, Boruto felt a surge of confidence regarding his impending task. Today, like yesterday, he joined the class led by Konohamaru, engaging in missions and training under the guidance of his teacher, displaying the same demeanor as usual. No one suspected that he was preparing to undertake a perilous endeavor that night. As the evening approached, Boruto's heart grew steadier. Devoid of the usual excitement and fear that often accompany significant events, his mindset was entirely under control. Before the night fully enveloped the world, Boruto took a moment to log into a game, eager to greet the NPC, Nameless, hoping she would bestow upon him a blessing. Even a simple blessing within the game would carry a positive connotation. Nameless, I've come to play with you. Boruto arrived at the unremarkable place, smiling cheerfully as he spoke. However, today, Nameless paid him no mind and instead engaged in conversation with the other players nearby. Boruto looked at the players conversing with Nameless with a peculiar expression. These were all real people, yet Nameless, who usually seemed to languish in boredom, had suddenly become quite popular. Why is it so lively around you today? After all the players had departed, Boruto finally found an opportunity to inquire beside Wuming. The event has commenced, Wuming remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Boruto, still somewhat preoccupied by the words exchanged yesterday. However, upon awakening this morning, Wuming felt an inexplicable sense of confusion regarding his memories. Boruto's figure began to crystallize more vividly within his recollections, prompting him to generously forgive him. Indeed, you were the NPC responsible for promoting the event. After such a long interval, it is pleasant to finally engage in meaningful work. Boruto suddenly recalled that the identity of Nameless was that of a non-playable character associated with events, rather than one responsible for managing the main and side quests. In his heart, he had always regarded Nameless as a friend, and thus failed to recognize this distinction. What event is it? I wish to partake and enjoy it as well, Boruto inquired with a smile, suggesting that engaging in some activities to unwind before embarking on perilous endeavors is indeed a commendable choice. Collecting gems can yield rewards, the most coveted being a replica of the Hokage pendant, spoke Nameless. That is something I desire. With a beaming smile, Boruto remarked that he had not forgotten the original intention behind purchasing this game. Conveniently, he also found himself in need of a pendant to adorn his chest. The twisted metal ingot he currently wore could certainly use a change in style. You are a ninja from Konoha, aren't you? Spoke Nameless with a tone of certainty. Indeed. What of it? Boruto nodded in acknowledgement, not perceiving any trouble in being recognized online. After all, ninjas from the Hidden Leaf were not ones to shy away from challenges. And he hailed from a lineage of Hokages. Dare anyone to contest that? Those from the Hidden Leaf do not qualify to partake in this event, came the sardonic retort from Nameless. Taken aback, Boruto's expression gradually turned pale, transitioning into a mode of exasperation. Why is it that in this era of the ninja world, discrimination has dissipated, yet you, an NPC, still perpetuate it? The server for the Hidden Leaf is under supervision. If you are not permitted to participate, then you simply cannot. No matter how impatient you may be, Nameless shrugged, narrowing her eyes as she observed Boruto's reaction. The foolish expression beneath his character's facade turned ashen, prompting Nameless to turn her face away and stifle a laugh. How unfortunate. If you desire it so much, perhaps I could send you one. She proposed after sharing a brief moment of mirth, noticing that Boruto had yet to recover from his disappointment. A twinge of compassion stirred within her, and she contemplated using her privileges to offer him a consolation prize. But would that not be unfair to the other players? Boruto gazed at Nameless in astonishment, wondering how he could receive a grand prize that others had to earn through activities. Surely, this could be considered a stroke of luck. We are friends, right? As friends, how about sharing a gift? Nameless lowered her gaze to her ninja sandals, acknowledging for the first time the bond of friendship with Boruto. This realization left her somewhat flustered, as she dared not meet his eyes. Nameless, you truly regard me as a friend? I am absolutely overjoyed. Thank you. Boruto grasped the hands of Nameless, who looked up in astonishment, once again encountering his sunlit, innocent smile, causing the ice within his heart to thaw slightly. You fool. Nameless gently remarked to Boruto, who remained blissfully absorbed in the joy of befriending NPCs. Though a peculiar occurrence, seasoned gamers are aware that certain games harbor hidden treasures, such as an NPC's affection reaching a threshold that leads them to join the player's ranks. Perhaps it was due to the strong bond between himself and Nameless that he had been rewarded. Nameless, today I embark on an important endeavor. Wish me success. Boruto revealed his home address to Nameless. As if recalling something important, he added, Is it very dangerous? Noticing Boruto's sudden seriousness, Nameless couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. There is indeed danger, for I am a ninja. Yet I would never engage in actions that would cause sorrow to good people. How much better it would be if you were not a ninja. Nameless sighed as he regarded Boruto. If he were not the very type of ninja he despised, perhaps after all this turmoil, he could seek him out. Living incognito by his side, observing his daily foolishness, a rather appealing prospect. Boruto did not quite catch what Nameless was saying, noticing that the time was drawing near. He bid farewell to Nameless and exited the game, returning to his bedroom. Boruto took a moment to collect his thoughts before proceeding to the third floor's Yuya room. Upon entering, he was momentarily taken aback as he noticed Aunt Kagaya was also present. Surprised? My Tensigen was all taught to me by Sister Kagaya. She is the ancestral master in this regard, Hanabi explained to Boruto with a smile. He nodded in understanding, realizing the significance of having the family's most formidable member lend assistance. Such support was indeed a privilege of being part of a family. Come here, child. Kagaya beckoned with a gentle wave. Obediently, Boruto approached her. Kagaya then enveloped him in her arms, a wave of warm chakra surrounding him. He was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the sensations coursing through him. This is sufficient. You may return whenever you wish. If you do not wish to part from that girl, feel free to seek me out, Kagaya said softly. At that moment, Boruto realized that this aunt was not as fearsome as he had imagined. In fact, she was rather kind. No wonder she was capable of stealing his father's heart from his mother. Well then, dear family, I shall not fail in my mission. I take my leave. Boruto waved goodbye to those around him, then resolutely grasped the kunai embedded in the table. As his spirit detached from his body, it floated towards the distant past, arriving at a time in antiquity. As darkness enveloped the sky, Wuming eagerly awaited his arrival. In ancient times, there were no clocks. One could only discern the passage of time by observing the celestial changes. This time, Wuming did not have to wait long, for soon he beheld Boruto standing before him. Wuming, I have arrived. With merely a 5-character greeting from Boruto, the nameless heart that had been in turmoil found solace. She had no desire to interrogate the origins of Boruto or how he had come to be by her side. All she knew was that with his companionship, her life, once filled solely with animosity, had transformed. This was of paramount importance. Do not utter a word. Allow me to assess the situation with the guards. Boruto made a gesture for silence before stealthily moving behind the iron bars to observe the situation outside. The good news was that the Uchiha clan had not stationed anyone to watch the prison cells. The bad news was that there were patrolling guards. However, this was to be expected in a time of war, where no clan could afford a peaceful night's rest. Perpetually anxious about the threat of a nighttime assault that could lead to devastating losses. We shall act once they have moved further away, Boruto declared. Boruto, are you truly capable of unlocking this prison cell? Our jutsu cannot be utilized here, Nameless expressed with a hint of concern. Boruto's eagerness to take action caught her off guard, leaving her feeling somewhat uneasy. I can do it, even if it means enduring injury. Furthermore, it is not solely my task. You, Nameless, are also capable of achieving this. Boruto nodded and spoke, although they had yet to embark on this endeavor. The expression of unwavering confidence he exuded served as a powerful tonic for Nameless. Can I really do it? Nameless inquired hesitantly. The thought of fleeing was not unfamiliar to her, yet the recollection of past experiences where she had attempted to escape only to be apprehended sent shivers down her spine. Boruto approached and gently grasped the trembling little hand of the nameless girl. The warmth emanating from his palm enveloped her, easing her shivers, while the shimmering depths of her dark eyes reflected his image. Once, when I was a child, my Aunt Hanabi narrated a bedtime tale to me, Boruto began. It told of a young creature captured by humans and confined within a vast cage. In its innocence, it endeavored to shatter the bars. Yet the sturdy enclosure repeatedly repelled it, inflicting wounds upon its spirit. Thus, it gradually lost the faith to escape. However, as days turned into years, the creature grew to a formidable 10 meters, transforming into a beast of might. In this newfound strength, the ordinary cage could no longer contain it. A mere attempt could break free from its confines. Yet, it remained paralyzed by fear, for the scars of its past had distorted its perception of its own power. In truth, it was now capable of effortlessly breaking free. Boruto conveyed the current situation to Nameless through a simple yet profound story. Nameless, possessing a commendable intellect, swiftly grasped Boruto's intentions. Ever since she became formidable, she had not attempted to escape her confines. Perhaps her present self was even stronger than she had imagined. Yet she yearned for someone to remind her and instill confidence within her. Watch me. Boruto released the unnamed one's hand and approached the iron bars, which were adorned with fiery seals. The unnamed one stood there, gazing at him in a daze, as a radiant essence of courage emanated from Boruto. At last, his hands grasped the iron bars. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted as the iron door and bars of the cell ignited furiously, flames consuming Boruto's palms and arms, spreading to his shoulders. The searing pain of his scorched skin brought tears to his eyes. In that moment, he regretted his earlier bravado. Now that he had spoken, retreat was no longer an option. Boruto, don't. The unnamed one felt a pang of anguish, nearly brought to tears, wishing to rush forward to prevent Boruto from enduring further harm. Yet, Boruto shouted defiantly, "Stay back." Obediently, the unnamed one remained rooted in place, watching as Boruto's charred arm continued to exert strength. Despite the devastation wrought upon his skin, he held tightly to the iron bars, showing no intention of relinquishing his grip. I have told you before, I will take you away, to a world bathed in sunlight, to a realm of freedom. I must see this promise fulfilled. As Boruto spoke, he summoned his strength once more, his words emanating from within. The power of his spirit was fully unleashed, resulting in a profound harmony between mind and body. The chakra within him erupted with formidable force, tearing a gaping hole through the iron bars before him. Nameless, run. Boruto turned to Nameless, extending his palm towards him. Observing the charred palm, Nameless gritted his teeth, concealing his pain deep within, and grasped Boruto's hand firmly, following him out of the confines of their prison. What transpired? Nameless had escaped. Behind them, the shouts of Uchiha clan ninjas echoed, demonstrating their swift reaction. True to their lineage, they quickly organized a pursuit team to chase after Boruto. At this moment, Boruto executed the shadow clone technique as per their original plan, summoning 2 identical shadow clones. One of them transformed into Nameless using the transformation technique, making its way onto a conspicuous path. Boruto grasped Nameless' hand and sprinted into the dense forest, devoid of any discernible paths. Unfamiliar with the surrounding area, he sought out the most treacherous routes. As they encountered towering trees, they leapt and soared through the branches, illuminated by the silvery moonlight that cast a glow upon Boruto's face. Observing his profile, Nameless was suddenly enveloped by the essence of freedom and the warmth of companionship. Uncertain of how long they had been bounding through the treetops, Boruto abruptly halted. Before them lay a clearing, stripped of trees, while behind, several figures with crimson eyes emerged from the shadows, their malevolence palpable. Clearly, the elite of the Uchiha clan had caught up to them. Who are you? And why are you with Nameless? An elite ninja from the Uchiha clan inquired, his Sharingan 3-tomo gaze fixated on Boruto and Nameless, the malice in his eyes threatening to engulf the 2 children. Yes, Boruto replied. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Boruto appeared momentarily stunned, standing frozen in place. The elite ninja, unperturbed, regarded the individual before him merely as a child, pondering how much combat prowess a mere youth could possess. In the face of his kunai, Boruto merely raised his left hand in a semblance of defense, failing to display any intent to counterattack, which only elicited scornful laughter from the elite ninja, who subsequently relaxed his vigilance. With a swift motion, the sharp kunai pierced through the palm of Boruto's hand. The elite ninja had intended to drive the weapon through Boruto's throat, yet he was taken aback to find that the kunai had indeed embedded itself. However, the grip Boruto had on the kunai rendered the elite ninja's hand immobile, unable to budge even a fraction. "Get out of the way," shouted the teammates of the elite ninja, but he was momentarily caught off guard. Suddenly, he noticed a radiant glow beneath him and instinctively glanced down, only to discover a sphere emanating a brilliant blue light. "I've got you now, Rasengan." Boruto grasped the elite ninja's palm with one hand, while channeling a Rasengan with the other, aiming it directly at his groin. Indeed, due to his height, he was unable to strike at the vital points above the elite ninja. However, targeting the lower region proved exceedingly simple, particularly for a man, as there exists a spot that is undeniably fatal. The elite ninja's anguished scream elicited a wave of discomfort among his fellow Uchiha, all adept users of the Sharingan, who witnessed the Rasengan detonate beneath him, shattering not only his pride but also some male attributes. This technique, referred to as the lewd Rasengan by Konohamaru, was taught to Boruto when he sensed the boy's determination to engage in a fierce battle. Konohamaru instructed him on unorthodox methods, suggesting that one should feign weakness at the onset, only to deliver a decisive blow to the enemy's vulnerability when they least expect it. As Konohamaru would say, "In the heat of battle, moralities hold little value. Survival is reserved for the formidable ninja, not the cowardly." As a trained ninja, even with a broken arm, one could bandage it and return to the fray. However, when a certain area is compromised, the lingering pain is incomparable to that of a mere fractured limb. A Rasengan aimed at such a target can swiftly and accurately incapacitate the enemy. This approach is optimal in scenarios of overwhelming assault, though regrettably, it can be employed but once. Moreover, there were 6 adversaries. Boruto drew forth the kunai from his left hand, his gaze icy as he regarded the remaining elite ninjas. In truth, he was on the verge of tears, suppressing his emotions, which rendered his expression particularly fierce. The Uchiha elite, under the weight of his penetrating stare, felt an unsettling chill creep down their spines. Though his combat prowess was merely average, the techniques he employed were undeniably ruthless. Such a callous little devil must surely have been trained by the Senju clan. "Boruto, are you alright?" Nameless inquired, astonished by Boruto's swift dispatch of the clan's elite ninja. Despite her far superior combat abilities, she had never encountered such a brutal fighting style before. Even when she sought to diminish the enemy ranks, she would typically employ her ocular techniques methodically. "I'm fine." Boruto elegantly raised his right hand to brush away a solitary tear from his cheek. Simultaneously, he cast a glance at the wound on his left palm, where a crimson chakra was actively mending the injury, gradually alleviating the pain. This was the chakra of the Nine Tails at work, and he felt a sense of relief for having requested some life-saving chakra from Kurama. Otherwise, exchanging his life for the actions of another would surely be a losing bargain. Nameless, the elite ninja leader of the Uchiha clan, addressed the individual with a cold tone that caused Nameless to shudder involuntarily, her pupils constricting slightly, clearly reminded of the most terrifying presence from her memories. "You understand what fate awaits those who resist us, do you not?" The elite ninja leader glared viciously at Nameless, the despicable figure responsible for her tragic existence. As an elder, coercing a child into such actions was, in Boruto's eyes, an unforgivable sin. The punishment for betraying one's clan is severe. "Are you certain you wish to proceed?" Another elite ninja, wielding a long blade, threatened menacingly. "You still have a chance to return. Eliminate this boy, and we shall overlook your betrayal." The elite ninja leader continued to exert pressure on Nameless, who, until today, had been a successful pawn under his control. No matter what he commanded, she would comply silently, driven by the fear of facing the so-called punishment. I. Nameless took a few steps back, momentarily rendered speechless, as the psychological shadow eclipsed her resentment towards the ninjas. After all, she was merely a teenage girl, lacking the courage to defy those she had always obeyed. What she needed now was a gentle push from someone. "Enough of your prattle. You speak incessantly of family. But when have you ever regarded Nameless as one of your own? What do you truly see her as? You know better than I." Boruto raised his arm to shield Nameless, enveloping her within his protective embrace, and then spoke earnestly to the gathered ninjas. The ninjas were expressions of discontent, Yet they refrained from hasty actions until Nameless made her stance clear. No one understood her formidable power better than they did. They were reluctant to engage in such internal strife unless absolutely necessary. Nameless, I will not compel you to remain by my side. I merely wish to ask you this. Do you prefer to return to that endless life of darkness, or shall we face death together in battle? Boruto turned to the nameless figure beside him and inquired, though he refrained from promising her that he would protect her. At that moment, he lacked the power to guarantee such a vow. All he could assure was that he would fight with all his might until the very last moment, either to vanquish the foe or perish in this place. Boruto, I wish to be with you. As long as you are by my side, I fear not death. The Nameless One gazed into Boruto's face, seeing the friend who had come this far for her. The fear in her eyes gradually dissipated as she took a few steps forward, clasping Boruto's hand tightly. After closing her eyes and reopening them, the kaleidoscope Sharingan manifested, capturing the attention of all present. That little brat, skilled in brainwashing ninjutsu, shall meet his demise. The elite ninja leader fumed with rage. Upon witnessing the awakening of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, he realized there was no turning back. The thought of the obedient Nameless One being swayed by Boruto to become an adversary fueled his fury. Form the formation. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. The elite ninja leader began to weave hand seals, with several others around him doing the same. Their mouths bulged as they gathered a substantial amount of chakra, which they expelled in the form of countless fiery projectiles racing toward Boruto and the Nameless One. Each ninja unleashed approximately 20 fireballs, resulting in a torrent of over 100 searing orbs hurtling forward, accompanied by an intense wave of heat. Amaterasu. A crimson light erupted from the Nameless One's eyes, with 2 streams of blood tears cascading down her cheeks. The powers of Amaterasu and Kagutsuchi activated simultaneously, conjuring a fiery vortex before Boruto. The 2 within the eye of the storm remained unscathed as Amaterasu consumed all the fireballs, incinerating them entirely. As the most potent flame, Amaterasu could extinguish even fire release techniques. After vanquishing the Phoenix fireballs, the fiery vortex surged toward the cluster of elite ninjas. No one dared to withstand the flames of Amaterasu and immediately scattered in flight. Just as one elite ninja fled the range of Amaterasu, he inadvertently locked eyes with the Nameless One, who fixed her kaleidoscope Sharingan upon him. He had no chance to resist as he was drawn into the world of Tsukuyami. In the blink of an eye, he collapsed, convulsing on the ground, having clearly lost all combat capability. This unfortunate soul was bound to a rack in the realm of Tsukuyami, subjected to flames for a full 24 hours. Throughout the torment, the Nameless One realized something profound. The foes she once deemed invincible now appeared as feeble as ants before her present self. How tiresome it is to oppose the Nameless One. The elite ninja leader, witnessing yet another of his subordinates fall in an instant, felt the overwhelming strength of the Nameless One, understanding the disgrace of a child turning such a formidable being to their side. Nameless One, you are indeed powerful. However, be cautious in using the kaleidoscope's abilities, for you may risk blindness. Boruto has gained a newfound understanding of the abilities of the Nameless One. Indeed, she is the girl who is already intimidated by mere statistics on paper. In actual combat, despite her lack of finesse, she manages to subdue numerous elite ninjas. I am unafraid. Even if I were to lose my sight, Boruto can serve as my eyes, guiding me along the path ahead. The Nameless One turned her head to Boruto, a smile gracing her lips, her crimson eyes sparkling with joy. At this moment, she has found solace in her spirit. Not even the prospect of blindness could instill fear in her. You know, hearing you say such things makes my heart race. Upon witnessing Wuming finally emerge from the shadows, Boruto felt an overwhelming sense of joy for her. Simultaneously, he experienced the profound weight and happiness that comes with relying on another person. His sole focus now was to exert every effort to lead Wuming away from danger. Wuming took a deep breath, her gaze following the landing points of the elite ninjas. They were acutely aware of the terrifying power of Amaterasu. Therefore, they dared not linger in one place, fearing capture by Wuming's watchful eyes. This rendered them passive and ineffective in mounting an attack. A few overly clever individuals attempted to flank Wuming for a surprise assault, only to discover that a wall of black flames from Amaterasu had already risen behind her. Even the slightest throw of a weapon would be incinerated upon contact with the searing heat. In this context, the all-encompassing defense and offense of Amaterasu stood as an emblem of invincibility. Rasengan. Boruto once again formed a Rasengan and hurled it forward. An elite Uchiha ninja fixed his gaze upon the spiraling orb, only to witness it abruptly vanish in midair. Assuming it to be an illusion, he darted aside, unaware that the Rasengan possessed the ability to curve. In the next instant, he felt an immense force strike his chest, sending him careening backward into a towering tree. An invisible ninjutsu? Who on earth are you? The elite Uchiha warriors shouted in fury. The ninja who had been sent flying, clad in sturdy chest armor, did not succumb to the blow. This was precisely why Boruto had chosen to target below the waist with his current strength. He was not capable of incapacitating both the man and his protective gear in one fell swoop. I am a friend of the Nameless. Boruto never conceals his identity. In this era, he is devoid of family and companions, with his sole connection being to the Nameless One, to whom he can be said to exist for. This is what you have compelled us to do, he declared, as the elite ninja leader exchanged a knowing glance with his two comrades. The trio promptly joined forces to perform the necessary hand seals, unleashing a torrent of fire chakra that surged forth, enveloping them in a sea of flames directed towards Boruto. This is far too vast. The Rasengan cannot cleave through it. Boruto gazed upon the endless sea of flames before him, feeling for the first time a profound sense of helplessness. His strength was still insufficient. If only he could attain greater power, akin to his father's, he would be able to cleave through the inferno and rescue Nameless. At that moment, Boruto suddenly sensed a surge of warmth emanating from the palm of his hand. Lowering his gaze, he discovered it was his left hand clasped with Nameless. At that instant, a brilliant azure light enveloped Nameless as torrents of chakra surged into her body, subsequently flowing into Boruto, replenishing his earlier exhaustion. Boruto, I bestow upon you the chakra I have gathered from the 8,000 spears, Nameless declared, her recent overuse of the Manjiki Sharingan leaving her slightly dizzy. Yet, she chose to persist in wielding the power of the 8,000 spears. The mark she had inscribed upon him would not easily fade. Those ninja once marked by her had their chakra siphoned away in their slumber, transforming into the strength she now possessed. Boruto gritted his teeth, fully aware that this was not a moment for sentimentality. He raised his right hand before Nameless, gathering the Rasengan. In response, Nameless placed his left hand beneath Boruto's palm, channeling all the chakra he had collected into the swirling sphere. Boruto felt an overwhelming surge in the weight of the Rasengan in his hands, as if the chakra within were on the verge of bursting forth and propelling him into oblivion. However, the relentless training he had undergone in recent days bore fruit. He was now able to harness the ferocious energy contained within, striving to maintain the shape of the Rasengan. A luminous orb, radiant as the moon, materialized before all. Receive this. Supersized Rasengan. In the final moment before the inferno engulfed him, the Rasengan took form, and Boruto pressed it forward. The terrifying flames collided with the Rasengan, and the spiraling force cleaved through the waves of fire, sending them cascading to either side. Yet, this was not the end. Boruto's intention was not merely to neutralize his opponent's ninjutsu, but to propel the Rasengan forward, delivering a crushing blow upon those before him. Boruto propelled himself forward, pushing the Rasengan with fervor. The closer he approached the elite ninja leader, the greater the resistance he encountered. The inferno surrounding the three jet outlets intensified his struggle. Just when Boruto was on the brink of exhaustion, an unnamed hand pressed against the back of his hand. They exchanged a brief glance, a mutual nod of understanding. And then with renewed vigor, they surged ahead. The power of the 8,000 spears was once more infused into the Rasengan, amplifying its might to unprecedented levels. It broke through the barrier of the great fire destruction, engulfing the figures of the elite ninja leader and his companions in a radiant sphere of azure light. With a thunderous roar, the colossal Rasengan carved a deep trench into the ground, propelling the three elite ninjas into the distance. There was no need to look back. It was evident they had succumbed to defeat. At that moment, only one enemy remained, one who had sustained injuries from the Rasengan, and another who was unharmed. Bolstered by newfound confidence, the unnamed warrior charged at the intact ninja. The expression on the ninja's face resembled one who had tasted the bitterness of a bitter herb. For he was no match for her prowess. He could only hope to avoid the moon reading unless he wished to remain in eternal darkness. Yet, evading with closed eyes would lead him to face the wrath of Amaterasu. How would he contend with such a predicament? Boruto charged towards the individual he had previously struck with his Rasengan. The elite ninja scoffed, convinced that as long as he could defend against the swirling sphere technique and protect his vital points, he would not be bested by a mere child. However, at that moment, Boruto's aura underwent a dramatic transformation. A crimson chakra cloak enveloped him, altering his cerulean eyes into fierce red slits, while the whisker marks on his face became significantly more pronounced. As Boruto surged forward, he executed a swift kick, a move that, despite his modest prowess in taijutsu, sent the elite ninja staggering. The ninja gazed at him with disbelief, for the chakra cloak enveloping him was an unprecedented sight to the Uchiha clan, imbued with a terrifying power that even made the Sharingan tremble. Moments later, both Boruto and the unnamed warrior had vanquished their respective foes. When the unnamed warrior unleashed her fury, even Boruto felt trepidation. Her opponent ultimately succumbed to the relentless flames of Amaterasu, while Boruto's adversary, overwhelmed by taijutsu, was ultimately defeated beneath the Crimson Rasengan. Unnamed, are you all right? Quickly, close your eyes and rest. Boruto approached Wuming and discovered her eyes were filled with blood tears. He quickly covered her eyes and shared his tailed beast chakra with her. Wuming nodded obediently and slowly knelt down to allow her eyes to rest. Boruto, thank you. Just as she began to express her gratitude, a sudden surge of lightning chakra pierced her senses. She felt a force push her body, as if something had shielded her. Then, a thunderous roar shattered the night sky. Boruto? Wuming opened her weary eyes and struggled to comprehend the scene before her. The elite ninja leader, previously incapacitated, had somehow regained strength and rushed towards Boruto, propelled by lightning chakra. In a shocking turn of events, he struck Boruto's chest with a single blow. Die, lightning release, light fang. The elite ninja leader's right hand glowed with intense white light, transforming into a spear of chakra as sharp as a wolf's fang. Boruto's chest could not withstand this overwhelming force, and he was pierced through, his arm protruding from his back, leaving him impaled. Wuming stood frozen, watching this unfold. After retracting his arm, Boruto closed his eyes and slowly collapsed to the ground, stirring a cloud of dust. At that moment, darkness enveloped Wuming, and memories of her encounters with Boruto flooded her mind. Hello, can you see me? I'm Uzumaki Boruto, a ninja. Wuming, I'm leaving, but I won't abandon you. I will return. Goodbye. It's all right, Wuming. I won't fear you. As I told you in our story, fear is a form of harm, and I shall never inflict that upon you. Do you think I'm an illusion? Then I shall prove to you that I am Uzumaki Boruto. One day, I will take you away from this cage to a world of freedom. I believe you are my friend, and I cannot bear to see my friend suffer. Where's this place? Wuming repeatedly questioned herself, grappling with the reality of her surroundings and the tragic sight of her only friend dying before her eyes. So this is hell. When Wuming opened her eyes again, they brimmed with blood tears, and her kaleidoscope Sharingan underwent a transformation. The dart-like symbols surrounding her pupils began to thicken and swirl, ultimately forming a fan-shaped outline. An overwhelming tide of hatred surged within her, accompanied by feelings of regret. She realized she had the power to prevent all this. Had she revealed her full strength from the outset, Boruto would still be alive. It was her fault for hesitating, for underestimating the threat. A dense mist of crimson chakra enveloped Wuming, causing the elite ninja leader, who had just ambushed Boruto, to recoil in shock as if encountering a rat. Wuming, like a zombie, approached Boruto's side. Boruto, I will annihilate this ninja world. Once I accomplish this, I will join you. She cradled Boruto's lifeless body and gently caressed his cheek. A sorrowful smile graced her face, reflecting her utter despair, as the last flicker of hope extinguished before her. Boruto had fought valiantly to pull himself from the depths of hell, but now, Wuming felt her only fate was to return to that abyss. Yet before that, she would become a harbinger of terror for all ninjas. The crimson chakra erupted to its zenith, and blood-red bones began to materialize from Wuming's back. They emerged first from her spine, forming the pelvis, then the ribcage and arm bones, culminating in a sinister skull. Following this, chakra threads formed muscles to envelop the bones, eventually covered by skin. Once the skin was fully formed, the visage of a divine warrior began to manifest, as only the upper half of the figure emerged. Wuming continued to channel her ocular power. The giant donned armor reminiscent of the Warring States period, its upper body fully equipped. In the next instant, a cloak enveloped the giant, and a tengu-shaped hood shrouded its head, giving it the appearance of possessing a long nose, while its golden eyes shone with an otherworldly brilliance, as if imbued with life. In the next moment, the giant, now complete with armored legs, rose to its feet, reaching a height of approximately 150 meters. Yet Wuming was still unsatisfied. She unleashed the full potential of the 8,000 spears, channeling all her chakra into the giant, guiding it toward its final evolution. Rows of plate armor emerged, replacing the cloak, while the tengu hood melded seamlessly with the face, transforming into the authentic visage of a tengu. Two colossal wings sprouted from its back, granting it the ability to fly, and its height surged to an astounding 200 meters, marking it as a true behemoth. Wu Ming recognized the name of this ability. It was the third power unlocked by the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, known as the Divine Might of Susanoo. This ultimate ocular technique, requiring immense chakra to manifest, began as mere skeletal form but could grow in strength with refinement. Once fully realized, it possessed the might to obliterate nations. The most formidable technique of the Uchiha clan, instilling fear throughout the ninja world. With a single breath, Wu Ming advanced Susanoo to its complete form. Yet no joy graced her features. She stood like a deity within the crystalline head of the fully formed Susanoo, gazing down upon the elite ninja leader, who now appeared as nothing more than an ant. The elite ninja leader was utterly dumbfounded. He had only encountered descriptions of such Susanoo in Uchiha clan texts, believing them to be mere fabrications. Yet here he was, witnessing it in reality. A sudden expression of wild ecstasy flickered across his face as he contemplated something unknown. Wu Ming, indifferent to the elite ninja leader's thoughts, commanded the Crimson Susanoo. The left wing descended, compressing against the shoulder, where weapons were stored. As Susanoo grasped the hilt of a sword, a chakra blade approximately 150 meters long was drawn forth. The fully realized Susanoo, towering at 200 meters, prepared to swing its colossal sword, but Wu Ming's focus was solely on destruction. Black flames of Amaterasu ignited upon the chakra sword as it descended mercilessly toward the elite ninja leader. Even if he could sprint 100 meters in a second, he would be unable to escape the blade's lethal arc cough. Just as the sword, imbued with cataclysmic power, was about to descend, Wu Ming suddenly heard a cough emanating from her arms. Instinctively, she looked down, and the massive sword lost control, narrowly missing the elite ninja leader and crashing into the ground. Boom. The force comparable to a magnitude 7 earthquake caused the surrounding mountains to tremble. As the colossal sword struck the ground, a massive fissure emerged, widening relentlessly as it surged towards the distant mountains. In the next instant, the mountain was cleaved in two by the sword's aura, shattering violently into boulders that cascaded down. One sword, one mountain. Such is the power of the complete body of Susanoo. Boruto, are you still alive? The expression on Nameless' face had become rigid. She was at a loss on how to confront the current situation. It seemed that Boruto had regained a flicker of vitality and was beginning to awaken. I am not dead, thanks to the life-saving talisman from Brother Yumura. Otherwise, I would have been left in a vegetative state. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Boruto chuckled lightly, proclaiming that the spiritual entity possesses no inherent weaknesses. Even if its physical form were to be shattered, as long as there remains a chance for reconstitution, it shall not vanish. Moreover, he still possesses a talisman for his protection. Boruto, Boruto, Boruto. Wu Ming found herself perplexed by Boruto's words, yet upon witnessing his safety, tears cascaded down her cheeks. She clutched Boruto's body tightly, fearing that he might leave her once more. Please, do not shout. Your voice has rendered my ears deaf. By the way, what is the current situation? Where am I? Boruto felt as though his ears were being pierced. Instinctively, he embraced the soft, nameless form beside him, then glanced down to assess the current situation. To his bewilderment, he discovered that he was 200 meters above the ground, surrounded by a sea of crimson chakra. Yet it did not obstruct his view of the outside world. What on earth? Boruto felt utterly disoriented. If he was not mistaken, he should be inside the Gundam. Did Nameless pilot it to bring him here? Was it a celebration of their triumph? He had thought that in the event of your demise, he would unleash Susanoo to obliterate everything. Yet here you were, alive. How wonderful, truly wonderful. Nameless clutched Boruto tightly, tears streaming down her face as she spoke. In her heart, she silently vowed never to release his hand again. Through this battle, she comprehended the profound significance Boruto held in her life. She felt no attachment to this world. The only reason she existed here was due to his presence. A world devoid of him would be akin to hell itself. Ah, it seems I have saved the world. Boruto's lips twitched slightly, reflecting on the extremities of the Uchiha clan, whose members seemed to escalate in their radical tendencies. The notion that one individual's demise could lead to the annihilation of the world was a troubling thought. If one were to articulate his final wish, it would be that Nameless could find joy in living. Yet, he was evidently oblivious to the truth that without him, Nameless would forever be incapable of experiencing happiness. What now remains to be done? Boruto felt that remaining within the Susanoo for an extended period was not a sustainable situation. The immense energy expenditure required for such a technique imposed a significant burden on the user. However, he noted with curiosity that Nameless did not appear to weaken in the slightest. Contemplating their recent encounter, Boruto's heart simmered with resentment. Although he had survived, that did not absolve the past transgressions. Now armed with such formidable power, thoughts of annihilating the Uchiha clan began to take root in his mind. Nevertheless, he decided to let it go this time. After all, they had not pursued him, and not all members of the Uchiha family were devoid of virtue, were they? Boruto hastily interjected, stating that although the Uchiha of this era are not particularly virtuous, there may still be ancestors of Uncle Sasuke among them. If the ancestors were to perish, so too would Sasuke's existence, and he dared not take such a gamble. Unnamed listened to Boruto's words without offering a response. Instead, her gaze shifted elsewhere. Noticing her silence, Boruto immediately grasped her face, compelling her to meet his gaze. "I insist, this is unacceptable," Boruto said earnestly. And only then did Wuming nod with a solemn expression. As long as it was something Boruto was unwilling to do, she would refrain from it. "Oh, it seems your eyes have changed. What happened?" In the intense gaze shared between Boruto and Nameless, an unsettling realization dawned upon Boruto. The previously subtle black patterns in Nameless' eyes had now become pronounced and more defined. "I cannot comprehend it. After witnessing your demise, a wave of anger and sorrow overcame me, and even my Susanoo, which I had only been able to partially manifest before, has now grown larger," Nameless remarked. Shaking his head, Boruto found this notion difficult to fathom. "If only Ui were here, he would surely understand what has transpired," he mused. "What became of the one who ambushed me? Is he dead?" Boruto pondered aloud. "No, he still draws breath," Nameless replied, gesturing towards the ground, now marred by a deep fissure. Boruto's expression turned peculiar. It seemed as though Nameless had caused this destruction. She possessed such formidable strength. He realized he must never provoke her ire. The seals within the prison had indeed been a safeguard for his own protection. "Let us investigate," he suggested. Boruto addressed Nameless, expressing his desire to pose several inquiries to the Uchiha clan, and fortuitously, there remained one survivor. Nameless nodded, and Susanoo raised its right hand to the apex of its head, gently capturing both individuals before kneeling and extending its hand to the ground. Subsequently, its colossal form gradually transformed into shards of chakra, vanishing as if it had never existed. How magnificent, how striking, if only I were an Uchiha. Yet no. Possessing such abilities would be a torment. Perhaps it is best to forego such powers. Boruto gazed at the spot where Susanoo had vanished, muttering to himself. Yet, midway through his musings, he struck himself with a fist, contemplating the notion that without effort, there can be no reward. He could scarcely fathom the price that Nameless had paid to acquire such power, and he refused to add salt to her wounds. Observing Boruto's foolish demeanor, Nameless felt as though the person who had fought fiercely alongside the ninjas was a different individual altogether. The boy before him now seemed like a mere child. The composed and resolute Boruto from moments ago was indeed the same person, as was the foolhardy one. Regardless of his transformations, in Nameless' eyes, he remained unchanged. The two arrived at the location where the elite ninja leader lay, his lower body crushed beneath a massive boulder, teetering on the brink of life and death. Boruto admired his tenacity in still being alive under such circumstances. "Do you have any last wishes?" Boruto perceived that the individual, still clinging to life, must harbor some unfulfilled grievances. Approaching him, he observed that perhaps due to the proximity of death, the man's expression had softened significantly. "I am Uchiha Kaze, a comrade of your father." Uchiha Kaze introduced himself, and his subsequent words struck a chord within the man, rendering him unable to dismiss their significance. "What nonsensical drivel are you spouting? How could my father possibly be your comrade?" The man retorted through gritted teeth, incredulity and anger mingling in his voice. If Uchiha Kaze truly was a comrade of her father, she wondered, how could she endure such a fate? She had no recollection of her father's comrades, but naturally assumed they must have been virtuous individuals. "Yes, the truth may be hard to believe, yet I implore you to hear me out," Uchiha Kaze continued, his voice faltering as he neared death, adrenaline sustaining his final conversation, gradually restoring the pace of his speech. "Are you begging for mercy?" the man inquired. "No. I know you intend to kill me regardless. There is no need for you to act now. I merely wish to impart what you ought to know," Uchiha Kaze replied, his tone ethereal, as if he had transcended the constraints of life and death. Boruto sensed that in the face of impending demise, words became kinder, and thus he attentively listened alongside the man. "Your name is Uchiha Hikari. It was bestowed upon you by your parents, the name that rightfully belongs to you," Uchiha Kaze revealed. "Hikari? Then why am I known as Nameless?" The man's expression gradually shifted to one of bewilderment, as if recalling a fragment of memory where his parents indeed called him by that name. Yet, in an instant, fury replaced his confusion as he directed his ire toward Uchiha Kaze. Because of your power, it is exceedingly formidable. The Uchiha clan requires a potent entity to suppress the Senju clan, and an orphan like you is the most suitable candidate for such cultivation. Uchiha Kaze articulated a rationale so grotesquely logical it turned the stomach. The man swiftly grasped the implication. Unlike others who possessed innate talent, they had familial protection. Only he, bereft of parents who perished in battle, was deemed fit for experimentation, all stemming from the very strength he bore. Was it you who informed me that my relative's eyes were transplanted into me? Uchiha Hikari asked, gazing silently at his father's comrade, uncertain of the veracity of this claim. However, the only source of information regarding his parents lay with this man. Hikari had not arrived at this knowledge through mere conjecture. It had been revealed inadvertently by someone who compelled her to learn a new ocular technique. The identity of the relative remained unknown to her, as all blood relatives had perished. Upon hearing Uchiha Hikari's inquiry, Uchiha Kaze nodded laboriously, affirming the veracity of his statement, though the intent behind it remained a mystery to all. Do not jest. If you truly knew her father, how could you stand idly by as she suffers such treatment? Is this what you call comradeship? True comradeship cannot be so casually asserted. You are unworthy of such a claim. The words of Boruto, filled with fury, echoed through the air. His father's comrades were all virtuous individuals, each known to Boruto. He was certain that if he were to find himself alone, those comrades would unconditionally care for him. The term father's comrades was not a trivial phrase. For the survival of their clan, sacrifices were necessary. The Senju clan had united with the Sarutobi clan to exert pressure upon them. Should they falter on the battlefield, their entire clan would perish. Boruto acknowledged that his actions might lead him to damnation, and he would not seek to justify them. Uchiha Kazekage looked at Boruto, who found himself at a loss for words. The era he lived in was excessively peaceful, rendering him incapable of grasping the weight of such statements. By the time he truly comprehended their significance, he would no longer be Boruto. Nameless, your father was a prodigy of our clan. He awakened the Manjiki Sharingan at a young age, and your mother also opened her eyes before her demise. Uchiha Kazekage recounted tales of yore that were unknown to Guan. Although she harbored a deep disdain for the man before her, she found herself compelled to listen intently upon hearing about her parents. It was a battle that determined the survival of their clan. Your father perished alongside the leader of the Senju clan, and upon witnessing his death, your mother gained the ability of Tsukuyami. Yet, she too succumbed on the battlefield. Uchiha Kazekage spoke with a tone tinged with nostalgia. Uchiha Guang bit her lip, tears welling up in her eyes. But whom could she blame? Had her parents refrained from battle, the Uchiha clan would have faced annihilation, and she herself would have perished. Ultimately, the true adversary was this shinobi world. We never anticipated that at your tender age, you would witness the death of your parents and still manage to awaken the Manjiki. This revelation has made us acutely aware of one truth. Nameless, you are our beacon of hope. Me? Uchiha Guang was momentarily bewildered by these words. Although she had acquired tremendous power, her heart remained that of a child, incapable of fully grasping the implications at that moment. The Manjiki Sharingan is the most formidable eye of our clan. Yet this power, once awakened, leads to blindness after but a few uses. We deemed this an unreasonable fate, sacrificing countless clan members only to gain power that could be lost so easily. Such a heavy toll should not yield such a result. In time, ninjas skilled in medical ninjutsu devised a method to transplant eyes. But the Manjiki could only be transplanted with another Manjiki, making such eyes exceedingly rare, let alone finding willing donors. Consequently, the research stagnated, and we were unable to advance the evolution of our eyes. Nameless, you are the youngest holder of the Manjiki Sharingan in history. In you, we see hope. Thus, we have transplanted your parents' eyes into you, enabling you to inherit their powers. We believe this is the result of your bloodline. Now, you have finally lived up to our expectations and awakened a new ability, the Eternal Manjiki. Uchiha Kazekage smiled, his laughter resonating with joy. Even as he approached death, the light in his eyes remained bright, as though all his long-held wishes had been fulfilled. Then my suffering was also. Uchiha Guang spoke with a numbed expression, having by this point understood the reasons behind everything. She was merely the long-awaited experiment of the Uchiha clan, subjected to torment for the sake of their endeavor. To nurture you into further awakening your eyes, you have succeeded. You are undoubtedly the strongest of the Uchiha. As long as you exist, the Senju clan can be extinguished with a mere gesture. You are our hope. Uchiha Kasuke trembled as he raised a finger, pointing at Nameless. He felt a sense of relief, witnessing such strength before his demise. It was as if he could foresee the Senju clan trembling in annihilation beneath the complete Susanoo. The years of hatred finally poised to conclude with the destruction of the Senju. You scoundrel, cease your words. Guang is not your hope. She is merely an ordinary girl. Boruto forcefully struck down Uchiha Kaze's hand, declaring that such hope was better left unheld. Aki was not willing to bear the burden of her clan's aspirations. Her true desire lay in the annihilation of all ninjas, including the Uchiha. Nameless, Uchiha Aki, before my demise, I implore you to eradicate the Senju clan and eliminate the Uchiha, so we may ascend to the pinnacle of the ninja world. Uchiha Kaze's eyes gradually dimmed. Even in his final moments, he remained preoccupied with his adversaries. Perhaps in his imagination, he envisioned the Uchiha forging a new future, ruling over this ninja realm. What a pitiable soul. Boruto felt no sense of joy after his victory. Only a faint sorrow lingered within him. Uchiha Wind, pitiable and lamentable, was consumed by hatred for his clan to the very end of his days. He seemed to exist merely as a soulless vessel, living solely for vengeance, evoking no sympathy from Boruto whatsoever. As for you, I shall henceforth call you Akira, a name bestowed upon you by your parents, who surely wish for you to thrive in a realm illuminated by light, far removed from the shadows of despair. Boruto turned his gaze towards Uchiha Hikari, whose emotions had now settled. Discovering her true name was an unexpected gain for him, and he found it quite pleasing to call her that. Well, you can call me however you wish, Hikari replied with a nod, demonstrating her compliance with Boruto's words. As for Uchiha Kaze's recent request, she dismissed it as mere barking. The future of the Uchiha clan had no bearing on her whatsoever. Were it not for the blood of her parents coursing through her veins, Hikari would have scorned the very surname she bore. Let us depart. Boruto gently grasped the hand of Uchiha Hikari and guided her away from the forest, ascending toward higher ground. As he calculated the passage of time, dawn was fast approaching, and he wished to share the spectacle of a sunrise with her. A moment that would draw them closer to the essence of her name, Hikari. They no longer harbored concerns about pursuers, given Uchiha Hikari's current strength. She could undoubtedly rank among the top 3 in the ninja world, if not the strongest. Presently, the Uchiha clan could boast only a handful of Manjiki Sharingan, far inferior to the eternal Manjiki, a reality that Uchiha Wind could scarcely fathom, having devoted immense effort in cultivating a weapon that ultimately escaped with a mere boy. Uchiha Hikari, glancing at Boruto beside her, found herself lost in contemplation about the future. They had departed. Yet uncertainty loomed. Was there truly a place in this ninja world where they could coexist? Even if they chose to live in obscurity, where would they go? However, Boruto was a person brimming with ideas, and she was confident that he would devise a plan. Before long, they reached the summit of the mountain. At that moment, the eastern horizon unveiled the faintest blush of dawn. Boruto turned to Uchiha Hikari, his face illuminated by a radiant smile. Hikari realized that, rather than the sunrise itself, his smile was a sight she could never tire of. A beam of light shot forth from the horizon, prompting Uchiha Hikari to instinctively close her eyes. Once she adapted to the dazzling sunlight, she beheld the sun gradually rising, casting warmth and illumination upon the earth. This was a place bathed in sunlight, the very beginning of their dreams. Hikari, from now on, you shall live in this sunlit realm, never to return to that dark cave again. I have fulfilled my promise to you. Boruto smiled as he spoke, their hands still clasped together, although they both appeared disheveled and covered in dirt. Their eyes sparkled with light. Boruto, what shall we do from now on? Uchiha Hikari, equally joyful, found the mere presence of the sun secondary to the fact that Boruto was still by her side. With him around, she could accept living anywhere. What shall we do? You will have to live alone from now on, for I must return. Boruto cast a glance at Uchiha Hikari and naturally uttered those words. However, upon completing his statement, he realized that something felt amiss. While his words were indeed factual, they seemed too readily spoken. What did you say? The expression on Uchiha Hikari's face vanished in an instant, the light in her eyes extinguished. She stared blankly at Boruto, perplexed by what had transpired. I have not provided a detailed explanation before, but I am a person from 300 years in the future. I arrived in this era through the use of space-time ninjutsu, which means you are, in fact, 300 years my senior. Boruto sat down with his back to the sun, gently pulling Uchiha Hikari's hand to encourage her to join him. He then animatedly gestured with both hands to illustrate the theories of time and space, which finally allowed the essentially illiterate Hikari to grasp the origins of his presence, thereby elucidating how he appeared and vanished. Uchiha Hikari gazed at Boruto with a look of confusion, her small head adorned with large question marks, seemingly struggling to comprehend the age gap between them. The array sustaining the time-space jutsu could not endure for much longer. Once the array was depleted, this serendipitous encounter would come to an end. You shall remain here, while I shall return to the future, such is the way of things. Boruto earnestly elucidated to Uchiha Hikari that he could not repeatedly traverse through time and space, as such endeavors inherently carried peril. Furthermore, after the scroll was damaged, the recreation of the feathered garment would no longer incite such unforeseen occurrences. Do you truly believe this? Are you prepared to abandon me and depart? The light in Uchiha Hikari's eyes gradually dimmed. She could not comprehend much, only grasping that once Boruto left, she would never see him again. This realization caused her heart to sink into despair, becoming fragile, as if it would shatter into countless fragments at the slightest touch. No, if possible, I wish to spend more time with you. Yet, such companionship is ultimately limited. I hope you can understand. Boruto shook his head, expressing his reluctance to relinquish this cherished friendship. However, some matters are simply beyond one's control. He lacked the strength to transport Akira from this era to the future. Even the Sage of Six Paths was incapable of such feats. The reason Naruto was able to return safely was due to Kagaya's acquisition of an extraordinary advantage, a feat that Boruto could not hope to rival. Uchiha Akira gazed at Boruto, tears streaming down his face, transforming him into a veritable picture of sorrow in the blink of an eye. Please, do not cry. Tears will not resolve our predicament. Boruto felt a pang of sorrow in his heart, hastily wiping away her tears with his fingers, yet they seemed endless. After a brief moment of weeping, Uchiha Sarada rose and turned away from Boruto, making her way down the mountain. A strange sensation enveloped Boruto as he quickly followed, grasping Sarada's wrist. Where are you headed? Boruto inquired, and Uchiha Hikari slowly turned his head. The pair of eternal kaleidoscopic eyes was unveiled before him, causing Boruto's heart to skip a beat, sensing impending calamity. If you no longer desire me, I shall bring ruin to this shinobi world. Perishing upon the battlefield would be preferable to living in a world devoid of your presence. Uchiha Hikari spoke with an indifferent tone, truly harboring such thoughts. If it meant never being able to meet Boruto again, then death seemed an acceptable fate. Taking a few ninjas down with him before his demise could even be seen as a noble endeavor. No, no, no. Why do you think so despairingly? Boruto was startled by Uchiha Hikari's words, his hair standing on end in shock. He grasped her arm tightly, pleading with her not to act recklessly. This was no jest. The ancestors of his parents were likely ninjas in this era. If the ninja world were to perish, so would his father, and consequently, he himself would be lost. This matter concerned the very lives of his entire family. Then you must not leave, Uchiha Hikari insisted. That was simply unfeasible. I shall go and obliterate the ninja world. Hold on, I need to contemplate a solution. Boruto once again persuaded Uchiha Light and began to pace back and forth, contemplating a solution. Soon, he drew inspiration from his father's memories, realizing that encountering Light in the modern era was indeed a possibility. After all, with his father's past experiences serving as a guiding light, a new door had been opened. Was this not akin to following in his father's footsteps? He found himself reluctant to become a villain. Boruto cradled his head in his hands, expressing his frustration over the irony of being compelled to follow in his father's footsteps as a scoundrel, despite his desire to be different. He found it utterly disheartening that his father's experiences, which could serve as a reference, were a coincidence he wished to avoid. What are you talking about? Uchiha Sarada observed Boruto's troubled expression with amusement, well aware of his penchant for harboring mischievous thoughts. It seems you've concocted a plan, she noted. You see, my father has a wife who is even older than you, hailing from an ancient era. Due to a temporal mishap, he found himself transported to the past, where he met her. Boruto attempted to elucidate the situation to Uchiha Hikari, who surprisingly grasped the concept with remarkable swiftness. It was, after all, a family heirloom technique of time travel, which explained her encounter with Boruto. Your father's wife? Isn't that your mother? Uchiha Hikari posed a rather trivial question. No. My father is a scoundrel. He has taken 5 wives. Oh, and what happened thereafter? Uchiha Hikari nodded, unfazed by the unusualness of the situation. In this era, it was quite common for men to have multiple wives, especially considering the wars that had claimed the lives of numerous young males. For the sake of preserving family lineage or augmenting the population, Men of means would often take several wives as a precaution. Eventually, my father departed from that aunt and returned to the modern era. Don't give me that look, I continued. The aunt chose to seal herself away, intending to unseal when the modern age arrived, at which point they would reunite. When Boruto expressed his thoughts, Uchiha Kagami immediately shot him a fierce glare. This father-son duo truly exemplified a disgraceful behavior, shirking all responsibilities while indulging in their whims, leaving a trail of heartbreak and distress in their wake. Is this the conduct befitting of a person? It is no wonder Boruto labeled his father as a scoundrel. Do you imply that I, too, can act in such a manner? Uchiha Kagami swiftly comprehended Boruto's intention. He could not traverse time alongside him. Yet, he could resign himself to a state of stasis, halting his thoughts and growth, awaiting the day when the future Boruto would seek him out. Theoretically, it was a plausible notion, but the potential for unforeseen complications loomed large. While he might remain unscathed, what of Boruto? Boruto was indeed somewhat hesitant. Uchiha Hikaru did not possess the formidable strength of Kaguya, and the sealing location would not be on the moon, a place unreachable by anyone. He feared that unforeseen circumstances might arise, endangering Hikaru. I cannot bear to remain in a world devoid of Boruto for even a moment. If you are from the future, I shall wait for you until that future arrives. Uchiha Hikaru declared with unwavering resolve. She felt no trace of doubt in making this decision. Any danger appeared insignificant to her. Her only concern was whether she could reunite with Boruto. Hearing you say that brings me great joy. Boruto raised his hand to tousle his golden hair, a joyful smile illuminating his face. Uchiha Light found his cheerful expression undeniably pleasing. Despite the fact that they had first met under less amicable circumstances, when Boruto had smiled in the same manner just before receiving a thrashing from him. Now, a question arose. I am not proficient in sealing techniques, are you? Boruto inquired, and Uchiha Kagami naturally shook her head. She had only mastered the deadly arts of ninjutsu, having long since reduced her foes to ashes with her fire techniques, leaving no time for sealing jutsu. Very well, I shall have to consult my family upon my return. They should possess the means to assist you. Boruto felt that relying solely on himself was futile. After all, at such a young age, how could he master a technique meant for those seasoned with age? He had no interest in such endeavors. You won't abandon me and never return, will you? Uchiha Hikari had begun to harbor psychological shadows. Boruto's earlier declaration of his departure had dealt her a heavy blow, instilling in her a fear that he might leave and never come back. Her hands clasped tightly around Boruto's, her voice trembling with uncertainty. Despite the fact that she was now the strongest in the Uchiha clan, she appeared as pitiful as a neglected kitten. Of course not, he assured her. I am a ninja of my word. When I say I will return, I certainly shall. You need not worry in the slightest. Boruto confidently patted his chest, his radiant demeanor making Uchiha Hikari feel like an inconspicuous pebble in comparison. I fear you may perceive me as a burden, Uchiha Hikari murmured softly, vividly recalling each moment since their fateful encounter. She recognized that someone as seemingly perfect as Boruto was willing to extend his hand to assist her, even risking his life to shield her from harm. Hikari contemplated that in Boruto's world, he likely held a status akin to that of a feudal lord in this era. Adored by many, what was she, in comparison to him? Boruto's gaze fell upon the sorrow etched on the face of Uchiha Akira. As if a light had dawned upon him, he grasped her small hands firmly, cradling them against his chest, and looked at her earnestly. It is not as you think. Akira, you may believe that I agreed to this because you wish to obliterate the shinobi world, but that has never crossed my mind. Our meeting was a mere happenstance. Yet, all that we have experienced together is undeniably real, and our friendship has only just begun. Even if I were to let go, I could never easily forget you. Therefore, it is with genuine intent that I wish to take you to my era. Do you remember the ramen I mentioned, along with hamburgers, cola, and ice pops? I long to share these delights with you. Previously, I had not contemplated bringing you to the future, but now I am filled with the desire to do so. I envision a time of peace, a world devoid of war, where I can share all my joy with you, allowing you to forget those harrowing memories of the past. Boruto spoke at a leisurely pace, now liberated from confinement and the pursuit of enemies. What they possessed was merely the gift of time spent together. Each slow utterance drifted gently in the breeze, reaching Uchiha Kagami's ears, allowing her to fully grasp the emotions and significance woven within the words. Trust me, Kagami. In the end, Boruto pressed the palm of Uchiha Hikari against his heart and said, being cared for so devotedly by you fills my heart with warmth, as if it were bathed in sunlight. After a moment of exuberance, Hikari was overwhelmed with emotion. tears streaming down her cheeks and falling onto the earth, forming conspicuous droplets on the ground. I have always been alone, dwelling in darkness, where no one regarded me as a person. I believed that I had no companions. Yet, unexpectedly, someone came here, not out of whimsy, nor with ulterior motives, but specifically to rescue me, someone willing to consider me a friend. I am truly grateful to be alive until now. Upon uttering these words, Uchiha Hikari lifted her head, though her small face was dampened by tears. She revealed the most beautiful smile Boruto had ever seen. Her eyes squinted with joy, captivating Boruto's heart. Thank you for saving me and granting me freedom. Thank you, Boruto. Uchiha Hikari did not allow Boruto to continue gazing at her cheerful visage, for she had already wrapped her arms around his back, pressing their bodies closely together. Mere shoulder contact could not adequately express the feelings swelling within her. Only through this embrace could Hikari truly feel the warmth of happiness enveloping her. Ah, I'm not as wonderful as you say. In truth, I have many flaws. Please don't come to disdain me in the future. Boruto found himself at a loss for where to place his hands. He contemplated scratching the back of his head, but realized that Akira was holding him too tightly. Instead, he attempted to bring his hands together and gently patted her back, subsequently embracing her in the same manner. A peculiar sound, akin to a rumble, resonated, prompting Boruto and Akira to part and exchange puzzled glances at her body. She instinctively patted her flat stomach, from whence the noise had emanated. You just mentioned food. And now I find myself famished, Uchiha Akira remarked to Boruto, her energy significantly depleted from the fierce battle they had endured. Were it not for the support of the 8,000 spears, she would have succumbed long ago. By the way, after such a fierce conflict, you must be hungry. I, being a spiritual entity, do not experience hunger. Do you have any food on you? Boruto nodded and remarked that his current state did not reflect any physical afflictions. Yet Akira's situation was entirely different. She was still a child in her developmental phase and needed to consume more sustenance. There are none left. We've finished the military rations. He continued. Akira, this cannot continue. Even if you are an extraordinarily powerful ninja, you still need to eat. Let us go hunting. Boruto began to fret once more about the condition of Uchiha Kagami's body. The prowess of a ninja and the state of their physical form are entirely distinct matters. A formidable ninja often sacrifices their own lifespan in the heat of battle, and he certainly did not wish to witness his friend meet an untimely demise. Thus, he promptly took Kagami by the hand and led her deeper into the forest. Hunting? Uchiha Kagami inquired, perplexed. Since her early years, she had never encountered this term and was unaware of its precise meaning, reflecting a rather rudimentary level of education. It simply referred to capturing animals for sustenance. In a simple explanation, Boruto conveyed that Uchiha Light now understood. She was quite familiar with various animals, yet had never considered capturing them for sustenance. A lingering question arose in her mind. Could they indeed be palatable? Shortly thereafter, amidst a patch of grass in the forest, a brown rabbit was nibbling on the tender greens. Its long ears stood erect, vigilant of its surroundings. This diminutive creature had mastered the art of multitasking, for a lack of caution could prove fatal. Suddenly, the sound of a weapon slicing through the air echoed, prompting the rabbit to extend its hind legs and leap away, narrowly evading the incoming shuriken before dashing deep into the woods. Alas, how unfortunate! The speed at which I threw the shuriken was far too sluggish. Boruto gazed in frustration at the rabbit that was nearly vanishing from sight, lamenting that pursuit was futile due to the intricate terrain of the forest. Although he had mastered some commendable ninjutsu, he lacked control over the speed of the shuriken, having not dedicated effort to training in that area. Amaterasu, came the voice of Uchiha Kagami, and Boruto's expression gradually transformed into one of bewilderment. Suddenly, a torrent of black flames erupted before the fleeing rabbit, causing its innate instincts to compel it to halt in fear. The circle of black fire swiftly expanded, ensnaring the rabbit within its confines. Kagami, who hunts with a Sharingan. What a waste. Boruto turned his head stiffly towards Uchiha Hikari beside him. Her eyes had transformed into a kaleidoscopic pattern, nearly causing him to spit out blood. The nourishment provided by that rabbit was still insufficient for her extravagant consumption. However, allowing it to escape would render their efforts futile. Uchiha Hikari tilted her head and remarked that she only pursued ninjas, not animals. Thus, upon witnessing the rabbit attempting to flee, she opted for the simplest course of action. That said, your ocular prowess. Boruto remained concerned about the physical condition of Uchiha Light. It is well known that the use of the Manjiki Sharingan comes at the cost of one's own lifespan. Once the eyes go blind, death is not far behind. The Uchiha clan is famously known for their high offensive capabilities yet fragile defenses. Otherwise, he would not have stepped forward to take the blow. An inexplicable feeling lingered within me. It seemed that the use of the Mangekyou Sharingan's ocular techniques no longer bore any burden. Aside from consuming a modicum of chakra, it appeared to have no adverse effects on her body. Uchiha Light touched her face with her finger, and upon closer inspection, Boruto indeed found no traces of blood seeping from her eyes, suggesting that this was no mere illusion. Could it be that she possessed the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan? Boruto speculated with his limited knowledge of the Uchiha clan, while Uchiha Akira listened with a curious expression. Boruto possessed an abundance of peculiar knowledge, and hearing him speak of such things brought Akira a sense of joy. What is that? I will explain it to you later. Boruto felt that it was not the appropriate moment for words, so he approached the rabbit. Uchiha Kagami extinguished the flames of Amaterasu with the technique, while Boruto seized the terrified rabbit and lifted it up. Crack. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Boruto, experiencing the act of taking a life for the first time, nonetheless took the opportunity to impart wisdom to his friend. Uchiha Sarada, in her innocence, nodded in agreement. She reflected that her own approach to killing was quite similar. If she could secure a kill with a single strike, she would never deliver a second blow. Boruto arrived at the small river nestled within the forest, accompanied by a rabbit for the purpose of cleaning and preparing it. His technique was so unrefined that even Uchiha Kagami could discern his inexperience. At times, his expression twisted in discomfort, as if he struggled to proceed with the task at hand. In those moments, Boruto would recall the memories of his father, who, at the same age, had already mastered the art of skillfully slaughtering prey and roasting meat. The underlying reason for this disparity lay in the unfair treatment he had endured during childhood, compelling him to acquire these essential survival skills to secure better sustenance. Once he had successfully prepared the rabbit meat, Boruto placed it upon a large leaf he had gathered. He then instructed Uchiha Kagami to attend to their surroundings while he fashioned a makeshift spear by threading a kunai through a hollowed handle. He began casting it into the river, the scent of rabbit blood enticing the fish. With Boruto's keen eyesight, he was able to strike accurately, soon catching several fish of moderate size. Is this something you can do as well? Uchiha Kagami, already impressed by Boruto, felt a surge of admiration. His friend possessed a wealth of skills. Without him, he would find himself utterly lost, perhaps even fainting from hunger. Why wasn't he able to do this before? I learned it from my father. Boruto chuckled, reaffirming the significance of his father's memories to him. The details he once overlooked now represented invaluable experiences, such as the technique for fishing or the method of dressing a rabbit. These were skills that the young master had never learned. Yet they were once the forte of Naruto in his youth. A fire soon blazed by the riverbank, with the rabbit roasting over the flames while river fish awaited their turn at the edge, ready to be cooked. Boruto ventured into the forest to gather some unripe fruits. Though their sourness rendered them unpalatable, they served as a seasoning substitute in the absence of salt, yet another nugget of wisdom imparted by his father. Uchiha Sarada gazed at the glistening rabbit meat, her mouth watering in anticipation. She had forgotten when she last savored meat, her culinary memories confined to soldier pills, unaware that food could emanate such an enticing aroma. Akira, it's ready to eat. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Boruto shook his head and remarked that the spiritual entity is a most peculiar state. Although all senses are present, one does not experience hunger, and anything consumed cannot be returned to the physical form, hence he chose not to indulge. Uchiha Hikari did not press the matter further, understanding that Boruto is a unique being. She then took a tentative bite of the rabbit meat, savoring its natural flavor, which lit up her eyes with delight. She devoured an entire leg with great enthusiasm, yet still craved more. Let us have some fish, she suggested. But be cautious of the bones within the flesh. Boruto picked up a grilled fish and handed it to Uchiha Hikari, knowing she had never tasted such a delicacy before. With great patience, he instructed her on how to navigate the fish bones. Hikari, being an astute girl, quickly mastered the technique. Suddenly, Boruto was struck by a sense of déjà vu. Was his father teaching Kagaya to eat in a similar manner back in the day? It dawned on him how closely his actions mirrored those of his father. You have been so kind to me. I hardly know how to repay you, he mused. Under Boruto's attentive care, Hikari enjoyed her meal, Yet she felt an urge to express something to her companion, a sentiment that eluded her. Words seemed inadequate to convey the depth of her feelings. "There is no need for repayment," she replied. "Fate brought you into my life, and our friendship is the greatest reward of all." Boruto gave Uchiha Hikari a thumbs up, his words once again striking a chord within her tender heart. She laughed alongside him, as the agony she had endured gradually faded from her memory, replaced by the joyous laughter shared among friends. "Boruto, what was it you said about my eyes?" After satisfying her hunger, Uchiha Hikari recalled his earlier remark. She was particularly concerned about her eyes. The thought of becoming blind and no longer being able to see Boruto by her side was unbearable. "Well, you see, in the future I come from, the Uchiha clan's eyes have been thoroughly studied. Your eyes should be akin to an eternal kaleidoscope, just like that villain's. It is a kaleidoscope that will never extinguish, allowing you to utilize your ocular powers infinitely without the fear of losing your sight." Boruto earnestly recounted the tale of the Manjiki Sharingan to Uchiha Kagami. As she listened, a moment of surprise flickered across her face. She had only been aware of her impending blindness, never anticipating that one day she might possess such extraordinary eyes. Previously, she had scarcely absorbed Uchiha Win's words. "Is there truly such a thing? What is the price for such a gift?" Uchiha Kagami inquired with curiosity. "The cost is the eyes of your blood relatives. You have inherited your parents' eyes, thus acquiring this everlasting power. I can hardly recall their appearance," she lamented, referring to her parents, unable to find closure. Although their demise was unrelated to the Uchiha clan, the memories still brought a pang of sorrow to her heart. "Kagami, do not dwell too much in sorrow. I cannot offer you solace, but at least now you can see the future clearly through your parents' eyes." Upon witnessing the distressing countenance of Uchiha Hikari, Boruto felt a pang of empathy in his heart. He gently draped his arm around her shoulder, allowing her to lean against him. In this moment, offering her a shoulder seemed to be the only solace he could provide. It is worth noting that the first individual in the shinobi world to possess the eternal Manjiki Sharingan was likely Uchiha Madara. Yet he would be considered a ninja from a generation long past, perhaps akin to Hikari's grandchildren. Boruto spoke of the limited records of the Uchiha clan. Noting that the eternal Manjiki Sharingan is not an artifact one can casually possess, it requires the perfect confluence of time, place, and circumstance to unlock its potential. The first recorded wielder of this power was none other than the formidable Madara Uchiha. Who, then, is Madara Uchiha? The intricacies of this individual's story are quite convoluted. But let us focus on the aspect of his Sharingan. Upon acquiring his brother's eyes and awakening the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, he found himself unable to secure victory thereafter. Boruto perceives the history of Uchiha Madara as emblematic of the entire ninja era. Thus, he selectively highlights key points, noting the tragic fate of this individual. Initially, it was believed that upon awakening his eyes, he would become invincible. However, he was ultimately subdued by Senja Hashirama. It was once asserted that Indra's solitary combat prowess was unmatched, capable of overpowering Ashura, who predominantly relied on love and righteousness to lead his companions to triumph. Yet, in this generation, the reincarnation of Ashura possesses the ability to dominate Indra, compounded by celestial authority, which reduces the solitary Indra reincarnation to tears, leaving the Sage of Six Paths utterly speechless. Curiously, within the limited records, it is expected that following the eye transplantation, one would unlock the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Yet, this did not occur. What could be the reason for this? Boruto sat cross-legged, embodying a thoughtful demeanor, while Uchiha Kagami mimicked him, also seated in contemplation. Indeed, one might wonder why. Uchiha Kagami's mind was, in truth, rather vacant. He was unable to conjure any profound thoughts. Yet, he found joy in mirroring Boruto's posture, believing he could absorb invaluable lessons from him. Kagami cherished this experience. The second Hokage, an esteemed elder, once remarked that the eyes of the Uchiha clan merely reflect emotions. Perhaps it is due to a lack of heartfelt acceptance of these eyes, or an absence of profound emotions to bolster them. Boruto casually offered a reason, stating that Uchiha Hikari did not willingly transplant her relative's eyes and had no desire to utilize them in service of the Uchiha clan. Thus, she declined to accept this power. However, after Boruto fell injured to the ground, her indifference became apparent. She was solely focused on employing all her strength to eradicate the ninjas, which marked a significant change in her demeanor. "So, is it my profound feelings for you that altered my eyes?" Uchiha Hikari found this explanation acceptable, as it was certainly more agreeable than being coerced into awakening her eyes. At least this time, it was of her own volition. Perhaps this is the case. but we have only known each other for a few days, and yet our bond feels remarkably deep," Boruto said with a cheerful smile, while Uchiha Hikari found it astonishing. Despite their brief encounter, he had opened his heart to her. "Boruto, you are more important to me than my own life," Uchiha Hikari declared earnestly once more. This sentiment was unwavering in her mind. Now, she could sit in the sunlight and share these light-hearted moments with Boruto entirely thanks to him. "Is that so? While I may not regard you as more important than myself, I would instinctively shield you in times of trouble. That is what true friendship entails." Boruto nodded and remarked that he had changed the term friend to close friend. Uchiha Kagami readily accepted this adjustment. The two of them finally rekindled the innocence and vivacity befitting 12-year-old boys, engaging in a lengthy conversation filled with laughter and camaraderie. Boruto, accompanied by Uchiha Hikari, gathered numerous large leaves from the forest and crafted a makeshift tent in a secluded spot by the riverbank. Hikari could rest within it for a brief moment, as she truly needed the respite. "Hikari, I must return now. I have lingered here far too long, and my parents will be worried." After Boruto helped Uchiha Hikari set up the tent, he spoke to her, and Hikari had actually been prepared for this moment. Boruto's visits were always brief, so she felt immensely satisfied to have him here now. Uchiha Hikari nodded obediently. After their recent interactions, she had confirmed that Boruto indeed held her in his heart. He would not break his promise and leave her behind, which brought her great comfort. "Rest assured, I will return with good news. Wait for me." Boruto extended his right hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together before Uchiha Light. Puzzled and unsure of how to respond, Akira found herself at a loss. Boruto then grasped her other hand, mirroring the gesture of his right hand, aligning their 4 fingers together. This was the friendly sign of ninjas, a pact forged between them. With a smile, Boruto spoke, while Uchiha Light gazed at the hand signs he had formed, a Navi smile gracing his face. As Boruto's fingers gradually withdrew, his body began to dissipate. "Boruto, farewell." Uchiha Light seemed to recall something important, uttering these words before Boruto vanished. Boruto clearly heard him, nodding in acknowledgement and shaping his lips to form a silent farewell. After Boruto's disappearance, Uchiha Light fell into a moment of stupor before lying down and closing his eyes. She was exhausted, utterly fatigued. A slumber seemed the wisest choice. Furthermore, in the absence of Boruto, the loneliness enveloped her with an unsettling chill. Thus, she chose to sleep, hoping that upon awakening, Boruto might return. Fast forward to the future, Boruto opened his eyes to find, unsurprisingly, that the sun was well past the morning hour. Just as he began to feel uncomfortable from his prolonged slumber, he heard the cheerful voice of Sunflower nearby. "Mom, Big Brother is awake." Little Kai had been perched at the edge of Boruto's bed, watching over him, and upon noticing his awakening, she dashed out to announce it before returning to his side. "Good girl, Kai, fetch me some water. I am parched." Boruto awoke to find that he had slumbered for over 10 hours, a bitter taste lingering in his mouth. Upon hearing this, Sarada promptly fetched a water jug and a cup, filling it to the brim before graciously offering it to Boruto. Boruto drained the contents of his cup in one swift motion, finally feeling a semblance of relief. Aside from a slight mental fatigue, his physical condition was quite satisfactory. "Boruto, you have finally awakened. If you lingered any longer, your sister might have devoured me whole," Hanabi exclaimed as she burst through the door. Upon confirming that Boruto was unharmed, she rushed forward and enveloped her nephew in a tight embrace, her voice laced with trepidation. It was evident that even a sage would find it challenging to contend with an irate sister. "Aunt, you're going to strangle me." Boruto spoke with difficulty, and only then did Hanabi release him. After assessing her elder nephew and finding no signs of distress on his face, she began to comprehend the situation. "What transpired?" she inquired. "Need I elaborate?" "When I take action, success is virtually assured," Boruto stood tall and proudly proclaimed, omitting the near miss he had encountered. At that moment, Hinata, who had just arrived, overheard her son's words, and her eyes reflected a sense of relief and joy. It was a delight to witness her son taking initiative and succeeding in his endeavors for the first time. "Today, I've taken the liberty of excusing you from your duties. Do not concern yourself with the mission," Hinata said as she approached Boruto, gently ruffling his hair. As a mother, she felt immense pride, and it was difficult for her to imagine that just a year ago, Boruto was merely a mischievous child doodling on Hokage Rock. And now he was accomplishing remarkable feats. "Thank you, Mom." Boruto nodded and remarked that upon rising, his initial sensation was one of dizziness from hunger. Hinata promptly presented him with a warm meal, allowing him to indulge thoroughly, which restored him to his usual self. By the way, I have matters to discuss with Aunt Kagaya. After indulging in a hearty meal, Boruto recalled his promise with Uchiha Light. He departed from the living room and ascended to the third floor, where Kagaya typically resided. Curiosity piqued, Hinata and Hanabi stealthily followed him, with Hanabi even cradling her daughter, engaging in what could be deemed mischief, not eavesdropping, but rather seeking to comprehend her son's thoughts. Today, Kagaya stood by the window in her room, gazing at the Hokage office building. She resembled an ethereal fairy, exuding an aura that seemed to keep the world at bay. However, upon closer interaction, Boruto realized that the reality was quite different. "Aunt Kagaya, I have come to see you." Upon arriving at the doorstep, Boruto candidly stated that he would forego any formalities with his family, as Kagaya did not require such niceties. "What brings you here?" Kagaya did not reproach Boruto for interrupting her moment of watching her husband. Instead, she slowly turned to face this child who bore a resemblance to Naruto. Her Byakugan reflecting a tender affection akin to that of a mother observing her own offspring. "Indeed, Akira did not wish to part from me, and I shared that sentiment. Hence my desire to adopt a similar approach as Aunt Kagaya." Boruto briefly mentioned his agreement with Uchiha Light, but Kagaya displayed no reaction. However, Hinata and Hanabi exchanged astonished glances, immediately covering each other's mouths, eager to continue eavesdropping. "The sealing technique I employ is not suitable for you, and the infinite Tsukuyami is beyond the capabilities of two children like you," Kagaya stated candidly. Yet, Boruto felt no sense of disappointment. The thought of using the infinite Tsukuyami to seal Uchiha Light struck him as far too frightening. If they were unable to emerge from it, it would indeed spell disaster. "What shall I do then?" Boruto humbly sought guidance. Previously, Kagaya had mentioned that if he did not wish to part from the girl, he should seek her out. It was evident that this lady possessed numerous methods. In that era, it would be wise to approach the Senju clan, for they likely harbor descendants of the Uzumaki, who were well-versed in sealing techniques and would generously impart their knowledge to the Senju. Though merely the sealing techniques of children, the wisdom accumulated over centuries should remain steadfast. Kagaya illuminated a clear path for Boruto. However, embarking on the study of sealing techniques at this moment seemed impractical. Nevertheless, the resources available were abundant, and her suggestion sparked a light in Boruto's eyes. How had he not considered this before? Although the Senju clan might not be inclined to assist, under the formidable prowess of Uchiha Light, the notions of voluntary cooperation would prevail. "Thank you, Aunt Kagaya. I now understand why my father holds such affection for you." Boruto sincerely bowed in gratitude, and Kagaya rarely displayed a smile. However, Hinata felt a pang of jealousy in her heart, lamenting how, after her husband, her son had also been taken away. Kagaya's mere presence exuded such formidable power. "Sister, they are identical," Hanabi exclaimed in awe. It seems Boruto truly lives up to being Naruto's son, engaging in the same actions, albeit with the distinction that Naruto was passive while Boruto took the initiative. "What?" Hinata asked, somewhat perplexed, clearly unable to grasp her sister's words at that moment. "This boy, Boruto, is treading the same path as his father. If that girl were to appear in modern times, what kind of relationship would they share?" "I would have a niece-in-law," Hanabi stated earnestly, pointing out that with Naruto as a cautionary tale, the two sisters should not remain oblivious to the implications. Hinata quickly recalled how Kagaya had usurped the position of the main wife upon her return to the present, leading her to contemplate the possibility of having a daughter-in-law. "Young love is undesirable," Hinata murmured, feeling a sense of resistance toward the idea of Boruto experiencing early romance. Yet, Hanabi gazed at her with an expression that conveyed, "Please, continue. I am listening," which incited Hinata's embarrassment and exasperation. In a fit of playful annoyance, she chased after her sister, playfully punching her, which elicited laughter from Hanabi, who was nestled in her arms. Boruto was completely oblivious to the events unfolding at home, and he remained uncertain about the future he would share with Uchiha Light. He thought that since matters had reached a temporary resolution, it would be wise to indulge in some relaxation. Upon returning to his room, he turned on his gaming console, eager to check on what Nameless was up to. After logging into Ninja Heroes, Boruto made his way, as usual, to the location where Nameless was supposed to respawn. However, after waiting for an extended period, he saw no sign of her. Initially intending to search for her, he soon realized that numerous players were also seeking Nameless. As she was the NPC responsible for the exchange event rewards, her absence rendered the ongoing activities impossible, much to everyone's distress. "Hey, brother, what is going on?" Boruto patted the nearby player, who wore an expression of displeasure. The player had intended to express his frustration. But upon noticing Boruto adorned with the youthful visage of the 7th Hokage, his demeanor softened. The NPC known as Nameless had vanished, leading to the lamentation. What a broken game this is, fraught with such bugs. The player, donning Kakashi's character skin, spoke with palpable impatience. For the disappearance of an active NPC was a significant blow to the enthusiasm for the game. His discontent suggested that the issue had persisted throughout the day without resolution. Not only had the nameless NPC disappeared, but also my online friends had not logged in, from the hidden sand, mist, cloud, and rock villages. Not a single soul was present. A female player, clad in Tsunade's character skin, seamlessly joined the conversation, revealing herself to be a sociable player. One of her passions was to connect with distant friends online, and her knowledge of the situation was extensive. Where are you from? The Kakashi player inquired. I'm from Konoha. The Tsunade player replied. So am I. Is everyone here from Konoha? The surrounding players gathered, exchanging glances as they realized they were all from the same village. I wonder if the servers for the other nations have crashed? I can't believe I gave this game a 5-star review just days ago. And now its true colors are showing. A player dressed as Orochimaru chuckled ominously, striking a chord with many others. The Konoha players had previously been unable to participate in activities, and now, just as they had heard of a fix, the NPC had fled, leaving them still unable to engage. Damn the developers. I would slay them 1,000 times over, and it still wouldn't be enough. A player in the guise of Minato Namikaze shouted in fury. Boruto, feeling awkward, quietly distanced himself, sensing a peculiar urge to refrain from commenting as he witnessed his grandfather in a state of agitation, with the absence of Nameless to converse with him. Boruto found the game rather dull. After a brief exploration, he logged off, descending to the ground floor of his home just in time to see his mother, Hinata, returning with a package. Boruto, what did you buy? Hinata asked. I didn't purchase anything, he replied. Boruto tilted his head and gazed at his mother, his eyes fleetingly scanning the delivery box as he swiftly searched his mind for the items he had purchased that might lead to a spanking, yet nothing came to mind. The recipient's name inscribed on the box was unmistakably his. Hinata handed the box to Boruto, who took it and, without hesitation, began to unwrap it. Let me see. Could it be a necklace sent to me by Nameless? Boruto swiftly unwrapped the box, revealing an ordinary crystal pendant nestled within a small pouch. Upon extracting the pendant and casting a glance at it, Boruto instantly lost interest. For goodness sake, the craftsmanship is rather crude. Is this truly a game giveaway? Boruto expressed his disinterest, stating that his father's necklace, which he had played with during his childhood, was of a quality befitting its mountainous value. However, the object before him was marred by scratches and possessed a texture that resembled an ordinary crystal, one that no one would bother to pick up if it were discarded on the ground. This did not appear to be a mass-produced item, rather. It resembled a piece crafted from raw stone by an individual. Hinata, possessing a keener eye than Boruto, immediately discerned that the crystal bore the unmistakable marks of handcrafting, suggesting that the artisan was likely no expert, perhaps only indulging in a whimsical endeavor. This was unexpected, as the creator was merely an NPC. Boruto scratched his head and remarked that, upon his mother's mention, he began to appreciate the sentiment behind the gift from Nameless. Consequently, he disregarded the craftsmanship of the crystal and removed the necklace around his neck, replacing it with the new ornament. Hinata, upon witnessing this, chose not to comment. Knowing that Boruto would soon tire of the in-game item, as he always did, she then departed to attend to household chores while Boruto continued to rummage through the box before him. Suddenly, he caught sight of a corner of a note nestled at the bottom. Curiously, he extracted it and discovered it was scrawled with a few twisted characters. Escape, Konoha? Boruto recited the words on the note, furrowing his brow in contemplation before discarding it into the trash can. He was unsure who was behind this prank. After all, not only was Konoha the safest place in the ninja world, but even if there were genuine threats, Boruto would never abandon his family to flee. Thus, he dismissed it as mere jest. In the Hokage's office, Naruto sat solemnly at his desk, surrounded by a throng of individuals. Even strategists like Shikamaru were relegated to the sidelines. Before Naruto stood the 4th, 5th, and 6th Hokage, along with his mentor Jiraiya, essentially gathering the elite forces of Konoha. Reports from the land of snow had arrived, detailing a technique known as Kodai Getsu, which, when imprinted upon a person, would brainwash them through its mental powers, turning them into tools for the caster. Naruto picked up a report, noting that it was delivered by his father that very day. showcasing the efficiency of the Land of Snow and ascertaining the situation surrounding Kodai Getsu, thus providing Konoha with detailed intelligence to avoid being caught off guard. What is the status in the Land of Fire? Minato inquired, having recently returned and unaware of the affected areas. He was aware that Konoha was safe, but the same could not be said for other regions, as he once held the title of Hokage and understood that the true authority in the Land of Fire lay elsewhere. The daimyo has just sent a letter calling for disarmament, ordering me to disband all the ninjas in the village. If it is not completed by today, Konoha will be removed from the Land of Fire tomorrow, Naruto replied with a bitter smile, holding up the letter, which read like a child's joke. However, it bore the daimyo's seal, indicating that failure to comply would prompt the daimyo's army to march, effectively declaring war. For the manipulated daimyo, this was merely an excuse to initiate conflict, as ninjas would be deemed guilty regardless of their resistance. Is such a thing truly possible? Shikamaru expressed his astonishment. He had long harbored disdain for the plump daimyo, a mere commoner incapable of refining chakra, yet he incessantly scrutinized Konoha's affairs, eager to prove himself its master, insisting that the ninjas were merely his subordinates and often engaging in bizarre maneuvers. Naruto found himself ill-equipped to handle this individual. Thus Shikamaru frequently took on the task of placating the daimyo. A rift had formed, should Konoha indeed be removed from the Land of Fire. Shikamaru vowed to show the daimyo the true meaning of ruthlessness, for his guards would be as fragile as paper in the eyes of the ninjas. Naruto glanced at Shikamaru, who immediately composed his expression, scratching his head vigorously, causing several strands of hair to fall out. What a bother, Shikamaru sighed. In name, Konoha was indeed part of the Land of Fire, and its territory belonged to the daimyo. When Shinja Hashirama had claimed this land, the Land of Fire had already existed. But it was merely a worthless forest and cliff that the daimyo had generously gifted to Hashirama without any land lease agreement. After all, during the Warring States period, everyone was preoccupied with their own survival, and the daimyo required the protection of powerful ninjas. If I am not mistaken, the ninjas from the 4 great villages must be on their way, Shikamaru deduced within seconds. Naruto nodded gravely, understanding that only the eyes of the Uchiha clan and the Rinnegan could counter the Kodai Getsu. The other 4 ninja villages lacked such capabilities. This meant that Naruto's former friends had effectively become adversaries. The reach of this technique was terrifying, akin to a threat spanning half the globe. Moreover, with its brainwashing abilities, Naruto could not fathom who else, aside from his friends, could wield such a fearsome technique. This decision can only be made under the influence of brainwashing, Shikamaru lamented again. He had no desire to compare military strengths, not due to its difficulty, but rather its cruelty. The thought of the 4 ninja villages uniting against Konoha was a ludicrous fantasy. The peace of this era, while a result of everyone's efforts, was also due to Konoha's overwhelming strength against the other villages. Any ninja who participated in the 4th Shinobi World War knew better than to provoke Konoha while Naruto and Sasuke were alive, just as it was in the days of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. You speak quite directly, Naruto remarked, feeling somewhat disheartened. The Akatsuki allies should have already begun their operations. Perhaps by tomorrow, we will uncover where the mastermind is hiding. Shikamaru refrained from directly mentioning the Akatsuki, recognizing the taboo. Yet the organization was indeed working for Naruto, or rather for the cause of peace, swiftly extinguishing any signs of discord to maintain tranquility. Indeed, I hope Itachi does not overexert himself. Naruto smiled, his expression brightening. He was uncertain about the situation elsewhere, but he was confident that the Land of Rain would remain untroubled, for his strongest allies were vigilantly watching over the peaceful world, alongside his important older brother. Prepare all Chunin and above ninjas. Do not alarm the villagers. We will march tonight to fortify the defenses outside the village. Be gentle. Do not exert yourselves too much. Naruto issued a series of commands. Minato gazed at his son with warmth and pride, recognizing the growth in his decision-making skills after so many years as Hokage, and the evident awakening of responsibility on his shoulders. Shikamaru, 4th, 5th, 6th, Jiraiya stay behind. Everyone else is dismissed, Naruto declared. With this command, the lower-ranked ninjas swiftly transformed into shadows, leaving the office, the last one discreetly shutting the door behind them. The gears of war in Konoha began to turn, unnoticed by ordinary citizens. Yet, the ninjas sensed the tension in the air. In the midst of a barbecue, Choji caught sight of shadows moving outside the window. And when a server approached to refill his plate, he found his seat empty. Meanwhile, Rock Lee leapt high into the air. nimbly retrieving a letter from the leg of a startled carrier pigeon, and upon reading it, his figure vanished into thin air. Niji, who was begrudgingly managing the Hyuga family's affairs, let out a sigh of relief, for he had no love for profit. However, as the sole male heir in his family following the division of estates, the burden fell squarely on his shoulders. Upon realizing that war was imminent, his eyes lit up with excitement, and he promptly jumped out of the window. Meanwhile, Shino, teaching his students, instinctively prepared to leave. But upon noticing the children in the classroom, he bore with it until the lesson concluded, seeking a substitute teacher before dashing out of the school. Well, I shall take my leave, Jiraiya said, fully aware of his role. He certainly would not remain in the village idly awaiting information. Master, where are you going? Naruto inquired. Of course, I must seek out Orochimaru. That old serpent is likely unscathed and may have sensed the impending conspiracy. If I can locate the enemy before anyone else, war can be averted. Jiraiya held unwavering confidence in his former comrade. Orochimaru's perceptiveness was exceptional, perhaps even surpassing that of Akatsuki in acquiring intelligence. Even if no information was exchanged, old friends could reminisce. But you mustn't forget the past. Back then, you were alone. What if something were to happen to you, Naruto? Jiraiya stood, expressing his trepidation regarding Naruto's plan to confront enemies without prior intelligence. Jiraiya, you are no longer alone. I have many trustworthy companions by my side. What could possibly go wrong? He insisted. Jiraiya approached Naruto, draping an arm around his neck, and whispered something in a rather suggestive tone. Men require freedom, after all. Just consider how long I have been confined to the village. You understand, don't you? His voice bore an unmistakable plea. As a man of freedom, Jiraiya felt trapped since marriage, deprived of the chance to explore the charming allure of young maidens. This opportunity for a funded adventure was something he had long awaited. I will accompany you, Tsunade interjected with a smirk. Although she was unaware of what Jiraiya had been discussing with Naruto, having known him for decades, and sharing a bed for over 10 years, she could easily discern the thoughts of that old lecher. Surely, that would not be wise, my love. Our daughter also requires care. It would not be prudent for us both to leave, Jiraiya stammered, akin to a frog caught underfoot. His cheeks slightly flushed as he sought to dissuade Tsunade from joining him. You rogue, you wish to go out and indulge yourself, don't you? I knew it. Tsunade exclaimed. This conversation transpired in the Hokage's office, and she demanded some decorum. Fortunately, the lower-ranked ninjas had already departed, sparing others from witnessing the legendary Sannin's embarrassing display. Minato observed his teacher and mentor's antics with a bemused smile, while Kakashi and Shikamaru buried their faces in their hands, questioning why they could not maintain respect in such a serious setting, especially with war looming. Nevertheless, thanks to this old married couple's antics, Naruto's spirits were considerably lifted. Ultimately, he allowed Jiraiya to leave, knowing Tsunade's presence would ensure his safety. The responsibility of looking after Senjuchika was naturally entrusted to Naruto. Minato and his wife would assess the situation and potentially join the battlefield, ensuring that Naruto's home was never devoid of company. I love Gaara and Uncle Killer Bee. Once everything was arranged, Naruto settled back into his chair with a sigh. He had not anticipated that the peace he had worked so diligently to maintain would soon be disrupted again. Thankfully, this situation seemed far simpler than the Fourth Great Ninja War. After all, it was merely the machinations of a hidden instigator, a conspiracy that could be swiftly quelled. It was unfortunate, however, that friends had found themselves on opposing sides. For ninja villages held Naruto's allies, and even the tailed beasts would likely not escape unscathed. Slacker. A familiar voice called out, prompting a smile to spread across Naruto's face. Even from behind the window, he could hear the words of the person standing outside. I thought you had already gone to find Itachi, Naruto remarked. I shall do so shortly. You need not worry. I can single-handedly send the ninja coalition into the abyss. Sasuke replied coldly. To him, the so-called coalition of 4 nations was nothing more than a farce. He had once imprisoned all the tailed beasts by himself. Why would he concern himself with mere mortals? To ease Naruto's burden, he was willing to take action. Perhaps such violent measures should be avoided. They may have adverse effects on you, Naruto lamented. If Sasuke proceeded in such a manner, there would inevitably be unfortunate souls who perished from mere scrapes. They were simply under control, and Naruto could not bear to witness such tragedies. You are always so concerned about strangers, Sasuke retorted. As enemies approached their doorstep, Naruto still yearned for a bloodless resolution, demonstrating a naivety that would only become clear when Konoha laid in ruins. We are all comrades within the ninja world. There are no strangers, only enemies, Naruto insisted. Shaking his head, Sasuke fell silent, merely opening the window to toss in a vial of medicine. Without turning, Naruto raised his hand to catch it, clearly accustomed to such exchanges. Made by Sakura. Be cautious of staying up too late, Sasuke remarked before vanishing like a gust of wind. Unable to suppress a laugh, Naruto felt the sincere intentions of his two friends. He promptly uncapped the vial and took a swig. How bitter. Boruto was oblivious to the changes that had transpired outside. He contemplated whether to seek out Uchiha Light that evening. Although he had devised a plan, locating a member of the Senju clan seemed rather arduous. The quest for companionship was not a straightforward endeavor, and traversing the ancient world at midnight posed considerable dangers. The streets would be deserted, and attempting to inquire for directions in the village might lead to being perceived as a nefarious individual. In the eyes of the ancients, those who roamed at night were often deemed wrongdoers. A respectable individual would toil in the fields by day and rest at night, leaving little room for nocturnal pursuits. Having endured the day, Boruto felt a sense of emptiness at the thought of not encountering Uchiha Light. Thus, he resolved to venture forth to find her. Just as he was about to partake in dinner, Naruto returned home, accompanied by a girl with light yellow hair. The girl sported a high ponytail, a departure from her previous twin ponytails, and her current hairstyle appeared more suited for athletic endeavors. Adorning her forehead was a forehead protector bearing the Leaf Village insignia, and she wore a short gray vest that exposed her midriff and navel, revealing the early signs of abdominal muscles. Her lower half was clad in standard shinobi shorts, and she donned a pair of boxing gloves, suggesting she had just returned from the training grounds. Oh dear, it seems a troublesome individual has arrived. Upon encountering the girl, Boruto instinctively shrank his neck. The very person Naruto had brought back was none other than his childhood companion, Senju Chiaki, trained under two of the legendary Sannin. She epitomized the virtues of both Jiraiya and Tsunade, having, at such a tender age, already mastered the intricate sealing techniques required for the Byakugan. Undoubtedly, she was a prodigy. However, to Boruto, she merely represented a formidable force against which he felt utterly powerless, a girl of extraordinary strength that left him trembling in her presence. Hello, Boruto. Senju Chiaki greeted him with a warm smile, her bright brown eyes sparkling with joy at the sight of him, a clear indication of her delight. Hello, he replied. Boruto spoke with a stiff tone, then turned to his father, seeking to comprehend Naruto's intentions. Father, why did you bring her back? Naruto replied. Jiraiya-sensei and Tsunade Baba have gone on a mission, so Chiaki will be staying at our home for a while. You must take good care of her and not mistreat her. Understood? Naruto patted Boruto's shoulder and added, You need not worry about Yuhi and Yuma. It's just that this child can be a bit headstrong, and we must ensure that the master's daughter does not suffer any grievances. Boruto retorted, Me bully her? Do you even hear what you're saying? Boruto, with a ghostly expression, pointed at himself and then at Shuki, exclaiming that with just one punch, he would be reduced to a jigsaw puzzle, and his father would have to piece him back together, piece by piece. I'm merely a shadow clone. I'll inform Mother that I won't be returning tonight. Farewell. Naruto understood Boruto's implication and could only manage a resigned smile before transforming into a wisp of smoke and vanishing. Another late night? After all, given the circumstances. Although Boruto felt a sense of regret, he did not harbor any anger. The crimson moon of yesterday had left people in a state of unease. Had the Hokage been unoccupied, he would have doubted his father's diligence. Do you seem to be unwelcome to me? Asked Senju Chikyu as she approached Boruto. Perhaps due to her frequent physical training, she now towered over Boruto by half a head, exuding a greater sense of authority. Such a thing is simply untrue. It is just that my family is numerous, and we cannot accommodate so many individuals. Boruto averted his gaze from Senju Chikyu, recalling the previous incident when she had punched him into the wall for speaking ill of her. He remembered vividly how she had struck him with such force, perhaps a consequence of her youth, lacking the restraint that Tsunade possessed. Thus, Boruto resolved to keep his distance from her, leaving the mischief to others. We can share a room, Senju Chikyu said with a smile. I won't tolerate your snoring. You're the one who snores, you little brat. A frown appeared on Chikyu's forehead as she pretended to threaten Boruto, who instantly transformed into a wooden statue and dashed into the living room. Chikyu, welcome. Make yourself at home, Hinata called from the kitchen. She was busy preparing, having already been informed by Naruto's shadow clone about Chikyu's arrival. Thus, she remained composed, even when witnessing her son trembling in a corner. Thank you, Aunt Hinata, Chikyu replied, lightly tapping Boruto's forehead before releasing him, removing her ninja headband. The prominent diamond-shaped purple mark on her forehead became apparent, a reason why she typically kept it on. However, Among friends, she felt at ease. Have there been any exciting games recently? Chikyu inquired, knowing Boruto's fondness for gaming. Compared to her own diligent training, he seemed rather lethargic, which explained why he consistently fell short against her. Yes, Ninja Heroes, Boruto responded. Then teach me how to play later, Chikyu requested, and Boruto could not muster any objections, as both his parents had instructed him to treat Chikyu well. Hinata herself held great respect for Jiraiya and Tsunade, and Chikyu's standing in Naruto's household was clearly on par with Boruto's, if not favored due to her gender. Ha ha ha, Sister Chikyu, you're so tall, Himawari exclaimed, engaging in a game of being lifted high with Chikyu. However, Chikyu's method was somewhat excessive, as she effortlessly tossed little Himawari into the air before catching her securely, akin to a simplified bungee jump, explaining the child's delight. Still, Akira possesses a certain femininity. By the way, what does femininity mean? Boruto rested his chin on his hand, observing the scene before him, and a remark slipped from his lips. Yet, he soon found it peculiar that he had suddenly recalled Akira. Hanabi watched this unfold, sensing that Boruto was gravitating towards Naruto's direction. At his age, Naruto was also restless, having flirted with both his sister and himself, alongside others like FK and Bai, and even Sasuke was not spared. He was truly the most flamboyant playboy of Konoha. And now Boruto felt an uncanny sense of inheriting his father's legacy. However, it must be said that this boy, like his father, lacked self-awareness and had no understanding of personal boundaries. If one were to choose sides, Hanabi found herself favoring Uchiha Akira. He was not only handsome and powerful but also bore a tragic life experience. Was he not the very embodiment of Uchiha Sasuke? After all, if Sasuke were a girl, what relevance would there be to her or her sister? This was the most unsettling truth. The Uchiha family had an inexplicable allure over the Uzumaki clan. At that moment, Hanabi recalled Boruto's other two childhood friends from the Uchiha family. They were quite commendable as well. However, they lacked the same tragic backstory, and Hanabi could not bring herself to champion them, for hearts are instinctively drawn to the plight of the unfortunate. After dinner, Boruto took Senju Chikyu upstairs to his room, introducing her to a game that had received rave reviews previously, though opinions had recently become mixed. Chikyu typically played simple games like Snake, so upon encountering this new genre, she was instantly captivated, exclaiming how powerful science was. Chikyu logged into the game using Boruto's account, while he sat cross-legged on his bed, observing her. He was aware of his own demeanor while playing games, sitting there vacantly without any movement. Boruto had expected at least some arm motion while gaming, but this was indeed high technology. Once inside the game, Chikyu was mesmerized by the realism of her surroundings. Every blade of grass and tree appeared lifelike, accompanied by a variety of passers-by. Just as she was about to start playing, a girl with a similar appearance approached her, furrowing her brow as she scrutinized Chikyu. What do you want? Chikyu inquired, puzzled, noting that the girl bore an NPC designation and should not impede her path. Who are you? And why are you using Boruto's account to enter the game? The unnamed girl asked, her frown deepening. In her perception, the character was transparent, allowing her to see the internal controller, thus failing to recognize Chikyu as Boruto. Having finally found time to play, she had initially intended to inquire if Boruto liked the gift she had given him, only to stumble upon this unexpected scene. I am Boruto's childhood friend. Is there a problem? Chikyu introduced herself nonchalantly, although she felt a twinge of wariness towards the girl before her, sensing something unusual. Where is he? The unnamed girl pressed. He's on the bed, Chikyu replied honestly. On the bed? The girl's expression shifted, becoming quite animated. Having never been educated on such matters, she could only think of two types of people who shared a bed, brothers or spouses. The latter was clearly not applicable due to age, providing her with a semblance of comfort. We share a room. Is that not permissible? Chikyu questioned. This scoundrel, the unnamed girl muttered angrily, kicking over a nearby trash can and cursing what she believed to be the most egregious of insults before vanishing. Although she had no solid reason, her mood soured, and Boruto's significance in her mind grew increasingly pronounced. Some memories felt like jigsaw pieces, almost clear, yet frustratingly blurry. Thus, she found herself particularly concerned for Boruto, not anticipating such a situation to arise. How utterly baffling, Chikyu murmured, watching the unnamed girl leave in a frenzy, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to return and inquire how Boruto had managed to provoke this NPC, perplexed as to why she seemed fixated solely on him. Boruto initially intended to seek out Uchiha Light. However, Senju Chikyu's presence rendered him unable to depart. He would likely have to wait until she succumbed to slumber before he could act. Thus, he was resolutely determined not to share a bed with her. After idly flipping through previously read comics, Chikyu finally concluded her gaming session and returned to reality. Was it enjoyable? Boruto inquired as he rose. Indeed, it was entertaining. Particularly when I encountered a peculiar NPC who seemed to know you, Chikyu replied, perching herself on the edge of the bed, believing her statement to be sufficiently revealing. Ah, you must be referring to the unnamed one. It appears the bug has been resolved. Boruto remarked with a smile. Although he was aware that the bug had been fixed, he had no intention of logging in. After all, it was getting late, and he was still planning to seek out Akira. Ah, how enviable it is to be Lord Hokage, surrounded by such beautiful wives. Chikyu reclined on Boruto's bed, to which he cast a glance, noting that she truly embodied Tsunade's genes, inheriting all the desirable traits. However, he felt no interest in that. His thoughts were still occupied with Uchiha Akira. Poor Akira, clearly a girl who had not developed well. If given the chance, he would ensure she indulged in better nourishment. Are you an old man? Boruto teased Chikyu. My home is rather desolate, just 3 of us. This must be the standard configuration for an ordinary family. Boruto took on the role of the critic, noticing that Chikyu had yet to retire for the night. He couldn't help but feel a pang of urgency. After all, Aiko was still waiting for him. If he were to wander about aimlessly and be caught by the Uchiha, the repercussions would be dire for his clan. Aren't you going to sleep? Boruto inquired. I shall rest right here, Chikyu replied candidly. What a jest. The only one who has ever slept in my bed is little Aoi, and I assume you haven't washed your feet yet, as there's quite a pungent odor. Boruto cast a disdainful glance at Chikyu, who was burrowing into his bed with shoes on, exclaiming that even childhood friends should not engage in such antics. Moments later, Boruto's anguished cries echoed through the room. You hit me. Not even my father has struck me, and he is the Hokage. My mother is also a Hokage, and your father is my dad's master. What is wrong with hitting you? Ugh, I shall remember this grievance. After a long day, Boruto finally made his way to the guest room to rest, stealthily departing for the 3rd floor. He couldn't fathom why he felt the need to be so secretive in his own home. It left him feeling rather melancholic. Today, as usual, Kaguya and Hanabi were together, and Kaguya could grant Boruto a bit more time in the past. However, something felt amiss in the room today. Yui bowed her head before Kaguya, resembling a child who had erred, and Boruto hesitated to enter. For 2 days, Naruto had not returned home for the night. Why aren't you helping your father? Kaguya admonished Yui, her tone sharp. She was indifferent to the world outside. Her discontent stemmed from the absence of companionship at night, unable to scold her husband. She vented her frustration on her son. Mother, I can't just go and eliminate everyone, Yui replied, her expression somewhat contorted with resignation. Though he possessed the power to eradicate the entire allied shinobi forces, Yui was fundamentally a good person. He preferred to utilize his strength to defeat adversaries and then educate them. Murder was a base method he would never resort to. Stop thinking about violence as a solution. You should embody more gentleness, unlike your father, Kaguya continued her reprimand. Yui, devoid of any temper, was acutely aware of his mother's nature. If she were capable of reason, she would not have insisted on his sealing her with the Earth Explosion Star technique in the past. I expect to see this matter resolved by tomorrow. At the latest the day after, Kaguya issued her ultimatum. Yui nodded in resignation. What could he do? After all, she was his mother who had raised him. Moreover, she was merely extreme concerning matters related to his father, as she was generally quite reasonable. After listening to the conversation outside, Boruto finally stepped inside, reflecting on how arduous life must be for Yui. Despite her innate strength, she constantly endures pressure from her mother, Kaguya, who shows no compassion for her child. Boruto couldn't help but feel that his own mother was far better. How did you end up looking like a bear? Hanabi chuckled upon spotting Boruto, whose right eye was noticeably bruised, a clear indication that he had been struck. It was Chihiro who did this. Aunt, you must stand up for me. Boruto began to feign helplessness, lamenting that he could be beaten even within the confines of his own home, a situation he deemed utterly unjust. At that moment, it seemed only fitting for his aunt, the sage, to intervene and administer a lesson to the troublesome Chikyu. Boruto, Hanabi remarked, it is not uncommon for girls to exhibit a bit of violence. Not everyone possesses the ability to articulate their feelings adeptly. With a gentle touch, Hanabi raised her hand and soothed the area where Boruto had been struck, a surge of sage energy flowing into his body. Instantly, Boruto felt the pain dissipate. His eyes brightening with newfound curiosity, he yearned to learn this technique. Is that true? He inquired. Hanabi chuckled. Your father often found himself on the receiving end of my blows during his youth. You were strikingly similar to him as a child. Boruto pondered this revelation and recalled witnessing his father being subdued by young Hanabi, an undeniably embarrassing memory. However, unlike you, he would always smile and never harbor resentment, even when I struck him. From my earliest memories, he has been by my side alongside my sister. There were moments when I felt discomfort due to him taking my sister's attention, prompting me to retaliate, yet that did not equate to animosity. Hanabi's reflections served as a testament to her fondness for Naruto. Now, their children were already babbling and beginning to speak. As a mother, she reminisced about her childhood with a radiant expression of happiness illuminating her face. Boruto did not quite comprehend the meaning of little aunt. Yet he was aware that Shinjuchiku bore no ill intentions. He was certain that he was not disliked. Perhaps that was the essence of it. Boruto, strive to bring that young lady back. As Hanabi opened the door for Boruto, she infused her expectations into the moment. Boruto felt a twinge of confusion. It seemed he had never expressed to his little aunt his desire to bring Akira back. Nonetheless, it aligned perfectly with his own intentions. As the sensation of weightlessness from his traversal dissipated, Boruto found himself transported back to the Warring States period. Fortunately, this time he appeared beside Uchiha Akira, rather than in a fixed location such as a cave. Akira, what is the matter? As Boruto arrived, he encountered Uchiha Hikari, who was seated within a makeshift tent. Reminiscent of their previous encounter in the cave, this sight struck him as peculiar. Had she not already escaped? Boruto! Boruto! Upon hearing his voice, Uchiha Hikari lifted her head and immediately dove into his embrace, causing him to stumble slightly before regaining his balance. Do not weep, do not weep. Who has wronged you? Boruto gazed at Uchiha Hikari nestled in his arms, her lips quivering on the verge of tears. He promptly embraced her, gently patting her back to comfort her. When I woke up and did not see you, I thought you had abandoned me, Uchiha Hikari lamented sorrowfully. This was not the demeanor of the strongest in the ninja world. She was merely a pitiable young girl, weeping at the absence of Boruto. Do you truly doubt me so? Did I not promise to return? Boruto, with a mixture of laughter and exasperation, remarked that he considered himself to be a person of considerable integrity, and he was grateful that he had persisted in coming today. Had he chosen to be idle for a single day, Uchiha Hikari would have surely been distraught. However, he never anticipated that in your absence, he would feel such trepidation. Uchiha Hikari, with a sorrowful expression, expressed that although she believed Boruto would return, the mere second of not seeing him left her feeling uncertain. Fortunately, they had reunited. Well, you truly are quite clingy, she said. Boruto said helplessly, then took the small hand of Uchiha Hikari. It was only in this manner that she could find solace. Knowing Boruto was by her side, Boruto secretly resolved to seal Hikari today, to spare her from further suffering. I have discovered a way to perform the seal. First, we must seek out the members of the Senju clan. Do you know where they can be found? Boruto grasped the hand of Uchiha Hikari and recounted the matter of seeking individuals for sealing. In this era, the Senju clan stands as one of the few formidable lineages possessing sealing abilities, making them relatively easier to locate. I have a general idea of their whereabouts. They bear my imprint, allowing me to siphon chakra at any moment. Uchiha Hikari nodded and remarked that the ability of the 8,000 spears could only be willingly retracted by her. Otherwise, it would be inexorably linked to the demise of the ninjas, a truly terrifying power. For the time being, the Senju clan has yet to devise a countermeasure against her abilities, thus those who bear the imprint must temporarily forego combat, remaining to protect the clan's stronghold. The capability of 8,000 spears is indeed formidable. Boruto expressed his sentiments, yet with a general sense of direction, he felt reassured. Under the gentle glow of the moonlight, he and Uchiha Hikari traversed the dense forest and flowing rivers, progressing at a leisurely pace. In truth, Uchiha Hikari had fully mastered the power of Susanoo, granting her the ability to fly, allowing her to reach the territory of the Senju clan in the blink of an eye. However, she chose not to utilize this power. Her desire was simply to spend more time with Boruto. During their journey, Uchiha Hikari remained closely by Boruto's side, and he was well aware of her subtle intentions. He regaled her with numerous intriguing tales, which she listened to with rapt attention, as they were all events yet to unfold in the future. She promised Boruto that she would not share these stories with anyone else. The notion that the Uchiha and Senju clans could reconcile seemed utterly ludicrous. Surely, one party must have lost their senses. When Uchiha Hikari heard Boruto mention their reconciliation, her eyes widened in disbelief. Despite being merely a combatant, She understood the fierce rivalry that existed between the two clans. Had it not been for Boruto's assertion, she would have dismissed it as mere nonsense. Indeed, one could only conclude that the legendary ancestor Hashirama Senju possessed extraordinary capabilities. Boruto also sighed, observing the events unfolding around Uchiha Kagami. He came to realize the depth of Uchiha's animosity towards the Senju clan. Hence, he remarked on the arduous nature of peace. In order to safeguard the tranquility of the village, Hashirama was compelled to strike down his childhood friend, a decision that must have caused him immense sorrow. And what of the present? Uchiha Kagami inquired with curiosity. They have, in my era, nearly all perished. Boruto counted on his fingers and realized that, aside from his two childhood friends, there were only 3 remaining members of the Uchiha clan. However, these 3 were all former rogue ninjas from Konoha, rendering their identities rather peculiar. Except for Sasuke, who was somewhat more amenable, the other 2 were unlikely to return to the village. Why is that? This was a confidential matter concerning Konoha, and my understanding is limited. All I know is that during my father's youth, the Uchiha clan was attacked, resulting in the tragic massacre of its members. Boruto blinked at Uchiha Light and remarked that it was a sign of deceit. Yet, he found himself unable to divulge the images etched in his memory, for they were classified secrets of Konoha, knowledge unfit for a child. It was indeed unorthodox of Yuhi to allow him, this child, to be privy to matters he ought not to know, a revelation that would surely lead to complications. Even with Akira, he preferred to remain silent. Ignorance would yield no consequence. Uchiha Light responded with an indifferent nod. In truth, she harbored a deeper resentment towards the Uchiha clan than the Senju. Were it not for Boruto's intervention, the Uchiha would have faced their demise long before, sparing her the weight for the future. Thus, she remained indifferent to the annihilation of the Uchiha. In her eyes, it promised a brighter future, free from the presence of the loathed clan. However, it must be acknowledged that the achievements of Konoha today were inextricably linked to the efforts of the Uchiha. In the era that followed, they indeed enacted significant change. Boruto spoke earnestly, while Uchiha Hikari tilted her head in response, seemingly unaffected by his words. Boruto understood that the darkness within her was not easily dispelled, and he realized that the path to clarity would ultimately require his own diligent efforts. Boruto and Uchiha Hikaru chatted as they walked, and along the way, they caught a wild duck to roast and enjoy. Hikaru felt quite satisfied with this journey. Soon, they beheld the sunrise once more and arrived in the territory governed by the Senju clan. If all goes as anticipated, there should be patrols emerging. Let us lay in wait here. When they approach, you shall immobilize them. As Boruto traversed the path, he keenly observed the traps set by the ninjas. Undoubtedly a precaution against external threats. Typically, the patrol duties fell to the lower-ranked ninjas, whose role was merely to await the unfolding events. Uchiha Hikari nodded in agreement. Her trust in Boruto was unwavering, believing wholeheartedly in his judgment. Consequently, the two concealed themselves within the thicket, biding their time for the patrol to make an appearance. Sure enough, as the sun shifted slightly in the sky, a contingent of ninjas clad in wooden armor emerged from the underbrush. Their foreheads bore the insignia of the Senju clan, and upon closer inspection, one could discern the markings of the Sarutobi clan, indicating a clear alliance. Uchiha Hikari exchanged a knowing glance with Boruto, demonstrating the terrifying prowess of the 8,000 spears technique. She required no direct confrontation. Her gaze alone could ensnare the enemies with her seals, rendering them utterly defenseless. The appearance of her markings was subtle and unnoticeable, ensuring that the patrolling ninjas were blissfully unaware of their predicament. Unbeknownst to them, they had already succumbed to Uchiha Hikari's 8,000 spears. Boruto then observed as she performed hand seals, utilizing her ability to erase their memories. The ninjas gradually slowed their pace, their expressions vacant as they scanned their surroundings, seemingly oblivious to their original purpose. Let us proceed, Uchiha Hikari instructed, leading Boruto from their hiding place. He felt a shiver run down his spine. Hikari's abilities were truly formidable, so much so that he felt compelled to mentally reiterate this notion. In her presence, the lower-ranked ninjas appeared as naive as kindergarten children. This comparison, while perhaps not entirely accurate, extended beyond them. Even a ninja of the same caliber as Senju Hashirama could easily find themselves transformed into a puppet under the influence of her seals due to a moment of carelessness. Whether a countermeasure could be devised depended entirely on the adversary's brilliance. Who among you possesses sealing techniques? Uchiha Hikari inquired of the subdued ninjas, only to receive a chorus of headshakes in response. Those skilled in sealing were predominantly high-ranking ninjas, and thus, they would not be engaged in menial patrol tasks. Send someone back to convey this message, she commanded. Boruto leaned in and whispered a few words into Uchiha Akira's ear. Immediately, Akira understood his intention, smiled in response, and began to weave a memory for the two ninjas. The two ninjas, initially numb, headed towards the encampment, and suddenly their eyes brightened with fear as they began to flee in a frenzy, as if they had witnessed something truly horrifying. At the Senju clan's encampment, the acting leader was leisurely sipping tea when he noticed two individuals rushing back in a panic from beyond the fence, which instilled a sense of foreboding within him. "What has transpired?" he inquired, drawing his long blade and confronting his subordinates. His rugged beard stood on end like that of a lion, and his eyes glimmered with ferocity. "We encountered Uchiha Nameless," the returning lower-ranked ninja exclaimed, their expressions betraying their anxiety. Uchiha Nameless held considerable notoriety within the Senju clan, as everyone was aware of her as the strongest asset of the Uchiha clan. Not only did she possess an array of formidable Manjiki Sharingan abilities, but she also wielded the terrifying power of the 8,000 spears. On the battlefield, even a sudden betrayal from a comrade could spell disaster, all orchestrated by Nameless herself. "What did you say? Uchiha brought her along?" The acting leader felt a chill run down his spine. If Uchiha Nameless truly had arrived, their encampment would surely falter. To act heroically now would be sheer folly. There would scarcely be time to escape. No, she came alone and appeared severely injured and weak. "We suspect she had a falling out with the Uchiha and ventured out by herself," the lower-ranked ninjas described vividly, their faces devoid of any doubt. These were the memories etched in their minds, chillingly authentic. "Is it not a trap?" The acting leader, Senju Hitoshi, furrowed his brow. Yet, he also recognized the improbability. This was not the Uchiha's main base, and why would Uchiha Nameless come to enact a ruse here when she could simply raze the place to the ground? No. She resisted fiercely. "We are no match for her. We unanimously agree that we must deploy the sealing team, even if we cannot defeat her. Sealing her would eliminate our greatest adversary," the lower-ranked ninjas asserted with resolute determination, their eyes ablaze with a fierce light. This was a rare opportunity to rid themselves of Uchiha Nameless, and surely others shared this sentiment. The acting leader paced back and forth, ultimately clenching his jaw in resolution. Uchiha Nameless had entered a state of vulnerability, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the Senju clan. To lose this chance due to cowardice would be a fate worse than death, eternally marked by shame. "Very well, let it be so. Sealing team, follow me," he commanded, summoning all available personnel from the encampment along with the members of the sealing team. Although he harbored doubts about the potential control of his own men, this was, after all, Senju territory. The Uchiha could not approach undetected. Furthermore, the sensory team was present to provide insight. If it were a trap, the vanguard would surely reveal the truth. The sensory team quickly relayed their findings, reporting no signs of ambush and confirming signs of a skirmish involving a small squad. They detected two unfamiliar sources of chakra, one belonging to the Uchiha clan and the other being less potent, yet distinctly foreign. Two individuals? Is there a conspiracy at play? Senju Hitoshi pondered. Though he was known for his rugged demeanor, he possessed a keen mind, which was essential for his role as an acting leader. At this moment, he hesitated. If it were only Uchiha Nameless, his suspicion would have been heightened. However, the presence of two made the situation less daunting, suggesting that Uchiha Nameless had an ally, yet two adversaries might also be manageable. "Captain, we have sighted her. We have spotted Uchiha Nameless." A member of the sensory team rushed back, having keen eyesight typical of those in their ranks. They had caught sight of the enemy from a distance and hurried to report. "What is the situation?" Senju Hitoshi inquired. Uchiha Nameless leaned against a large boulder, surrounded by the fallen bodies of her comrades. She appeared indeed weakened, and a chakra signature concealed behind the stone felt incongruous with her presence, as the sensory ninja reported. Senju Hitoshi's heart soared with elation. Uchiha Nameless' condition was even worse than he had anticipated. The mysterious figure, who could have easily whisked her away, had remained, indicating they were not allied and unwilling to become embroiled in a pursuit. "Archers, prepare," Senju Hitoshi commanded, and several ninjas equipped with bows promptly readied themselves. The range of their arrows surpassed that of shurikens, making them ideal for gauging the situation. They cautiously approached a vantage point from which they could see Uchiha Nameless, then loosed arrows imbued with explosive tags. The arrows sped towards Uchiha Nameless, and Senju Hitoshi recognized the girl clad in deep blue attire. Indeed, it was the Nameless he recalled from the battlefield, a figure he had glimpsed from afar. Surely no one would dare impersonate such a harbinger of death. Boom. Black flames erupted around Uchiha Nameless, incinerating the arrows upon contact, rendering the explosive tags inert. Before such impenetrable defense, all attempts at attack seemed futile. "It is Amaterasu," Senju Hitoshi uttered, a grim expression crossing his face, an instinctive urge to flee welling within him. This cursed fire meant instant death upon contact, a lesson learned by countless comrades, leaving no one daring enough to approach. "Captain, something feels amiss. Why is she not pursuing us, nor has she fled?" one ninja queried, sensing the strangeness. Hitoshi paused, scrutinizing Uchiha Nameless' condition. She appeared to struggle to rise from the stone, only to collapse back down, panting heavily as if the exertion of summoning Amaterasu had drained her significantly. Indeed, she was in a state of weakness. This was their true opportunity. Senju Hitoshi realized that if he retreated now, he would lose all face. "Bring forth those unafraid of death." "Follow me," he declared through gritted teeth, charging forward, with the ninjas trailing behind him. The sealing team lagged at the rear, until they found themselves mere meters from Uchiha Nameless. "Uchiha Nameless, your end is nigh," Senju Hitoshi shouted at the grounded Uchiha, though he remained cautious, aware that the black flames still burned fiercely. They had learned all too well the devastating power of such flames, which could even consume ninjutsu, rendering their attacks meaningless. "Begone," Uchiha Nameless retorted, her Manjiki Sharingan radiating malice, causing Senju Hitoshi to instinctively take a step back. Yet, he quickly recognized the opportunity. Her words did not herald an attack with Amaterasu, which signaled a moment of vulnerability. "Do you not require assistance?" Senju Hitoshi ventured, stepping forward. Observing Uchiha Nameless' face twitch as she attempted to rise once more, only to fail again. "I require nothing. I am merely passing through, and will soon depart." Uchiha Nameless provided her response, and Senju Hitoshi's smile grew increasingly pronounced. He felt victorious, believing that triumph was within reach. True powerhouses never engage in idle chatter. How could they possibly converse with someone as feeble as him? The only plausible explanation was that a once mighty warrior had fallen from grace. "Stop pretending, Uchiha Nameless. We are at a loss against you, but the sealing technique is another matter. Once your stamina is depleted, you shall taste the consequences of the sealing arts." Senju Hitoshi declared fiercely, eager to observe Uchiha Nameless' reaction. Yet, she appeared utterly unfazed, as if the threat did not even ruffle her. "I fear no sealing technique. If you possess the capability, then come and try," Uchiha Nameless retorted with fierce determination. This response unsettled him. Yet the fact that he was still alive seemed to affirm his belief in his own strength. After engaging in a standoff with Uchiha Nameless for a while, Senju Hitoshi sensed the moment was ripe. The flames of Amaterasu were gradually fading, and Nameless struggled to close her eyes. The Senju clan was well aware of the Uchiha's ocular prowess. Once overexertion occurred, they would be unable to open their eyes for a time. "Sealing team, come forth." Senju Hitoshi waved his hand, and the sealing team, hidden in the background, immediately approached, clutching scrolls. However, they maintained a safe distance, cautiously eyeing the formidable foe before them. Even in her weakened state, Uchiha Nameless' reputation was daunting. They dared not advance recklessly. "Seal her, along with that sneaky individual hiding behind the rock. I wish to unveil who is lurking there," Senju Hitoshi commanded, pointing at Uchiha Nameless, fully aware of the presence behind the stone. Such an opportunity was too precious to squander. What difference was there between a man who was not greedy and a salted fish? Thus, he wagered his very life. At that moment, Boruto, concealed behind the rock, felt a tightening in his chest. However, considering the plan was nearing fruition, he stepped forward and leaped atop the stone. A child? Senju Hitoshi was taken aback, having never anticipated that the figure hiding behind would be a mere child. No wonder the sensory team had remarked on the weak chakra. A flurry of questions arose in his mind. What role did this individual play? "I am the passerby, the second Hokage. Remember my name." After pondering for quite some time, Boruto finally articulated the introduction he frequently employs in the Hidden Leaf. Senju Shida gazed at Boruto with a look of bewilderment, utterly unable to comprehend the child's words. Surely, a person of unsound mind had merely wandered into this place. How could a distinguished member of the Uchiha clan be mistaken for associating with a fool? "Your gaze may be disrespectful, yet it matters little, for you have already fallen into the trap." With a smile, Boruto remarked that it was his first time outmaneuvering a group of adults. The reactions and rhetoric displayed by Akira were all lessons imparted by him. Although Boruto was not adept at scheming, he excelled in the realm of gaming. What is paramount in a game? Undoubtedly, it is the narrative. He had firmly etched in his memory the actions of certain antagonists he adored. What did you say? Senju Hitoshi's expression shifted dramatically. Just as he sought to verify the truth, he noticed Uchiha Nameless had already risen from the ground, his eyes devoid of any weariness, resembling the fierce gaze of a beast. Akira, act. With a single command from Boruto, Uchiha Hikari understood what needed to be done. Ethereal flames ignited around her, from which skeletal structures emerged. The complete form of Susanoo materialized instantaneously, crouching as it unfurled its wings, enveloping everyone, including Senju Hizada, within its embrace. What is this? Such a colossal Susanoo. It is a monster. The sensory team was the first to succumb to despair within their perception. The chakra encasing them resembled an endless sea of blood, a terrifying entity from which there was no escape, an abomination beyond human confrontation. I'll fight you to the bitter end. Though Senju Hizada did not comprehend why Uchiha Nameless would orchestrate such a scheme against an ordinary captain like himself. He was a man of dignity and swiftly drew his long blade, charging forward with the hope of taking at least one down before his demise. However, Susanoo had already become Hikari's domain, and to act within it was nothing short of folly. As she formed hand seals, all adversaries bore the marks of a curse, which, empowered by the chakra coursing through Susanoo, instantaneously brainwashed the ninjas. Hizada found himself immobilized, his gaze gradually losing focus. What now? Uchiha Hikari turned to Boruto and inquired. For she was unfamiliar with such tactics of deception, it was thanks to Boruto's strategies that she navigated this situation. Otherwise, she might have had to slay many just to find someone skilled in sealing techniques. Let them find a place to seal you. Are you afraid? Boruto hesitated as he spoke, expressing his reluctance to see Uchiha Hikari, a perfectly fine individual, subjected to sealing. The darkness that enveloped one before such a fate was indeed terrifying. The unknown naturally breeds fear. However, his greater fear lay in the prospect of never seeing her again. If it were merely akin to a slumber, he thought, it should pose no issue, as long as he could awaken to her presence. Uchiha Hikari nodded in agreement, revealing her unwillingness to appear strong in this regard. Yet, she too harbored even deeper fears, which prompted her to make such a decision. Boruto let out a sigh and approached Senju Hishida and others for a brief conversation. He learned that the sealing technique could be employed at any moment. All that was required was to find a hole and dig a pit to bury Uchiha K. Boruto found himself in a rather perplexing situation. The sealing technique was far from impressive. Uchiha Hikaru, displaying little emotion, manipulated his Susanoo to draw forth a sword, effortlessly carving a hole into the mountainside, which yielded to the blade as if it were mere tofu, leaving a gap just wide enough for passage. The sealing team, led by Senju Hitoshi, began their coordinated efforts, excavating a pit approximately 3 to 4 meters deep within the cave. Uchiha Hikaru promptly leapt into the pit, only for Boruto to follow suit. What are you doing? Uchiha Hikaru inquired, astonished, as the members of the sealing team commenced to fill the pit with earth. The soil cascaded down, dispersing upon contact with the two figures before settling again, leaving them in a rather untidy state. I feared you might feel lonely, so I thought I'd keep you company for a while before the dirt is fully piled over. Boruto grasped the hand of Uchiha Hikari, who pressed her lips together. In the face of fearsome endeavors, having Boruto by her side was a true blessing. Her trepidation gradually dissipated, leaving only warmth in its wake. Minutes later, Boruto reluctantly released Uchiha Hikari and crawled out of the subterranean chamber. At that moment, the sealing team began their incantations, and several wooden beams materialized, sealing the entrance. These beams plunged downward, entwining Hikari's form, causing her consciousness to blur as she teetered on the brink of slumber. Hikari, farewell until we meet again. Farewell. Uchiha Hikari uttered this word with the last remnants of her strength before succumbing to eternal sleep. Boruto watched as the sealing process unfolded, and only when he confirmed that no unforeseen events occurred did he summon his will to return to the present. Senju Hisada's gaze gradually regained its vibrancy. Upon Hikari's slumber, all her markings vanished. Only the altered memories remained intact, for the modifications involved the erasure of prior recollections, seamlessly grafted in a manner that would elude Senju Hisada's scrutiny. As long as the logic remained sound, what have we just accomplished? Senju Hizada inquired of her subordinates, and soon one among them recalled their purpose. We have sealed Uchiha Nameless. The members of the Senju clan erupted in exultation, memories of their fierce battle against Uchiha Nameless flooding back. Senju Hizada could only remember being struck on the head, leaving her recollections hazy, a sentiment echoed by her comrades. Yet, through the efforts of the sealing team. They had successfully contained her. Is it truly us who did this? Have we vanquished that monster? Senju Hizeda questioned incredulously, grappling with the reality that they had indeed triumphed over the great adversary of the Senju clan, a feat of monumental significance that left her momentarily disoriented. Shall we not unseal it to confirm? One ninja proposed, prompting Senju Hizeda to smack his head in exasperation. Why don't you open your own head and take a look? She retorted, glaring at the dim-witted individual. Unsealing would merely allow Uchiha Nameless to escape, sealing their doom. How could she be burdened with such foolish subordinates? We shall return and inquire with our marked companions, and the truth shall be revealed. Yes, let us mark this location, reinforcing the seal annually to prevent her escape. We shall inscribe it in the records of the warring states. Senju Hizeda led her comrades back to their encampment with great enthusiasm. Following verification, it was confirmed that Uchiha Nameless had indeed vanished from sight, validating the sealing, which the Senju clan held in high regard. Even after the establishment of Konoha, the record of the sealing site was preserved, and they continued to update the maps annually to account for any changes in the terrain. Thus, even in the future, there would be those capable of locating the sealing site with precision. The following day, Boruto was roused from his slumber by a cacophony of shouts. Groggily, he rose from his bed and approached the window, peering down to find Sarada calling out to him with great fervor. What is it? It's so early in the morning. Boruto opened the window and complained, while Sarada swiftly leaped onto the edge of the window, startling him into taking a few steps back. Do you know we're going to battle? Sarada inquired. Battle? Who are we fighting? Boruto, with a perplexed expression, inquired. For he suspected that Sarada's mind may have faltered. The notion of war felt like a distant memory. How could he possibly believe such a thing? Konoha is under the watchful eyes of ninjas from 4 nations. The allied ninja forces have already reached our first line of defense, Sarada asserted. Are you certain? Boruto opened his mouth, and upon realizing that no words could adequately express his astonishment, he could only utter a single question. I understand this is hard to believe, but it is indeed true. The Hokage office has become a whirlwind of activity, Sarada replied with a sense of resignation. When she first learned of this matter, she had repeatedly questioned her mother, Sakura, whose response was utterly disheartening. Medical ninjas were soon to be dispatched to the front lines. What about my father? Where is he? Boruto inquired. The Hokage is preoccupied with strategic planning, and my father has long since vanished. He must be aware of this situation and likely has gone off to commit acts of violence. Sarada adjusted her glasses and remarked. She had a keen understanding of her father's nature. He was fierce and spoke little, and it was far more challenging to elicit words from him than to engage in violence, in stark contrast to Boruto's father, who was gentle and dependable. Surely not. Boruto hurriedly dashed out of his room, just as the door to the adjacent guest room swung open. Shikage Senju emerged, rubbing her eyes. Sarada, who had been merely passing by, immediately halted in her tracks and retreated to the doorway, fixating her gaze intently on Miss Shikage. Oh, is that you, Sarada? Shikage Senju greeted, raising her hand in a friendly wave. It was a rare day when her parents were away, allowing her to indulge in the luxury of sleeping in, to the extent that her seal had become overcharged. What brings you here? Sarada inquired. A boarding situation? Do not respond with a question. At this moment, Boruto had already rushed downstairs. Upon seeing Hinata still in the living room, he felt a slight sense of relief. At least his mother had not yet begun preparing for battle. Mother, what is happening? Why is Konoha under attack? Boruto anxiously inquired. For he was born in an era of peace and possessed no comprehension of the ravages of war. Yet, from the annals of history, he was acutely aware of its detrimental impacts, leaving him unable to find solace. It seemed that the recent events concerning the moon had left a mark on the citizens of the other 4 nations, implanting a brand that would brainwash those affected. Only the Hidden Leaf village remained untouched. Hinata was aware of the situation to some extent, although she felt no need to delve deeper into the particulars. This matter was beyond the capacity of a mere Nin like herself. Her sole duty was to remain at home and safeguard their children. Wait, why did this ability sound so familiar? Boruto's lips grew increasingly difficult to close, a clear indication of Uchiha Akira's ability. Had she not promised not to act recklessly? Could it be that she awakened with amnesia? Such a notion seemed implausible. Akira would never engage in such behavior. Surely, this was merely a misunderstanding. Boruto anxiously paced back and forth in the living room. Had it not been for the absence of Uchiha Light on the battlefield, he would have likely rushed out. Your grandparents have already gone to the front lines. I've heard that all 8-tailed beasts are involved this time. If Naruto-kun isn't going, They are the only ones capable of handling it, Hinata said with a worried expression. Today, she lacked even the inclination to cook. Upon hearing her words, Boruto halted his restless movement. The legendary eight-tailed beasts hidden within nature had been controlled. Such an ability was utterly reckless, reminiscent of something that light would do. At that moment, Sarada and Chikage had also overheard the situation. Unfortunately, being mere genin, they felt powerless against such occurrences and could only share in Boruto's anxiety as they awaited news from the front lines. Amidst the tension, Yuhi appeared unfazed as she donned her shoes, draping a long white coat over her shoulders in preparation to leave. Uzumaki stood behind her, and the expressions of the two brothers conveyed an unsettling calm, almost as if they were heading out for a leisurely outing. "Brother, be gentle," Uzumaki cautioned. "Those 8 fools. I truly regret teaching them for so long," Yui remarked with a slight twitch of her brow. The news of the 8-tailed beast's involvement had rendered her restless. After all, she had raised those children, and they were now at an age of rebellion. "You know that the tailed beasts have no resistance against those eyes." Uzumaki chuckled helplessly. The tailed beasts were formidable in every aspect, except for their weak mental resistance. Even the 9 tails could not withstand the power of the Sharingan, let alone the 8 tails. Once outside, Yui took a single step that spanned dozens of meters, swiftly arriving at the entrance of a shop. The shopkeeper was engrossed in a news broadcast concerning the crisis in Konoha, where frontline reporters were risking their lives to cover the situation of the Ninja Alliance. Unable to halt the advancing forces, "We're not open for business today," Hinata Tintin remarked, lifting her gaze to acknowledge the newcomer. Given the current state of affairs, she was prepared to head to battle at any moment, leaving little room for selling ninja tools. However, upon recognizing the visitor, her eyes widened in disbelief. If she remembered correctly, this individual was Uzumaki Yuhi, Naruto's eldest son. "Yuhi? What brings you here?" Hinata Tintin asked, perplexed. She thought perhaps Naruto had sent Yui to seek her assistance, but that did not seem quite right. What could compel Yui to make such a trip? "I've come to retrieve my belongings," Yuhi stated, approaching a display case. Hinata, still in a daze, struggled to comprehend his words. "Did you leave something behind?" "That shouldn't be the case. By the way, have you been here before?" Hinata Tintin inquired. Just as she noticed Yuhi picking up a large gourd belonging to the Sage of Six Paths, known as the Red Gourd, which possessed the ability to contain both humans and animals. Wait, that's a relic of the Sage of Six Paths. It's not for sale," Hinata Tintin exclaimed in panic. Yui, however, paid her no mind and vanished from the spot with the gourd in hand. "I'll return it once I'm done," he left behind with a nonchalant remark. Hinata Tintin was left in a state of despair, wondering how Naruto could raise his children in such a manner, taking things so casually, as if retrieving stored items. Using the Flying Thunder God technique, Yuhi appeared on a vast battlefield. The terrain, now occupied by 9 colossal entities, was dominated by 8 titanic figures advancing forward, while a 9-tailed golden fox stood defiantly in their path. At that moment, Minato had activated the 9 tails connection mode, enveloped in a golden chakra cloak, and was positioned at the head of the semi-transparent golden 9 tails, alongside Kushina. Kushina had unleashed her strongest sealing technique, with 8 silver chains extending from her back, converging upon the tails of the 9 tails. These tails, fortified by the chain's power, gained sealing abilities, restraining the other 8-tailed beasts and preventing them from unleashing the devastating tailed beast bombs. Otherwise, Konoha would be in grave peril. "Grandpa, I'm here," Yui announced as he stepped forward, standing atop the head of Shikaku, the One-Tail, and nodding at Minato. Upon seeing Yuhi, Minato sighed in relief, although he recognized Yui's strength. Whether he would engage in battle remained entirely at Yuhi's discretion. "Please, Yuhi," Minato smiled, knowing that he could not confront 8-tailed beasts alone. While he could fight with all his might, he was reluctant to harm these creatures, as they still appeared quite endearing. Yui swiftly performed several intricate hand seals on the gourd he carried, causing it to soar into the sky, expanding even further. It then emitted a powerful suction force, drawing the massive forms of the 8-tailed beasts into its mouth with no resistance. This was the true purpose of the Six Paths gourd. Others merely used it as a prop, but only Yuhi understood its proper application. "Done already? That was fast," Kushina exclaimed, her eyes wide in disbelief as the tailed beasts, which had just posed a threat to her life, were now captured as if they were mere pets. In truth, Yuhi felt dissatisfied with his actions. The illustrious Sage of Six Paths had resorted to using a tool to subdue the tailed beasts. How far he had fallen. In his former days, with just a glance, he could have effortlessly drawn them into his grasp without the need for a gourd. My dear grandson, come give Grandma a hug, Kushina exclaimed joyfully, rushing over to embrace Yui after Minato set her down. Yui, however, felt somewhat resistant to this overly youthful grandmother, as she bore an uncanny resemblance to Kinai, evoking memories of his past torment. Yui, would you like to accompany me to the front lines? With you there, no ninja will face untimely death, Minato suggested, gently patting Yui's head. Despite his grievances with Naruto, Yui held a fondness for his grandparents, as they had done nothing wrong and had shown him a familial affection he had never experienced before. All right, Yui consented to Minato's proposal, and together they utilized the Flying Thunder God to arrive at the forefront of the battle in Konoha. The scene was chaotic, with swirling sands, thunderous roars, and magma erupting in all directions. The leaders of the four villages had gathered, their minds twisted, showing no mercy as they attacked. The ninjas of Konoha, lacking the will to fight, could only retreat while defending their positions. With Minato and Yui joining the fray, the tide of battle began to shift in their favor. However, unbeknownst to them, a ninja spy wearing surveillance equipment was recording the skirmish and transmitting the footage to a secret base established by a certain organization. Excellent. Let the battle commence. Today marks the downfall of Konoha. The bespectacled researcher applauded the conflict on the screen. This individual was a defector from Konoha. Feeling constrained by his talents, he had packed numerous high-tech products and fled overnight. The organization had thrived largely due to his contributions. Takuya, is Nameless still unconscious? The leader of the organization, Bandaged Man, exhibited no interest in witnessing the battles unfolding before him. He was acutely aware that the most crucial aspect of their plans lay with the Nameless One, rendering these skirmishes mere trifles. Boss Muliu, I'm at a loss, he remarked. Since last night, the Nameless One has been in a comatose state, seemingly due to irregular brainwaves. I shall investigate further. Shojio, a scientist rather than a physician, was perplexed, uncertain of the Nameless One's condition. Yet, she was undeniably the linchpin of their scheme. Her absence was intolerable. Thus, they directed the surveillance to the Nameless One's quarters. At that moment, the Nameless One had reverted to her original appearance, black hair and dark eyes, dressed in a standard ninja uniform, lying supine on the bed with a steady breath, as if ensnared in an eternal slumber. Shojio, visibly anxious, tugged at her hair, oblivious to the subtle transformations occurring within the Nameless One. The Nameless One was ensnared in an extensive dream, where all her uncertainties found resolution. Why, despite her deep-seated hatred for ninjas, was she unable to bring herself to harm any unfamiliar ninja? Why did a voice within her call her a Guang, and what did it signify? Why had the foolish boy she met in the game left such an indelible mark on her heart? Who was Boruto? As her sealed memories began to unravel, she finally beheld the complete picture in her dream. She discovered that her true name was Uchiha Guang, a revelation she shared with her dearest friend, Boruto. From 3 centuries past, in traversing time, Uchiha Guang had willingly allowed herself to be sealed, all in the hope of reaching this future. With the seal now lifted, she was meant to seek out Boruto immediately. However, in that moment of release, she remained disoriented, sensing someone attempting to shackle her consciousness. In a moment of desperation, she sealed away her most vital memories of Boruto within the realm of Tsukuyomi, feigning compliance and thus transforming into the Nameless One who loathed all ninjas. Yet now, as her powers restored, the seal had finally been undone. Tears streamed down her cheeks as Uchiha Guang awakened her kaleidoscopic Sharingan, the tumult of emotions triggering its activation. She sat upright, chiding herself for having forgotten such significant matters. I am indeed a hopeless fool, she murmured, wiping away her tears. She knew Boruto despised seeing her cry, and her immediate intention was to find him. Boruto, I am coming, she declared, preparing to exit her chamber. However, upon catching her reflection in the mirror, she swiftly discarded her ninja attire, even throwing aside the headband that Shojio claimed suited a girl. With no lingering attachment to her former appearance, she returned to her original hairstyle and rummaged through the wardrobe for a tattered deep blue robe, the very outfit she had worn when first meeting Boruto. Fearing he might not recognize her, she resolved to don the guise of their initial encounter. As for seeking vengeance against Shojio and the others, Uchiha Guang had no time for such trivialities. Even if they deserved 1,000 fates of death, nothing was more pressing than reuniting with Boruto. She hastened out of the base, following the path toward the exit. Nameless One, where are you headed? Shojio and Muliu blocked her way. If they couldn't discern that something was amiss with the Nameless One, their faculties were truly impaired. Uchiha Guang regarded them with simmering fury. Get out of my way, she shouted, her desire to eliminate the two of them surging. Yet Boruto had once taken her hand, and pleaded for her to keep her hands free of blood. Thus, after clenching her fists, she chose to ignore them and pressed on, sparing herself the moments it would take to kill them. Nameless One, do not be so arrogant. We are aware of your combat capabilities. You are no match for Boss Mulio. Shocho's expression soured upon realizing that the Nameless One was disregarding him. He was baffled as to how she had perceived the control mechanism embedded within the headband he had gifted her. Before he could activate it, she had already discarded it. Before he could finish his sentence, he was met with a pair of blood-red eyes, the kaleidoscopic pattern swirling into an unfamiliar form. With a thunderous boom, Shocho's head felt as if it had exploded, and he collapsed to the ground, clutching his head in agony. Have you ever witnessed my peak? Uchiha Guang raised her hand to shield one of her Sharingan, striving to acclimate to the long unutilized eternal kaleidoscope. The other eye fixed its gaze upon the silent Mulio. Even with his head wrapped in bandages, Mulio felt a shiver coursing through him, his legs trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, he wished he could devour Shojo. Why provoke enmity for no reason? Seeing that Bandaged Man prudently refrained from obstructing her, Uchiha Guang stepped beyond the base's threshold, an overwhelming surge of crimson chakra enveloping her. Her bones and flesh began to regenerate from within, and in the blink of an eye, a complete Susanoo surged forth from beneath her, propelling her swiftly toward Konoha. Not far from the secret base, Jiraiya and Tsunade had located the site based on information provided by Orochimaru, initially intending to gather intelligence. They were suddenly taken aback by the emergence of a complete Susanoo, causing them to break into a cold sweat. The terror associated with Uchiha Madara flashed through their minds. This Susanoo was no less formidable than Madara's. Whose Susanoo is that? Jiraiya mused, watching as the colossal figure vanished into the distance, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Such a being on the battlefield would spell massacre. The color resembles Itachi's, but the weapon is different, Tsunade remarked, her brow furrowed. A fleeting glimpse had allowed her to discern the sword concealed within the wings of the Susanoo, which was entirely distinct from the Totsuka blade wielded by Itachi. Is it headed toward Konoha? Jiraiya muttered. Summoning technique. Tsunade and Jiraiya exchanged glances and promptly invoked their summoning jutsu, calling forth toads and slugs to relay the news to Naruto. It was evident that the masterminds behind this plot were connected to the Uchiha clan, with the most formidable adversary likely being the Susanoo that had just soared past. Legendary Sannin, are you not coming out to meet us? A strange voice echoed in Tsunade and Jiraiya's ears, indicating that the commotion from the summoning technique had been sensed by nearby ninjas. Yet, they had no choice. Failure to notify Konoha would mean their demise here would bring no peace. Meanwhile, Uchiha Guang was fervently flying toward Konoha, well aware of its location. The stone she had sent to Boruto bore her markings, intended to guide her to him, unbeknownst to her that their destinies were intertwined. As she contemplated their connection, a smile played upon her lips. Despite having lost her memory during their game, he had not recognized her. Yet, he had still managed to touch her heart, compelling her to engage with him in carefree banter. Reflecting on the past, Uchiha Guang felt a profound bond with Boruto that no force could sever. The crimson Susanoo soared through the skies, and upon its discovery by Konoha's sensory ninjas, immediate alarms were raised. However, the speed at which they transmitted intelligence did not surpass the velocity of the Susanoo's flight, a pace unattainable by mere mortals. Just as Uchiha Kei caught sight of the outline of Konoha, she suddenly sensed a formidable power approaching her. Turning her head, she discovered two equally colossal Susanoo drawing near, one orange-red and the other purple, belonging to Uchiha Itachi and Sasuke. Kei had initially intended to disregard them. Yet in the eyes of the Uchiha brothers, it was evident that they were intent on annihilating Konoha, regardless of the circumstances. They could not stand idly by as such a calamity unfolded, and without further ado, they positioned themselves in front of Kei. Clear the way, Kei urged, attempting to propel her Susanoo forward. However, being of the complete form as well, the strength of the other two Susanoo was not inferior to hers. The three Susanoo collided, creating a powerful shockwave that dispersed the clouds in the sky. Why are you obstructing me? Kei's eyes turned an even deeper shade of red as she shouted, yearning to reach Boruto. Yet, with only a short distance left, she found herself thwarted, making it impossible to remain calm. Sasuke, bring her down, Itachi instructed Sasuke. Nodding in agreement, the two of them distanced themselves from Kei and began to harness the power of their Susanoo. Sasuke's Susanoo transitioned into bow and arrow mode, while Itachi's manifested the Yata mirror within his palm. Enemies, eliminate. Kei glared fiercely at the two Uchiha who had intercepted her and taken action. Her disdain for her kin flared, and now that they were attacking her first, she was consumed by fury. The Susanoo drew its sword from its wings, wielding dual long swords as she charged at Itachi and Sasuke. Itachi's Susanoo hurled the Yata mirror to the side and raised the Totsuka sword, rushing towards Kei. With a glance, Kei dismissed that direction as a futile assault, knowing she could not pass through. Just as Kei's Susanoo sword was about to clash with Itachi's, the surrounding space suddenly shifted, transporting her and her Susanoo before the Yata mirror. There was no time to evade. At that moment, Sasuke and his Susanoo appeared where Kei had just been, his arm S-bow aimed at her forehead, instantly releasing a powerful energy arrow. Kei's Susanoo was struck in the chest by the Yata mirror, while her head was pierced by Sasuke's energy arrow, delivering a devastating blow. Fortunately, she had channeled all her chakra into defense, preventing her from losing the ability to resist in one hit. Kei gained a new understanding of the Uchiha brothers' combat capabilities, strange and terrifying abilities, perfectly coordinated. In a mere encounter, she had nearly succumbed. Gritting her teeth, her anger intensified, compelling her to wield the power of the 8,000 spears. Boom. Both Itachi and Sasuke sensed the tumult of chakra as waves of azure energy surged toward Kei's Susanoo, having absorbed the chakra of nearly all the shinobi from the 4 hidden villages. At that moment, more than half of those shinobi's chakra had been drained and converged upon her Susanoo. The once imposing figure of 200 meters became even more colossal, wielding dual long swords engulfed in fierce black flames. Itachi and Sasuke immediately recognized the powers of Amaterasu and Kagutsuchi. Such immense black flames cloaked the swords, capable of cleaving their Susanoo with a single strike. Where is this power coming from? Has Uchiha Madara been resurrected? Sasuke gritted his teeth, never expecting an adversary to be so formidable. This overwhelming power was beyond even his capacity to withstand. The practical application of the Rinnegan leaned more toward technique than brute strength. In battles of such scale as the Susanoo, opportunities to utilize the Rinnegan were scarce. The planetary devastation could seal enemies, but opponents would not foolishly remain stationary. The ability to swap positions offered convenience, yet could not breach defenses. As for Indra's arrow, Sasuke had never contemplated such a desperate approach. "Give it to me, Perish," Kei exclaimed as she lunged at Itachi and Sasuke, her twin dark swords capable of slicing through the very air. Both brothers dared not confront her directly, deftly maneuvering their Susanoo to evade. Kei relentlessly pursued them. Resembling a vengeful deity, her crimson Susanoo was partially clad in black armor, utilizing the flames of Amaterasu to guard against the brothers' attacks and ambushes. As the tug-of-war unfolded, Kei gradually gained the upper hand, bolstered by an inexhaustible supply of chakra. The chronic deficiency of chakra had always been one of the Uchiha clan's shortcomings. Now, with Kei compensating for this flaw, it seemed that no one could suppress her, apart from the tailed beasts endowed with boundless chakra. Sasuke simmered with frustration, yearning to confine the tailed beasts as his personal chakra reserves, yet he found himself unable to break free. Glancing at Itachi beside him, he noted that his brother bore no murderous intent, only a contemplative expression. "Why are you heading to Konoha? Who has offended you?" Itachi inquired after deftly evading a swing of Kei's Susanoo sword. He had discerned Kei's visage. A child endowed with such capabilities must have endured profound grievances. If he could ascertain her motives, perhaps conflict could be averted. "Nobody has offended me. I am searching for Boruto," Kei replied through gritted teeth, prompting a shared glance of disbelief between Itachi and Sasuke. Could she be referring to that foolish Boruto? Sasuke was genuinely taken aback. He had sensed Boruto's restlessness previously. But who would have imagined he had provoked an Uchiha capable of awakening the Mangekyou Sharingan at such a tender age? Judging by Kei's demeanor, it appeared she was intent on a lethal confrontation with Boruto. In that event, it would be himself and Naruto who would bear the brunt of the fallout. "Calm down. We will not impede you, but you must elucidate your reasons," Itachi said to the increasingly agitated Kei. Since she was willing to communicate, it was a positive sign. A rational ninja was indeed a commendable ninja. "I am friends with Boruto. Why would I need a reason to seek him?" Kei affirmed, momentarily halting her assault. Though anxious, she recognized the futility of overcoming the brothers in the short term and opted to clarify her situation. "Friends? Are you certain you do not intend to crush Boruto along with Konoha?" In Sasuke's mind, trust between individuals had always been tenuous, and he harbored doubts about Kei's words being a ruse to ensnare them. "What nonsense are you spouting? Why would I harm Boruto? Has the Uchiha clan lost its wits?" Kei retorted, casting a disdainful glance at Sasuke, showing no hesitation in criticizing her own clan. It is you who charged in with such aggression, Sasuke countered. Is it not permissible for me to traverse swiftly in search of my friend? KS retort rendered Itachi and Sasuke silent, as it seemed she had not explicitly declared an intent to destroy Konoha. Furthermore, the Susanoo was a rare ocular technique capable of flight, which made her logic appear sound. I am Uchiha Sasuke. If you know Boruto, you should have mentioned me, Sasuke stated after a moment of contemplation, aiming to extract proof of K's claims without flaws. Shifting his approach. Are you competing with Boruto's mother for his father's affection? K's eyes gleamed with curiosity, her earlier murderous intent dissipating as she regarded Sasuke with intrigue. If Sasuke heard praise or terms like perfect master from Boruto's lips, he would undoubtedly be skeptical. Yet, this absurd comparison truly sounded like something Boruto would say. A normal person could not concoct such a ridiculous statement. I am going to mark this brat's body. Sasuke gritted his teeth, his expression mirroring that of Uchiha Light just moments ago. How exactly did this rascal present himself to others? He certainly deserved a beating. Your Susanoo is too dangerous. We cannot allow you to pass. If you are willing to deactivate this ability, we can escort you to Konoha. This concerns the village's safety. And I hope you can understand, Itachi said, his lips twitching as if he wished to smile, yet he maintained a serious demeanor while addressing Uchiha Light. Are you not deceiving me? The Uchiha clan is filled with liars and scum, Uchiha Light replied warily, uncertain if deactivating her Susanoo would provoke these two adults, especially since they belong to the Uchiha clan. You do not trust us. Do you not even trust Boruto? Sasuke interjected. Upon hearing Boruto's name, Uchiha Light found herself immobilized. After much contemplation, she agreed to their request, mentally preparing herself to resist if necessary. Very well, I shall accompany you, Uchiha Light stated as she deactivated her Susanoo, her Sharingan reverting to its original black. Itachi stepped forward, using Susanoo's hands to catch the young girl before soaring towards Konoha. For the moment, Uchiha Light sensed no malice from Itachi, perhaps due to his elder brotherly aura that offered her a sense of security, in stark contrast to Sasuke, whom she found rather unpleasant. Meanwhile, at the top of Konoha's gates, Naruto awaited their arrival, having prepared himself for the sudden appearance of Jiraiya and Tsunade's summoning beasts. As he noticed Itachi's Susanoo approaching, his heart lightened slightly. At least Itachi's presence was a positive sign. As they neared the gates, the Susanoo vanished, and Itachi, along with Sasuke and Uchiha Light, landed before Naruto. Uchiha Light was mesmerized by Konoha's elevated vistas upon her first visit, her eyes sparkling with wonder. The thought that this would be the place where she and Boruto would live filled her with anticipation. Who is this? Naruto inquired, glancing at Sasuke. I do not know. She is the user of the red Susanoo and is searching for Boruto, Sasuke replied, shaking his head. Their brief skirmish had revealed her strength, but he had not inquired about her name. Young lady, who are you, and why are you looking for Boruto? Naruto approached Uchiha Light, who was initially cautious of this adult. However, upon seeing his appearance, her gaze became fixed. Naruto radiated a warm chakra akin to a gentle sun, and his smile resembled Boruto's. Are you Boruto's father? Uchiha Light ventured, though she already felt assured of the answer. It was no surprise that they resembled each other, both exuding a sunny disposition. Indeed, I am Uzumaki Naruto, the seventh Hokage, Naruto replied with a smile, playfully adjusting his cloak to impress the young girl. Pleasure to meet you. I am Uchiha Light, Boruto's friend, also known as Nameless, she said, placing her hands together in front of her, attempting to convey politeness despite her limited understanding of formalities. Sasuke clenched his teeth at this. How is it that this Uchiha girl bent the rules so easily, showing respect to the Uzumaki while treating her own clan with disdain? Wait, you are Nameless? Aren't you from the Warring States period? Naruto's expression turned bewildered. Quickly recalling who Uchiha Light was, the young girl Boruto spoke of daily, as if she had stepped out of a story. Did Boruto not mention it? I was sealed during the Warring States period and arrived in modern times after my release, Uchiha Light explained, nodding as she briefly recounted her origins. The confusion in Itachi and Sasuke's hearts began to dissipate. The Uchiha clan should not have lost members. If she had been sealed away, it made sense. Oh, so you were responsible for that moon earlier? Naruto suddenly pieced everything together and inquired about Uchiha Light. Indeed, uncle, I wish to see Boruto, Uchiha Light said urgently, her heart racing at the thought of any last-minute obstacles preventing her from meeting him. Very well, I shall fetch him. Naruto initially intended to take Uchiha Light home, but recalling the village's regulations, he decided to leave her there while he retrieved Boruto. With that, Naruto vanished before Uchiha Light, leaving a kunai behind. he reappeared at home, hastily making his way to the living room where Boruto sat lost in thought. Hokage-sama. Senju was the first to notice Naruto's arrival, followed by Sarada, both calling out in unison. It was then that Boruto realized his father had returned. "Father, what is happening? Why did a fight break out so suddenly?" Boruto was anxious to seize Naruto and inquire earnestly, but Naruto merely shook his head and approached, grasping Boruto's arm. "Hold your questions for now. Come with me," Naruto stated, employing the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing with Boruto before the bewildered gaze of the two girls, Senju and Sarada, who exchanged puzzled looks, filled with questions regarding Naruto's intentions. Surely, he did not intend to drag Boruto into battle. In an instant, Naruto and Boruto reappeared atop the rooftop, where he had previously left the kunai. Boruto felt a wave of dizziness from the spatial transfer and was about to voice his grievances towards his father when suddenly, someone rushed toward him and plunged into his embrace. "Who are you?" Boruto instinctively wanted to push the person away, but upon glancing down and recognizing the familiar hair and height, he promptly closed his mouth. He gently wrapped his arms around the back of Uchiha Kagami, realizing that this was indeed the sensation he had longed for. "Ah, Kagami, you have returned." Boruto, cradling Uchiha Hikari, joyfully exclaimed that although he was uncertain about how Hikari had manifested, he was immensely pleased, for it signified the successful fruition of their prior plans. Hikari had indeed arrived in the future, right by his side. Boruto, I'm back." "Wah." Uchiha Hikari clung tightly to Boruto, bursting into tears. Just moments ago, she had been commanding Susanoo to pursue two formidable Uchiha brothers, and now she was reduced to a weeping figure. Boruto awkwardly patted her shoulder, offering words of comfort in a somewhat flustered manner. After a brief while, Hikari's tears subsided, leaving Boruto's sleeve damp from wiping her face, which left him feeling somewhat helpless. Hikari had a propensity for tears, and he resolved to find a way to prevent her from crying in the future. When Hikari lifted her head, her eyes, now swollen from crying, had unconsciously manifested into the Sharingan. The intensity of her emotions had caused her to revert to a familiar appearance, one that Boruto recognized well. "Is it truly you, Boruto?" Hikari seemed apprehensive, fearing that the scene before her was merely an illusion or that Boruto was not the person she knew. She repeatedly reassured herself that she had not erred in her arrival. "Yes, we met just yesterday, but for you, it must feel like an eternity has passed. I feared it would take a long time to find you, so seeing you so soon is truly wonderful." With a joyful smile, Boruto spoke, prompting Uchiha Hikari to embrace him tightly. This time, however, she did not weep. Instead, she simply reveled in the warmth of his familiar embrace, a temperature that lingered in her memories, never forgotten for even a moment. "Pardon my interruption, but the battle outside continues. Might we allow them to return first?" Naruto observed the affectionate scene between his son and the young girl, feeling a sense of pride as he recognized how much his child had grown, increasingly resembling himself. Yet, there were more pressing matters at hand. He needed to ensure that Uchiha Hikari comprehended the significance of her actions. Can Hikari send the ninjas back? Prior to Boruto's involvement with the Uchiha clan's Kei, he was utterly oblivious to the unfolding events outside. Kei nodded, acknowledging that she had been somewhat coerced by the likes of Muto and others into taking such actions. Fortunately, the repercussions were not severe. Otherwise, she would have found it difficult to face Boruto. "I can lift the brainwashing induced by Tsuki no Mi. Yet restoring the memories of so many individuals at once requires assistance," Kei remarked. This was her inaugural mission within the Uzumaki household, and she was determined to execute it flawlessly to leave a favorable impression on Boruto's father. "What kind of assistance?" Naruto inquired. "I need someone who leaves a profound impact on the hearts of all ninjas. That individual will serve as the anchor to unravel the ocular technique." "Who among you fits this description?" Kei elucidated her ocular technique, noting that unbinding each person individually would be rather inefficient. "Isn't that me?" Naruto proclaimed, gesturing towards his own visage. Indeed, his reputation was remarkably indelible, not only for his dazzling feats during the Fourth Great Ninja War, but also for repelling the God Tree and liberating everyone from the infinite Tsukuyomi. What ninja is unaware of Naruto's illustrious name? Indeed, my father may lack other talents, but when it comes to leaving a lasting impression, he excels immensely. As Boruto nodded in agreement, Uchiha Hikari revealed a faint smile, lifting his right hand to rest upon Naruto's forehead while forming a hand seal with his other hand. A golden radiance enveloped Naruto, bursting through the heavens and dispersing around him, ultimately descending into the minds of every ninja present. Uchiha Hikari disseminated profound memories of Naruto, allowing him to recollect other fragments of his past, and thereby restoring him from the state of manipulation. The ninjas engaged in battle gradually regained their senses, exchanging bewildered glances with their comrades from various nations, as they awoke to find themselves inexplicably participating in the Fourth Great Ninja War once again, their allies by their side. What has happened? Gaara roused from his confusion, only to discover that his body lay immobile, seemingly sealed by some force. As he glanced around, his eyes fell upon a familiar figure with crimson hair. This woman, adorned in red, appeared somewhat familiar. At that moment, silver chains extended from her back, one ensnaring Gaara, while others encircled a multitude of ninjas. Awake now, Kazekage-sama? Kushina smiled upon seeing Gaara as the first to regain consciousness, proud that her son had swiftly overcome the control of the puppet master. Uzumaki, Kushina? Gaara instinctively called the name of the woman before him, only to receive a playful punch to his head. The esteemed Kazekage endured the blow without a hint of resentment. You are the same age as Naruto and a friend. So you should address me as Andy, you impolite little rascal. Kushina retracted her fist, while Gaara merely smiled gently. The term friend held great significance. Not only did Naruto regard him as a companion, but the elders of his household also viewed him as a junior, entirely disregarding his status as Kazekage. Gaara, a yellow-haired woman, dashed forward, embracing him tightly, her body trembling as if on the verge of tears. Himawari, I had a long dream. As if I returned to the infinite Tsukuyami. Everything is fine now. Gaara gently patted his sister's back. This sister had married far from the hidden leaf and seldom crossed paths with him, and it was perhaps this distance that spared her from the influence of the Tsukuyami. He had not anticipated their reunion on the battlefield. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as a figure descended from the sky. Once the dust settled, a young boy was seen pressing the heads of two burly men into the ground. Grandma, I've captured two more, Yui exclaimed, lifting the two men by their necks. Gaara's expression twisted in disbelief as he recognized them as the former Raikage and his brother, Killer Bee. Their sizes were incomparable to Yui's, yet they had been so effortlessly subdued by a child. Waking up to eat dirt is truly astonishing. Killer Bee spat out the soil from his mouth, expressing his confusion and predicament in his characteristic rap style. Who dares to feed me dirt? I will crush you. The Raikage seethed with rage, his whiskers quivering. Upon seeing them return to normal, Yui released them onto the ground, and the brothers turned to face her, their expressions akin to that of encountering a ghost. Oh, little rascal, not even my grandfather has ever struck me like that. Truly, the student surpasses the master. Killer Bee snapped his fingers at Yui. Recalling the famed battle of Minato against the two brothers and a host of lightning ninjas, now replicated in a far more effortless manner by Yui. Glad to see you're back to normal. By the way, it was Rock Lee who held you two in check. I merely lent a hand. Yui replied with an air of maturity, as if she were far older than them. The Raikage swallowed his indignation, contemplating whether it was appropriate to take offense with a child. Ultimately, he decided to restrain his anger for the moment, intending to confront her father later. News of victories from the front line soon reached Naruto's ears, prompting a sigh of relief as he glanced at Boruto, who was engaged in an earnest exchange of ideas with Uchiha Hikari. The scene appeared quite heartwarming, however. There were still matters to address regarding Hikari's desire to join the Leaf Village family. How does this child know Boruto? Itachi inquired of Naruto, having heard of Uchiha Hikari's origins. Yet, he and Sasuke were curious about how a child sealed for centuries could be connected to Boruto. It was an unexpected occurrence caused by Yui. Naruto briefly explained the situation as he understood it. After the war erupted, he had little time to attend to family matters, merely mentioning Boruto's friendship with Uchiha Hikari. No wonder she harbors such animosity towards the Uchiha. She must be a child redeemed by Boruto. Itachi nodded in understanding. The Uchiha clan had long been dehumanized since the Warring States period, and such actions were entirely within the realm of possibility. Then why did she use the Tsukuyami to control so many people and instigate war? Sasuke queried, noting that Hikari's relationship with Boruto made it unlikely for her to attack the Leaf Village. Moreover, she was certainly affiliated with that secret organization, complicating matters further. That is a question for her to answer. As you know, the Leaf Village does not readily accept outsiders, so there is a process to follow, Naruto replied. The Leaf Village had developed rapidly over the years, attracting many who wished to migrate there. Yet it remained fundamentally a ninja village rather than a commercial hub, maintaining stringent control over outsiders, particularly ninjas. Dad, what are you planning? You cannot harm Hikari. Boruto seemed to have heard Naruto's words. At this moment, He positioned Uchiha Hikari behind him and mustered the courage to address Naruto, who said anything about harming her. In a little while, Ibiki will come by to conduct a routine procedure, asking her about her experiences. You wouldn't want her to become an undocumented citizen, would you? Naruto gently patted Boruto's head and remarked, one cannot simply grant Uchiha Hikari an identity merely because he is the Hokage. That would be a dereliction of duty. However, considering Hikari's experiences, it likely won't require an extensive verification process. Is it that scar-faced man? Don't frighten Hikari. I will accompany her. After pondering for quite some time, Boruto finally recalled who Ibiki was. He was a formidable figure, renowned for his expertise in interrogation and tormenting foes. Even at nearly 60 years of age, he remained active on the front lines of torture, making it rather peculiar that Boruto would place his trust in such a person. Very well, Naruto conceded, as he still held a certain degree of privilege. The current state of Uchiha Kagami was also rather unstable. If he did not ensure her watch over Boruto, one could only speculate what might transpire. This girl possessed an unfathomable power, and naturally, Naruto wished for her to become a part of Konohagakure. Boruto let out a sigh of relief, only to suddenly feel a chilling sensation behind him, causing him to shiver. When he turned around, he discovered that Uchiha Kagami had inexplicably swapped places with Sasuke. Behind him stood his master, while Kagami had moved to Itachi's side. Boruto's hair stood on end in fear. Just as he contemplated fleeing, Sasuke firmly grasped his shoulder. Attempting to struggle, Boruto unleashed an elbow strike, only to have it effortlessly blocked by Sasuke's other hand. Using heavenly hand power against me is utterly unfair. I'm still just a child, Boruto shouted loudly, oblivious to where the issue lay. However, Sasuke's intent to kill was evidently sincere, particularly in regard to the serious intent of inflicting harm upon him. How did you introduce me in front of your friends? Sasuke inquired with a detached expression, recognizing that certain matters must reach a resolution today. He felt compelled to impart a lesson to Boruto. Otherwise, he might find himself misrepresented in the future. Sasuke, uncle, master, I didn't. Please, allow me to explain. Boruto was drenched in cold sweat. He had hardly spoken any words of praise for Sasuke in front of Uchiha Kagami, mostly uttering remarks that were hard to bear. Yet now, it appeared that Sasuke was already aware of this. Boruto felt a sudden whirlwind of disorientation. When he regained his senses, he found himself seized by Sasuke. His ankles held firmly with his head dangling downward. A surge of azure chakra emanated from Sasuke's left hand, aimed directly at Boruto's rear. AKA, you've betrayed me. Boruto's anguished cries echoed against the gates of Konoha. He was not foolish, aware that it must have been Uchiha Light who divulged something to Sasuke, leading to his current predicament. The chakra-infused reprimand was excruciating. He could hardly endure it. Upon witnessing Boruto's plight, Uchiha Light's eyes reddened with concern, and she instinctively moved to assist him. However, Naruto gently restrained her. It is the teacher punishing the student. There is nothing we can do, he said earnestly. Uchiha Light glanced at Naruto and then at Boruto, choosing to trust the uncle beside her. After all, if Boruto's own father spoke thus, she felt compelled to merely observe. After a brief interval, Boruto's ordeal concluded, leaving him sobbing on the ground, as if he had borne the weight of countless grievances. Uchiha Light approached, her heart aching for him, softly offering words of comfort. Only the Uzumaki clan possesses such resilience to endure this. My family cannot withstand it, and besides, it's easier for boys to fight. Sasuke's expression visibly brightened. At home, he could not even scold his daughter, let alone strike her. Unlike Boruto, who could be reprimanded without the need for hospital visits, he merely awaited Boruto's recovery. Little Light, the situation is dire. We seek to eradicate the organization that has controlled you. Can you guide us? Naruto suddenly recalled that Uchiha Light was now free. However, the malevolent organization remained afoot. And as Hokage, he could not remain idle, thus presenting her with this request. Certainly, Uchiha Light replied, harboring a deep-seated hatred for those individuals. Were it not for Boruto, she could single-handedly topple their stronghold. Now that Naruto had made a request, she was eager to comply. I will use the Flying Thunder God technique to take you there. Grasp my hand. Naruto extended his hand, and Uchiha Light seized it, a warm current surging through her heart. She felt an inexplicable assurance that he would not treat her as those nefarious individuals had, recognizing him as a truly trustworthy ninja. I will go too. I will go too. Boruto immediately ran over and grasped the hand of Uchiha Hikari, stating that in such a short span of time, the wounds on his backside had nearly healed. One cannot help but marvel at the formidable constitution of the Uzumaki clan. Naruto raised his other hand and placed it upon Sasuke's shoulder, while Itachi seized Sasuke's arm. In an instant, Naruto activated the Flying Thunder God technique, and Uchiha Hikari was enveloped in a blur before finding himself in a familiar valley, the very place he had visited earlier. Impressive, Uchiha Hikari sincerely praised. It took her considerable time, relying on her complete Susanoo, to reach Konoha, yet Naruto had transported them here in the blink of an eye. The modern ninjutsu had become incomprehensible to her. Naruto's marked point was on Jiraiya, and the logic was quite simple to deduce. Jiraiya and Tsunade had witnessed Uchiha Hikari's Susanoo and issued a warning, while Hikari had emerged from a clandestine organization. Thus, the location of their observation was close to the organization's base, allowing for immediate support to Jiraiya and Tsunade. Huff, huff. As soon as Naruto landed, he heard the sound of labored breathing. Turning to investigate, he discovered Jiraiya half-kneeling on the ground, his face stained with blood, while Tsunade appeared somewhat weakened. She had activated the 100 healing technique, yet the chakra within her was dwindling. Master, are you all right? Naruto approached Jiraiya and placed his right hand on his shoulder. Channeling the power of Yang released to swiftly mend his injuries. Sasuke and Itachi remained vigilant, eyeing the enemy before them, a man named Millie Dejin, who stood opposite them. His bandages now undone, revealing a pair of unusual eyes resembling Uchiha Hikari's Mangeki Sharingan, albeit adorned with mechanical structures at the corners. My apologies, Naruto. Despite having intelligence, we were unable to evade the power of the seal, resulting in the depletion of most of our chakra, and this fellow possesses a complete Susanoo. Jiraiya said with a bitter smile. If the intelligence had been lacking, one could argue their misfortune. Yet knowing the adversary wielded sealing powers and still falling victim to it only served to remind him of his advancing age. We previously believed the technique required activation through the moon, hence we chose to engage in battle during the day. Little did we anticipate that the medium was not the moon, but rather those very eyes, Tsunade stated, her voice tinged with fatigue. Ultimately, while the information was available, it proved insufficient. Who would have thought that such an overwhelmingly potent force could be invoked merely through eye contact? Moreover, there had been no intelligence regarding the extraction of chakra, only that there was a risk of being controlled. Hikari, why does he possess your eyes? Boruto pointed at Miryujin and inquired, for he was well acquainted with the eyes of Uchiha Hikaru and could discern that the other possessed a similar pair. Those were mechanical eyes. I had once been tasked with gazing at them for several hours, and it must have been during that time that the ocular technique was replicated, which I am still capable of utilizing. Uchiha Hikaru recalled the experiments he had participated in at the base and concluded that his ocular technique had been replicated, rather than stolen, for he could still wield it himself. Fortunately, it did not exert control over Jiraiya. Boruto let out a sigh of relief, stating that the ability to extract chakra was merely a fraction of his powers. If Jiraiya were to be controlled, Naruto would undoubtedly find it difficult to engage in battle against his master. Since he had not taught Naruto the hand seals for mind control, he could only utilize powers that did not require such seals. Uchiha Hikari casually glanced at Miryujin before approaching Jiraiya and Tsunade, dispelling the seals placed upon them. This particular technique was one that only she had mastered. Miryujin had merely scratched the surface of its intricacies. The seals have been lifted, Uchiha Hikari announced. Jiraiya and Tsunade regarded the young Uchiha girl with curiosity, realizing that she was likely the user of the Crimson Susanoo, an impressive feat for someone so youthful. Wooming. Have you betrayed the organization? Miryujin felt a sensation akin to swallowing a fly, vexed by Wooming's sudden departure and the unexpected arrival of two titans of the ninja world. While he felt confident in confronting Jiraiya and Tsunade, the thought of facing Naruto and Sasuke in their prime filled him with dread, as the path ahead seemed increasingly constricted. Silence, scum. I have never joined your ranks. You caused me to forget Boruto, leading us to this moment of confrontation. I would relish the thought of nailing you in the sewers and allowing rats to feast upon your remains. Uchiha Hikari retorted fiercely, nearly choking Boruto with her words. He gently tugged at Hikari's hand, inquiring about her sudden hostility. Hikari, why are you so aggressive? It's all due to the incessant annoyance from those characters in the game. Uchiha Hikari lamented. Her role as an NPC had not only subjected her to Boruto's frustrations, but also to the disrespect from other players. After all, it was her design. Those who treated NPCs as human were the true anomalies. Game. Boruto inquired with a hint of confusion, evidently unaware of Uchiha Hikari's additional identity within the game, as their appearances bore little resemblance to one another. I will discuss it with you later. Uchiha Hikari cast a gentle glance at the crystal pendant adorning Boruto's neck, a gift she had bestowed upon him during her nameless days, surprised that he would carry it with him. The two dear friends were, in fact, one and the same. She pondered how he would react upon discovering this truth. Come now, Mr. Miryujin, reveal your intentions, Naruto said, his right hand pressed against his left palm, eager for action. The principal figure stood before him, and he kindly granted the opportunity for the adversary to deliver their final words. I am the heir of pain. Miryujin's declaration was startling, causing Naruto to furrow his brow. He had not anticipated hearing Nagato's codename in this place, thus altering his perception of Miryujin. You do not comprehend the magnitude of your transgressions. Miryujin raised a finger, pointing at Naruto and Sasuke as though he were delineating a grand narrative. Naruto, as ever, remained somewhat oblivious to the academic nuances, while Sasuke, suppressing his urge to draw his sword, chose to listen intently. Our organization, Zero, derives its name from the concept of returning the ninja world to zero. But why must we revert to this state? You claim to inquire, yet you pose the question to us? Naruto retorted. This is because the era you have forged is fundamentally flawed. Although I established this organization, every member here has joined of their own volition, opposing the two of you. What are you trying to convey? Sasuke asked impatiently, feeling the urge to strike Naruto for wasting time when a direct confrontation would suffice. Very well, I shall present my conclusion first. This world yearns for conflict. Perhaps you have grown complacent in this era of peace. Yet peace eradicates discord, and tranquility obliterates the essence of a ninja's existence. In this age devoid of the pursuit of battle, where shall those tormented by this distortion find refuge? Zero offers them a haven. For some, the meaning of existence is to fight. Others seek strength through battle, while some survive as mercenaries. You have extinguished all their avenues for survival. They crave conflict, bloodshed, and the release of their emotions. This aligns perfectly with Pain's ideology of ruling through power. Miryujin eloquently articulated his vision, acknowledging that Pain had indeed begun with such principles. The Akatsuki was a mercenary organization, and Pain had wielded formidable strength to dominate the land of rain. However, the subsequent path diverged entirely. Although Nagato's methods were brutal, his underlying desire was for eternal peace. Had he observed the current era, he would undoubtedly endorse it rather than oppose it. That is not the case, Brother Nagato. When have you ever been so superficial? Naruto shot a glance at Jiraiya beside him and mustered the courage to counter Miryujin's assertions. When it came to those he held dear, especially regarding his brotherly ties, Naruto could not suppress his emotions. I acknowledge his philosophy but do not intend to replicate his actions. I shall build my ideal era upon his thoughts, obliterating the current ninja world and returning to a time of chaos. Once I achieve this, I will surpass Pain and be deemed a god. Miryujin shook his head, asserting that theoretically, if he could indeed dismantle the ninja world, he would undoubtedly be recognized as the strongest, a title of divinity not unfitting. Yet, dissent arose among those present. You only wish to propagate misfortune. It is individuals like you who inflict suffering upon countless nameless souls. You deserve to perish. Boruto glared at Mitsuki with gritted teeth. Though he did not comprehend the entirety of the situation, the mere fact that they had returned to an era of conflict warranted 1,000 deaths for the person before him. After all, the peace that his forebears had painstakingly established had been jeopardized, and through countless untold stories, Boruto had come to grasp the gravity of this reality. You little brat. If I get the chance, I will be the first to end your life. It is because of you that Nameless betrayed me. Upon hearing Boruto's vehement outcry, Mitsuki shot him a fierce look, her heart bleeding with anguish. Ever since Nameless had departed, her thoughts had been consumed by a singular torment. Nameless, my Nameless. How could someone have taken you away? I despise this. She is not Nameless. Her name is Uchiha Hikari, my dearest friend. Boruto stood in front of Uchiha Light, and upon witnessing Moryu's current state, he couldn't help but recall the forced actions that Light had been compelled to undertake under his command, igniting a deep-seated resentment within him. Boruto is a cultured individual, and it would be unbecoming for him to utter vulgarities in greeting the family of Mito. Moreover, given his appearance, it is likely that he has no family to speak of. Thus, Boruto's gaze shifted, and he began to showcase the peculiar knowledge he had acquired from social media platforms. Furthermore, you, in your disheveled state, have spoken of many grand notions. Yet, why do you still rely on the eyes of Akira? Is it because you consider yourself an ineffective adult? Indeed, at your age, if you were truly capable, why did you not intervene during the Fourth Great Ninja War to thwart Uchiha Ibito? Obito aspired to become the god of a new world, a vision in direct conflict with your ideals. Where, pray tell, were you lurking to observe during that tumultuous time? In a moment of utter disbelief, Boruto found himself at a loss for words, unable to refute the undeniable truth that surrounded him. The situation had escalated beyond his control, and the idea of seeking out Uchiha Madara seemed ludicrous. Ultimately, he was left hanging like an old relic from the past, having accomplished nothing of significance. Struck at his core, his chakra began to surge uncontrollably. Oh dear, my son possesses an astonishing level of aggression. Is this truly the essence of a new era shinobi? Naruto, standing nearby, was rendered speechless by his son's actions, who, without uttering a single curse, had managed to humiliate him thoroughly. Laughter erupted from the vicinity, as Sasuke found himself amused by the talents of this young prodigy. Thus, we grant you this opportunity. Defeat us, and none shall stand in your way. Sasuke remarked with a smile, addressing Boruto. The two reigning strongest shinobi stood before him, and should he succeed, all others would be compelled to bow in submission. The mightiest in the ninja world, wielding the powers of the Mangekyou Sharingan, viewed others merely as insignificant insects. With gritted teeth, Boruto activated his ocular techniques. And as the Ninja Alliance regained their senses, they felt a significant portion of their chakra drained, siphoned effortlessly to Boruto, allowing his pilfered Mangekyou to unleash its true potential. A crimson aura enveloped Boruto's being as the complete form of Susanoo manifested, elevating him into the skies. He erupted into a triumphant and maniacal laughter, reveling in the fact that, as an ordinary ninja without a bloodline limit, he had harnessed the Uchiha clan's most formidable power. How could one not feel exhilarated by such an achievement? Yet, I must ask, is Susanoo not a bit too reliant on the environment? Boruto gazed at the laughing Mitsuki, and after considerable contemplation, he expressed his thoughts. Reflecting on past battles, he perceived that Susanoo did not appear particularly formidable. At least, those extraterrestrial beings seemed unperturbed by it. It seemed that even his aunt could easily overpower such a technique. Thus, why did Mitsuki entertain the notion of his invincibility? Naruto, have you regressed due to your constant office duties? If you cannot keep pace with me, just admit it. Sasuke cast off his cloak, draping it over Boruto. Disregarding his complaints, the sixth tomo of his Rinnegan glimmered with a rare seriousness. I have been diligently training as well, Naruto replied, a hint of unease in his tone. The last time he visited the training grounds was quite some time ago. Throughout the year, he had only taken a break during the new year. His days were consumed with official duties, while his nights were spent indulging in the affections of his wives. Upon reflection, he recognized that he had indeed fallen short compared to Sasuke in terms of training hours. Golden chakra ignited around Naruto, transforming his cloak into a shimmering golden chakra garment. At the back of this garment were 9 black tomo and a target-like emblem of the shinobi sect. The garment's lapels flared open, revealing a closed circle on his abdomen and 6 golden tomos situated beneath his neck. His signature facial whiskers morphed into 6 dark stripes. 5 black orbs levitated behind Naruto, each of his hands grasping a black rod. These rods, composed of the same material as the seeking truth balls, could manifest various effects depending on their usage. Hey, old man, what are you trying to show off for? Boruto murmured softly, yet the glimmer in his eyes betrayed him. It was virtually impossible for him to witness Naruto in his 6 paths mode under normal circumstances, as Naruto would only activate it in the face of peril. The radiant golden light in the ethereal cloak of chakra represented the epitome of a father in Boruto's heart. Uchiha Kei stepped back, perplexed by the sight before her. The appearance of Sasuke's eyes was unfamiliar to her. Could the Uchiha clan possess such ocular manifestations? Naruto's 6 paths mode instilled a profound sense of danger within her. This form seemed nearly impervious to all ninjutsu and ocular techniques. At that moment, the imprint of the 8,000 spears could not be applied. Even if it were, it would be swiftly eroded by the terrifying might of this mode. After all, an imprint is merely that, not a permanent brand. In battle, sheer size does not equate to superiority. Sasuke lifted his gaze to the towering Susanoo, which reached a height of 200 meters. A fleeting look of disdain crossing his features. A semi-ethereal manifestation of Susanoo emerged behind him, and Sasuke's Susanoo began to weave hand seals, synchronizing with him in the process. Mirajin remained unaware of Sasuke's intentions, but was gripped by an ominous premonition. Suddenly, an immense pressure surged from the sky. Mirajin looked up in astonishment to behold a spherical object resembling the moon descending towards him. Heavenly Obstruction, Falling Star. Sasuke declared the name of the technique, one of the abilities granted by the Rinnegan, allowing him to manipulate celestial meteors. Meteors do not simply materialize from thin air. Had it not been for the fortuitous presence of a meteor in proximity to Earth, captured by the Rinnegan, the caster would have had to prepare a meteoric substitute themselves. Fortunately, after mastering the Earth explosion star, Sasuke had prepared a few spare meteors out of sheer boredom. Sasuke, why are you invoking such a reckless technique? What if there are still civilians around? Naruto exclaimed, his eyes widening in alarm. There were 2 children present. Was this truly appropriate? Moreover, the area of effect of this technique was far too expansive. It was a stroke of luck that the Zero organization chose to establish their base deep within the mountains. With no villages within 100 kilometers, a fact Sasuke had taken into consideration when employing the heavenly obstruction, falling star. Since these individuals are unsatisfied with their current existence, I shall send them to a place where their desires may be fulfilled, Sasuke stated calmly. His intention in casting this technique was to eliminate all at once, leaving no chance for escape. If they reveled in warfare and fervor, then so be it. He would grant them this journey. Is this Sasuke uncle's technique? It's incredibly cool. Boruto gazed at the meteorite descending ominously above him, murmuring to himself. He had rarely witnessed Sasuke engage with earnestness, and now that he had, his admiration for his master deepened profoundly. Such spectacle was beyond the realm of cinematic portrayal. Uchiha Kagami pondered whether he could sever the meteorite, theoretically. It was within the realm of possibility, as the might of Susanoo was undisputed, yet evasion through speed was also an option. Thus, Sasuke's jutsu, while effective against minor adversaries, might hold little sway against the principal threat. Impossible. How could such a thing occur? Mutujin gritted his teeth, watching the meteorite plummet with alarming rapidity. He maneuvered Susanoo, preparing to vacate the blast radius. Only a fool would face it head-on, though his comrades had pledged to share fortunes and misfortunes alike. Mutujin was not a man of his word. He had no intention of sacrificing himself for them. The meteorite descended faster than Mutujin had anticipated. Just as he was about to escape its range, Susanoo abruptly halted, inexplicably returning to the very spot beneath the meteorite. In his previous location stood an orange-hued Susanoo, belonging to Itachi. Oh! Mutujin screamed in sheer desperation, utterly powerless against this inexplicable ability to swap positions. He could only command Susanoo to draw its dual swords and strike vehemently at the meteorite. Boom! The clash between Susanoo's blades and the meteorite resonated with a thunderous impact, leaving a cross-shaped scar on the meteorite's surface until it fragmented into 4 pieces, tumbling downward. A glimmer of awe sparked in Mutujin's mechanical eye. The power of Susanoo was indeed legendary, capable of cleaving such formidable objects. And what of the second one? Sasuke's calm voice drifted into Mutujin's ears, causing the smile on his face to freeze. He watched helplessly as the severed meteorite fell, only to be followed by an even larger one hurtling towards him. No! Mutujin cried out in anguish, as the gargantuan Susanoo was crushed beneath the meteorite's weight, producing earth-shaking tremors. Dust and debris erupted, and the surrounding mountains crumbled, reducing the Zero organization's secret base to ruins. The few who managed to escape were but a fraction of those who had been present. This was the terrifying might of the strongest in the ninja world, and Mutujin's defeat was unequivocal. After all, he was merely a man of technology, utterly oblivious to the true horrors embodied by the ultimate victor of the ninja world war. Stimulating, exhilarating. Boruto spoke with a lingering unease. Recalling the moment when the meteor descended, he had instinctively embraced Uchiha Akira, who also wished to shield him. Yet, they found themselves at the heart of a swirling vortex of golden chakra, encircled by a colossal golden fox. The partially materialized Kurama sheltered them within its form, preventing even the slightest harm from the shockwave of the meteor's fall. Naruto, harnessing the power of Kurama, safeguarded Boruto, Akira, as well as Jiraiya and Tsunade. As for Itachi, he effortlessly managed the residual turbulence. Once the chaos from the meteor subsided, a distinct depression marred the ground, with crimson chakra emanating from its center. And the towering Susanoo stood as if unscathed. Ha ha ha. This power surpasses my expectations. Truly, the Susanoo, which has gathered such an abundance of chakra, is far superior to those imitations. Miryujin's laughter echoed once again, having underestimated the Susanoo enhanced by the 8,000 spears while overestimating the attack from the heavenly obstruction star. In truth, the primary function of such an attack lay in clearing the area to prevent peculiar entities from emerging. Naruto, utilize that technique to deal with him, Sasuke instructed, perceiving Miryujin's current invincibility as tiresome, preferring to dispatch him with their most potent move. No, that simply won't do. The destruction it would cause is far too great. Naruto and Sasuke shared a silent understanding of the jutsu in question. It was the combined ultimate technique once employed against the end-of-days seeking orb, the Rinnegan's godly universal pull. This represented the strongest attack available to Naruto and Sasuke. However, a significant limitation remained. It could only target the air, not the ground. If unleashed upon the earth, it would undoubtedly obliterate the enemy, leaving behind either a sea of magma or a vast inland lake. Naruto's knowledge surpassed Sasuke's in certain areas, particularly regarding the importance of the environment to humanity. Although the place appeared desolate now, it would inevitably transform into a developed area as the human population grew. They had to consider their descendants' future. "You're quite something," Sasuke remarked, exasperated at the concern for environmental issues amidst battle. However, he recognized that this opponent was hardly formidable enough to warrant such extreme measures from Naruto. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the capacity to contemplate these matters. "Don't be upset. We can accomplish this together," Naruto reassured, placing a hand on Sasuke's shoulder. The two merged their chakra, and Kurama's golden form swiftly became fully materialized. Rising upright, it donned a purple armor, wielding a solid sword in its right hand, and assuming a size comparable to Miryugin's Susanoo. "Perish!" Miryujin bellowed as he commanded his Susanoo to charge forth, the ground shaking beneath its colossal steps. The Susanoo's twin swords arced down toward the armored Susanoo. The latter raised its right-hand sword to block, sensing immediately that its strength paled in comparison to the enemy's. It had to use its left hand to press against the sword's back, channeling force upward to withstand the blow. "Not enough. I still possess power," Miryujin shouted, pushing the capabilities of his mechanical eye to the limit. The 8,000 spears siphoned chakra from the surrounding ninja, possessing an extraordinary ability to restore chakra to the engraved figures, functioning akin to a solar-powered battery. Given some time, they could continuously absorb chakra. Naruto and Sasuke observed as vast quantities of blue chakra apparitions surged from the horizon. Their expressions shifted as they intended to thwart Miryujin from absorbing this chakra, only to find the energy veering away and bypassing him, instead flowing into the armored Susanoo. Inside the armored Susanoo, alongside Naruto and Sasuke, were Boruto and Uchiha Akira. At that moment, Akira floated over to Sasuke, resting her right hand on his back. "The chakra Miryujin extracted has been redirected. It's for you," Akira succinctly explained. The 8,000 spears were inherently her innate ability, while the mechanical eye was merely a counterfeit, weak against the genuine article. What Akira could achieve, Miryujin could not. Conversely, Akira could surpass Miryujin in ways that placed them on entirely different tiers. "Well done, young lady," Sasuke offered a rare compliment to someone unfamiliar. Akira's contribution was pivotal. While Sasuke lacked nothing, he was sorely in need of chakra. Despite possessing the ability of the hungry ghost path to absorb chakra from his allies, he had never resorted to such tactics. Akira nodded, initially intending to provide chakra to Boruto's father, but realizing that the man hardly seemed in need of it. While Sasuke was evidently more in deficit, hence the armored Susanoo could not remain in its form for long. With a continuous influx of chakra, Sasuke pushed the capabilities of the armored Susanoo to their zenith. The Susanoo armor enveloping Kurama became increasingly tangible, and the sword in hand ignited with the black flames of Amaterasu. With a powerful thrust, it raised the twin swords before it and forcefully deflected them aside. "No. How could this happen? Nameless." Miryujin's frustration peaked. His mechanical eye began to weep crimson tears, akin to a game where he was suddenly outmaneuvered. As the chakra that should have been is transformed into that of the enemy, and now extracting it was impossible since the contributing ninjas had already fallen. Unable to recover in such a short span, the armored Susanoo wielded the Amaterasu sword, slashing downward, severing Miryujin's Susanoo's arms asunder. Then, with another upward strike, it cleaved a massive gash into the chest of the red Susanoo, exposing Miryujin, who had hidden within. From the beginning, Miryujin had no real chance of victory. He simply refused to accept this reality. Now, confronted with impending defeat, he staggered back, creating distance from the armored Susanoo, contemplating whether to plead for mercy. However, Naruto did not cast a glance toward Miryujin but instead focused on the two children behind him. He made a decision that left Sasuke bewildered. He temporarily retracted Kurama's power, indicating he had no intention of delivering a fatal blow to Miryujin. "Akira, you have been manipulated by this organization and have suffered greatly. Now you have the chance to settle this. Would you like to take matters into your own hands?" Naruto asked, kneeling before Uchiha Akira with a smile. Akira paused, surprised that such a formidable ninja would consider her feelings. Indeed, she yearned for vengeance. Should Miryujin perish without her involvement, she would feel a twinge of regret for not avenging her ordeal herself. Naruto's intention was to ensure she would have no lingering regrets. I want to. Uchiha Akira replied promptly, realizing this was her opportunity to bring closure to her conflict with Miryujin and the Zero organization. Have you seen Boruto use the Rasengan? Naruto inquired next. I have. We work together, she affirmed. Good. Let Boruto assist you. Naruto suggested that the two children collaborate rather than permitting Akira to act alone. A decision he cherished as Boruto, though mischievous, also held a deep regard for his companions, harboring his own resentment for Akira's brainwashing ordeal. Boruto swiftly approached Naruto, seeking his father's assistance. Naruto held the hands of both children, stacking them together, with Boruto's palm on top and Uchiha Hikari supporting his hand from below, while Naruto's large hand formed the base. A blue orb gradually took shape in Boruto's palm, expanding at an astonishing rate until it became so large that Hikari had to look up at it. A heavy sensation enveloped them as the pure chakra sphere pressed down on their palms, and Hikari sensed its wild nature. Yet, the user's chakra was remarkably warm and comforting. Feel free to add some of your chakra, Naruto encouraged gently. Hikari's eyes sparkled with determination. However, she found it challenging to form the seals alone and instinctively glanced at Boruto. Understanding her need, Boruto offered his free hand, their palms coming together in various configurations. With Boruto's knowledge of ninjutsu, he could effortlessly comprehend Hikari's gestures, and they swiftly completed the hand seals for the great fireball technique. Fire chakra began to gather in Hikari's throat as she attempted to channel it into the Rasengan. Instantly, the massive swirling sphere changed color, red flames swirling within, rapidly transforming into fiery dragons that encircled the sphere, making it both heavy and intensely hot. Boruto could feel the moisture on his face evaporating from the heat. Go ahead. I will clear the path for you, Naruto commanded, prompting Kurama to open his mouth, revealing a passage. He led the two children out of Kurama's body, while he himself floated in midair. The two children, however, could not do so unaided, but Naruto was there to assist. With a mighty push from his golden chakra hand beneath the children's feet, he propelled them forward. Both were seasoned ninjas, quickly adapting to the sudden speed and force as they propelled the enormous Rasengan towards Miryujin. Naruto has indeed learned to cultivate the next generation, Jiraiya remarked, watching with a smile of satisfaction as Boruto and Hikari soared into the air. Though Naruto could have easily dealt with Miryujin himself, he chose to grant the two children their moment of combat experience, a decision laden with meaning. Indeed, the era has always belonged to the youth. Naruto has matured. Tsunade reflected, recalling how Jiraiya had trained Naruto in a similar manner. Now, it was time for a generational shift. She contemplated proclaiming that Naruto had grown up, but he had long since matured and was now ready to mentor the next generation, entrusting the future to them. Impossible. I will not lose. How could I be defeated by two little brats? Miryujin, in a frenzy, wept blood from his eyes, saliva dripping from his lips as he vehemently denied his impending defeat. Amaterasu! 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 He unleashed the power of his mechanical eye relentlessly, ignoring the encroaching darkness, as waves of black flames erupted. Yet, each time the flames approached Boruto and Hikari, a truth-seeking ball manifested to shield them, preventing even a glimmer of contact. The severed arm of Susanoo gradually regenerated under Miryujin's madness, raising its newly formed chakra sword to strike downwards. Naruto raised his hands, transforming them into colossal golden palms, directly clasping the sword's blade within his grasp. Hikari felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility behind her, as if there was no need for concern. With the mature adult shielding her and Boruto from the storm, they had now arrived before Miryujin, peering through the cracks in Susanoo to witness the frantic adult within. Prepare yourself. Supergiant Rasengan. At this moment, Boruto was overwhelmed with excitement. This was an opportunity created for him by his father, a chance for real combat. He extended his arm forward, channeling the power of Uchiha Light as he pressed the Rasengan into action, uttering a peculiar name. Boom. The fiery Rasengan collided with the shell of Susanoo, causing it to compress and contort under the impact. Uchiha Light instinctively glanced at the person beside her. Her gaze held no trace of hesitation, only the presence of Boruto, who had stood by her side to arrive here. Aki, welcome back to my side. Boruto turned to Uchiha Light and smiled, his expression mirroring the one etched in his memory, offering a belated welcome. Uchiha Light broke into a joyful smile, revealing a set of small, white teeth. He pressed down on Boruto's hand, intensifying the output of chakra, causing the shell of Susanoo to completely crack open, allowing them to enter within. Sasuke, don't they remind you of us on our first mission in the Land of Waves? Naruto returned to Sasuke's side, gazing at the backs of the two children ahead. Memories from many years past flooding his mind. Back then, he and Sasuke were not particularly strong, and faced with the formidable White's bloodline limit. They could only devise a strategy using the fire release, spiraling sphere to break the deadlock. Such a long time ago, yet it felt like a distant memory. Sasuke furrowed his brow, feigning indifference. But how could he forget their first collaboration against a powerful foe? He simply chose not to acknowledge it verbally. Our new generation has grown up, Naruto remarked with a smile, finding no greater joy for parents than witnessing their children's growth. He believed Sasuke felt similarly, as Boruto was also his disciple. But Boruto is not my daughter, Sasuke replied coolly, devoid of any sentiment of pride. Right, how did it come to this? Where did things go wrong? Naruto's gaze gradually became vacant, his mouth agape in a daze as he pondered how circumstances had unfolded this way, utterly baffled. Where had Sarada gone? In the few minutes that Naruto and Sasuke had been conversing, Muki's defeat was complete. After being struck by the spiraling sphere, the entirety of Susanoo had collapsed, and his body was left charred and battered. He was hurled back, crashing into a pile of rubble, and when he resurfaced, he was gasping for breath. Hooray, we did it! Upon landing, Boruto joyfully exclaimed, experiencing a thrill akin to defeating the final boss in a video game. It must be said that having a strong ally is indeed a comfort. The path carved by his father instills a profound sense of security. However, Boruto eagerly anticipates the day he will mature to a point where he no longer requires his father's guidance, allowing him to command the admiration of all. Boruto, what do you mean by the Boca Spiral Sphere? Inquired Uchiha Light with curiosity. Isn't it a combination of our names? I am Boruto, and you are Akira. Doesn't it sound splendid? Boruto, giving a thumbs up to Uchiha Hikari, remarked that every ninjutsu ought to have a name. Calling it Rasengan felt rather mundane. Thus, he devised a title that belonged to both himself and Hikari. Indeed, a splendid name, he mused. Hikari's smile became more reserved, tinged with a hint of shyness. Yet, if given the choice, she would gladly lend her strength to Boruto in the creation of spheres. What are you contemplating, Sasuke? Naruto inquired, rejoining Sasuke after retracting the power of the six paths. The expression on Naruto's face did not reflect the resolution of troubles. Rather, he appeared lost in thought. That mechanical eye possesses the capability to replicate the Sharingan, even harnessing Susanoo. Who could have conceived such a thing? Sasuke questioned, recalling his time spent with Orochimaru, who had an almost obsessive fascination with the Sharingan. The emergence of this mechanical eye seemed explicitly designed to counter it. Are you referring to Orochimaru? No, it's not that snake uncle. It's the work of someone from the side of Fangzhou. He previously reported this matter to me, and upon deeming it too perilous, I halted the research. However, a traitor within the organization pilfered the incomplete mechanical eye and its data. It appears they have aligned with this individual, Naruto elucidated to Sasuke. As scientific advancement burgeoned in Konoha, various research institutions emerged, with the most formidable scientist being one named Fangzhou, who inadvertently created the mechanical eye as a prototype. And the traitor? Sasuke inquired. Unknown. If this place were still intact, we might have been able to search for them. But now Naruto glanced around at the devastation. Swallowing his words, Sasuke had cleared the area too swiftly. Naruto had no opportunity to intervene. Given the current circumstances, it was likely that all were lost. You should have mentioned this sooner, Sasuke exclaimed, gripping Naruto's collar, a look of displeasure etched upon his face. Had he known of such a traitor within the organization, he would have prioritized finding and eliminating them before clearing the area. And you only ask now, Naruto retorted, also seizing Sasuke's collar. The two engaged in a playful struggle amidst the ruins, neither willing to concede fault. Do they often behave this way? Uchiha Hikari observed, wide-eyed at the sight of the two adults grappling with each other. These two were arguably the strongest in the shinobi world, yet they appeared as juvenile as children, with Boruto displaying greater maturity than either of them. Indeed, they seem utterly oblivious to the time and place. Boruto adjusted his forehead protector and redirected his gaze towards Uchiha Light. Feeling somewhat flustered under Boruto's scrutiny, Light cast his eyes downward, fixating on his own sandals. There will be another questioning session ahead, Boruto reassured him, so do not be anxious. Just recount our story, and I shall stand by you. Boruto grasped the hand of Uchiha Light and said, At that moment, she comprehended his previous contemplations, which were still centered on his future. Joyfully, she lifted her head, revealing a beaming smile as she nodded at Boruto, silently understanding each other's thoughts. Hey, Naruto, you should return to the village now. The cleanup crew of ninjas can handle things here, Jiraiya called out from atop a rock, waving at Naruto. As the Hokage, Naruto could not afford to be away from the village for too long, and it was evident that the subsequent matters here did not require his oversight. All right. Are you all coming back with me? Naruto replied, nodding. He had dismissed the matter concerning Suki, considering such a person hardly significant. Before long, he would forget all about it. For now, he merely wished to return to the village and check on the situation at the front lines. No, even though this place has turned into ruins, there should still be things worth investigating. We will stay a bit longer. Jiraiya's professional instincts kicked in. He relished the thrill of searching for useful clues in abandoned, suspicious locations, finding joy in the endeavor, while also experiencing outdoor survival with his wife. Boruto, take good care of my daughter. If you dare to bully her, I will have to deal with your father, Tsunade said, approaching Boruto with a smile, her hand affectionately ruffling his vibrant blonde hair, reminiscent of how she used to with young Naruto. I'm the one being bullied here, you know? Boruto expressed his wishes. Yet he had not yet revealed the incident from yesterday when he was pummeled by Shinja Kakashi. Tsunade, unable to suppress her amusement, was aware that her daughter's circle of friends was limited, with only a handful of close companions, and Boruto was the sole male among them. Naruto soon returned to the village gate accompanied by his comrades, where two figures draped in black cloaks, adorned with red clouds reminiscent of Itachi's attire, stood atop the gate. Brother Obito, Naruto greeted one of the middle-aged men, whose face was lined with deep wrinkles, with a cheerful wave. This time, during the Great Ninja War, all the village's top-tier combatants had departed. The reason for not fearing any enemy's diversion tactics was that Naruto had reliable allies watching over the village, ensuring that external foes could not exploit any vulnerabilities. Naruto, has everything been resolved? Uchiha Obito inquired, his appearance unchanged from the past, with his right eye bearing the Sharingan and his left the Rinnegan, strikingly similar to Sasuke when they stood side by side. However, the Sharingan in his right eye was no longer original. Obito had sacrificed it to resurrect those who perished during the war, using his Anaji to alter the tragic fate wrought by the Rinnegan's innate technique, resulting in the loss of one of his Mangekyou Sharingan. The only remaining Mangekyou was still within Kakashi's possession, a gift from Obito, who had no intention of reclaiming it. Yes, it's been entirely resolved. Are you planning to stay in Konoha for a few days? Rin and Aoi must have missed you greatly, Naruto said warmly, always radiating warmth like the sun. Yet, Obito's expression turned troubled as he contemplated his predicament, ultimately voicing his concerns. Naruto, I actually feel somewhat fearful facing Aoi as she has grown. I worry that if she learns of my past actions, it may cause her harm. I can bear anything myself, but the child is innocent. Obito spoke with evident conflict. He had long harbored thoughts of atoning for his sins through death, yet he recognized that such an act would merely be an evasion of responsibility. Rin had forbidden him from escaping reality in that manner, and both Minato and Kushina would not allow him to abandon his life in front of his comrades. Thus, he persevered, dedicating himself to safeguarding the peace of the ninja world, ensuring that the horrors of the past would not resurface. Despite being a man burdened by grave transgressions, he remained cautiously protective of his family. As his daughter matured, a sense of unease enveloped him. What would she think if she discovered his past? It seemed inherently unjust for her to be born as the child of a sinner. Naruto, upon hearing Obito's words, could only sigh, acknowledging that this confrontation was inevitable. And it appeared that others could offer no assistance. Everyone makes mistakes. I believe Aoi might have already deduced some truths. She is quite perceptive. At an appropriate moment, you should have a conversation with her. The subsequent matters can be addressed by her peers. Boruto excels in such discussions, Naruto advised. Aoi and Sarada would eventually learn of their father's pasts, and the signs were already evident. Both Uchiha fathers were often absent, as if evading the village. After speaking, Naruto shot a glance at Sasuke. Sasuke felt inexplicably caught in the crossfire, pondering how he had done nothing significant. His only transgression had been in his youth as a rogue ninja, attempting to annihilate Konoha but failing, and assaulting the 5 Kage summit, resulting in the death of a temporary 6th Hokage. Would Sarada also become fixated on such matters? Me? Boruto found himself in a perplexing situation, wondering why such matters had unexpectedly fallen upon him. He was well aware of the dubious deeds committed by Uncle Obito the first time he learned of them, His blood pressure soared. However, neither his father nor his grandfather, who were directly involved, had uttered a word, leaving him, as a younger generation, with no choice but to accept it. It is worth mentioning that there was a time when Boruto observed Uchiha Aiko with a curious gaze, pondering how she would react if she discovered Uncle Obito's actions. Indeed, he mused, perhaps at this juncture, reliance on comrades was the only recourse. Obito, touching his head with a wry smile, acknowledged his powerlessness in the matter, knowing he would eventually have to confront such challenges. His only hope was that the suffering would be borne by him, sparing his daughter from pain. Is this the child? Obito inquired, casting his gaze toward Aiko, who stood beside Boruto. He could easily discern that the previous blood moon was the handiwork of the Uchiha clan, and now, seeing Aiko, he understood that the true protagonist had arrived. Yes, her name is Uchiha Aiko, Naruto confirmed. Aiko scrutinized Obito with a mix of curiosity and caution, sensing an unusual aura about him. Moreover, his eyes bore an uncanny resemblance to Sasuke's, which unsettled her. She wondered if her own eyes would one day mirror such a fearsome visage, fearing Boruto might come to dislike her for it. A commendable gaze, if necessary. I shall send her to the Akatsuki, Obito mused, though his interest in Aiko was minimal, as he found his own daughter to be far more endearing. Furthermore, Aiko's previous misdeeds could only be described as moderate. Strict measures would undoubtedly preclude her from remaining in Konoha. I doubt it will come to that. Naruto replied with a smile, confident that Aiko would not willingly part from Boruto, who shared a similar sentiment, contemplating ways to persuade her to stay. Hello, Mr. Kisame. Naruto greeted the shark-faced statue beside Obito. The towering figure remained silent, merely standing guard. If there was one individual within the Akatsuki who was absolutely loyal, it was this shark-faced man. His allegiance was not secured through force or gain, but rather through Obito's promise of a perfect world. Although the ninja world was far from perfect, it was certainly a vast improvement over the hellish reality of the past. I have come seeking Itachi, Kisame stated, revealing his sharp teeth in a grin. His partner had always been Uchiha Itachi, and their relationship was relatively amicable, forming a rather typical duo. Kisame could scarcely fathom that he, a rogue ninja and executor of a terrorist organization's plans, would find himself aligned with the Hokage. The source of this confusion eluded him, leaving him to regard it as merely a favor to Itachi, who had two younger brothers he could not abandon. Itachi will accompany me to the Umbu and will return shortly, Naruto informed. Itachi, understanding the situation, removed his black cloak and handed it to Kisame, who twitched at the corners of his mouth but accepted it nonetheless. Beneath, Itachi wore the standard uniform of the Konoha Umbu, with a mere animal mask. He would seamlessly blend into the ranks of the Hokage's elite guard, his identity unquestioned. Boruto, bring your friend along, Naruto beckoned before descending the stairs toward the Hokage's office. Boruto offered Aiko a reassuring glance, encouraging her to follow him as they walked alongside Naruto. Upon reaching the Hokage's office, Naruto summoned Ibiki from the interrogation department, briefly outlining Aiko's background and his intention to grant her residency in Konoha. Although Ibiki was in his 60s, he remained vigorous, adept at wielding various interrogation tools. He comprehended Naruto's intent. It was merely a formality. After the questioning, his signature would suffice to affirm that Aiko posed no issues. Ibiki swiftly prepared an interrogation room, seating himself opposite Aiko, adopting a fierce expression to exert pressure. While the process was procedural, some necessary intimidation was unavoidable. Yet, Aiko displayed no signs of fear, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Boruto beside her. Uncle, please refrain from wearing such a terrifying expression. What if you frighten Aiko? Boruto and Uchiha Hikari occupied the same position, and upon witnessing Ibiki's expression, Boruto expressed his dissatisfaction. Ibiki's brows twitched, yet faced with the Prince of Konoha, he refrained from uttering harsh words, turning instead to Naruto. As a participant in the events, Boruto stood as a testament to Hikari's words. Naruto elucidated that while the Hokage does not violate regulations, he can maneuver within them adroitly, as long as he remains verbally unscathed. Ibiki nodded in agreement before commencing his adept interrogation. Uchiha Hikari surveyed the individuals in the interrogation room. Aside from Boruto and Naruto, the father-son duo, there were also the brothers Itachi and Sasuke. As the scions of the Uchiha clan in Konoha, they were naturally privy to every detail. Hikari soon acquiesced, recognizing there was little to conceal, from her imprisonment as a weapon to Boruto's unforeseen arrival in her time, which granted her salvation. Subsequently, she elaborated on the full extent of her Sharingan's abilities, followed by her sealing by the Shinja clan, and her subsequent discovery by an organization led by Mokuruji, which coerced her into actions she wished to avoid. Ibiki, seasoned in witnessing grand spectacles, found this particular narrative unprecedented, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. The most prudent course of action would be to summon someone from the Nara clan to delve into the memories within her mind. However, this was an impractical endeavor, as such techniques inflict significant harm on the body. The Prince of Konoha would never permit his beloved girlfriend to endure such suffering. Despite Ibiki's rugged demeanor, his tenure from the 3rd Hokage to the 7th had honed his skills in discerning words and sentiments, understanding what to articulate and what to withhold. Without Naruto's consent, he would carry Hikari's secrets to the grave. An orphan of the Uchiha clan, having escaped the clutches of malevolence, was subsequently rescued by the esteemed Hokage. The Umbu would place you under surveillance for a month, and if no anomalies arose, you would be deemed a part of Konoha. Ibiki quickly devised a statement, solemnly addressing Hikari, stating that these were necessary procedures, and once completed, they would no longer concern him, unless Hikari were to commit acts of treachery against Konoha. At that juncture, he could readily step forward to bear the burden for the Hokage. After Boruto and the Uchiha emerged from the interrogation room, they felt an immense sense of relief. Acquiring a Konoha household registration was no simple feat, and Boruto was acutely aware that it was his father's unwavering support that facilitated the swift confirmation of Akira's identity. He resolved that, in due course, he and Akira would repay this kindness, especially considering his lineage as the Hokage's son. The 8,000 Spears technique was truly remarkable. It not only addressed the Uchiha clan's chakra deficiency, but also possessed the ability to distribute chakra to others, coupled with its mind-controlling prowess. It nearly rivaled the Rinnegan in potency. Itachi, having comprehended the full extent of Uchiha Akira's abilities, murmured to himself in astonishment. He had never anticipated that the Uchiha eyes could manifest such terrifying capabilities, nearly compensating for all deficiencies. She could even wield Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi. One could only marvel at the prowess of someone hailing from the Warring States period. Sasuke remarked with a calm demeanor that Madara Uchiha was indeed a formidable figure from that era, while Uchiha Akira was evidently younger than Madara. This was not merely a matter of generational hierarchy, but rather an indication of the purity of one's bloodline. It was an undeniable truth that the closer one was to the Sage of Six Paths, the more potent their lineage became. It seemed implausible that the modern Uchiha clan could produce such a formidable ability. Such youth held the promise of becoming a cornerstone for the next generation of Uchiha. Though Itachi pondered the true meaning behind her existence, he felt a sense of solace, knowing that an Uchiha of her caliber had not strayed onto a misguided path, warranting a celebratory toast. Should Uchiha Akira wish to grow even stronger, Itachi, possessing a similar ability, would undoubtedly make an excellent mentor, imparting his lifetime of knowledge to ensure the next generation continued to safeguard the peace of the ninja world. Boruto, your father has matters to attend to. Please take Akira and Sasuke home. Sarada is at our house, Naruto informed Boruto as he was preoccupied with pressing tasks. His final remark was directed at Sasuke. Although Sasuke was perplexed as to why his daughter was at Boruto's home, he nonetheless decided to accompany Boruto, intending to make an appearance to reassure Sarada. Itachi swiftly vanished into the street, the two brothers parting without farewells, both aware that there would be ample opportunities for future encounters. Once Itachi completed his duties, he would return to the land of rain. After all, he belonged to the shadows, and those who knew of his true identity were discreetly silent. Nonetheless, he could not afford to brazenly appear on the streets of Konoha. Upon returning to his office, Naruto discovered Shikamaru already awaiting him. Just as he was about to deliver good news, Shikamaru interjected. What happened to the letter from the daimyo? You haven't lost it, have you? He inquired. I'll look for it. I think I used it to prop up a chair, Naruto replied, uncertain of the letter's significance. After a brief search, he found it beneath the chair and handed the soiled envelope to Shikamaru. Ah, this is a treasure. With this, we can negotiate quite favorably, Shikamaru exclaimed, elated. Upon learning that the ninja coalition had regained consciousness, he began plotting how to leverage the daimyo. The letter regarding troop reductions was penned by the daimyo himself. If Konoha were to disband its ninja forces at this juncture, with 4 major nations eyeing them covetously, the daimyo of the Fire Country would likely lose 30 pounds in mere days from sheer anxiety. Naruto found Shikamaru's grin rather unsettling, indeed, quite terrifying. He decided it prudent to remain silent, lest he inadvertently become ensnared in Shikamaru's schemes. Boruto strolled along the streets with Uchiha Kagura. sharing insights into the various delights of Konoha. This is the hamburger shop, my favorite place. I shall have ample opportunities to bring you here in the future. Over there is Ichiraka Ramen, where my father often dines. It is perfect for those with a hearty appetite. And this is the arcade. Minors are generally prohibited from entering. But I am well acquainted with the proprietor, so I can sneak in. Boruto was introducing everything about Konoha, while Uchiha Sarada gazed with sparkling eyes at all the unfamiliar wonders. Thanks to the individuals from the Zero organization who had provided her with a crash course on scientific advancements, she was not reduced to a primitive state. Shouting at the sight of luminous objects. She had long since acclimatized to the scientific marvels of the future society. Boruto swiftly brought Uchiha Hikari to his residence. Gazing upon the three-story building before them, Hikari was suddenly enveloped by an inexplicable sensation. Perhaps this was her home. The concept of home had eluded her for far too long. Yet upon arriving here, a profound sense of belonging washed over her, as if she were intrinsically connected to this place. Though such familiarity might typically evoke unease, she found herself unable to resist the warmth it inspired. I have returned. Upon entering the foyer of his home, Boruto called out loudly, prompting the women within to emerge from the living room. Hinata, Hanabi, as well as Chikage and Sarada all appeared. You're finally back. It's nearly evening. Why did you take so long? Sarada complained upon seeing Boruto, her concern having been piqued when Naruto had whisked him away earlier. Now, seeing him unharmed, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Dad, why did you come back with Boruto? Sarada turned her gaze to her father, who bore the unmistakable scent of battle, indicating he had been dealing with adversaries. The news of the war's cessation had just been broadcasted, so their arrival was not unexpected. I came to check on you. Where is your mother? Sasuke inquired, also asking about Sakura. Mom has long since gone to the front lines to tend to the injured. Who is this? Sarada asked anxiously, aware of the dangers at the front and wishing her father would assist her mother. However, her attention was suddenly drawn to the girl hiding shyly behind Boruto, Uchiha Hikari. This girl, with her ebony hair and dark eyes, appeared rather endearing. Her long hair cascading down to her waist, a length that many young girls would envy. Sarada, this girl with black hair and eyes is clearly from the Uchiha clan. Chikage deduced instantly. In Konoha, there was no one else with such distinct features. The Uchiha's dark hair and eyes possessed an allure that unmistakably identified them as part of the clan. Hello, I am Uchiha Hikari, Boruto's dear friend. Hikari announced as she stepped from behind Boruto. To her, Chikage and Sarada seemed like two rather weak ninjas. Although she was unsure why they were in Boruto's home, she felt a sense of confusion and promptly clarified her identity. Sarada and Chikage exclaimed in unison, utterly bewildered. First, where did appear from the Uchiha clan come from? Secondly, why did she refer to herself as a dear friend? They dared not claim such a title for themselves, merely considering themselves good friends and childhood companions. Why did this girl assert such a bold statement? What efficiency this kid has? Hanabi and Hinata exchanged glances, with Hanabi voicing their shared astonishment. Boruto had rescued Hikari 2 days prior, sought a place to seal her the following day, and now he had brought her home. Naruto had never acted with such swiftness. In the living room, Hinata served tea to Hikari and Sasuke, then settled down to listen as they recounted the events of the day. Hikari's background as an Uchiha orphan exploited by a nefarious organization was revealed, though Sasuke, being somewhat reticent, chose to provide only the simplest details, lacking the eloquence of Naruto. Sarada, let us go find your mother, Sasuke proposed, ready to take Sarada to Sakura, who would undoubtedly be quite busy. It would be considerate for Sarada to understand her mother's challenges. No, I'm not going. There is no one at home today. I'll stay here, Sarada replied, shaking her head after glancing at Sasuke. She understood that Sakura would not return today, and her father would be there to assist. So she opted not to disturb her parents. A large question mark seemed to hover over Sasuke's head as he realized Sarada was resolute in her decision to stay. Without another word, he departed, which was characteristic of the Uchiha father-daughter dynamic. Sasuke is still as decisive as ever, Hinata remarked, glancing at the untouched tea. Despite the passage of years, Sasuke maintained his stoic demeanor before outsiders, only loosening up in Naruto's presence. Mom, Hikari only knows me in Konoha. Can she stay with us? Boruto lifted his gaze towards Hinata and remarked that he had never considered sending Uchiha Kagami to seek residence elsewhere. In the unfamiliar terrain of Konoha, the thought of him being abducted was troubling. After all, individuals like Miryujin were still prevalent, and it was imperative to prevent malefactors from prevailing once more. Of course, the Uzumaki household warmly welcomes the charming young lady to stay. Hinata had yet to respond when Hanabi eagerly interjected, her expression reminiscent of a wolf inviting a little rabbit. This overt display prompted Hinata to let out a soft sigh, concerned that they might frighten the girl away, despite her reservations. Hinata ultimately nodded in agreement to her son's request, primarily because their family had grown up hearing tales of Uchiha Kagami, making him no stranger to them. Boruto, how exactly did you come to know him? Sarada and Shinjichiki eagerly inquired, their curiosity piqued by the sudden emergence of this Uchiha clan member. As if he had descended from the heavens. This is a long story. After various events and circumstances, that is how we became acquainted. Boruto was not particularly adept at articulating his thoughts, so he endeavored to recall the moments he shared with Uchiha Kagami, attempting to elucidate the unforeseen circumstances of his time travel. Why would you choose to assist someone from history? Sarada inquired, her confusion evident. Boruto had clearly stated that he was merely a transient observer of historical events. Yet, upon encountering Uchiha Kagami, why did he feel compelled to offer his assistance at all costs? Is a reason truly necessary? I found myself by her side, and in that moment, I was the only one capable of aiding her. If I, too, were to turn a blind eye, Kagami would be left with no glimmer of hope. Boruto cast a peculiar glance at Sarada, as though the question posed was somewhat superfluous. Sarada opened her mouth. Indeed, it was a response quintessential to Boruto's character. If he were not someone who deeply cared for those around him, how could he garner such widespread affection? Well, Boruto is my light, Uchiha Hikari said with genuine warmth. Leaning against Boruto, absorbing the comfort radiating from him. For Hikari, Boruto was everything. Whenever she reminisced about their shared moments, a cozy warmth enveloped her. As Hikari spoke, she suddenly noticed a small head appearing beside her leg. Upon closer inspection, it was a little girl with deep blue hair, gazing up at her with sky-blue eyes. Hikari One-chan, the girl called out in a soft, tender voice. She had listened intently and learned that this elder sister was named Hikari, a title bestowed by her brother. Are you Boruto's sister? Hikari inquired gently, her gaze softening as she regarded the young girl. She recalled Boruto mentioning his adorable yet troublesome sister. A detail firmly etched in her memory. Yes, I am called Himawari, the little girl replied confidently, introducing herself. To her, this elder sister represented a new friend. A previously unknown presence that promised to bring a refreshing experience. Will you be living with us from now on? Himawari innocently asked, having overheard her brother mention that this sister was without a home, which meant their already lively household would soon welcome another member. Yes, I will always be with Boruto. Hikari affirmed, her response direct. She had no intention of leaving Boruto's side unless he wished for her departure. Otherwise, she would remain steadfastly by him until the end of their days. Sarada and Chikich's reactions were markedly different. Sarada adjusted her glasses, a manifestation of her effort to maintain composure, while Miss Chikich, behind her smile, clenched her teeth, her palms alternating between relaxation and tension, akin to someone practicing grip strength. Then we are family. Will you play with me from now on? Himawari exclaimed, her mind solely focused on play, delighted at the prospect of a new companion. But I don't know how to play, Hikari replied with a troubled expression. While she was adept at darker pursuits, engaging in child's play was entirely foreign to her. Her childhood had been anything but joyful, leaving her unaware of what playing truly entailed. I can teach you. Boruto loves to play, and we always have so much fun together. Himawari insisted, tugging at Hikari's hand. As Hikari felt the small hand grasping hers, an overwhelming urge to weep surged within her. Boruto's family mirrored him perfectly. They welcomed her, a stranger, with open arms, allowing her to remain without a shred of doubt. Hikari had contemplated the possibility that if Boruto's family disapproved of her presence, she would not want to burden him. Yet upon arriving, she encountered two kind-hearted aunts and an innocent, lovable sister, all of whom extended warmth and care towards her. Despite having promised Boruto not to cry, tears began to well in her eyes, unbidden. Here, a tissue, she managed to say. Boruto noticed the peculiar demeanor of Uchiha Light and instinctively offered her a tissue. Although their acquaintance was brief, he could readily discern her thoughts. For those who have lingered in darkness for too long, any glimmer of light can be blinding. Hanabi observed her nephew with a look of disbelief. Could he not simply embrace the girl? What good could a dry tissue possibly do? Uchiha Light accepted the tissue, quietly expressing her gratitude to Boruto as she wiped away her tears of emotion. Gradually, her feelings began to normalize, and she started to integrate herself into this unfamiliar family. Hinata had no qualms about preparing dinner for several guests that evening. After all, their home often welcomed many, and the meals were always plentiful. As mealtime approached, Uchiha Light encountered other members of the household. Just as Boruto had described, the atmosphere was indeed lively. A white-haired woman, exuding an air of danger, entered the living room, accompanied by two boys of similar age to Boruto. However, they possessed an unusually mature aura, their youthful essence nearly undetectable. "Are you little Light?" Kaguya inquired upon noticing the unfamiliar face in her home. Uchiha Light nodded repeatedly, unsure of who this lady was, but guessing she might be one of Boruto's father's wives. "Good child, now that you have come here, it signifies that your bond with Boruto will not be easily severed. You shall remain together henceforth." Kaguya raised her right hand, and instinctively, Light stepped forward, allowing her to touch her. After a moment of caressing her cheek, Kaguya withdrew her hand and bestowed her blessing. Kaguya spoke these words for a reason. Although Boruto and Uchiha Light's reunion seemed straightforward, countless uncertainties loomed, such as the duration of the seal, external interferences, and malevolent individuals like the group from Moriyujin. All these factors were variables. That Light could return safely was a testament to her overcoming these obstacles, undoubtedly relying on the profound connection she shared with Boruto. "Thank you, Aunt." Uchiha Light thought that despite Kaguya's somewhat intimidating presence, she was indeed a kind person. If memory served her right, Kaguya had played a part in her meeting with Boruto, and Light silently vowed to remember this, placing Kaguya on her list of those to repay. In the secret base of Moriyujin, Uchiha Light had subsisted on simple meals, sometimes even resorting to military rations, lacking the warmth of home. Yet, this dinner nearly brought her to tears. Hinata's culinary skills were exceptional. Each dish was not only exquisite but also infused with the warmth of home, allowing Light to finally grasp the essence of the delicious meals Boruto had spoken of. With a heart full of gratitude, she savored this hard-earned dinner. "Little Light, you're quite dirty. How long has it been since you last bathed?" Hanabi warmly addressed Uchiha Light, noting the state of her clothes and hair with curiosity. "I can't remember," Uchiha Light replied, shaking her head. Hygiene was rather casual during the Warring States period, so she did not see the significance of bathing. However, Hanabi did not share this perspective. "A girl cannot be so untidy. Let me help you take a bath and teach you how to use the bathroom." Hanabi's hands took on a claw-like shape as she approached Uchiha Light, intent on making her clean and tidy. Boruto, being somewhat lacking in emotional intelligence, would point out anything dirty, regardless of whether it concerned a girl. "Boruto, may I go?" Uchiha Light asked hesitantly, feeling it strange to have a newly acquainted aunt assist her with bathing. She turned to Boruto for guidance. "You can decide for yourself. There's no need to be so formal in my home." Boruto nonchalantly waved his hand, having already settled onto the sofa, ready to indulge in the evening anime. His gaze bore no trace of Uchiha Light. Hanabi, witnessing this, couldn't help but cover her face, thinking that this boy truly was one to flirt and then discard. "Ah, young lady, you too bear the emblem of the Uchiha clan on your back, though it is usually concealed by your hair," Hanabi remarked as she adjusted Light's clothing. Boruto, intrigued, glanced over to see Hanabi gather Light's waist-length hair to the side, revealing the back of her deep blue robe. Initially, he assumed the attire was merely monotonous in color, but to his surprise, a small red and white fan symbol was emblazoned on the back, identical to the one on Sarada's red jacket. "By the way, this garment must be considered an antique. Wouldn't you agree?" Boruto casually remarked. "The Uchiha clan crest from 300 years ago. If the Uchiha clan weren't so sparse now, it might fetch a handsome price. With that, I could buy Aiko plenty of snacks and new clothes. Just keep it. I'll patch it up for you later," Hanabi casually suggested. "Since it's the only garment belonging to Uchiha Light, it wouldn't be right to discard it. A little stitching will make it wearable again." "Thank you," Uchiha Light replied, her gaze somewhat vacant as she reminisced about her past. It seemed there were once people willing to mend her clothes, though other memories might have faded. Yet, such simple gestures were undoubtedly the kind of affection that only family would offer. As Hanabi led Uchiha Light away, Boruto found himself sandwiched between Sarada and Shinjuchikichi, leaving him feeling rather exasperated. "Could you two please not crowd me so closely? I just want to watch television." Boruto found it perplexing that, despite the spaciousness of his living room, he preferred to sit in a particular spot. He had a penchant for reclining sideways while watching television. Yet now he was compelled to sit upright. "Brother," little Himawari remarked upon witnessing the unusual scene on the sofa. Her imagination ignited as she perceived them engaged in a game of sandwich, prompting her to eagerly join and settle onto Boruto's lap. snuggling close to him as they watched television together. In the kitchen, Hinata washed the dishes, yet her Byakugan remained fixed on the unfolding events. It seemed she grasped certain truths, albeit with some confusion. Was Boruto truly as popular as his father? Such a notion seemed implausible. He often vexed the girls around him, and his temperament was a far cry from Naruto's in his youth. Is your distraction during the recent mission due to her? You even underwent peculiar training with Konohamaru's sensei to rescue her, Sarada inquired, her observations easily linking to the peculiarities from days past. If that were the case, it appeared Boruto was indeed involved in significant matters unbeknownst to them. Indeed, what is wrong with wanting to save Akane? Boruto gazed at Sarada in bewilderment. And for a moment, Sarada was rendered speechless. His innocent regard for Uchiha Akira was quite evident. And the manner in which they addressed each other had inexplicably grown more intimate. She had never been referred to as Ana by him. Is that why you claim we cannot assist? Sarada adjusted her glasses and remarked. Although the riddle had been unraveled, she felt no sense of joy. Why had a Uchiha matriarch from centuries past suddenly appeared in the Uzumaki household? Despite his youth, Akira's lineage was dauntingly profound. Well, you are also an Uchiha. And so is Akira. I hope you both can foster a good relationship. I wish for her to make more friends and to forget the unhappy memories of the past. I implore you. Boruto gazed at Sarada and remarked that since she was conveniently present, there were certain matters he could express directly. He reflected that, as an individual, there were limited contributions he could offer to Uchiha Kagami. However, he had personally experienced the advantages of friendship and wished for Kagami to cultivate more friendships. Similarly, he noted that in Kagami's era, the Uchiha and Senju clans were mortal enemies, with her adversaries predominantly belonging to the Senju lineage. He believed that if she could forge a friendship with you, it would undoubtedly bring her great joy. Boruto glanced towards Senju Chiaki and spoke. Chiaki was not unfamiliar with this segment of history. She had perused some ancient texts at home. However, she never anticipated that one day she would encounter a member of the Uchiha clan who had once been adversaries of the Senju. The feeling was rather peculiar. It was certainly possible to forge a friendship, yet she pondered what would happen if they did not get along. Senju Chiaki was open to making new friends, but her lack of prior interaction with Uchiha Kakashi left her uncertain about the nature of the Uchiha clan during the Warring States period. The ability to cultivate mutual affection was, after all, a vital criterion for friendship. Let us revisit this later, she concluded. I shall invite Aoi. In a few days when I am free, I will gather my classmates for a party and introduce Kakashi to everyone. Surely, there will be those with whom he resonates. Boruto maintained his casual demeanor, speaking whatever came to mind. However, for the two individuals beside him, it was evident that Uchiha Light held a unique place in his heart. Boruto, have you ever cared for anyone else like this throughout your life? Sarada inquired. Indeed, I have, Himawari. Boruto quickly replied, while Sarada clenched her teeth, clearly indicating that this was not her intention. Boruto had a penchant for assisting others, typically offering help and then departing shortly thereafter. However, the current situation involved bringing Uchiha Light home, preparing to care for him on a daily basis. This was certainly not the same. Boruto was blissfully unaware of the thoughts swirling in the minds of the two girls beside him. He simply sat there, chuckling at the animated show on television. Sarada and CHCH couldn't help but ponder how this simpleton managed to lead Uchiha Hikari away from the Uchiha clan during the Warring States period. Surely, not everyone from that era could have been so inept. Amidst this peculiar atmosphere, Uchiha Hikari returned to the living room, accompanied by Hanabi. Having just bathed, she bore traces of moisture on her skin, while her long hair, dried by Hanabi's blow dryer, cascaded elegantly to one side. The Uchiha hairstyle had become somewhat fixed over time, showing little variation without a trim. At that moment, Uchiha Hikari donned a white t-shirt emblazoned with the black characters Konoha on the front. Boruto immediately recognized it as his own, having discarded it in the closet due to the silly inscription that he found unworthy of wearing. He was surprised that Hanabi had unearthed it to lend to Hikari. Her lower attire consisted of loose-fitting black shorts, perfectly suited to her figure, with slightly oversized legs. Boruto appreciated the casualness of home attire, finding it comfortable. Ah, Hikari, how is the modern bathing facility? Upon encountering the freshly cleaned Uchiha Akira, Boruto adorned his face with a cheerful expression and inquired, seemingly oblivious to any significant changes. Merely sensing that Akira appeared somewhat fair. Quite satisfactory, Uchiha Akira remarked, her eyes shimmering with delight, clearly content with modern living. The inconvenience of water sourcing in ancient times was a well-known fact, and bathing with heated water was a luxury reserved for the affluent. Therefore, the availability of instant hot water for bathing was undoubtedly a source of joy for her. During her time in the Zero organization, resources were limited, and the concept of a water heater was non-existent. Having access to water was already a privilege. That's wonderful, and I must also learn the proper usage of the toilet. One cannot simply relieve oneself indiscriminately. Boruto chuckled as he was about to impart some crucial contemporary knowledge to Uchiha Light, only to be met with a sharp glare from Hanabi. Simultaneously, he felt the playful tug of his cheeks from both sides by Shinji and Sarada. "What are you doing?" he inquired. Boruto inquired with a sense of perplexity, perceiving this as a significant reminder. It was rare for ancient households to construct latrines. Instead, they would simply seek out a location to relieve themselves. Boruto shuddered to envision the scene that might have unfolded. Uchiha Kagami's expression bore a hint of helplessness. It seemed that Boruto had truly begun to perceive himself as a primitive being. This was hardly surprising, as he likely regarded her as the foolish child who had been sealed away in his memories. However, unbeknownst to Boruto, during his time as an NPC in the game, he had unwittingly absorbed a plethora of peculiar knowledge, both useful and otherwise, all of which remained etched in his mind. In truth, Kagami had long since evolved into a competent modern individual. "Oh, Boruto," sighed Hanabi, who had long since lost hope regarding her nephew's emotional intelligence. Approaching him, she gently placed a hand on his shoulder and let out a soft exhale. "Auntie, what is the matter? Why do you look like you're about to cry?" Boruto asked. "You must treat Kagami well. She has endured far too much suffering," Hanabi spoke earnestly. While bathing Uchiha Kagami, she had encountered an unforgettable sight. Kagami's body was marred with scars, both minor and significant. Even on her arms, which were usually hidden beneath long sleeves, numerous scars crisscrossed. And how could Hanabi not feel a pang of sorrow upon witnessing such a sight? Oh. Although Boruto was unaware of the circumstances, he would certainly acquiesce to Hanabi's request. Hanabi then made her way to the living room, where she gently lifted her daughter, Himawari, from the crib. "Anyone who dared to treat my daughter in such a manner, regardless of who they might be, would face dire consequences." Embracing her daughter, Hanabi reflected on the tragic fate of Uchiha Light. Children are the very essence of their parents' hearts. Had Light not lost his family, he would never have been subjected to such torment. Having finished watching television, she said, "All right, Light. Let us ascend to the upper floor. My room is filled with numerous games, and there are many delightful things to see." Boruto stood up from the sofa and spoke. Uchiha Sarada nodded and, with a light step, followed Boruto. Sarada and Senju Kawaki exchanged a glance and promptly joined them. In Boruto's room, which is already rather small, the bed is positioned on the right side, with a window directly ahead. To the left lies a computer desk and a bookshelf, while the narrow passage in the center barely accommodates 2 people. With 4 individuals crammed in, it has become quite stifling. "Must you insist on remaining here?" Boruto, perplexed, inquired of the 2 individuals. He merely wished to introduce his room to Uchiha Light, yet the other 2 had visited numerous times, offering nothing novel for her to behold. "Do not mind us. We shall rest here for a while," Sarada and Shinji replied in unison. An inexplicable intuition compelled them to this place, eager to observe how Boruto and Uchiha Light would interact. The arrival of a new friend stirred both curiosity and a sense of novelty within them. How could one possibly not care? Boruto grumbled in frustration, yet he could not sway the 2 distractions and opted to disregard them, turning instead to speak with Uchiha Light about his desire to share something. "Aki, this is a manga, a small book that tells stories. Over there are the gaming console and the computer. Recently, my favorite game has been Ninja Heroes. It feels just like reality." Boruto picked up a manga from the shelf and addressed Uchiha Hikari. However, he offered little introduction, recognizing that individuals from a bygone era might find the content difficult to comprehend. Subsequently, Boruto began discussing the latest game, Ninja Heroes, which required no prior understanding of the equipment. One could simply dive in and start playing. "Well, it seems you might not be able to log in at this moment," Hikari remarked, gesturing towards Boruto's VR apparatus and gaming console. Boruto tilted his head in perplexity at her statement, but chose not to contest her words. Instead, he donned the device and attempted to log into the game, only to be met with a persistent message indicating a server error. "How curious, how did you know that?" After Boruto removed the device, he curiously inquired how Uchiha Hikari, as an individual from ancient times, could discern the quality of modern equipment. Such a talent was truly remarkable. "The location of the game server had been obliterated by your uncle Sasuke. Uchiha Hikari candidly explained that the very site of the Ninja Heroes server was none other than the clandestine headquarters of the Zero organization. It was indeed a stroke of luck that the server remained operational after those two meteors struck. This was something Hikari had anticipated long ago. Boruto gazed blankly at Uchiha Light, comprehending his words yet overwhelmed by the weight of their implications. Why was his uncle Sasuke being implicated? Why was his father being blamed for the inability to access the game? What nonsense was being spoken? Sasuke had no reason to interfere with the game. Sarada, in this instance, had a legitimate stake, as it pertained to her father's reputation. Sasuke was certainly not a member of an anti-addiction association, nor did he ever intervene in his child's gaming interests. As a daughter, Sarada understood this all too well. Thus, it was clear that the server's location resided within the base of the Zero organization. Whoever had destroyed the base was the one to be held accountable. Uchiha Light, wearing a benevolent smile, seemed to be recounting an amusing fact, and at last, Boruto grasped the situation. This game was developed by the Zero organization? Instead of engaging in their nefarious activities, they chose to create a game? And to think, they had done so exceptionally well. Boruto was on the verge of rolling his eyes, struggling to comprehend that his favorite game was conceived by the hands of terrorists. If that were indeed the case, he would smash the gaming device, although it was somewhat expensive, so perhaps he should hold off for now. I developed the game, Uchiha Kagaya astonishingly proclaimed. Boruto immediately felt his intelligence insulted. How could an ancient figure assert such a claim in the presence of a modern individual? Was he truly inferior to someone from a bygone era? Boruto could not bring himself to accept such a notion. What do you think this is? Uchiha Kagaya inquired, stepping beside Boruto and picking up the seemingly high-tech VR goggles. VR goggles? Boruto replied. No, this is merely an ordinary plastic casing, devoid of any technological components. So, how does it allow me to enter the game? As Boruto listened to the explanation provided by Uchiha Hikari, he gradually found himself captivated by her words, eager to uncover the ensuing circumstances. This artifact was inscribed with the intricate techniques of Tsukuyami, drawing the consciousness of its bearer into an expansive realm of illusion. In truth, the players were not merely engaging in a game. Rather, they were navigating through the Tsukuyami space with their own minds. Hikari once again made a startling revelation, leaving not only Boruto but also Sarada and Senju Chikage in astonishment. The shinobi of this world held a certain sensitivity towards the term Tsukuyami. After all, the last shinobi war revolved around this ocular technique, instilling an instinctive belief that Tsukuyami was indeed a malevolent force. Hikari, did you create this? Upon hearing the term Tsuki no Mi, Boruto instantly grasped the profound implications behind Uchiha Akira's abilities. Clearly, within the Organization Zero, she alone possessed the capability to construct a virtual realm for amusement through Tsuki no Mi. Such a feat transcended mere talent. It was extraordinary. Nonetheless, Akira's prowess continually shattered the conventional perceptions surrounding ocular techniques. After learning of my abilities, Miria began to endeavor in creating such phenomena, with the profits from the games being funneled into the organization's finances, while I assumed the role of an NPC within the game. Uchiha Akira elaborated further, causing Boruto's lips to twitch in disbelief. He had unwittingly become a benefactor for the military funding of terrorists. In previous circumstances, this revelation might have distressed him. However, with the matter resolved, he found himself at liberty to listen to Akira's exposition. Why pursue such actions? Boruto inquired. The primary objective is to siphon the chakra from the spiritual entities, thus facilitating the initiation of the Tsuki no Mi plan. The imprinting of Tsuki no Mi necessitates an immense reservoir of chakra. The only means available for me to acquire such chakra is through the 8,000 spears technique. Fortunately, the advancements of this era have led to a plethora of fools willingly offering me their chakra, Akira replied with a serene expression, seemingly unaware of the magnitude of her actions. Yet, each word she uttered sent shivers down the spines of those listening. Uchiha, Miss Akira, is your Sharingan a Manjiki? Sarada stammered, struggling to articulate her question to Uchiha Akira. As a descendant of the Uchiha clan, she comprehended the significance of the ocular techniques Akira referenced, which unequivocally represented the highest echelon of Sharingan, one that should not manifest in a mere child. Indeed, did Boruto not mention this? Akira smiled at Sarada, her expression innocent and charming, yet it evoked a sense of dread akin to encountering a monstrous being. Are you the same age as Boruto? Sarada inquired with difficulty. Excluding the time of sealing, I suppose so, Akira responded, her answer abruptly halting the conversation. Sarada fell silent, reflecting upon the fact that both her father and uncle were prodigies of the Uchiha clan, while her own generation seemed to have entirely lost the essence of genius, becoming rather ordinary. Sarada, have you awakened your Sharingan? Shinjichikyu poked Sarada's arm with her finger, aware that within the Uchiha clan, the strength of one's eyes determined supremacy. Should Sarada falter in this regard, she would lose her standing in discourse, and perhaps even her right to choose a partner. There are no signs of awakening. Sarada replied with a tone of despair. In truth, she had not been in haste to awaken her eyes. She had barely been a ninja for 6 months. What was the rush? Yet, upon witnessing her peers possessing Manjiki, Sarada acknowledged that her mindset had begun to deteriorate. Sarada, you must not think this way. You cannot compare yourself to Akira. Boruto's face suddenly appeared before Sarada, startling her and causing her to instinctively retreat a few steps, pressing herself against the inner side of the bed. You must be aware of the toll that comes with awakening the Sharingan within the Uchiha clan. The price that Akira paid to unlock his Manjiki Sharingan is one you would prefer not to know. We are fortunate to live in a rare era of peace, and it is indeed for the best that the Uchiha clan refrains from awakening their eyes. In a rare moment of seriousness, Boruto addressed Sarada, a sight she had scarcely encountered before. Within his azure eyes lay a maturity far beyond his years. Coupled with his words, Sarada promptly adjusted her mindset, losing something precious. She murmured to herself, comprehending Boruto's intent. The loss he referred to could signify either a person or an object. For the Uchiha clan, each evolution of their eyes was accompanied by a profound sorrow of loss. To live a life without ever awakening one's eyes would symbolize Uchiha who had led a blissful and fulfilled existence, experiencing life as an ordinary person. I apologize. I should not harbor jealousy towards your abilities. Sarada quickly straightened her posture and apologized to Uchiha Kagami. This jealousy was rooted in Akira's suffering, a realization she had previously overlooked, only to be reminded by that foolish Boruto. How embarrassing. It's all right. Those are merely remnants of the past, Boruto reassured her, stating that he had promised to help her forget those things and fill her life with joyous memories. Uchiha Kagami raised her hands in a gentle shake, expressing that she no longer cared for such matters. Reuniting with Boruto was already the greatest blessing. Her memories were trivial, merely awaiting their time to fade away. Sarada and Shinjichikyu turned their gazes toward Boruto, scrutinizing this usually carefree fool, questioning how he could utter such words to Uchiha Kagami. Akira, you just mentioned being an NPC in the game, but I have yet to see you. Boruto assumed a pensive demeanor, unaware that he had previously encountered Uchiha Hikaru within the realm of the game. His perception of others transcended mere facial recognition. He observed their entirety. It never crossed his mind that a character in the game might don attire as unrefined as that of Hikaru. Think again, Uchiha Hikaru remarked, having long recognized Boruto's casualness when he failed to engage in serious contemplation. She then tidied her hair, shifting a lock to the front and styling it into an asymmetrical length. You are Nameless, aren't you? Boruto finally recognized who it was upon seeing the hairstyle. Since Nameless shared the same golden locks as himself, Boruto had never considered that direction. He was unaware that NPCs could also alter their appearance and hair color. Previously, he had searched among the NPCs with dark hair, oblivious to the fact that the answer lay right before him. It is I, Boruto. I am Nameless. Uchiha Hikari said with a smile, her expression mirroring that of the Nameless from Boruto's memories, compelling him to believe. I should have realized it sooner. You two even share the same codename. Yet, I never imagined you had unsealed the seal in advance and were captured by the villains. Although Boruto had previously contemplated the curious coincidence of knowing two nameless individuals, it was entirely implausible for him to dwell on such thoughts. If he were truly capable of such contemplation, he would no longer be Boruto, but rather a prodigious youth. Hold on a moment. Let us clarify. I first encountered you within the game, and only later did I traverse back in time to witness you. Suddenly, Boruto was struck by an idea. He grabbed a piece of paper and a pen from the table and began to sketch a simple timeline, albeit in a manner that would confound the average observer. Is that so? Uchiha Light, unaware of the events that had transpired, gazed curiously at Boruto, awaiting further elucidation. Indeed, I recall it vividly. On the very first day the game arrived at my home, I encountered the Nameless One. Later that evening, I implored Brother UI to allow me to view my father's memories, which inadvertently led to my erroneous traversal into your era. According to the causality theory penned by Brother UI, perhaps it is precisely because of our interaction within the game that I have drawn a connection to your ancient self. How peculiar is that? Boruto scribbled on paper, weaving the entire affair together, leading to the age-old question of which came first. The chicken or the egg, an enigma that remains perplexing to Boruto's intellect. I do not comprehend the intricacies of causality. All I know is that my willingness to exist in this moment is solely due to your presence. Uchiha Hikari did not allow Boruto to delve deeper into the convolutions of time. Instead, she took the paper, crumpled it into a ball, and, grasping Boruto's hands with both of hers, earnestly stated, "Does this mean that my two friends have merged into one?" Boruto inquired. "Although they have become one, my feelings for you have doubled. I could not recall you before, yet you still sought me out and became my friend. Unbeknownst to us, we have rekindled our friendship. And one must ponder the depth of our bond." Uchiha Hikari's heart brimmed with joy, as she was the first to realize this truth. Hikari did not reject the memories of her nameless past, but embraced the emotions she held for the unfamiliar Boruto, intertwining them with her prior fondness for him, resulting in a joy that was indeed doubled. "Indeed, that is correct." Boruto nodded emphatically, choosing not to dwell on whether having one more or one less friend mattered. As long as he could ensure that Uchiha Kagami lived a life filled with happiness, he was willing to accept any circumstance. However, during your nameless days, your temperament was rather unyielding. You were not the Kagami I had come to know. Boruto subsequently displayed a lack of emotional intelligence, bringing up the various aspects of Uchiha Light's past when she was still unknown, causing a hint of embarrassment to surface on her face. This was due to the overwhelming number of obsessive players in the game. I find myself constantly dealing with such individuals, which inevitably affects Boruto. Please do not harbor any dislike towards me for this. Uchiha Light earnestly defended her change in character, recalling a time when she was as innocent as a blank sheet of paper, solely aware of killing and survival. However, exposure to modern thinking has inevitably led her astray somewhat. Of course, I would not dislike you. Although you can be quite fierce, you have also gifted me this, which I never expected to be a present from a Boguan. Boruto raised his hand intertwined with that of Uchiha Hikari, gently brushing the pendant resting against his chest. Even in his usual days, he suddenly became aware of the origin of the gift he held. "This crystal, which I found in the cave, is for you. I polished it a bit before presenting it, and I never expected you to cherish it so dearly, wearing it all the time," Uchiha Hikari recounted, her eyes sparkling with a warm smile. It was indeed a source of joy to see her heartfelt gesture embraced and treasured by Boruto. "I was just contemplating a change in accessories, and since this is your first gift to me, I shall hold it dear," Boruto joyfully remarked. The atmosphere between the two was harmonious and warm, akin to long-lost friends reminiscing after years of separation. However, the two girls left on the sidelines felt somewhat uncomfortable. They silently observed the scene, a myriad of emotions swirling within them, unsure of how to articulate their feelings. Alas, it was a pity for such a delightful game, which had barely commenced before it could no longer be enjoyed. Boruto expressed a hint of regret, lamenting that it was rare for him to find such affection for a game, only to be told he could no longer play it. This sentiment, he mused, might soon be supplanted by the emergence of new games, especially given the fierce competition within the gaming industry. If Boruto wished to continue playing, he could simply create another server. After all, the spiritual realm of Tsukuyami was crafted by him. Although he typically maintained it, it could function independently in his absence. Uchiha Kagami suggested that this was a fusion of science and ocular techniques, though she was uncertain of the underlying principles. However, recreating the devices akin to those within the Akatsuki organization should not pose a significant challenge. It seems that Akari's transition to a technical role in a gaming company does not quite align with her capabilities. Boruto gazed at Uchiha Hikari and envisioned a future where she donned a professional feminine uniform, glasses perched delicately on her nose as she critiqued game operations. The mere thought elicited an uncontrollable chuckle from him. As Uchiha Hikari and Boruto engaged in conversation, momentarily lost in their own worlds, Boruto was suddenly overtaken by a wave of drowsiness, reflecting on the events of the day, which felt more numerous than those of an entire year. It was no wonder he felt fatigued. "Oh, I'm tired. I long for sleep." Boruto stifled a yawn and remarked that, with matters now resolved, he could finally enjoy a restful slumber without any worries. As he contemplated his next move, seeking a cozy spot to rest, Sarada and CHH, having regained their vitality, fixed their gaze upon him, seemingly eager to ascertain his integrity. "I only have one guest room in my home," he explained. "Since you have occupied it, I naturally must seek refuge elsewhere, and I have lent my room to Akira." Boruto spoke in a tone that suggested it was a matter of course. Upon hearing this, Sarada and Senju Akihito felt a sense of relief. Indeed, there were numerous places where Boruto could rest, including staying with Himawari. Alternatively, he could share a bed with his mother, or even go to his aunt's place to be pampered. After all, his relationship with Hanabi was well known. Uchiha Hikaru opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to express something, yet hesitated to voice his thoughts. Meanwhile, Boruto rummaged through the cabinet in his room for spare pillows and blankets, preparing to offer them to Hikaru. Then we shall retire for the night, he announced. Sarada and Senju Akihito felt that lingering here served little purpose. Having worried all day about the Fourth Shinobi World War, weariness washed over them, prompting them to take each other's hands and head to the guest room to rest. Boruto, I do not wish to be apart from you. Perhaps it was the absence of outsiders, leaving just the two of them. That allowed Uchiha Hikaru to finally overcome his reservations and voice his true feelings. What? We are not apart. I am right here at home, Boruto replied. Boruto gazed at Uchiha Hikari with a peculiar expression, realizing that he no longer needed to traverse back and forth before her. With a mere call, he could appear at her side at any moment. That is not what I mean. I wish to watch you as you sleep. Today has been overwhelming, and I am fearful. I dread the thought of awakening to find myself still ensnared in a seal, questioning whether our encounters were merely figments of my imagination. What if I open my eyes tomorrow and you are not there? Uchiha Hikari shook her head, asserting, everything we experienced today felt profoundly real. Yet, it was this very reality that instilled doubt in her heart, making her wonder if it was an elaborate illusion. She had so easily attained a blissful existence. Remaining alongside Boruto, the prospect of separation filled her with trepidation. Hikari, why are you still so timid? You truly perplex me. Boruto's expression was tinged with a sense of helplessness. Were it anyone else uttering those words, he would have dismissed it as a mere jest or an ulterior motive. However, Boruto had indeed witnessed Akira, upon awakening, in tears when he found himself alone. This sight tugged at his heartstrings, rendering him incapable of refusal. Uchiha Akira, believing that Boruto found him bothersome, lowered his head in silence, awaiting his next words. Then you may take the bed. I shall rest on the floor. After Boruto found his spare pillow and blanket, he tossed them onto the floor and knelt down to tidy up. In no time, a simple bedding arrangement was laid out, making the room feel even more cramped, leaving no space to walk. Uchiha Hikari wore a look of surprise but quickly grasped Boruto's intentions. With a heart full of joy, she approached him and gently tugged at his arm. You should sleep in the bed. After all, this is your room. I can take the floor. I've lived in caves for so long. This is nothing. Uchiha Hikari could never bring herself to take Boruto's bed. She was content merely to watch him. Even if it meant standing while she slept, she didn't want this friend to sacrifice so much for her. No. It's precisely because you have endured so much suffering that I wish for you to experience more happiness. Sleeping on a soft bed under a blanket is also a form of happiness. I am a ninja too. When I go on missions, I usually sleep on the ground. So it's fine. Boruto gently placed his hand on Uchiha Light's shoulder and spoke earnestly. As Light gazed at his expression, her body gradually relaxed. His concern mirrored the memories she cherished. Boruto remained the same Boruto as ever, always thinking of her since their first encounter. The bedroom lights quickly dimmed, and Boruto found it difficult to fall asleep on the floor. The absence of a bed was somewhat uncomfortable. As he tossed and turned, a warm presence settled beside him, leaning against his back. Light, what brings you down here? Boruto inquired with a hint of confusion. I noticed you seemed restless, Uchiha Light replied softly. Perhaps sharing warmth will bring some comfort. Once, she had made a life-altering decision while watching his back. Although Boruto's back was not particularly broad, it emanated a sense of security that made her reluctant to leave this place. What then was the purpose of the bed? Boruto, feeling a twinge of discomfort, uttered a remark, while Uchiha Kagami remained silent, merely drawing closer and resting a hand upon Boruto's waist, thereby bridging the distance between them. Boruto caught a whiff of a soapy fragrance, and the warmth radiating from Kagami's presence was comforting, almost more so than solitude, lulling him into a state of tranquility conducive to sleep. As the night deepened and silence enveloped the surroundings, Naruto concluded his work shift and, seizing the opportunity, opted to return home for a restful slumber. Were it not for the presence of his beloved wives eagerly awaiting his return, he would have surely settled for a night in the office. Upon reaching the entrance and changing his shoes, a figure suddenly materialized behind him. Instinctively, he turned to see Yuhi standing at the foot of the stairs, prompting a flicker of confusion. Yuhi, why are you still awake? Naruto inquired. You haven't been home in a long while. Your mother has been waiting for you, Yuhi replied in a matter-of-fact tone. At that moment, Naruto comprehended the underlying reason for Yuhi's vigil. His mother was the one he was waiting for. Ah, haha, I shall go right away. Naruto acknowledged Yuhi's subtle hint. However, as he passed by, he paused, bending down to embrace his mature son. You performed remarkably well in today's battle. You are my pride, he affirmed. Naruto's praise served as a validation from a father, and though Yuhi possessed a somewhat stoic demeanor, he was not impervious to his parents' commendations, which brought him unspoken joy. Ascending the staircase, Naruto recalled Boruto and Uchiha Kagami as he passed the second floor. Thus, he approached his son's door, gently opening it to peek inside. At this moment, Boruto lay supine, lost in a deep slumber, his sleeping posture as unruly as Naruto's. Beside him, a young girl lay on her side, a serene smile gracing her face as she curled up next to him, peacefully asleep. Why not sleep on a bed? Naruto mused to himself in mild confusion after closing the door. He quickly recalled that it might be due to Boruto's bed being too small to accommodate two. It seemed he would need to devise a way to renovate his son's room, for sleeping on the floor was far from ideal. After observing his son, Naruto made his way directly to the third floor, where his wife awaited him in their bedroom, seated on the bed. It was as if she had anticipated his return for the night. Upon seeing him, a warm smile illuminated her previously expressionless face. She rose to embrace him, whispering sweet nothings in a tender exchange. The following day, Uchiha Hikari experienced a distressing nightmare, pursued relentlessly by a horde of red-eyed apparitions. The harrowing chase continued until she was utterly exhausted, and the nightmare showed no signs of abating. It was only with the morning's birdsong that she was roused from her terror, regaining her senses and instinctively clutching the object beside her. As Hikari discerned what she was embracing, a sense of reassurance washed over her, dispelling the fear instilled by her nightmare. Boruto remained in slumber, and she found herself holding onto his waist. It felt as though he had enveloped her in his embrace, a connection so profound that she hesitated to part from it. The very essence of reliance surged within her, causing the corners of Hikari's mouth to lift ever so slightly as she savored the warmth of the moment. Boruto soon awoke, reaching out to grasp the blanket that eluded his fingers. Instead, his hand encountered a soft, furry texture. As he opened his eyes, he beheld a head resting against his shoulder, adorned with sleek, flowing black hair. Did we slumber together last night? Boruto had not yet fully awakened. He merely mumbled a vague inquiry. Uchiha Kagami responded affirmatively, and soon the two of them rose from their slumber. Boruto was entirely unconcerned about the presence of another person beside him while sleeping, and his actions remained consistent with his usual routine. Sarada and Senju Sakura also awoke around the same time. Upon arriving at the second-floor bathroom, they happened upon Boruto instructing Uchiha Kagami on the proper technique for brushing one's teeth. He was uncertain whether such an item as a toothbrush existed in ancient times, but it was evident that Kagami had never used one. A new towel, belonging to Kagami, hung on an empty rack. Observing Boruto earnestly teaching Uchiha Kagami, Sarada felt a pang of realization. Perhaps she had been overthinking. It was clear that Boruto's feelings toward Kagami were those of friendship. Surely, he would extend his hand to assist any classmate in distress, but Kagami's situation was particularly unique. She had no family here, and Boruto was her sole pillar of support. After spending some time on their morning routines, Boruto led Uchiha Kagami downstairs for breakfast. Hinata had prepared a sumptuous meal for everyone, and when Kagami reached the dining table, she was astounded by the lavish spread before her. The notion of waking up to a meal was something she had never even dared to dream of. Dad, you're back. Boruto sat opposite Naruto and remarked that he had thought his father was still busy in the office, unaware that he had time to enjoy breakfast with the family. I returned home late last night, so I didn't want to disturb you. Naruto chuckled in response. Hello, Uncle Naruto, Uchiha Hikari greeted him politely. In her eyes, Naruto had become an admirable paternal figure, not only possessing exceptional strength but also a heart full of kindness. Hikari could perceive no flaws in him. He was someone who naturally drew people closer. Hello, little Hikari. Did you find your stay here comfortable? Naruto inquired, nodding at Uchiha Hikari, deliberately omitting any mention of Boruto and Hikari sharing a room. He was indifferent to such trivial details, having often shared a room with Hinata during his childhood. There's no place better than here, Hikari replied sincerely, expressing that nothing could surpass the joy of waking up next to a dear friend. If possible, she wished to maintain this status until Boruto expressed his disapproval of her staying by his side. That's good. Living in Konohagakure requires an identity. Since you are residing in my home, you should introduce yourself as such when you go out, Naruto continued, emphasizing the necessity of a legitimate identity. which he had previously discussed with Kagaya, a fitting identity for Uchiha Hikari. You are my adopted daughter. What do you think? Hikari's expression momentarily froze as she processed the meaning of adopted daughter. I am Uncle Naruto's daughter. Her heart raced involuntarily as she gazed at Naruto, who was vastly different from the hazy figure of her father in her memories. Yet, he was willing to assume the role of a father for this orphan, leaving her momentarily speechless, overwhelmed with emotion, and unsure of how to articulate her feelings beyond gratitude. That's approximately the essence of it. However, you need not call me father. You may address me in any manner you prefer. With my identity established, even if you are considered a stranger by others, no one will trouble you, Naruto reassured her. He was concerned that Hikari might attract unwanted attention while traversing the village alone. Though she would not be wronged in terms of strength, emotional distress was another matter entirely. And Naruto sought to prevent such occurrences. Thank you. I truly appreciate it. Hikari nodded repeatedly, accepting Naruto's proposal. Although she could not yet bring herself to call him father, she believed that with time, she would indeed become Naruto's true daughter and would strive not to bring him shame in the future. Sarada and Shinjuchiku fell into a contemplative silence, especially Sarada, who had long proclaimed Naruto as her idol and aspired to follow in his footsteps to become Hokage. She would gladly accept the idea of being an adopted daughter. Yet, she felt conflicted. She knew she should not harbor envy towards Hikari. After all, she had a loving family with parents who cared for her, while Hikari had lost everything. It was precisely because Hikari had suffered so much that she was slowly piecing together the fragments of her life, just as Boruto had promised her. Hinata and Hanabi unconditionally supported Naruto's decision. Hanabi, in particular, felt that Hikari had endured too much hardship, and becoming an adopted daughter of the Uzumaki family was indeed a fortunate turn of events, allowing them to treat Hikari as their own daughter. With a complex mix of emotions, Sarada and Shinjuchiku finished their breakfast. The subsequent hours were not meant to be spent at home. They had assignments as lower-ranked shinobi to attend to, as did Boruto. Just as Boruto picked up his forehead protector to head out, Hikari sensed something amiss and approached him, inquiring, Boruto, where are you going? I'm going to work. I am a competent lower-ranked shinobi, and now that Konoha has returned to its daily routine, I must go out on a mission. Boruto wore his forehead protector firmly atop his head, polishing the metallic plate until it gleamed. The reflection captured the fleeting visage of Uchiha Hikari, revealing a momentary glimmer of despondency. Oh, might I accompany you? Uchiha Hikari inquired tentatively. Certainly not, came the reply. Who embarks on a mission while burdened with family? You should patiently await my return at home, or perhaps venture out to play on your own. Boruto smiled as he gently declined Uchiha Light's affections. While he acknowledged his feelings for her, he remained steadfast in his commitment to uphold the ninja code. He understood that personal entanglements during missions were to be avoided, as, quite simply, anyone outside of his team would only hinder his ability to perform the Rasengan efficiently. Thus, he chose to remain focused. Boruto parted ways with Shinjuchiku at his doorstep. They were not in the same class. Shinjuchiku was in the same class as Uchiha Aoi, while another member of the three-man team was also an acquaintance of Boruto's. Farewell. And please convey my regards to Aoi and younger brother Tsubasa. Boruto and Shinjuchiku waved goodbye, while Chiku's other teammate, Hyuga Tsubaki, who was the descendant of Boruto's uncle Niji, joined them. Due to being born a few months later than Boruto, he became Boruto's younger cousin. The supervising jonin of this class is a prominent figure, Chiku's mother, Tsunade. This arrangement is inevitable, as only members of the Senju clan can guide their own bloodline. Tsunade is somewhat familiar with the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, and with Jiraiya, an expert in various forms of intelligence, by her side. She possesses knowledge of the abilities inherent to both the Sharingan and Byakugan. Only the legendary Sannin could effectively lead a class with such an exceptional lineage. In this team, Uchiha Aoi is a year older than the others. She struggled to find suitable teammates after graduating from the Ninja Academy and spent a whole year self-studying at home with her parents. It was only after Boruto's class graduated that Miss Aoi teamed up with Shinjuchiku and Hyuga Tsubaki to form Konoha's strongest bloodline class. Before departing, Sarada glanced at the dejected Uchiha Hikari, feeling a twinge of competitiveness. She was Boruto's rightful teammate, and Boruto was a person who would never abandon his friends. Thus, in Boruto's eyes, she and Hikari held equal standing as close companions. With this thought, Sarada felt much better and set off towards the training grounds alongside Boruto. Hikari, if you want to go, just go, Hanabi said as she approached Uchiha Hikari, lightly patting her shoulder. She wore a deep blue coat with visible patches, a garment she had painstakingly repaired for Hikari. The girl's intentions were crystal clear, yet she did not express that Boruto was in the wrong this time. He was indeed correct. However, Boruto stated that he couldn't afford to disturb him. Of course, Uchiha Hikari wished to accompany Boruto, but since he had said so, she did not want to become a burden and decided to endure it. You don't have to appear right beside him, just watch from a distance. That way, you can learn what Boruto is up to, and you'll have topics to discuss when you chat. Hanabi continued to encourage Uchiha Hikari to pursue her desires. After thinking for a moment, Hikari realized the wisdom in Hanabi's words. Merely stealing a glance should be harmless, right? Thank you, Aunt Hanabi. A glimmer of light appeared in Uchiha Hikari's eyes as she took the coat from Hanabi's hands. After changing into a fresh pair of ninja sandals, she leaped onto the rooftop with a series of agile movements that left Hanabi in awe. This girl's combat prowess and experience could easily surpass that of many lower-ranked ninjas. Sis, doesn't Hikari resemble you when you were little? Hanabi smiled at Hinata after Hikari had vanished. As the matriarch of the household, Hinata merely observed many things without voicing her opinions. How is she similar? Hinata inquired, puzzled. Since she belonged to the Hyuga clan and shared no resemblance to the Uchiha, you often sneak a peek at your husband's intense training after work. Hiding behind trees and losing track of time, Hanabi chuckled, recalling a childhood incident vividly. One could easily imagine that today's Uchiha Hikari was likely hiding behind something, watching Boruto throughout the day. How do you know that? Hinata stammered, flustered by the recollection of her past, realizing something peculiar about how her secretive sister knew this. Because I was sneaking a peek at you while you were watching him, Hanabi replied with a serious expression. Your mind is rather silly. Hinata couldn't help but laugh, lightly tapping Hanabi's head. The two sisters reminisced about those times, their faces adorned with peaceful smiles. The happiness they once shared continued to flourish, and their bond remained as strong as ever. Uchiha Hikari's stalking skills could only be deemed passable, due to her unique abilities. Enemies faced before her were typically met with swift demise. She had never specifically trained in stealth techniques. She knew only to conceal herself behind roadside advertisements or utility poles. Gradually trailing Boruto and Sarada. Boruto and Sarada engaged in a casual conversation, discussing the topic of Sasuke. Sarada was unaware of the details of the fierce battle that had transpired the previous day, so Boruto took the opportunity to recount the events. Is my father truly that formidable? Is he even human? Sarada expressed her skepticism towards Boruto's words. She had never witnessed Sasuke in action and only knew him to be a remarkably powerful ninja. After all, he was capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the Hokage. Yet the specifics remained unclear to her. The notion of a human summoning meteorites seemed more akin to a scene from a science fiction film, making it difficult for her to accept. Who knows? Looking at my father, he hardly seems human. Boruto also chimed in with a critique, acknowledging Naruto's abilities that he had witnessed firsthand. When in the Six Paths mode, Naruto could defy the laws of physics and soar through the skies. A feat that transcended mere humanity, even the superheroes of films pale in comparison. Meanwhile, Uchiha Light lingered at a distance, unaware of the conversation between Boruto and Sarada. However, observing their cheerful exchange filled him with a pang of envy. Akin to the sharp taste of vinegar he experienced while eating dumplings in the morning, a condiment he had never tasted before. Consequently, he was genuinely astonished and took note of its flavor. Boruto and Sarada swiftly arrived at the designated location for their class, where Konohamaru awaited them punctually. Mitsuki had also arrived early from his residence, thus the members of Team 7 were officially gathered. All right, as everyone is aware, the fierce battle from yesterday has only just subsided, and many ninjas are currently unable to return home and require rest in the vicinity of the village. Consequently, the majority of our tasks today will involve transporting supplies to the village entrance, Konohamaru announced, clapping his hands. Although the battle had concluded, the ninjas had expended an excessive amount of chakra, rendering them temporarily unable to move. Furthermore, the journey back home was long, and they had rushed to the scene without bringing any provisions for the return trip. If they were to head back in such a state, it would likely result in a devastating toll reminiscent of the Fifth Great Ninja War. Why is it always about moving supplies? Isn't this an S-rank mission? Boruto, with a look of disdain, remarked, isn't moving things for the ninjas still just moving things? I find such monotonous tasks unappealing. I yearn for assignments that are grander and more significant. Konohamaru approached Boruto's side and playfully tapped his head, the sound of his fingers striking the forehead protector resonating sharply. Don't think I'm unaware of where Naruto took you yesterday. How could you not invite me to such an exhilarating experience? I truly feel unappreciated for all the care I've given you. The matter Boruto participated in yesterday far surpassed any S-rank mission in importance. It was a crucial opportunity for gaining experience, and Konohamaru felt a tinge of envy. I didn't do much, though. Boruto spoke somewhat sheepishly, pondering the repercussions should Konohamaru discover that he had single-handedly vanquished the puppeteer behind their recent troubles. He was certain that Konohamaru would seek to exact personal vengeance upon him, under the guise of acting in his best interest. Setting aside trivialities, it is imperative to recognize that physical strength and endurance are essential components of a ninja's training regimen. Thus, moving objects serves as a form of exercise. Hurry along, Konohamaru urged once more. I now understand why the ninja system is deemed ineffective. Apart from the missions assigned to them, who else could rationalize employing child labor so convincingly? Boruto turned his gaze towards Mitsuki, who nodded in agreement. At their age, most children merely engaged in household chores, yet they were genuinely laboring as porters. However, their compensation was considerably greater than that of common laborers. Otherwise, they would not be able to persuade the ninjas to assist. Boruto, do you wish to double the amount transported? Asked Konohamaru kindly. I shall attend to it at once. Boruto felt a sudden shiver run through him, prompting him to head towards the task location. Sarada remained silent, having no desire to carry anything. Yet, among the trio, her strength was the greatest, a result of her chakra training, akin to that of the Senju clan. Uchiha Hikaru watched with curiosity as Boruto entered a supply gathering point and emerged with several boxes, sprinting towards the village entrance. The efficiency of the ninja was truly remarkable, their speed several times that of ordinary individuals. The vast machinery of Konohagakure was in full swing, with nearly all the ninjas assisting in the transport, temporarily sustaining the large ninja coalition. Time swiftly approached noon. Hikaru pondered what he could do to assist Boruto, feeling that rushing over to help might not be appropriate. However, he found himself at a loss for what he could contribute. Just then, a nearby household caught his attention. A mother stood at the window, loudly advising her child outside to ensure the bento was delivered to his father. The 10-year-old boy nodded in acknowledgement and departed with the bento box towards a construction site. An idea sparked in Hikaru's mind as he realized that it was nearly lunchtime. Boruto seemed so engrossed in his tasks that he had forgotten to eat. Suddenly, a plan formed. He leaped onto a utility pole, assessed the route, and promptly vanished from sight. Moments later, he arrived at the doorstep of the Uzumaki residence. As he prepared to open the door, he hesitated, feeling a mix of emotions as it was his first return home. This wave of sentiment momentarily overwhelmed him. Taking a while to compose himself, I'm back, Hikaru declared boldly as he stepped into the entrance, summoning his courage. Hanabi peeked from the living room, cradling her daughter, seemingly trying to soothe the child. Welcome back, Keisei. Are you hungry? Hanabi inquired. No. I saw Boruto working hard on his mission and wanted to bring him a bento, Hikaru explained, entering the living room and smiling at little Hinata Heya in her cradle. Perhaps due to the novelty of the situation, he appeared somewhat anxious, his expression contorted. Hanabi chuckled at Hikaru's serious demeanor, playfully ruffling his hair. Just take it if you want to. Why so serious? Hikaru realized he was overreacting, a faint blush creeping onto his cheeks. Did you hear that, sister? Someone is willing to deliver lunch to your son, Hanabi called to Hinata, who was busy in the kitchen. Hinata, overhearing, smiled softly, reminiscing about how Boruto used to bring bento to Naruto, and now the roles had reversed. I heard you. Keisei, please wait a moment. I'll prepare lunch for both of you, Hinata said gently, retrieving the family bento boxes and carefully arranging the prepared dishes inside. Do I get one too? Hikaru asked, puzzled. Keisei, if you don't eat with Boruto, he will undoubtedly share half of his with you, Hinata assured, her head lowered as she organized the bento box. Her tone resolute. She understood her son much like she understood her husband. Yes, that's just how he is. Hikaru's thoughts drifted back to the times Boruto had shared food with him, a radiant smile illuminating his face, making Hanabi wish to put down her daughter and embrace this adorable child. After a moment, Hikaru exited with the bento box in hand, glancing back at the Uzumaki residence. In his heart, it had transformed from a mere structure into a place brimming with emotions and warmth. Once he had composed himself, he dashed towards Boruto's location. At that moment, Boruto sat resting atop a wooden crate, feeling hungry yet lacking the strength to return home for a meal. He could only rest there. Sarada, lacking any semblance of ladylike demeanor, sat beside him, legs apart, arms resting on her thighs, her posture bent as if she had just engaged in a fierce battle. In contrast, Mitsuki appeared unfazed, not a drop of sweat on him, leading Boruto to question if Mitsuki was even human, as no one could perform such labor without fatigue. Are you a sage? Boruto expressed his skepticism towards Mitsuki, acknowledging the existence of sages in the world. He understood that it was a term that encompassed a certain state of being, noting that his father could enter this sage mode, significantly enhancing his physical abilities, strength, and reaction speed. The thought of learning this technique had already begun to occupy Boruto's mind. Indeed, Mitsuki replied with a gentle smile, yet Boruto remained unconvinced by his words. This was not due to any doubts about Mitsuki's character, but rather because his statements often seemed peculiar. You ought to provide some clarification. It makes it quite difficult for me to be persuaded. Boruto helplessly remarked as he attempted to twist his aching neck, only to unexpectedly catch sight of a familiar figure rushing towards him. Aki, what brings you here? Boruto inquired with a hint of confusion. I've come to bring you a bento, Uchiha Aki replied, raising the bento box in her hand, feeling a twinge of nervousness within. If Boruto were to say she was interrupting him during a mission, Aki would have to silently accept it, as it was indeed the midst of a task. Really? How did you know I was hungry? That is so thoughtful of you. Boruto's face illuminated with a joyful smile as he effortlessly accepted the bento box, offering a compliment in the process. Upon hearing his praise, Akira felt a profound sense of validation, believing that her effort in preparing the bento had been entirely worthwhile. Her own happiness was intertwined with Boruto's. Sarada's gaze, obscured by the reflection of her glasses, rendered her intentions ambiguous. However, Boruto sensed an unsettling chill at the back of his neck, the scrutiny leaving him unable to enjoy his meal. Sarada, this is for you. I imagine you must be hungry as well. Boruto wisely extended the lunchbox in his hand towards Sarada, saying, I don't need it. This is yours. Sarada turned her head away, disregarding Boruto's kindness. Although she was indeed hungry, she resolutely made a decision that contradicted her physical needs. Uncertain of whom she was actually sulking against. Don't brush it off. If Uncle Sasuke finds out that I didn't share my lunch with you, he would certainly give me a good thrashing. Boruto does not adhere to Sarada's reservations. He simply thrust the lunchbox into her arms, murmuring, Will your father still hit you? Sarada caught the lunchbox, her attention captivated by Boruto's words, and she ceased to reject this gesture of goodwill. Alas, he remarked, he claims that boys can endure punishment. Thus he refrains from striking those at home and directs his blows towards others. Boruto, wearing a pained expression, remarked, Sasuke is admirable in every way and teaches swiftly. Yet his temperament is exceedingly poor. Am I to blame for his rivalry with my mother over my father? Is it truly necessary for him to target me so? The innocence of childhood eludes me. Haha. Sarada was amused by Boruto's plight. It was evident he had been on the receiving end of Sasuke's wrath. Moreover, she discerned her father's concern within his words. She realized that her occasional caprices at home did not provoke any ire from Sasuke. It seemed he reserved his temper exclusively for Boruto. Akira, let us share a portion. I shall partake sparingly. Boruto turned to Uchiha Hikari and remarked that he had not inquired why Hikari had brought 2 lunchboxes. The answer was self-evident. They were indeed close friends who could share a meal together. All right, Uchiha Hikari replied with a smile, nodding in agreement. He then produced a bamboo tube and offered it to Sarada, filled with refreshing water to accompany their meal. Hinata was an exemplary homemaker, well aware of the needs of her children. However, what about Mitsuki? Should they perhaps share a little more? Boruto soon noticed that Satsuki was also watching him. With only 2 servings available, it was indeed a challenge for 4 people to share. Nevertheless, he did not abandon the thought of Satsuki. No need, she replied, shaking her head. I bought some rice balls when I passed by the convenience store earlier. I had intended to warm them up with my body heat for you. As she spoke, Satsuki reached into her kimono, retrieving several warm rice balls from near her abdomen. That sounds a bit odd. But as long as you have something to eat, that is fine. Boruto found himself at a loss for where to begin his complaints. Had it not been for the timely arrival of Uchiha Light with his offerings, he would have been left to consume the lukewarm rice balls prepared by Mitsuki. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered, though he was too fatigued to ponder it further. Boruto and Uchiha Hikari sat together, savoring the bento lovingly prepared by Hinata. The familiar taste of his mother's cooking brought immense joy to Boruto, who deftly wielded his chopsticks, while Hikari opted for a spoon, taking delicate bites. Occasionally, Boruto would place some meatballs within Hikari's reach, focusing intently on his rice. Boruto, you eat. I'm not hungry, Hikari said. Feeling a tad embarrassed about sharing food with Boruto, she had not exerted herself and wished to leave the delectable morsels for him. Thus, the two engaged in playful banter over the distribution of their meal. Suddenly, Mitsuki noticed that the rice ball in his mouth had lost its flavor, while Sarada, frustrated, bent her chopsticks. She settled beside Boruto and offered a portion of her own bento. "Eat," Sarada stated calmly, her tone leaving no room for argument. Boruto initially intended to refuse, but upon witnessing her unwavering demeanor, he resigned himself to accept. The mealtime concluded in an oddly charged atmosphere. After finishing the water from the bamboo tube, Boruto happily patted his belly. Hikari's presence felt like a timely blessing. He had enjoyed a sumptuous lunch without the need to return home, a rare stroke of good fortune. "Boruto, will you not introduce me to this lady?" Mitsuki inquired, stepping forward and directing his gaze toward Hikari, scrutinizing the scion of the Uchiha clan. "Ah, Mitsuki, you may not be aware, but this is Uchiha Hikari, my friend, who is currently residing at my home," Boruto replied. It was then that Boruto realized the separation between Satsuki's social circle and his own family connections, unlike Sarada, who had familial ties that facilitated frequent visits. Thus, he briefly introduced the identity of Uchiha Hikari. "Hello." Uchiha Hikari nodded towards Satsuki, acknowledging her presence. Boruto's friends would not become her acquaintances. Hikari understood that having Boruto as her sole confidant sufficed. She was incapable of radiating the same warmth towards others as Boruto did. Nor would she impose upon herself the obligation to emulate him. "Was it you who observed us from afar?" Satsuki inquired. "How did you?" Uchiha Hikari looked at Satsuki with astonishment, realizing that the latter was referring to her previous covert observations. Despite her efforts to remain concealed, she had been discovered. "My perception is somewhat extraordinary. I did not anticipate that you were a friend of Boruto," Satsuki elucidated. Uchiha Hikari recognized her as a censor-type ninja. Yet since her presence had been unveiled, she had no intention of concealing it further, merely glancing at Boruto, awaiting his reaction. "If you wish to accompany me, it would be perfectly acceptable. Konoha is vast, and it can be quite challenging to find suitable places to explore." Boruto raised his hand and gently patted Uchiha Hikari's head, expressing that he always considered her perspective in his actions. In such an unfamiliar place as Konoha, she had nowhere to go, and staying home would only lead to boredom. Thus, it was natural for her to accompany him. Upon hearing Boruto's kindness and understanding, Hikari could not contain her joy and instinctively embraced him. They had shared such moments before, and apart from feeling slightly constricted, Boruto experienced no discomfort. Mitsuki and Sarada exchanged glances that suggested they had been caught off guard, with Mitsuki remaining relatively unfazed, simply surprised that Boruto had formed such a close friendship without his knowledge. Sarada, on the other hand, mused over how ancient customs might have led to misunderstandings about the boundaries of modern relationships. However, after a brief interlude, their supervisor Konohamaru arrived to urge Boruto and the others to resume their work. Hikari chose not to linger, taking her empty lunchbox home before returning to stay close to Boruto, waiting for him to finish for the day so they could head home together. Konohamaru, showing a semblance of conscience, did not burden them with excessive labor that afternoon. After a few trips, he allowed them to return home to rest. Boruto and Sarada felt as if they had been granted a reprieve, hastily escaping Konohamaru's presence, while Mitsuki maintained a relaxed smile. "Boruto," Uchiha Hikari called out, standing in his path as he approached. Her face lit up with a carefree smile, knowing that the time ahead would be spent in Boruto's company. Whether watching television or playing games, being together was all that mattered. "Aiko, you're here. Let me take you to enjoy some delicious food." Upon encountering Uchiha Hikari, Boruto greeted her with joy, taking her small hand and leading her towards a nearby fork in the road. This was not the way home, and Hikari, albeit somewhat confused, allowed him to guide her. They soon arrived at the entrance of a restaurant. It appeared to be a hamburger joint. Uchiha Hikari faintly recalled Boruto having introduced it to her before. Her memory served her well in this instance. She remembered this establishment, distinguished by the peculiar aromas wafting from within. Indeed, it was the one. The meager meal they had consumed earlier had long been digested, and it was time to indulge in a delightful experience. With a look of eager anticipation adorning his face, Boruto eagerly pulled Uchiha Light into the restaurant. They skillfully approached the counter and ordered 2 familiar burger meals. Fried. Uchiha Light's gaze lingered on the colorful posters adorning the restaurant's walls. There was no need to comprehend the meaning of the advertisements. The mere aroma and allure of the fried food set her taste buds into a frenzy. Indeed, while excessive consumption of fried delicacies may be detrimental to health, their deliciousness is undeniable. There exists no fried fare that lacks an enticing fragrance. Boruto earnestly described his favorite food, hoping to convey its exquisite flavors to Uchiha Kagami. Yet, no amount of words could rival the authenticity of a single bite of a hamburger. The meal at Boruto's diner arrived swiftly, consisting of a hamburger, a pack of fries, and a cup of carbonated beverage. This seemingly simple combination, however, is capable of delivering boundless joy, as evidenced by the indulgent expression painted across Boruto's face. The two individuals carried their trays to a window-side table, where Boruto instructed Uchiha Light on how to unwrap the packaging. He then took a hearty bite of the sandwich. Layers of meat and lettuce nestled between two slices of bread. As he bit down, the juices erupted, and the aroma of fried goodness enveloped his palate. Harmoniously balanced by the creamy dressing and crisp lettuce before any greasiness could linger, leaving only a delightful taste and fragrance dancing upon his tongue. Uchiha Light had heard Boruto extolling the virtues of this food since ancient times, and now, as she finally savored it herself, she almost bit her own tongue in surprise. Her eyes gleamed with astonishment, and after several mouthfuls, she paused, her face instinctively radiating a hue synonymous with sheer bliss. Delicious, isn't it? Do take care not to devour too much at once. You might choke. This cola, when paired with fried delicacies, is the very essence of happiness. Boruto presented a cup of cola before Uchiha Hikari. She set down the hamburger in her hand, curiously bringing the cup to her ear. A soft, rustling sound emanated from within, prompting her to wonder if something was hidden inside the cup. How could water produce such peculiar noises? Hikari was certain that Boruto would not harm her. Thus, she took a sip through the straw, only to be startled by a sudden rush of effervescence that nearly caused her to spit it out. However, not wishing to lose face in front of Boruto, she restrained herself and savored the source of this intriguing sensation. The sweet flavor intertwined with the bubbles made her feel as though she were floating. She found herself enveloped in a world of deep brown cola, where bubbles burst around her ears, offering an unparalleled delight. Boruto's words rang true. This beverage was indeed a source of joy, and with a single sip, a radiant smile blossomed upon her face. "This is remarkable," Hikari exclaimed sincerely, marveling at a drink she had never encountered before. In ancient times, oil and sugar were virtually rare commodities. The combination of these elements in food provided her with a fresh perspective on culinary delights. It was no wonder Boruto held them in such high regard. "This is French fries." Boruto smiled as he handed over the golden brown fries. Sharing his favorite food with friends brought him a sense of accomplishment. "Potato?" Uchiha Hikari finally recognized something she had tasted before, though she had never imagined that potatoes could be transformed into this delightful form through frying. She picked up a fry and took a bite. The sweet aroma of the potato enchanted her. Unconsciously, her fingers reached for more, and she found herself unable to stop eating. When she eventually choked a little from indulging, she took a sip of cola, savoring the bubbles and sweetness. In that moment, she felt her spirit elevate. Within mere minutes, she polished off an ordinary meal, leaving no crumbs behind. "How delightful it is. I promise I will fulfill everything I have vowed to you, so just wait." Boruto rested his head on one hand, a cup of cola perched at his side, sipping occasionally as he observed Uchiha Hikari savoring her meal, feeling as though he himself was already full. Uchiha Hikari nodded emphatically, understanding Boruto's sentiments. He would introduce her to this brand new future world, allowing her to experience unprecedented joys, washing away the haunting memories that had lingered in her mind. Moments later, the two emerged from the restaurant, having satisfied their appetites, with Hikari occasionally letting out a small burp. This was her first encounter with carbonated beverages, and the gas in her stomach was gradually being released, causing her cheeks to flush slightly as she lowered her gaze, avoiding Boruto's eyes. Oh no, she had overindulged. If she could not manage dinner later, her mother would surely become quite fearsome. At this moment, Boruto was satiated and burping when thoughts of his mother, who was preparing dinner, began to stir a sense of unease within him. The mere idea that she might discover his indulgence in junk food, which rendered him unable to appreciate her meticulously crafted meal, sent shivers down his spine. The image of Hinata's piercing white eyes, filled with disappointment, haunted him like a nightmare. "It's all right, I can eat. I will certainly not waste any food," he reassured himself. Uchiha Light gently patted Boruto's back, offering comfort, reminding him of the ancient times when every grain of rice was of utmost significance. Thus, even when one was already full, Akira would strive to consume every morsel, sparing not a single crumb. "There is no need to force yourself. Let us endeavor together." Boruto reclined with his hands clasped behind his head, exuding a casual demeanor that, to the Uchiha light, appeared quite charming. Though he typically maintained a laid-back attitude, Boruto had never failed to impress when the moment called for seriousness. The two swiftly made their way back to the Uzumaki residence. Upon entering the courtyard, Boruto sensed something amiss. The usual tranquility of their home was disrupted by a cacophony that felt utterly out of place. Boruto turned to the side and beheld an unforgettable scene. All the prominent figures of the ninja world had gathered in his family's courtyard. Some were seated on makeshift wooden benches. Others leaned against the trunks of trees, while a few simply sat on the ground, loudly calling for Naruto to join them for drinks. "Boruto, who are they?" Uchiha Light inquired, inching closer to Boruto. Faced with such a multitude of unfamiliar faces in their home, Akira felt a twinge of apprehension. Particularly daunting were the two burly, dark-skinned men, whose muscular frames could easily crush a fly unfortunate enough to fall upon them. They were all ninja of the same caliber as his father, the third Tsuchikage, the fourth Tsuchikage, the fourth Raikage and his brother, the fifth Mizukage, and the fifth Kazekage. Boruto's expression mirrored that of someone who had encountered a ghost. These illustrious figures, who typically graced the television screen, included several retired Hokages, the predecessors to the current ones, who seemed to have vanished, likely displaced by their former counterparts due to limited space in their households. Uchiha Hikari surveyed the ninja of Naruto's caliber with curious eyes. Her instincts indicated that each of them was formidable. If she were to annihilate the ninja world, they would undoubtedly pose the greatest obstacle. However, Hikari had forgotten that all of them had once been her puppets, their minds thoroughly manipulated. Her gaze settled on a frail old man, whose body swayed precariously in the wind, seemingly on the brink of collapse. Naruto stood beside him, one hand resting on the old man's back, channeling the power of yang release to heal him. "Grandpa Noki, are you feeling better?" Naruto inquired. The former third Tsuchikage had aged considerably since his retirement. Yet he could not escape the fate of being controlled during this ninja war, forced to fight several times. Fortunately, his frailty limited the full extent of his dust release, sparing them from grievous casualties. Thank you. I feel much better," Noki replied, his complexion gaining some color. Yang release proved beneficial for someone of his age, though his speech remained halting and his body barely moved. Upon witnessing her grandfather's survival, Kuratsuchi's expression lightened. The fourth Tsuchikage patted Naruto's back in gratitude. "Thanks, Naruto. At his age, Grandpa should be resting comfortably. Yet when the war broke out, he was the first to charge into battle. I thought for sure he was a goner. But you brought him back." Kuratsuchi's words struck a jarring note, particularly for Boruto and Hikari. Hikari felt a twinge of guilt upon hearing this. She recalled Naruto mentioning that no one would sacrifice themselves in this ninja war. However, the thought of this elderly gentleman potentially exhausting himself to death weighed heavily on her conscience. Thankfully, Boruto, sensing her distress, gently squeezed her hand in a gesture of comfort. "You ungrateful grandchild," Noki glared at Kuratsuchi, lamenting the lack of compassion in his granddaughter. "It's Naruto who truly cares for me. He remains exactly the same as when we first met. Grandpa Noki is truly destined for longevity. I've known him for 20 years, and I'm sure he can live for many more," Naruto said with a smile. Noki found these words far more agreeable than those of his granddaughter, feeling justified in having treated Naruto like a beloved grandson all these years. "Hey, Naruto, come over and have a drink. I'm feeling quite displeased," called out the fourth Raikage, who seized Naruto with a robust hand, thrusting a cup of strong liquor towards him, almost intent on drowning him in it. "I don't drink. One cup would be too much, and then how could I chat with you all?" Naruto protested, as he typically abstained from alcohol. As Hokage, no one dared to pressure him into drinking, considering he had a family to return to, and he preferred not to bring the scent of alcohol home. "You must drink. We've all been bullied by your son," insisted stubbornly. Naruto glanced towards the living room, where his eldest son, Himawari, was engrossed in a book, seemingly melding with the surroundings, nearly invisible unless one looked closely. Everyone knew that Naruto's eldest son was the strongest genius in the ninja world. Few anticipated that he had grown powerful enough to overpower these elder statesmen. The village had been suppressed by Hashirama and Madara during its inception, then by the fourth Hokage, and later by Naruto and Sasuke. Now, a new era was dawning, yet the old guard wondered how many more years they would be overshadowed. "That's not something worth mentioning. You scoundrel," remarked Killer Bee, who approached Naruto, snatching the cup from A's hand and downing its contents in one gulp. Naruto smiled in response. and the two shared a moment of camaraderie, joking and snacking on treats nearby. Are all of Uncle Naruto's friends like this? Hikari mused, intrigued by the sight of Naruto, who appeared rejuvenated in B's company, exhibiting a playful demeanor reminiscent of youth. Boruto, however, could only facepalm in exasperation. His father had a remarkable ability to connect with anyone, regardless of their differences. Father has far too many friends. This is merely a fraction of them. You were able to use his memories to break everyone's brainwashing precisely because of this. Boruto spoke to Uchiha Kagami, prompting Kagami to recall his past actions. If such an enchanting individual could evoke significant memories in so many, it only deepened Kagami's admiration for Naruto. Boruto entered the house with Uchiha Hikari, and after changing his shoes, made his way to the living room. Hinata was in the kitchen, preparing food for their guests, while Hanabi was likely upstairs tending to the children. Yui sat on the sofa, engrossed in a book, though her immediate surroundings were anything but tranquil. Perched on Yui's shoulder was a small red monkey, no larger than a palm, yet possessing 4 tails. Boruto scrutinized it closely, contemplating that it resembled a tailed beast. In addition to this red monkey, several diminutive pets flitted about Yui's vicinity. The 2 small foxes at home were already familiar, while a blue kitten lounged on Yui's lap, and a white pony with 5 tails leaned against her thigh. A pale purple slug wobbled nearby, its 6 tails clinging to the edge of the sofa, its tiny eyes fixated on Yui. A beetle with 7 leaf-like wings fluttered overhead, frantically searching for a perch, its wings merely extensions of its tails. On the table before Yui stood an aquarium, once the subject of Boruto's fervent desire to keep goldfish, only for them to perish shortly after their arrival. Now, it housed 2 bizarre tailed beasts. One, an entity with 8 octopus-like limbs and a bovine upper body, and the other, a turtle with 3 tails. The turtle struggled to climb out, repeatedly slipping back down due to its short limbs, which irritated the octopus, prompting it to finally speak. Honestly, it's quite cramped in here. Stop your reckless climbing, turtle. Your shell is scratching me, grumbled the coarse voice of the creature with the bull's head. The turtle remained silent, continuing its futile attempts to swim its way up. The indignant octopus, burdened by the turtle's stubbornness, found its strength waning. At that moment, the other small-tailed beasts grew restless as well. The 2-tailed creature stood upright, attempting to leap onto Yui's head, only to find it occupied by the 9-tailed beast, which displeased it greatly, leading to an incessant meow echoing from below. Suddenly, a clay pot rolled in from the kitchen, its lid popping off to reveal a brown head, none other than the now miniaturized 1-tail. It seemed oblivious to how it had come to nest in a cooking pot. Hey, 9-tails. You've lingered by the old man's side long enough. This is now my territory, 1-tail declared, brandishing the pot lid as if it were armor, ready to challenge 9-tails for supremacy over Yui's head. Huh, a mere 1-tailed nuisance, 9-tails scoffed, casting a dismissive glance at the comical figure of 1-tail. This remark, however, ruffled the feathers of all the tailed beasts present, for many of them boasted fewer tails than their boastful counterpart. What's so great about having more tails? Voices chimed in unison, revealing the underlying resentment many held towards 9-tails. This creature, having absorbed a significant portion of the power from the 10-tails, often mocked those with fewer tails. I have not only more tails but also a formidable half-body. Who dares challenge us? 9-tails declared proudly. Just as a darker variant of itself, 9-tails, emerged, both casting wicked smiles upon the gathering of tailed beasts below. Silence enveloped the tailed beasts. 9-tails had once been split in 2, a supposed weakening that had not diminished its prowess. Instead, it had transformed into an 18-tailed beast. And Naruto had once wielded the power of half of 9-tails to conquer foes during the era of the 10-tails. Now, facing yet another half, the tailed beast could only mutter silently, "We cannot provoke this creature." Your brother is quite impressive, managing to hide 2 pets on his head, Uchiha Hikari remarked, tugging at Boruto's hand. Boruto found himself wanting to chide her for her misplaced focus, but simultaneously admired Yui's remarkable ability to balance 2 9-tails atop her head, akin to a cozy fox fur hat. I won't stand for this. 1-tail shouted in indignation, charging at 9-tails with the pot. The 2 9-tails were knocked over, and chaos erupted as the other tailed beasts joined the fray, transforming the living room into a makeshift coliseum, filled with the cacophony of growls and cries amidst the tumultuous battle. 1-tail, the most fervent, met with the most disastrous outcome. The pot, which it had intended as a shield, became a hindrance as the 2 9-tails ensnared it with their tails, spinning it around before sending it crashing across the room. Disoriented, One Tail struggled to rise, but soon found itself cradled in the arms of a blue-eyed little girl. Himawari, just returned from school. Little Tanuki, are you all right? She asked, gently patting One Tail's head. At its diminutive size, One Tail resembled a commonplace pet, endearing itself to children. Tanuki? I am One Tail, the guardian of the crane, not some mere raccoon. One Tail protested, glaring at Himawari, who, if One Tail had retained its true form, would never have been able to reach its head. You're so cute. Are you friends with Nine Tails? Himawari inquired, oblivious to One Tail's true identity, as she often played with the two Nine Tails at home. Absolutely not. We are bitter rivals. One Tail huffed. Then are you friends with my dad? Himawari asked, noticing One Tail's disgruntled expression. Naruto is one of the few humans I can tolerate, One Tail admitted, hesitating. It harbored a fondness for Naruto, often pondering why that particular individual had been so fortunate to become a Jinchuriki for Nine Tails. After all, it had been with Naruto's assistance that One Tail reconciled with Gaara, becoming friends rather than adversaries. One Tail turned to gaze out the window, where Naruto was happily sharing a drink with Gaara. Both village leaders seldom had the opportunity to meet, and this unexpected reunion was cherished. Illuminating Gaara's face with a smile rarely seen, this was the essence of friendship. The revelry continued well into the night. And had it not been for the looming hour of rest, Boruto suspected they would have kept the noise going until dawn. It was no surprise. Considering his father's friends had not seen each other in ages, such a rare encounter was bound to spark jubilation. If this carries on, my home will turn into a veritable zoo. Boruto expressed his disdain towards Uchiha Light, remarking that the skirmishes among the Nine Tails and other tailed beasts had finally come to an end. The two Nine Tails now sat triumphantly atop a hill formed by their brethren. Even though their sizes had diminished and their powers were restrained, they remained the formidable Nine Tails, especially since they were united as one entity among the 18 Tails. I feel rather indifferent, he mused. Uchiha Light intended to voice her thoughts, yet she was unfamiliar with the tailed beasts and unaware of the reasons for their gathering. If the head of the family, Naruto, had no objections, she too felt no discomfort. When will you depart? Yuya inquired of the tailed beasts sprawled on the ground. Aside from the 8 Tails and the 3 Tails, who had narrowly escaped, the rest had been soundly thrashed by the 9 Tails and now lay in a state of utter exhaustion. I do not wish to leave. I want to stay by the old man's side, the 2 Tails mewed, echoing the sentiments of the other tailed beasts. It was a rare opportunity to draw near to the old man, and they were not inclined to relinquish it easily. Indeed, old man, we had intended to seek you out, but our sizes deterred us from coming, fearing we might trample on someone, remarked the 4 Tails, swaying its 4 tails. To these beasts, humans were no different from ants. Each movement they made caused tremors in the earth. Had they not been inadvertently subdued, they would not have found themselves here. I spent so long searching for a suitable habitat for you. After finally discovering an ideal place, you wish to abandon it? Yuya gazed calmly at the tailed beasts. Although they held affection for Yuya, they felt a twinge of apprehension in the presence of the stern old man. Each habitat Yuya selected aligned perfectly with the attributes of the tailed beasts, allowing them to thrive in comfort, yet he had not considered whether loneliness might plague their hearts. We wish to remain by your side, just like the 9 Tails, the 5 Tails pleaded. Had they known that the old man would reincarnate here, they would have vowed never to leave Konohagakure after the Great Ninja War. After all, they were friends with Naruto and would surely not be cast out. 3 days. We shall return in 3 days, Yuya replied with a shake of his head. Though the tailed beasts felt reluctant, they had no choice but to comply with his words. Yuya appeared unyielding, yet he had his own considerations. Though these tailed beasts seemed homeless, they maintained reasonably good relationships with their respective Jinchuriki, who resided with them in their habitats, such as Gaara with the 1 tail and Killer Bee with the 8 tail. Yuya, you must possess a remarkable talent for taming beasts, they remarked. Boruto gazed at the tailed beasts, their eyes glistening with tears, reluctant to part from Yui. He mused that, compared to being a teacher, he might be more suited to the role of a circus animal trainer. How could anyone be so adored by beasts? He believed he could never achieve such a connection. I'm back, came Naruto's voice from outside. Boruto approached the entrance and recalled that his father had taken the intoxicated Gaara to the Yukai residence. Yukai was a dear friend of Boruto's, and Gaara, being Naruto's friend and Yukai's uncle, shared a close bond with them. Boruto, just the person I wanted to see. I have something to ask you, Naruto called out, waving as Boruto stepped closer, awaiting his inquiry. What is it? Isn't your current room a bit small? Would you like to consider expanding it? Naruto inquired. It is indeed a tad small, but I find it quite comfortable, Boruto replied. Boruto gazed at his father with a sense of bewilderment, struggling to comprehend the meaning behind his words. Indeed, considering the size of their home, his room could only be regarded as a mere fragment of space. However, Boruto refrained from voicing his thoughts, having grown accustomed to this arrangement over the years. Living alone is certainly acceptable, but isn't little Mitsuki going to be sharing your bed now? It wouldn't be right to always squeeze together. Naruto pointed out the flaw in Boruto's reasoning. One must not be so selfish. It is essential to consider the needs of friends, or rather, roommates. How did you know that? Boruto asked in astonishment, while Uchiha Kagami, who had secretly followed him, felt a surge of anxiety within. Uncertain of how Naruto would perceive this situation, Kagami was bewildered by the boundaries of friendship in this era, pondering whether sharing a bed was a good or bad thing. Naturally, it is something one would notice. No, don't you find it peculiar? Why would you assume that we sleep together every day? Boruto, with a hint of sarcasm, expressed his disbelief that a father from a typical family would immediately ponder the need for an expansion upon discovering his son sleeping alongside a girl of the same age. He suggested that Naruto's thought process must be somewhat askew. Isn't it perfectly normal to sleep with friends? At your age, I shared a bed with your mother, as well as with Sasuke and Gaara, and Naruto tilted his head, looking at Boruto, and began recounting his youthful escapades as if sharing treasured memories. However, Boruto was far from impressed, feeling that he had not surpassed his father's experiences. Stop right there. I have no interest in your romantic history. Boruto quickly called for a halt, acutely aware of his father's penchant for making friends. He would not have been the least bit surprised if Naruto had claimed to change friends daily. I plan to renovate the guest room next door and connect it to your room. This will create a more spacious area, Naruto proposed. The guest room lay adjacent to Boruto's, while on the other side was Himawari's room, making this the only feasible method for expansion. So, our house wouldn't lack a guest room, and besides, Akira won't be sleeping with me every night. After becoming accustomed to this unfamiliar period, he would likely retire to the guest room, wouldn't he? Boruto felt an odd sensation, questioning why his father believed he could remain with Akira indefinitely. At present, Akira was merely frightened by the unfamiliar surroundings, and in a few days, they would naturally part ways. Upon hearing Boruto's words, Uchiha Akira felt a tumultuous wave of emotions within her chest. She realized it was time for her to express her thoughts and not allow Boruto to dominate the conversation. Consequently, she rushed in front of Naruto and fervently articulated her feelings. I would never harbor such thoughts. I desire to be with Boruto without separation, Uchiha Akira declared loudly, prompting the heads of her sisters to peek into the living room, keenly listening to the unfolding events. However, this requires Boruto's agreement. Uchiha Akira recognized that she had raised her voice a bit too high. She dared not glance at Boruto's expression, instead fixating on her pink slippers. Seemingly apprehensive that he might reject her clingy affection, Boruto stood in place, scratching his head, uncertain of how to proceed. Uchiha Hikari's words did not seem to be a jest. She genuinely appeared to desire sharing a room with him. However, having been single for quite some time, the sudden prospect of a roommate left him perplexed. He worried whether his undesirable habits might displease Hikari. Boruto, you must learn to calculate. You mentioned that Hikari would sleep in the guest room. We certainly do not have a guest room in our home. Thus, wouldn't it be more spacious if your room were connected to hers? Naruto spoke in a fatherly tone, and Boruto found his reasoning compelling, leaving him momentarily speechless and ensnared in thought. Is that truly the case? He pondered. In any event, do consider this. Do not sleep on the floor tonight, as it may lead to a chill. Naruto's suggestion stemmed from a place of care for the health of the two children. He simply wished for them to avoid the discomfort of sleeping on the floor, a notion Boruto appreciated. After all, spending a night on the floor left one with aching limbs, which was hardly sustainable. Having finished his counsel, Naruto ascended to the second floor, heading towards Boruto's room, with Boruto and Uchiha Hikari following closely behind. Given the time constraints, any modifications seemed impractical. Therefore, he felt compelled to prepare for the night's arrangements to ensure the two children could endure until morning. Upon entering Boruto's room, Naruto assessed the dimensions of the space. He then placed his right hand upon the bed frame, channeling the power of yin-yang release. The bed appeared to come to life as the wooden slats began to shift and expand, extending beyond its original single size to accommodate an additional half, ensuring ample space for the two children to sleep comfortably. While this transformation rendered the room somewhat congested, it still provided sufficient room for movement. After all, Boruto often spent his idle time either lounging on the bed, engrossed in manga, or playing video games. Would release? But Uncle Naruto isn't from the Senju clan. Hikari remarked, her eyes widening as she observed Naruto's manipulation of the bed. She was aware that only Would release could achieve such feats. Yet it seemed too crude and violent for such a delicate task. This is my father's Inyang release. In simple terms, it transforms chakra into tangible objects. Anything is possible. He once even crafted an eyeball for someone who had lost their sight, Boruto explained. Boruto had grown accustomed to Naruto's extraordinary abilities. He understood that outsiders would be astonished, and indeed, such powers deserved admiration. However, after witnessing them countless times, Boruto felt a sense of indifference. As for the deity of the shrine, Uchiha Hikari's expression gradually transformed into one of reverence. She had only heard tales of the divine figures worshipped at shrines. Beings of unparalleled capability. Wasn't that a description of Naruto? Yet, he wasn't that remarkable. He was merely an annoying old man. Boruto remains reluctant to acknowledge the remarkable nature of his father, though he speaks otherwise. The true sentiments that linger in his heart are known solely to him. For now, let us accept things as they are. After completing his tasks, Naruto nodded at the two children. And an inexplicable feeling surged within Uchiha Hikari. She sensed that Uncle Naruto approved of her companionship with Boruto, and this companionship implied a shared existence, akin to nurturing her as a daughter. Thank you, Uncle Naruto, Hikari said, her gaze filled with emotion as she looked at him. Naruto gently ruffled her hair before departing the room to join his wives, leaving an aura of tranquility in his wake. Hikari, do you truly intend to live with me indefinitely? Boruto inquired. Indeed, that is my heartfelt desire. Boruto, you have taught me the importance of expressing my thoughts candidly. Therefore, I shall not bury my feelings. Speak your mind freely, Hikari replied earnestly, offering a straightforward answer without evasion, and awaited Boruto's response. To be honest, I still find it somewhat surreal to suddenly have a new roommate. It feels rather peculiar. Yet, we are close friends, united in our endeavors, entrusting our backs to one another. You are willing to risk everything to propel me forward in battle, and I, too, wish to offer something in return for you. Boruto settled onto the widened bed and patted it, speaking softly. Uchiha Mitsuki felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain whether Boruto would reject his impulsiveness. However, he soon realized that the primary issue of living together as close friends was not a lack of emotional connection, but rather the remnants of some undesirable habits from their single days. If you wish to stay, then by all means, do so. Yet know that you may retract your decision at any moment. In the end, Boruto made his decision. Since Uchiha Hikari wished to live together, he would acquiesce to her desire. Should conflicts arise later, they could always reconsider their arrangement. After all, it was not a matter of lifelong commitment. I won't have any regrets. Thank you for tolerating my capriciousness, Boruto. A radiant smile illuminated Uchiha Hikari's face as she embraced Boruto's shoulder tightly from the side. Her innocent, crescent-eyed grin captivated Boruto endlessly. Hee, Hikari, you look truly beautiful when you smile. When I first met you, you had such a fierce expression. How times have changed. Boruto laughed joyfully, while Uchiha Hikari felt a slight blush on her delicate face. She recalled the first time she encountered Boruto, when she had pinned him to the ground in a display of strength. Surely, her expression at that moment was quite unflattering. She hoped he wouldn't remember it for too long. It would be wonderful if those unpleasant memories could be replaced by her smiles instead. Being with him always brought forth genuine laughter. After their embrace, they parted ways. Boruto took his change of clothes and headed for a shower. Having spent the entire day laboring, he had no intention of crawling into bed in such a disheveled state. Hikari, on the other hand, had little inclination for a shower. But she recalled something important that Hanabi had once told her. If one has the opportunity to share a bed with someone significant, one must remember to bathe first. Who wouldn't prefer to snuggle with something fragrant and soft while sleeping? It is a natural inclination. Hikari took this advice to heart, and after Boruto left, she too proceeded to take a shower. Fortunately, during the construction of the Uzumaki residence, this consideration had been made. Each of the 3 floors featured a spacious bathroom, completely alleviating any concerns about waiting in line. Boruto, being a boy, bathed with remarkable speed. He soon returned to his room, took a comic book, and reclined on his double bed, perusing its contents. Boruto was captivated, and gradually he caught a whiff of a delightful scent, a fragrant blend of shampoo and soap. A strand of black hair fell onto his shoulder, prompting him to turn in curiosity. There, beside him, Was Uchiha Light engrossed in the comic they were sharing? Boguan. It would be difficult to understand the comic if we don't start from the beginning, wouldn't it? Boruto set aside the manga in his hands and addressed Uchiha Hikari. If you are interested, the entire collection is on the shelf, available for you to start from the beginning at any time. There is no need to accompany me in watching something you do not quite understand. What is this story about? Uchiha Hikari nodded, admitting that having seen only half, she could not discern any plot, and she did not recognize any of the characters. However, that was of little significance. What truly mattered was being with Boruto. This tale revolves around a superhero who diligently trains to defeat malevolent villains and ultimately saves the world. Boruto smiled as he introduced his beloved manga to Uchiha Hikari. Young people are often captivated by such narratives, which can be described as endlessly fascinating. Isn't it true that such individuals are right beside you? Why seek out others? Uchiha Hikari inquired with a peculiar tone, pondering why Boruto's father, who was undeniably a tangible superhero, would choose to immerse himself in the realms of fiction. You mean Dad? No way. I simply cannot reconcile him with the notion of a superhero. The essence of fantasy lies in the ungraspable and the unseen. That is what makes it truly enchanting. Boruto swiftly recalled who Uchiha Kagami referred to. He shook his head repeatedly, expressing that he only appreciated the heroic facade displayed by superheroes. As for their everyday demeanor, it was simply too detrimental to their image. Take Naruto, for instance. His lifestyle habits were far from commendable. He indulged in nutrient-deficient instant noodles and would collapse into any available spot for a nap when exhausted from work. His sleeping posture was quite disheveled, despite his age. He still required his wife to hold him while he slept. The absence of his wife resulted in a truly alarming sleeping state. He had witnessed the horrifying sight of Naruto sleepwalking and practicing the Rasengan when they shared a bed as children, leaving him too frightened to close his eyes all night. Terrified that the Rasengan might come crashing down upon him. I do not quite understand, Uchiha Kagami remarked with a smile. I am feeling tired. May I turn off the lights and retire for the night? Boruto stifled a yawn, rubbing his eyes as he remarked that he generally refrained from staying up late. Even his penchant for gaming could not entice him to forsake early slumber unless he found it utterly irresistible. You need not inquire of me. You are the true master here, declared Uchiha Kagami. Roommates ought to reciprocate respect. At last, we have a bed to share. Who shall claim the inner space? Boruto raised his hand to touch the light switch on the wall. However, before succumbing to sleep, he cast a glance at the double bed adorned with 2 blankets and 2 pillows, feeling somewhat perplexed. Uchiha Sarada refrained from voicing her thoughts, as this was Boruto's room. She decided to wait for him to make his own choice, for she had always been adaptable. Never mind, I shall sleep outside. You often lack a sense of security. In this way, it feels as though I am safeguarding you. After pondering for a moment, Boruto spoke with resolve, opting to sleep on the outer side, against the wall, allowing Uchiha Hikari to rest beside him. This arrangement ensured that she would not roll off the bed during her slumber, instilling a profound sense of safety. Boruto, you are truly kind, Hikari realized, recognizing that he was considering her well-being. Her eyes, filled with tenderness, sparkled with affection as she longed to embrace him once more. Of course, I am an exemplary student at school, Boruto declared with pride. What are the 3 merits? Academics, ninjutsu, and interpersonal skills. Boruto's expression did not betray any deceit. In truth, he was quite an exceptional student. He grasped theoretical lessons with just a single reading and effortlessly learned ninjutsu. The Rasengan, which Naruto had diligently practiced since childhood, was mastered by him after merely a few days of instruction from Sasuke. The subsequent orbs he created were flawless, and he could adeptly control the massive Rasengan, a testament to the innate talent bestowed upon him. You are the best thing to me. Uchiha Hikari, reclining on the bed, pulled up the blanket and uttered these words to Boruto. He paid her no heed, and after extinguishing the light and covering himself, he drifted into slumber within mere minutes. Hikari, turning her head, caught a glimpse of Boruto's face illuminated by the moonlight, and she became entranced by the proximity of his features. Moments later, she quietly extended her hand from beneath the covers and placed it within Boruto's cocoon of warmth. Boruto, forgive me for being such a greedy person, Uchiha Hikari murmured shyly. She had once dared not to dream of a life like this. Yet, human nature is inherently greedy. Even amidst such happiness, one yearns for more. Hikari gently clasped Boruto's hand, finding solace in this connection, and peacefully closed her eyes, surrendering to dreams. The following day, hey Boruto, In a state between slumber and wakefulness, Bo heard someone calling his name. Drawing upon his innate ninja-like balance, he groggily rose and made his way to the window. With his eyes closed, he opened the window, momentarily unable to discern who was basking in the sunlight outside. However, the voice and mannerisms soon revealed the identity of the caller. "What brings you here, teacher? Are you here to mooch a meal?" Boruto inquired of Konohamaru downstairs. Wondering why he had come so early in the morning, suspecting it was either to mooch a meal or to deliver urgent news, with the latter being an improbable stroke of luck. "Not at all. I merely wanted to inform you that there are no missions today. There is no need for a gathering. Take the time to relax and unwind," Konohamaru replied, waving his hand before his form dissipated into smoke. Clearly a shadow clone meant for communication. Although public telephones are now prevalent, ninjas of the past still favored this method of conveying messages. It seems the teacher still possesses a sense of conscience. Upon comprehending the meaning, Boruto erupted into laughter. Although his resilience would have allowed him to fully recover within a single night, rendering any aches and pains non-existent, Konohamaru still granted him a day off. A thoughtful balance of work and leisure. "Boruto, are you about to head out?" At that moment, Uchiha Sarada also propped herself up in bed. Her slightly oversized short-sleeved t-shirt slipping down at the neckline, revealing a glimpse of her skin and shoulder, which rendered her somewhat dazed. "No, I am resting today. I believe it is time to ponder where we shall go for our outing." Boruto cast a fleeting glance, displaying no interest whatsoever. After stretching lazily, he departed from the room. Uchiha Hikari lingered in bed for a moment, finally grasping the meaning behind Boruto's words. Resting signified the opportunity to play with her, which was indeed delightful news. After changing her clothes, Uchiha Hikari exited the room, only to find Boruto already engaged in his morning routine in the bathroom. She patiently waited by the side until he completed his daily cleansing and then graciously relinquished the space to her. As Boruto exited the restroom, he intended to head downstairs. However, at that moment, a hand grasped his arm, pulling him into a secluded corner. "Andy, what are you doing?" Boruto gazed at Hanabi in bewilderment, pondering why she had cornered him so early in the morning. Was her irritation a result of his father's absence, rendering him an unwitting scapegoat? "You foolish boy. There are many inconveniences that girls face. Can you not discern even a hint of that?" Hanabi expressed with an air of exasperation, having discreetly observed him for a while. However, Boruto, in his ignorance of the complexities of young women, remained oblivious. As an aunt, she felt compelled to intervene for the sake of her future niece or nephew. "What?" Boruto inquired, still perplexed. Hanabi gestured towards the bathroom, remarking, "Kagaya's hair is quite long. Naturally, it becomes disheveled upon waking. And certain areas are beyond the reach of a comb, which is where you come into play." Boruto leaned in for a closer look and indeed noticed that Kagaya's hair was somewhat tousled at the back. "I see. That means she should have a haircut," he declared promptly. "You truly are a simpleton. What I meant was for you to assist her in untangling the unreachable strands," Hanabi retorted, pinching his cheek with a fierce grip. Her frustration was understandable. Naruto had once exhibited the same dullness, yet his mind was always preoccupied with Hinata. In contrast, Boruto seemed solely absorbed in his own thoughts, a trait not uncommon among young boys his age. "Must I be the one to do it? You have the time to chat with me, so surely you could have handled this yourself by now." Boruto could not help but express his dissatisfaction, remarking that it was a troublesome task. He mused that if Aki slept every day, he would be obliged to style his hair daily, concluding that it would be simpler for her to keep her hair short instead. "That is out of the question," replied Hanabi with pride. "It is a tradition of our Uzumaki family. After my sister grew her hair long, your father would seize every opportunity to style it for her." "I have no desire to emulate Dad's endeavors," he retorted. Boruto has been triggered by a sense of rebellion. One of the things he strives to avoid is following in his father's footsteps. While everyone anticipates his ascension to Hokage, he proclaims his desire to emulate Sasuke, the wayward wanderer. "At this moment, I must remark that the first gift your father bestowed upon me was a comb. Back then, my hair was significantly longer than my sister's, indicating his fondness for grooming others." Hanabi playfully cupped her cheeks, adopting a demure expression, while Boruto maintained a stoic demeanor. Accustomed to the situation, since his aunt became like a second mother, she frequently inundates him with affection, disregarding his feelings entirely. "How old were you at that time?" Boruto inquired helplessly. 7, she replied. "Oh well, that is quite alarming." Boruto could not help but express his disdain once more, remarking that his father, indeed, was a despicable person who indulged in harem antics, not even sparing his 7-year-old aunt. Was this truly the conduct of a civilized individual? Hanabi pointed towards Uchiha Light. And this time Boruto obediently approached him. Rather than squander time here, it would be more efficient to expedite the task at hand. Boruto, what is the matter? Uchiha Light inquired curiously as he wiped his face with a towel, noticing Boruto's return. I've come to help you comb your hair. It's a disheveled mess. And it wouldn't do to go out looking like this. Boruto lowered his head and rummaged through the wash basin, discovering a pristine, unopened comb. He promptly unwrapped it and turned to Uchiha Hikari, saying, I appreciate your assistance. A gentle smile blossomed on Uchiha Hikari's face, and she chose not to elaborate further. Given her understanding of Boruto, it was no surprise that he would undertake such tasks for himself. After all, he had previously risked his life to fight alongside her. Thus, this minor matter was simply something to be remembered. The technique employed by Boruto in styling his hair could be described as rather rudimentary. However, the hair texture of the Uchiha clan is inherently exquisite, stemming from the exceptional lineage of the Sage of Six Paths, evident in their eternally unchanging black hair and eyes. After assisting Uchiha Sasuke in addressing his hair concerns, the two descended the staircase into the living room, where a sumptuous breakfast awaited. Naruto, engaged in serving the meal, greeted his son and adopted daughter with a warm smile upon their arrival. I have a day off today and wish to take Aiko out for a stroll. While having breakfast, Borin mentioned the topic of vacation, and his family did not seem surprised. Naturally, when there are no tasks for the lower ranked, a holiday is to be expected, unrelated to the weekend. Oh, where do you wish to go? Hinata gently inquired with a smile. I haven't decided yet. Perhaps we could visit the school? Boruto initially intended to ponder the matter further, but upon encountering Yuhi, an idea spontaneously emerged, and he voiced it. Why a school? Naruto inquired, as his sentiments towards education were intertwined with Irika and his classmates, harboring a certain trepidation towards the institution. The mere thought of examinations and studies overwhelmed him. Moreover, Akira was somewhat illiterate. Apart from a few characters inscribed on ninja scrolls, she was unfamiliar with the rest. Teaching her the modern language and script constituted a responsibility in itself. Boruto spoke confidently, and Uchiha Light nodded in agreement. Aside from the indispensable study of ninjutsu texts, Akira had indeed not received a comprehensive education. After all, who would take the time to teach weaponry? Mastering ninjutsu was deemed sufficient. Indeed, you speak the truth, Hanabi said, frequently nodding as she held her daughter, feeling proud that her dear nephew had gained insight and understood where to take his little girlfriend for a date. The school was no less suitable than a cinema or amusement park. After all, Naruto and Hinata openly courted each other during their school days. Much to the chagrin of their friends who occasionally found themselves subjected to their displays of affection, while Akamaru averted his eyes in embarrassment. That's right, Yuri. We will come to listen to your lectures. Boruto gazed at Yuhi and remarked that this elder brother, engrossed in the art of teaching, would never be absent as long as there were students at the academy. Indeed, he regarded the education of his pupils as the paramount affair of his life. Suit yourself. Yuhi nodded, offering no objection to Boruto's request. To him, it mattered not who the students were, as long as they were eager to learn. He was willing to impart his knowledge. After breakfast, Yuhi, accompanied by his family, departed from the Uzumaki residence and made his way to the school. He tucked his hands into his sleeves, presenting an air of aged wisdom. Despite his mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique, he chose to walk instead. Trailing behind Yuhi was a group of diminutive-tailed beasts, reluctant to part ways with him. Thus, they accompanied him, their distinct natures causing their movements to differ entirely. Wherever they went, they attracted the attention of passers-by, who speculated about the origin of these unique summoning beasts. And so, we set forth. After Boruto donned his forehead protector, he spoke to his family and then took hold of Uchiha Kagami's hand, leading her out the door. Kagami allowed herself to be guided, stepping into the radiant outdoor world. She was aware that a new realm awaited her exploration, and her heart brimmed with anticipation. Boruto led Uchiha Hikari away from the bustling streets, veering increasingly towards the rugged cliffs. Hikari felt a sense of curiosity, pondering whether the school was situated atop the mountain. However, Boruto swiftly provided her with clarity. The ground was adorned with a pathway made of metal and wooden planks, which Hikari had noticed some time ago. If her memory served her correctly, it resembled something known as a lightning train, a mode of transportation powered by lightning chakra, capable of accommodating numerous passengers, a highly convenient means of travel. Hikari, when the train arrives, we shall board it, Boruto remarked. Boruto pointed into the distance, where a speeding train was gradually approaching, appearing as a mere black dot. This was the route he had frequently traversed during his school days, a means to hitch a ride on the lightning train. Oh, very well, Uchiha Light replied, not inquiring further, merely nodding in acknowledgement. As the train drew nearer, both of them exerted their strength and leapt, landing gracefully on the roof of the carriage with a soft sound. Ah, riding the lightning train, especially for free, was indeed a delightful experience. Boruto settled himself atop the vehicle, relishing the fierce wind that rushed towards him, feeling a profound sense of ease enveloping both body and mind. Uchiha Kagami, too, took a seat beside him, engaging in the same delightful experience. However, due to Kagami's longer hair, the gusts of wind transformed it into an expansive display. Kagami, why do you not inquire about the meaning of Bai Piao? After a brief moment of silence, Boruto, not having heard Uchiha Light's inquiry, took it upon himself to play the role of the cynic, stating, I understand. It's about seeking benefits without compensation. When I was an NPC in the game, there were always individuals attempting to exploit tasks for rewards without payment. Uchiha Light smiled, prompting Boruto to recall her prior encounters with the online world, where the peculiarities of various players had left a profound impression on her. She had become adept at discerning many of the darker aspects of online behavior. Does that mean I have become akin to them? Boruto reflected on his behavior of exploiting the lightning train, likening himself to those irksome characters from the game, and couldn't help but scratch his head in discomfort. Although it wasn't inherently wrong, if Akira found it objectionable, he would refrain from repeating it in the future. Boruto has consistently fulfilled my tasks diligently. You are unlike them, Uchiha Akira remarked. She had assigned him several challenging tasks within the game, all of which he completed with commendable effort, leaving a lasting impression on her. Indeed. I merely find it rather cumbersome to purchase tickets and wait for the train at the station, and I cannot afford such first-class seats. At least Akira understands me. Boruto scratched his head and cheerfully remarked that he and Akira truly resonated with one another. Had Sarada been present, she would have merely retorted, boys are all fools. For Boruto's friends often indulged in similar antics. The lightning train swiftly ascended above Hokage Rock, and Uchiha Akira had long harbored an interest in Konoha's iconic edifice. Now, witnessing it up close satiated her curiosity. The visage of the seventh Hokage bore an uncanny resemblance to Naruto, the very man who had become her adoptive father. As Boruto gauged the distance, he grasped the little hand of Uchiha Hikari and sprinted a few steps atop the carriage. Upon reaching the edge, they leaped together from the towering cliff, plummeting down from several dozen meters high. After a slight adjustment of their bodies, they successfully landed on the school playground. At this moment, the school bell had already rung, and the playground was devoid of any students. Boruto discerned the direction and led Uchiha Hikari into the classroom building. The classrooms here were tiered, with an unpredictable number of students, embodying a rather casual approach to education. Boruto swiftly located the classroom where Yuhi was teaching, stealthily entering through the back door. He and Uchiha Hikari settled into the last row, attentively absorbing the lessons imparted by Yuhi. Initially, Hikari seemed indifferent, however. As she began to grasp certain chakra training methods and techniques, her expression gradually turned serious. Undoubtedly, Yuhi was an exceptional teacher, adept at conveying complex knowledge in a manner that was both accessible and comprehensible, simplifying profound training methodologies with straightforward language. Yet, theory alone was insufficient. The students were required to exert their own efforts in practice. Amidst this harmonious educational ambience, an unexpected sound of snoring disrupted the tranquility. Yuhi turned his gaze towards the source of the noise, only to find Boruto slumped over, fast asleep, his head resting not on the chair, but rather on Hikari's. The two of them, heads leaning together, had succumbed to slumber during Yuhi's lecture. A twitch of Yuhi's lips revealed his bemusement, while he could overlook his foolish younger brother. It was perplexing that Naruto's adopted daughter was similarly oblivious, undoubtedly influenced by Boruto's antics. Consequently, he ascended the tiered classroom area and tapped on the desk before Boruto. Ah, is it time to eat? As a ninja, Boruto possesses a heightened sense of alertness. It was not the sound of knuckles rapping against the table that roused him, but rather the formidable aura emanating from Yuhi. Upon opening his eyes, he found Uchiha Kagami also awakening, gazing at Yuhi with a look of confusion. You are the first in a millennium to dare sleep in my class, Yuhi declared. With a stiff expression, he forced a smile, causing Boruto to feel a prickling unease. This elder's wrath was indeed a terrifying matter. No one could deter him except Kagaya. Consequently, Boruto immediately stood at attention, adopting a posture indicative of readiness for punishment. Run 10 laps on the playground. No meals until you finish, Yuhi instructed the two of them. Boruto felt as if he had been granted a reprieve as he hurriedly exited the classroom with Uchiha Kagami, while Yuhi returned to the podium, resuming the lesson as if nothing had transpired. Kagami, how did you fall asleep as well? Boruto strolled through the academic building, engaging in light conversation with Uchiha Hikari. His propensity for slumber was quite understandable, as he had already fully grasped the material by the time of graduation. Thus, revisiting the lessons was undoubtedly tedious. To his surprise, he discovered that Hikari was also prone to drowsiness when studying. Perhaps it was a contagious affliction, as he noticed that Yuhi often reiterated certain concepts multiple times. Yet, he had memorized them and ended up dozing off alongside her. Uchiha Hikari chuckled softly, realizing that when Boruto rested beside her, she felt an instinctive desire to provide him with support. After all, he had continually been her pillar of strength, and so she naturally leaned into that bond. You truly are a genius, she remarked. Boruto had no doubts about Uchiha Kagami's words. If she were not a genius, how could she possess such terrifying combat prowess? It seemed that he had inadvertently passed on his drowsiness to her. Boruto did not disregard his punishment simply because Kinshiki was his elder brother. He and Uchiha Light obediently made their way to the playground to run laps. The schoolyard was rather small, and for a ninja, completing 10 laps was hardly a severe form of punishment. Boruto's pace was rather lackadaisical, resembling more of a leisurely stroll, whereas beside him, Uchiha Light was running with great enthusiasm, and the smile on his face grew increasingly pronounced. AKA, why are you smiling? It was the first time Boruto witnessed someone laughing after being punished, stirring an inexplicable unease within him. Could it be that Uchiha Hikari had succumbed to darkness? His father had once mentioned that members of the Uchiha clan often laughed joyously when they embraced such a fate. Yet, at that moment, running beneath the sun felt exquisite. The sky was radiant, the breeze caressed his face, and Boruto was by his side. This was indeed the pinnacle of his happiness. Uchiha Hikari spread her arms wide, basking in the golden rays, her words strikingly mundane, yet evoking a profound sense of emotion in Boruto. The girl who once trembled alone in a cave had finally transformed into one who grasped happiness firmly in her hands. Truly, he found himself at a loss. Such trivial matters could not possibly constitute the essence of happiness, as even greater joys lay ahead. Boruto quickened his pace to match that of Uchiha Light, and the two of them completed 10 laps before coming to a halt. By this time, their bodies were already beginning to heat up, and Boruto felt an urgent need for something to cool down. He thus dragged Light directly to the convenience store. During class hours, the convenience store was rather desolate, with the classic storekeeper dozing off. Only upon hearing their voices did she glance toward the counter, immediately recognizing the yellow-haired youth in front of her. Is that you, Boruto? Didn't you graduate? The storekeeper inquired in astonishment. While she might not remember others, she certainly could not forget the son of the Hokage, especially since Boruto frequently visited the store during his time at school. I'm here for a school visit. Please give me a double popsicle. Boruto responded with a grin. Having paid for it, he took hold of a remarkably large popsicle. Uchiha Kagami looked on with curiosity at the item in his hand. She had seen refrigerators before, but this was her first encounter with such an enormous popsicle. Boruto and Uchiha Kagami settled onto a nearby bench in the corridor and proceeded to unwrap 2 ice pops that had fused together. With a firm grip, Boruto skillfully split the ice pops apart, showcasing a technique that revealed his fondness for this treat from days gone by. Here, Boruto shared a popsicle with Uchiha Hikari, and then he picked up the remaining one and began to eat. Hikari, after receiving her share, placed it in her mouth, and in that moment, she felt a slight numbing sensation on her tongue, which involuntarily prompted a bitter expression. Boruto, lacking in sympathy, laughed heartily beside her. However, Hikari quickly acclimated to the sensation and began to savor the sweet liquid that oozed from the melting popsicle. Indulging in such a treat after physical exertion is quite delightful. My friends and I often enjoy it this way. Boruto was quickly devouring his popsicle, the ice crunching audibly between his teeth, while Uchiha Kagami silently enjoyed her own portion. Boruto remained blissfully unaware of the warmth embedded in his act of sharing the popsicle with Kagami. However, for a girl, such a moment of sharing could be cherished for a lifetime. Kagami, why are you crying? After finishing his ice pop, Boruto turned to Yukiagu and was taken aback to discover tears streaming down her cheeks. As the droplets cascaded down, they gathered at her chin before gently falling to the floor. For a moment, Boruto felt utterly at a loss, completely bewildered by what could have caused such distress in Akira. Surely, it wasn't a case of tears from the cold. Don't worry about me, She reassured him. I'm simply overwhelmed with joy, unable to contain my emotions. Being in this era with you is truly wonderful. Yukihagu wiped her cheek with her sleeve and, with a smile, revealed that her eyes had transformed into a crimson kaleidoscope. This alteration was not an intentional attempt to frighten him. Rather, it was a manifestation of the tumultuous emotions swirling within her. Boruto opened his mouth, gazing at Uchiha Hikari with a heart full of concern. The tears of a girl undoubtedly evoke deep sympathy. Yet, Boruto found himself at a loss for words to comfort her, for these were tears of joy. Each time he introduced her to a different experience, Hikari would shed tears of happiness. This left Boruto feeling quite conflicted, as he couldn't shake the feeling that the more kindness he showed her, the more she would cry, which was indeed quite perplexing. Don't cry anymore. Let's go find some ire to play. Boruto offered a dry comfort, yet upon witnessing his expression, Uchiha Hikari's joy only intensified. It was evident that Boruto struggled with offering solace. Yet his earnest desire to uplift her spirit was palpable. The fact that he cared for her so deeply made Hikari's heart feel sweeter than the ice pop she held. To prevent any further emotional upheaval from Hikari, Boruto decided to take her to find Himawari. Since Himawari was in a lower grade filled with young children, Boruto refrained from joining the commotion and instead waited outside for the class to end. When the school bell rang, Himawari emerged from the classroom alongside her classmates. And upon seeing her brother and sister, she erupted into joyous cheers. Brother, sister, let us play together. With eager hands, she wrapped her arms around Boruto and Hikari's waists, pulling them close. Both siblings laughed and lifted her in their embrace, heading towards the playground. Although the school offered limited entertainment, they were determined to find joy in whatever they could. Time flew by, and after accompanying Himawari through a physical education class, Boruto felt utterly exhausted. The energy of the children was boundless, and he found himself working hard amidst the lively group of elementary students. Hikari fared slightly better, possibly due to her adorable appearance, which prevented the children from clinging to her too fiercely. She was delighted to engage with her peers, reveling in games she had never played before, her happiness evident. As the afternoon school day concluded, Boruto effortlessly led his sister home. Himawari walked between them, her little hands grasping one of each sibling's, her joy immeasurable. This day was undoubtedly one of the happiest since her entrance into school. We are back, they announced together. Upon returning home, Boruto greeted the empty house, only to be met with an unsettling silence that piqued his curiosity. Once Uchiha Hikari and Konohamaru had changed their shoes, they ventured into the living room to investigate. Hikari's expression was one of astonishment, for she beheld her adoptive father, the mightiest man in the ninja world, the Hokage of Konohagakure, kneeling on the floor, receiving a stern reprimand. The woman confronting him had long, fiery red hair that stood on end in fury, resembling an explosive pepper. Child, I leave you unattended for just a few days, and this is what you do? Do you intend to wait until I am a grandmother before informing me that you have adopted a daughter? Kushina declared, hands on her hips, radiating a palpable aura of wrath. The present predicament was the result of Naruto's negligence, having forgotten that this formidable mother was still at home. Mom? Haven't you been a bit busy lately? Naruto replied, his face flushed with embarrassment, realizing that he had not shared any of his recent concerns regarding Hikari with his mother. It was no wonder Kushina was so incensed. Had anything happened to Boruto, Naruto's tenure as Hokage would be irrevocably compromised. It seems you have forgotten about your mother, Kushina retorted, her voice filled with indignation. Naruto cast a pleading glance at his father, Minato, who could only turn away, acknowledging his own helplessness. The dynamics of a wife's authority were an enduring reality. Hikari had intended to defend Naruto, but upon learning of Kushina's identity, she instinctively withdrew. Unfortunately, her hesitation was in vain, for Kushina had already spotted the sole black-haired figure in the room. Ah, so this is little Hikari. What a delightful girl. Come here for a hug, Grandma, Kushina exclaimed, swiftly approaching Hikari and enveloping her in an embrace before the girl could react. The youthful visage of Kushina pressed against Hikari's face, contorting her expression in surprise. Grandma, please be gentle. Boruto was persuaded by his grandmother, who was overly enthusiastic upon seeing her grandson. Both Boruto and Himawari found it overwhelming. Let me see. This little face is truly adorable. I heard you were adopted by Naruto? After Kushina separated from Uchiha Hikari, she scrutinized her face, reminiscent of her dear friends, Sasuke and herself, both having the same dark hair and eyes. Kushina instantly took a liking to her. Well, hello, Grandma. Uchiha Hikari weakly nodded, realizing who held the esteemed position in the family. though she thought this grandmother appeared rather youthful. Dear granddaughter, our family has many girls, and now there's one more. There are also 2 younger sisters your age. I will introduce you to them later. Kushina joyfully exclaimed. Observing her expression, Hikari felt a peculiar sensation. Could these people truly be her relatives? Why did everyone welcome her so warmly? Boruto's family must indeed be good-hearted individuals. Is there more? Hikari attempted to tease, believing that Naruto's 5 children were already a lot, yet surprised to learn of 2 more hidden elsewhere. Truly befitting the strongest man in the ninja world. My son seems honest and sincere, unexpectedly quite popular with women. I wonder how many grandsons will inherit this trait. Kushina smiled, playfully chiding Naruto about his multiple wives, which was all in jest. What mother would not desire to see her family flourish? Can Uncle Naruto get up now? The floor is cold. Hikari boldly expressed her request. Kushina was pleased with her attitude towards Naruto and glanced back. Did you hear that? Look how well behaved she is. If I had known earlier, I would have brought gifts. Kushina shot a glare at Naruto, who quickly stood up, revealing a wry smile. Acknowledging his mother's frustration, indeed, it was his fault. Honey, I'm sorry, it was my slip of the tongue during the call. Hanabi, feeling for her husband, approached Naruto and wrapped her arms around his waist. While Hinata also wished to show concern for Naruto, she was more reserved and did not act as boldly as Hanabi. Kagaya hurried over, embracing both Naruto and Hanabi, fearing her beloved would be hurt from kneeling too long, softly offering her concern. Kushina could only shake her head. Her foolish son was spoiled daily. And you thought you could keep this from me? How long do you intend to hide it? Kushina gently pinched Hanabi's cheek, questioning her. The newest daughter-in-law could only smile. Before marriage, they could exchange barbs. But afterwards, she had to tread carefully to avoid putting Naruto in a difficult position. Minato observed the warm scene at home and smiled. He approached Hikari and affectionately ruffled her hair, displaying a sunny smile. Naruto has already told you. Treat this place as your own home. If anything happens in the future, your grandparents will be here to support you. Thank you, Grandpa, Hikari replied. Her eyes sparkling with gratitude, realizing who Boruto had inherited his traits from. This grandfather was indeed the origin of warmth, his radiant smile passed down through generations. Allowing her to meet Boruto, who treated her unconditionally. I've heard a bit about little Hikari. Why did you allow her to stay here without taking her for a checkup? No one cared for her as a child. What if she has hidden injuries? Kushina sat on the sofa, inviting Hikari to sit beside her, wrapping her arm around her shoulder, her words filled with concern, causing Hikari's eyes to glisten with emotion. Indeed. Mother is the most attentive, Naruto remarked, tapping his palm. The ninjas in the household were formidable, but they lacked a medical ninja. Yuhi might possess healing techniques, but had never been seen using them. Make a call to Sakura and schedule a checkup for tomorrow, Kushina suggested. And Naruto obediently made the call, returning to Kushina's side after arranging the appointment. Hikari, if you need anything, tell Grandma. Men can be careless. Grandma will take care of you. Kushina spoke gently to Hikari, expressing the characteristic of the Uzumaki family. They could not bear to see their loved one suffer. Hearing that Hikari possessed the Sharingan at such a young age made Kushina feel pity. If the child had endured such hardships, she deserved extra care. Grandma, having Boruto is enough for me, Hikari blurted out, making Kushina curious. She only withdrew her gaze when she noticed Hikari's cheeks reddening. Boruto has inherited his father's foolishness. How could he understand what girls are thinking? Kushina casually remarked, not revealing what she perceived in Hikari. Boruto's smile faded entirely. He squatted beside Naruto, his expression full of grievance, blaming his father for his inherited traits. Naruto felt that what he had passed down was not entirely bad. Yuhi was quite clever, while Hate had high emotional intelligence. Perhaps the 2 brothers had taken the good traits, leaving Boruto with only the shortcomings, so he patted Boruto's back, promising to support him. After Kushina and Minato returned home, the night grew even livelier. Kushina transformed into a playful tigress, chasing the children around the living room, where 6 grandchildren were present. Whenever she caught one, she would plant a kiss on their face before moving on to the next. The most unfortunate was Hinata's daughter, Hiyori, who had yet to learn to walk and remained in her crib. Each time Kushina passed by, she would kiss her, while the chubby-cheeked infant expressed her discontent. But to no avail. Even the true sage, Yuhi, could not escape this fate, let alone the second generation. Meanwhile, Naruto and Minato sat in the yard, enjoying the cool evening air while discussing this year's Chunin exams. Boruto had been a genin for some time now, and they both felt he would surely participate in the upcoming examination. Reopening the Forest of Death? Who suggested that? Minato asked, surprised. Recalling that it had been the location of his own exam, Naruto had also entered, encountering some rather unpleasant experiences. It was undeniably dangerous, and thus had not been utilized for several years. It was Shikamaru's idea. I think he has a point. Living conditions are too good now. And many genin lack experience camping in the wilderness. They cannot handle responsibilities alone. How can they become chunin? Naruto suspected Shikamaru was targeting his son, wondering what had provoked this strategist to come up with such a scheme. On the other hand, Shikamaru's suggestion was sincere. It was essential for them to learn how to avoid detection by enemies while camping, or else who would dare to issue chunin certificates? That is true. As long as the process does not result in bloodshed or casualties, it should be fine. Shui Min nodded and remarked, things have changed now compared to the past. Previously, the examiners would remain indifferent to whatever transpired in the forest. If one perished, it was simply a matter of lacking skill. However, now Naruto would undoubtedly employ more gentle measures, such as arranging for additional personnel to prevent any potential dangers. Father, may a Guang participate in the Chunin exam? Boruto intrusively interjected into the conversation, presenting Naruto with a perplexing dilemma. It was unclear what had prompted such a thought, but it seemed he wished for Uchiha Light to become a ninja of Konoha. What could have led you to such a notion? Naruto inquired, bewildered. Because she is an extraordinary ninja in her own right. Without a ninja qualification certificate, how would one respond when questioned about her vocation in the future? Boruto casually fabricated a reason, as he merely wished to spare Uchiha Hikari from the tedium of remaining at home. Participating in the exam together would undoubtedly be far more enjoyable. Besides, with her formidable prowess, failing to pursue a career as a ninja would be a loss for Konohagakure. Yet, she is not even a genin. Naruto found some merit in Boruto's argument, recognizing that Hikari's abilities could place her among the elite ranks of shinobi. Moreover, what alternative paths could a member of the Uchiha clan pursue if not as a ninja? This was a consideration that had seemingly eluded everyone. Given that all existing members of the Uchiha clan were, indeed, ninjas, with ample time before the Chunin exams, it would suffice for her to pass the school's assessments. Boruto said with a grin, time may not be on our side. Can't you pull some strings? After all, you are the Hokage. I must insist. The Hokage cannot engage in such favoritism, Naruto replied, gazing sternly at his foolish son. He had assumed the mantle of Hokage to fulfill the dreams of his youth and serve the village, not to grant favors to his family. Then I shall inform Grandma. Boruto whistled as he made his way home, causing Naruto's expression to shift dramatically. Kushina, accustomed to her unreasonable demeanor, would undoubtedly insist on tugging at his ears if she discovered he was unwilling to grant a poor little Kawaki a backdoor opportunity. The mere thought of that was quite unbearable. I'll give it a try, Naruto said with a sense of resignation. The notion of a backdoor entry refers to allowing those who fail their assessments to be promoted to genin. Reminiscent of his own past when a vaguely remembered antagonist offered him a similar chance to obtain ninja qualifications. Whether Uchiha Kawaki possesses the capability to become a genin is not in question. Rather, the concern lies with the trembling of the other genin. As for the standard examinations conducted at the Ninja Academy, Naruto believed that Kawaki would merely need to go through the motions to pass. Thank you, Dad. Boruto joyfully embraced Naruto before returning to his room to share the delightful news with Uchiha Hikari. Hikari, indifferent to the notion of becoming a ninja, had already witnessed the current state of the ninja world through her own eyes, which she deemed neither particularly good nor bad. However, the prevailing peace was unmistakable. Becoming a ninja would allow her to forge a closer bond with Boruto, which was the crux of her consideration. Why doesn't he resemble you at all? Minato observed Boruto's antics with a faint smile, turning to Naruto as he spoke. Having watched Naruto grow up, he recalled that at Boruto's age, Naruto was oblivious to such subtleties and was often the target of bullying. Is that so? Who does he resemble then? Like Hanabi. Indeed, it's only natural, given that he has always been close to his aunt. Naruto chuckled at this, noting that upon closer inspection, Boruto indeed bore some resemblance to Hanabi. Both were the younger siblings in their families, cherished and somewhat spoiled, leading to a degree of stubbornness that could be expected. This child has undertaken his first truly responsible task and achieved a gratifying outcome. That's no small feat, Minato remarked, reflecting on Boruto's previous demeanor, which had often seemed mischievous and unruly, causing him concern for some time. Yet now, he had transformed into an admirable young man, not only successfully transporting a friend from the past to the present with a comprehensive plan, but also remaining accountable to that friend, which was certainly a source of pride. Of course, the men of the Uzumaki clan are all exceptional, Naruto exclaimed, giving a thumbs up, the prominent swirl mark on his thumb evident. Minato joined in the laughter. I carry the surname Namikaze. Ahem, Dad, why do you care about such things? Naruto stammered, exchanging bemused glances with his father for a while. Their home was now bustling with grandchildren, yet not a single Namikaze among them, which indeed was a somewhat melancholic tale. However, they soon erupted into laughter. As a light-hearted jest achieved its intended effect, once Kushina had finished her play, Boruto led Hikari back to his room. This time, they were not playing games but rather sitting at the desk, facing a textbook intended for first-grade students, which focused on recognizing and writing characters. Hikari. These characters are quite simple to write. If I demonstrate once, you should be able to remember them. Boruto held a pen in his hand and meticulously transcribed a passage from the book for Uchiha Sarada to examine. This was an exercise in instructing her on the intricacies of stroke formation, in comparison to the characters of the Warring States period. Modern script possesses a greater number of strokes. By observing the strokes from their inception to conclusion, one could grasp the essence with relative ease. After Boruto finished writing these words, Uchiha Light picked up the pen and inscribed the identical text on the paper, letter for letter, stroke for stroke. A genius, wait. How could their handwriting be so remarkably similar? Boruto exclaimed, then glanced at the paper, realizing something was amiss. The characters inscribed by Uchiha Light appeared as if they had been directly photocopied from his own work, akin to the output of a printer. I have committed it to memory using my Sharingan, Uchiha Light remarked with a smile. Boruto exchanged a knowing look with her. Such an extraordinary level of replication required no Manjiki, merely the ordinary three-tomo Sharingan. Light's assertion of remembering encompassed not just the act of recording. She had comprehended the name of the character, its proper formation, and its arrangement with other symbols. If one were to pinpoint a flaw, it would be that the meaning within the characters remained rather ambiguous. Hey, this is utterly unfair. I too desire such eyes. Boruto once again realized that there are disparities among bloodlines. At the pace of Uchiha Hikari, she could master all the curricula of the Ninja Academy within a few days. With such remarkable eyes that retain every detail, who wouldn't be considered a genius? Boruto, do you not possess a pair of extraordinary eyes as well? Uchiha Hikari felt a tinge of bashfulness upon receiving compliments. She had once held disdain for her own lineage. However, after gaining Boruto's acknowledgement, her perspective shifted. This ability could indeed assist him. Were she an ordinary person, she would not be able to stand by his side. You mentioned the Byakugan? It does not possess such formidable capabilities, though its mastery of acupuncture techniques is indeed impressive. Boruto reclined in his chair, hands clasped behind his head, revealing no signs of awakening. It was rumored that the Byakugan was adept in reconnaissance, and he had overheard whispers from his classmate, Shino, suggesting that the Byakugan could see through clothing, which led to a prolonged period of wariness from the girls in his class. Had there been any signs of awakening? He might have already found himself sandwiched between Sarada and Chikage. I never mentioned the Byakugan. Boruto's eyes are a vivid blue, reminiscent of the sky. I find such a hue delightful. Uchiha Kagami gazed at Boruto with a radiant smile, uncertain whether he possessed the Byakugan but very much concerned about Boruto's current demeanor. Is that so? You have an affinity for blue. Upon hearing these words, Boruto's earlier frustration at not rolling his eyes dissipated completely, and he joined Akira in a joyous laughter. You see, I was once a weapon, unleashed only to bring forth death. The sky in my eyes was tainted crimson, drenched in blood. Yet, after escaping with you, I discovered the sky is so blue. This transformation is a gift you bestowed upon me. Uchiha Akira moved a little closer to Boruto, their proximity evoking a sense of intimate tension, as if they were on the verge of an ambiguous gesture. Boruto scratched his head, reflecting on his spontaneous actions from that moment. In hindsight, he realized he had indeed been quite impressive. Suddenly, Boruto sensed a gaze upon him from behind, prompting him to swiftly turn towards the door. There, a crack revealed a pair of eyes peering in, their corners curving downwards like an inverted crescent moon. Grandma, what are you doing? Boruto, with a look of exasperation, inquired, for the eavesdropper outside was none other than Kushina, who had lingered longer than necessary that day. Her brazen attempt at spying left Boruto at a loss for words. I heard you two are sharing a room, so I thought I would check in. Would you like to sleep with Grandma tonight? Kushina stepped inside the room, observing the camaraderie between Boruto and Sasuke's son, witnessing the innocent bond and harmonious happiness they shared. These two children indeed seemed well suited for one another. That's unnecessary. There isn't enough space here for three. Boruto shook his head and remarked that it was not that he harbored any dislike for Kushina. Rather, it was the fact that this grandmother was remarkably youthful. Although her age had incremented since her resurrection, her visage, enhanced by the Uzumaki lineage, bore no signs of aging. Standing alongside Naruto, she appeared no more than a sister. In Boruto's imagination, a kindly grandmother would possess a few wrinkles and strands of white hair, her voice soothing as she lulled him to sleep. Rather than treating him as a mere cushion as Kushina did. You ungrateful little rascal. After all the love I showered upon you, now that you have little Hikari, you seem to have forgotten your grandmother. Kushina expressed with a hint of discontent, poking Boruto's forehead before bestowing a gentle smile upon Uchiha Hikari. She then exited the room, allowing the children their solitude. Your grandmother is truly youthful, and her hair is so beautiful, Hikari commented, genuinely captivated by Kushina. Though she found it somewhat perplexing how this grandmother could maintain such vitality. Yet, considering Naruto had become a sage, it seemed somewhat understandable that his mother would also possess such remarkable qualities. Indeed, my grandmother boasts a formidable lineage. My other two sisters share her lovely hair as well. Boruto wholeheartedly agreed with Uchiha Hikari's words, noting that Kushina's hair was indeed a remarkable characteristic. Apart from her, no one else in Konoha possessed such a distinctive feature. In her youth, she had been an exceptionally formidable ninja. Although now retired, she still adeptly maintained her esteemed position within the family. Uchiha Hikari glanced at her own hair, appreciating the harmonious blend of black and yellow, reminiscent of the golden locks she had dyed in the game, which bore an uncanny resemblance to Boruto's. However, she had no intention of altering her hair color, as it would seem overly contrived. Akira, do you aspire to become a ninja? Though I believe you already are one. Boruto shifted the topic to the examination for becoming a ninja. And the reason he tutored Akira was to help her become a genin in time for the upcoming Chunin exams. I am uncertain about the distinction between a ninja and a weapon. They both seem to serve as instruments for carrying out orders to take lives. Uchiha Hikari shook her head.